In the Summer Kingdom, at the coastal city of Binhai. Ding, ding, ding. Lu Heng jolted awake, shaking off the remnants of sleep, and glanced around, momentarily stunned. Before his eyes lay a neatly arranged desk adorned with towering textbooks. This was unmistakably the classroom of Class 2, Year 3 at Binhai High School. Yet, just a moment ago, he had been embroiled in a fierce struggle for the cycle source essence within the abyssal nest. How had he suddenly arrived here? After 10 minutes of gathering his thoughts, Lu Heng confirmed 3 things. First, he had been reborn, returned to the eve of the abyssal dimensions incursion. Second, he retained 3 years' worth of memories post-abyssal arrival. Third, prior to his rebirth, he had been vying for the cycle source essence deep within the abyssal nest, but had suffered a disastrous fall into the abyss just as it was within his grasp. Upon awakening again, he found himself 3 years in the past at this very moment. The date was September 5th, 2028, at 9:50 p.m. according to the Blue Star calendar. The ringing that had jostled him from slumber was the school bell, signaling the end of the 3rd evening study session. In just 18 minutes, the Precipice meteor shower would illuminate the night sky, heralding the onset of the abyssal invasion. This meteor shower would be followed by the first wave of abyssal demons appearing across the globe. Although the initial wave of demons would not be numerous enough to precipitate chaos in human society, it would certainly incite a period of panic. Lu Heng distinctly remembered that at this time in his previous life, after the evening study had concluded, he had ventured out for a late-night snack and encountered the meteor shower by the seaside. A walnut-sized, irregular crystal had fallen at the shore. He had picked up the crystal without understanding its significance. Half a month later, someone had offered to buy the crystal for 500,000. To secure his schooling, Lu Heng's family had reluctantly purchased a residence in the school district, borrowing a sum from relatives. To repay this loan, they had sold the crystal. It was only after another half-month that they discovered it was called a demon core. The core contained demonic energy, which humans could absorb to awaken their data panel and become espers. Some research institutions referred to these empowered individuals as demon walkers. Due to his missed opportunity with that demon core, Lu Heng had not awakened until the 2nd year of the abyssal invasion. Having lost a year's time, he found it impossible to catch up to others who had the advantage. With this rebirth, Lu Heng vowed not to let such an opportunity slip away again. Clear in his resolve, he immediately made his way to Binhai Beach. Upon reaching the seaside, the clock had just struck 10:08 p.m. A shooting star streaked across the sky, soon followed by a second third. The number of meteors multiplied, coalescing into a brilliant meteor shower that illuminated the entire night sky, a breathtaking spectacle. Couples on the Binhai Beach erupted in cheers, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture the moments. At that instant, a point of purple light fell into the sea, landing in shallow waters where a hint of dark purplish glow lodged in the sand could be seen. A rough-looking youth with dyed yellow hair spotted the purple light and lumbered over, intent on picking it up. But Lu Heng was quicker, snatching the dark purple crystal and examining it in his hand. It was unmistakably a demon core. "Hey, I saw it first," the youth protested, attempting to assert dominance. Lu Heng turned, giving him a scathing glare, and uttered coldly, "Scram." The yellow-haired delinquent, a coward at heart, was taken aback by Lu Heng's fierce presence, trembling in fear before slinking away. Lu Heng crushed the demon core, feeling a surge of energy flowing into his body through his palm. A data panel manifested before his eyes. Name, Lu Heng. Race, human. Level 1. Health, 9,090. Source energy, 110110. Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 1293, Constitution 9, Spirit 11, Perception 10. Talents, Dragon-like Agility, Divine Evolution. Skill slot count, 3. Skills none. Abyss Battlefield. Summon countdown 7 days. Upon awakening, the most vital panel data comprised the number of skill slots and initial talents. These 2 elements determined an esper's foundational potential. Lu Heng's skill slot count was above average, while his dual talents were exceedingly rare. The first talent, Dragon-like Agility, possessing a nimble frame, movement akin to a swift dragon. Initial agility, 3 further agility enhancement with each level up based on rank. This talent would increase by 30 with every upgrade. As his level doubled, the increased agility would become progressively substantial, rendering this attribute increasingly formidable in later stages. Lu Heng's initial agility was 9 points, which, bolstered by dragon-like agility, had risen to 12. Agility primarily affects reaction speed, coordination, attack speed, and running speed, all essential physical attributes. In martial matters, speed reigns supreme. In battles involving espers, within 7 paces, speed and agility become truth hints. Agility is paramount. Though Lu Heng's first talent was already formidable, his second talent was the true divine boon. Divine evolution. Utilizing divine energy to fuse and evolve skills, breaking the confines of skill levels to promote them to higher forms. In his previous life, despite missing a year's worth of opportunities, this talent had significantly contributed to his position as a top-tier Esper warrior. Glancing one last time at the countdown for the Abyss battlefield summons, Lu Heng pondered. To be summoned on the very first opening, time is tightening. After successfully awakening, Lu Heng began to recall pivotal events from the early days of the abyssal arrival. Given his rebirth, he needed to obtain high-level resources promptly. Especially unique high-level abilities, acquiring such advantages would place him firmly at the forefront. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the higher the resource, the more difficult its acquisition. Thus, he needed to formulate a plan, starting with resources of lesser difficulty. As the meteor shower manifested, it would give rise to the first wave of low-tier demons worldwide. Should these low-tier demons appear in densely populated areas, chaos would ensue. Lu Heng withdrew his phone and accessed the school's group chat. Amidst the chatter, someone had reported unusual flames moving in the Tongxing Garden, resembling ghostly fires, quite unsettling. This incident rang a bell for Lu Heng in his previous lifetime. He had rushed to the Tongxing Garden with a fire extinguisher to combat the flames, only to encounter a boy wearing black-rimmed glasses. The boy had commandeered the fire extinguisher, instructing Lu Heng to procure another. Prioritizing the firefight, Lu Heng had acquiesced and sought out a second extinguisher. Consequently, this boy's heroic act garnered school accolades. But Lu Heng's name went unmentioned in the commendation, despite him having provided assistance. Soon thereafter, that boy was taken away by governmental authorities. About 6 months later, he emerged as a member of the national Esper organization Iron Blood, claiming the title of Binhai High School's strongest Esper. Recollecting this incident spurred Lu Heng to rush back to the school, heading toward the Tongxing Garden. Passing by a cabinet storing firefighting equipment, he grabbed a fire extinguisher. Upon arriving at the Tongxing Garden, he indeed encountered a mass of moving flames. The flames soared nearly a human height, crackling with electricity, and within the inferno, a sinister demonic visage flickered ominously, terrifying to behold. Just a glance sufficed for Lu Heng to recognize it as a low-tier demon of the Thunderfire demon spirit. At that moment, the boy in black-rimmed glasses approached and reached out, demanding, "Give me that fire extinguisher." Lu Heng swatted his hand away, asserting, "If you want it, find your own." The boy, visibly displeased, shot Lu Heng a disdainful glare before vacating the Tongxing Garden in search of another extinguisher. With the extinguisher in hand, Lu Heng boldly advanced toward the Thunderfire demon spirit. The demon emitted a high-pitched screech and lunged forward, exhaling flames in its assault. Lu Heng unscrewed the safety pin on the extinguisher and unleashed a torrent of white powder, smothering the flames. The Thunderfire demon spirit shrieked in fury, erupting from the plume of powder to unleash a fiery assault at Lu Heng. With agile reflexes, Lu Heng deftly evaded the attack while persistently dousing the flames enveloping the demon. Once extinguished, the Thunderfire demon spirit revealed itself as nothing more than a blackened coal-like creature. Yet, its flames were merely quelled temporarily, without completely neutralizing it. The fire would surely reignite. After exhausting a canister of dry powder, Lu Heng swung the extinguisher with all his might, smashing it into the demon. Bang! The Thunderfire demon spirit shattered into a cloud of ash, resembling burnt coal remnants. Demon slain, absorbed 10 points of demonic energy. Demonic energy intensifies ability level, elevating source energy to level 2, all attributes 1, agility 0.3 additional. At the moment of leveling up, Lu Heng felt a surge of energy swirling within him, rapidly enhancing his physical strength, his muscles thrumming with explosive power. Within the ashes of the Thunderfire demon spirit, a glimmer caught his eye. A walnut-sized demon core had appeared. Lu Heng picked it up for inspection, discovering it was a thunder weapon core. The Thunderfire demon spirit had a chance to drop 2 types of cores: flame weapon core and thunder weapon core. The latter had a significantly lower drop rate than the former. Thunder weapon core: absorb core energy for a chance to acquire the thunder weapon skill. Thunder weapon: imbue weapons with electrical energy attacks, inflict an additional 12 points of electric damage along with a slight paralysis effect on the target. Damage value 1 spirit attribute. Skill cost 3 source energy minute. Skill level degrade. Upon discovering this skill, Lu Heng made no hesitations, crushing the core to absorb its energy. The energy flowed through his palm, coalescing into a sphere within his first skill slot. Absorb Thunder Weapon Core, acquired skill Thunder Weapon. With a snap of his fingers, a surge of electricity erupted from his fingertips, crackling with explosive energy. Using Thunder Weapon Skill Proficiency 1. Having tested his skill, Lu Heng swiftly cleared the scene and departed the Tongxin Garden. The previously encountered boy returned with a fire extinguisher, only to find the ashes of the extinguished flames alongside unusual remnants of burnt coal on the ground. Chapter 2. Mastery of Swordsmanship. The following day, a flurry of discussions regarding the abyssal creatures erupted online. Some claimed to have spotted a shadowy beast, while others recounted being scratched by one. Additionally, inquiries surfaced asking what the 6-day countdown signified. It was evidently a reference to the countdown for the abyssal battlefield. Yet only those awakened with a data panel could perceive it. Moreover, not every awakened individual possessed this ability. Only those conscripted to the abyssal battlefield would witness the countdown. Once the countdown appeared on the data panel, it indicated that upon its conclusion, one would be transported to the battlefield, confronting death head-on. By evening, the discourse surrounding the abyss began to be closely monitored. Aside from private circles and chat groups, any mention of the abyss was swiftly censored. The post inquiring about the countdown vanished as well. Lu Heng perused the information available online before venturing out to procure supplies. Having acquired his first skill, Lightning Weapon, he needed a weapon to harness its potential. Drawing from his past experience with the 7 cuts of the step sword, he opted to purchase a traditional Han sword. The blade was adorned with intricate engravings and inscribed with 8 ancient characters. Dian Ji Kuan Wu, Feng Huang Rang Chi.as. It was a crafted piece. It lacked a sharpened edge, though the blade itself was forged from high-quality steel. Lu Heng sought another location to hone the edge, utilizing an electric grinding wheel for a quick sharpening, ensuring it was functional without dedicating excessive time to the task. Given that 6 individuals occupied each dormitory at the school, many activities proved inconvenient. Thus, Lu Heng chose a comfortable budget hotel and rented a monthly room. He also acquired a motorcycle to facilitate his transportation. His purchases, a Han sword, a motorcycle, and the hotel room, were all charged to his credit card, totaling over 10,000. This sum would be easily recouped in the future, so he bore no regret. After settling into his room, Lu Heng found a space to practice the 7 cuts of the step sword he had learned in his previous life. He initiated with the first stance, the sword draw. His right hand moved with the swiftness of lightning as he drew the sword and executed a slash. Clang! At the moment of the strike, a series of data notifications materialized beside his gripping hand. Gained insight from practicing swordsmanship proficiency 1. Gained insight from practicing swordsmanship proficiency 1. With the knowledge of the 7 cuts of the step sword still fresh in his mind, his progress in swordsmanship surged at an extraordinary pace. After an afternoon of practice, his swordsmanship level ascended. Entry-level swordsmanship training complete, advancing to the 2nd level of swordsmanship, expert level. Lu Heng checked his character attribute panel, which now displayed an additional entry: martial arts, swordsmanship, expert, body technique, entry-level, combat, entry-level. Following his advancement to the 2nd realm of swordsmanship, the rate of proficiency growth slowed. To reach the 3rd level, several more days of training would be required. Having completed his practice of the 7 cuts of the step sword, Lu Heng returned to his hotel room, sat down, and began to jot down notes in his notebook. He recalled the crucial timings and locations of significant resources that appeared during the early days of the abyss's emergence, documenting them with symbols only he could decipher. As many events were not witnessed firsthand, his knowledge remained incomplete. He could only recollect a rough outline of the timings and locations. Now, on the 2nd day of the abyss's arrival, the authorities must have already realized that abyssal demons were manifesting worldwide. Yet they remained oblivious to the full extent of the situation. Lu Heng remembered that during the initial phase of the abyss's emergence, a high-tier skill crystal had surfaced near the coastal area. This skill was exceptionally functional. If he could acquire it, he would start far ahead of others. The only obstacle was that he was uncertain of the precise time and location of the skill crystal's appearance. All he knew was that the individual who obtained this skill was named Gong Chusheng, a demon residing among humans. Lu Heng intended to intercept this skill, so he returned to school after the weekend. On Monday morning, as classes dismissed, students rushed out of their classrooms, playfully chasing one another towards the cafeteria for lunch. As they descended the stairs, they encountered 4 individuals, prompting them to halt abruptly, press against the wall, and yield passage. At the forefront of this group was Gong Chusheng. The 4 occupied the entire staircase, leisurely making their descent, forcing other students to sidestep. Even when they walked sideways, none dared to challenge them. A bespectacled boy, already pressed against the wall to clear the way, still received a kick from Gong Chusheng. Despite being kicked, he remained silent, squeezing himself tighter against the wall to allow the 4 to pass. Lu Heng stood before the teaching building, observing Gong Chusheng and his companions with a pensive expression. The 4 were notorious for their bullying, inflicting harm on anyone they deemed displeasing in his previous life. A girl had been taken to an abandoned factory on the outskirts by Gong Chusheng and his group. That night, she leapt from the rooftop, descending like a drifting snowflake into the demon-infested world. As Lu Heng reminisced about this girl, he let out a faint sigh and turned towards the cafeteria to await her. In the cafeteria on the first floor, a girl served herself 2 portions of rice, contemplated briefly, then added a vegetable dish, complementing her meal with 2 ladles of the cafeteria's complimentary egg flour soup. She found an unoccupied table and began to eat. Her name was Su Muyu. Although dressed simply, her delicate features were hard to conceal. With a bit of effort in her appearance, she could easily be likened to a beauty that could overshadow the moon and flowers. Lu Heng was aware of her challenging family circumstances. Raised solely by her mother, their resources were always stretched thin, resulting in her slight frame. Though she was slender, her figure was proportionate, with her bosom subtly accentuated beneath her loose clothing. Growing up in a single-parent household, Su Muyu's character was somewhat timid. When bullied at school, she refrained from confiding in her mother, knowing it would only add to her mother's burdens. While Su Muyu quietly consumed her meal on the first floor, someone on the second floor observed her. After watching her for some time, Lu Heng descended from the cafeteria's upper level, filled his tray with food, and took a seat across from her. When Su Muyu noticed someone had joined her table, her eating momentarily paused. She glanced up at Lu Heng and quickly lowered her gaze again. The cafeteria's seating was communal. Anyone could sit anywhere. However, unfamiliar students typically avoided sitting too close unless all other spaces were occupied. After sitting down, Lu Heng placed a bowl of cordyceps chicken soup from his tray in front of her, saying, "This soup is for you." Ah! Su Muyu was taken aback, looking up at Lu Heng. Confusion etched on her face. She recognized him from their shared interest group but had never exchanged words with him. Lu Heng casually explained, "When I bought the soup just now, the lady said there was only 1 bowl of cordyceps chicken soup left. And since I don't particularly like it, I thought I'd give it to you. I've never tried it before." Su Muyu pressed her lips together, hesitant to accept something from someone for no reason. Softly declining, "I think I'd rather not." Lu Heng picked up her spoon and stirred it in the soup. "Your spoon has already touched it. You must take it now." Su Muyu froze momentarily, feeling conflicted. But if you feel uncomfortable, just give me the money instead," Lu Heng suggested, making an unreasonable demand. Su Muyu was once again taken aback, nearly on the verge of tears. The soup was a premium dish, priced at 10 yuan even in the school cafeteria. 10 yuan was nearly equivalent to her daily meal budget. However, having dipped her spoon in the soup, returning it would be inappropriate. Though she felt a pang of regret, she retrieved a 10 yuan bill from her bag and pushed it towards Lu Heng. Seeing her reluctant yet compliant demeanor stirred an inexplicable sense of sympathy within Lu Heng. She remained as she had been in his past life, unable to refuse others, even if it meant enduring losses in silence and truth. Their relationship before his rebirth was not merely that of strangers, but of comrades who had fought alongside each other. In his previous life, Su Muyu had chosen to leap from the rooftop to avoid humiliation, yet she survived with shattered legs, destined to spend her life in a wheelchair. The individuals who sought to torment her faced no justice due to their family's power and influence. It was only a year after the Abyss's arrival that Su Muyu awakened, and her life began to change. It was during that time that Lu Heng became her ally. Thus, he understood her character all too well. Having spent the money, Su Muyu, with tears welling in her eyes, resolved to finish the cordyceps chicken soup, ensuring she consumed every piece of chicken and red date within. After she finished her soup, Lu Heng took her 10 yuan and approached the cafeteria cashier, exchanging it for a meal ticket for lotus root and pork rib soup. Su Muyu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Heng, curious about what this bad person intended to do with the money. Upon returning with the meal ticket for lotus root and pork rib soup, which was her favorite, he placed it before her. Staring at the ticket, she was once again stunned. Heng set down the ticket without uttering a word and turned to leave. Hey! Su Muyu stood up, wanting to call out to this bad person, but the words caught in her throat. She glanced at the meal ticket on the table, uncertain whether to accept it. Yet if she did not, it would essentially be equivalent to rejecting the 10 yuan she had already spent. After a moment of internal conflict, she gingerly took the ticket and stowed it in the inner pocket of her bag. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she approached the exit of the cafeteria. Recalling something and turning back to the cashier, asking Auntie, "Is there only cordyceps chicken soup available tonight?" The cafeteria lady gestured towards several large pots behind her, responding, "We have all kinds, radish soup, lotus root soup, and chicken soup. Which one do you prefer?" "No, thank you." Auntie. Su Muyu furrowed her brow and exited the cafeteria. Chapter 3. Saving Others, a rare skill on the third day of the Abyss's descent. All the ability users summoned to the Abyss battlefield found the countdown on their data panels reduced to 5 days. While others may have been oblivious to the significance of this countdown, Lu Heng understood all too well that this was a perilous journey where death could strike at any moment. Thus, he devoted himself to practicing the 7 cuts of the sword, striving to enhance his combat prowess in preparation for the impending Abyss battlefield. After training tirelessly until dusk, his skills had markedly improved. But his stomach growled in protest, prompting him to head downstairs for a meal. In the school cafeteria, on the first floor, Su Muyu stood at the counter, contemplating whether to use her meal ticket for the lotus root and pork rib soup. She had a genuine fondness for the dish, yet it felt somewhat extravagant for her. Just as she hesitated, the troublesome Lu Heng appeared once more. He approached her, tilting his head to glance at her, and inquired, "What happened to my meal ticket? Did you take it?" "Ah?" Su Muyu was taken aback yet again. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily produced the small ticket for the lotus root soup and handed it over. Lu Heng's face broke into a wide grin as he took the ticket to purchase the soup. Feeling aggrieved, Su Muyu pouted and found an empty seat, beginning to eat her meal in silence. After consuming only a few bites, Lu Heng plopped down across from her, placing the bowl of lotus root and pork rib soup before her. Having been teased for 2 consecutive days, Su Muyu felt a swell of indignation and, suppressing the urge to cry, asked, "What exactly do you want?" "It's merely a bowl of soup. Don't overthink it," Lu Heng hastily clarified. "I cannot accept something without reason." Su Muyu asserted firmly, "This was bought with your money. If you don't drink it, I'll have to toss it out," Lu Heng threatened, lifting the bowl as if to pour it out. "Don't." Su Muyu hesitated, remembering that she had spent 10 yuan on the soup, and felt reluctant to let it go. "If you feel uncomfortable, just lend me your Chinese notes from last semester. I want to catch up on my studies, but I didn't take any notes before." Lu Heng casually fabricated an excuse. Skeptical, Su Muyu retrieved her Chinese notebook from her bag, hesitating before handing it over to Lu Heng. He accepted it, placing it on the table, and then began to eat his meal. In the following days, amidst his training, Lu Heng made a point to appear at mealtimes, sitting across from Su Muyu and occasionally treating her to a bowl of soup or a meat dish. After sharing several meals together, they grew somewhat familiar with one another. Feeling a bit shy, Su Muyu proposed to tutor Lu Heng. However, he waved her off, saying, "No need for tutoring. Just do me a favor." "What favor?" Su Muyu asked, an expression of confusion crossing her face. Lu Heng pulled out his phone, displaying a string of numbers, and said, "Remember this number." Su Muyu, with a good memory, repeated it twice and nodded. "Got it?" In a serious tone, Lu Heng instructed, "If anyone bullies you or if you find yourself in danger, call this number." "Ah?" Su Muyu was momentarily stunned, realizing that this was Lu Heng's phone number. On Friday afternoon, during physical education class, Su Muyu found little enjoyment in the lesson, particularly because running caused 2 parts of her body to sway noticeably, attracting the attention of her classmates. Yet, she felt too shy to ask the teacher for an excuse, so she resolved to endure as much as she could. As she jogged with her classmates around the track, she noticed a group of students lounging in the shade of a tree, drinking beer and whistling at the girls on the track. Among them, the leader, Gong Chusheng, kept his gaze fixated on Su Muyu. Beside him, a girl dressed in a rebellious manner indignantly questioned, "Do you think she's pretty?" Without sparing her a glance, Gong Chusheng replied nonchalantly, "She is pretty." "Gong Chusheng, are you looking for trouble?" The girl became increasingly irritated. "Control your temper, or one day I'll toss you into Donghu Lake to feed the fish." Gong Chu Sheng merely turned his attention away, taking a sip of his beer. That evening, after the study session had concluded, Sumu Yu exited the school with her backpack, intending to buy some stationery. Upon reaching the street corner, she found her path obstructed by a figure. A quick glance revealed it was Gong Chu Sheng, prompting her to step back hurriedly and lower her head, attempting to navigate around him. He extended an arm to block her, pointing toward a car parked at the roadside. "Get in." Sumu Yu shook her head vigorously, turning to retreat back to the school. Gong Chu Sheng lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said leisurely, "Your mother works at a garment factory, right? A single word from me could cost her that job." Worry surged through Sumu Yu, and she turned back, anxiously asking, "What do you want?" Gong Chu Sheng opened the car door, and his lackey seized her backpack, dragging her into the vehicle. In her memory, the incident that befell Sumu Yu had occurred around the start of the school year. Thus, for the past few days, Lu Heng had either been keeping a close watch on Gong Chu Sheng or following Sumu Yu. However, out of concern that she might misconstrue him as a stalker, he maintained a respectful distance. Upon witnessing Sumu Yu being forcibly taken into the car, Lu Heng rushed forward, but it was too late. The vehicle had already started, speeding toward the western suburbs. In a panic, Lu Heng dashed back to the nearby hotel, hopped on his motorcycle, and pursued the car towards the western outskirts. That moment, his phone rang. Balancing the motorcycle with one hand, he answered the call, faintly hearing Sumu Yu's voice on the other end. "I won't go. Let me out." With the throttle wide open, Lu Heng sped towards the abandoned factory etched in his memory. Before he could even come to a halt, he heard a girl's screams from above. "What do you want? Don't come any closer. Stay away." Then came Gong Chu Sheng's voice. "Kushao Yu, get your phone out and make sure to record clearly." The fourth member of their group, Kushao Yu, brandished his phone, licking his lips as he asked, "Gong Shao, can we he?" Sumu Yu dared not imagine their intentions, tears streaming down her cheeks as she retreated to the edge of the rooftop, feeling a surge of vertigo. Yet, upon seeing Gong Chu Sheng and his gang closing in, a resolve took root within her. With her eyes shut, she turned and leaped from the fourth floor. When Lu Heng arrived below, he caught Sumu Yu just in time. However, the impact knocked him to the ground, causing him to emit a muffled groan. Breathless, Sumu Yu gasped for air, having jumped with the conviction that she would die. Yet the fall had not been as painful as she had imagined. Upon opening her eyes, she found Lu Heng beneath her, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Though Lu Heng had hit the ground hard, he was not injured. After regaining his breath, he pulled her up and whispered soothingly, "It's all right." Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Gong Chu Sheng and his gang peered down, initially concerned that the fall might lead to complications. However, upon realizing someone had cushioned the impact, they smirked. "Looks like we have a hero here. Tonight's game is rather entertaining." The four of them descended the stairs, surrounding Lu Heng and Sumu Yu. Among them, Gong Chu Sheng had the most influential background and was the leader of the group. The second, Tanguasia, wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared quite refined. The third, Li Shengwei, was muscular and the strongest of the four, primarily responsible for physical confrontations. The fourth, Kushao Yu, the one who had just filmed the scene, held the lowest status among them. As the four approached, Sumu Yu felt a surge of fear and instinctively hid behind Lu Heng. Gripping his shirt tightly, Lu Heng tested his neck and limbs, assuring himself he had not sustained any injuries from the earlier catch. Recognizing Lu Heng from the adjacent class, Gong Chu Sheng sneered, "What is this? You came to join the fun. Too bad you can only watch." Lu Heng glanced at Sumu Yu and gestured toward the factory's entrance. "You should go over there." After a moment of hesitation, Sumu Yu stepped away. Gong Chu Sheng and his companions did not stop her. After all, without a vehicle, she could not escape. Stopping beside a tree at the intersection, Sumu Yu nervously clutched her skirt. Watching the standoff unfold, without the burden of a companion, Lu Heng felt considerably lighter. He shook off the dirt from his clothes and declared, "Let us begin." With a mere glance from Gong Chu Sheng, he signaled the others to attack. The strongest, Li Shengwei, led the charge, swinging a baseball bat toward Lu Heng's head alongside Tanguasia and Kushao Yu. Lu Heng swiftly dodged, retaliating with a punch that sent each of them crashing to the ground, clutching their bleeding noses and howling in agony. Gong Chu Sheng's expression shifted from surprise to a smile, realizing Lu Heng's prowess. "So you can fight. Join me, and I'll give you anything you want." Lu Heng's gaze turned icy as he retorted mockingly, "I want your head." Go ahead and take it off. Gong Chusheng's expression hardened. I gave you a chance. Do you know who my father is? Don't overstep your bounds. Liu Heng returned to his motorcycle, drawing his sword with a cold smirk. If your father dares to stand before me, I'll slice him up along with you. What do you think you're doing? Gong Chusheng felt a flicker of fear upon witnessing Liu Heng brandish a sword over a meter long, retreating while barking orders to his companions. Hurry! Block him! Li Xiongwei, though muscular, lacked quick wits, attempting to rise and intercept Liu Heng. With a swift motion, Liu Heng struck, causing blood to spray as a severed head rolled to the ground. At that moment, the remaining three finally comprehended that Liu Heng was not joking. He was genuinely capable of murder, screaming in terror, "What the hell? Are you insane?" In a flurry, Liu Heng dispatched the other two writhing on the ground, then strode toward Gong Chusheng. Gong Chusheng had previously relied on his family's power, roaming freely without fear of consequence, as those around him were intimidated by his family's influence. However, he had never encountered a formidable character like Liu Heng. As he retreated, he attempted to negotiate, offering money, stating he would give as much as was demanded. If not money, then your head. Liu Heng advanced steadily. Gong Chusheng continued to retreat, never once employing any special abilities. Liu Heng refrained from striking him down with a single blow, intending to force him to reveal his skills. In his past life, Gong Chusheng had acquired a remarkably powerful rare skill, yet it had not been utilized until now, indicating he had likely not yet obtained it. Originally, Liu Heng had aimed to discover the core of that skill through him, but it seemed he would have to devise another plan. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Liu Heng hastened forward, prepared to strike him down. In a panic, Gong Chusheng turned to flee, dashing into an abandoned building, frantically pulling out his phone to call for help. At that moment, he collided head-on with a shadowy figure. The shadow extended its sharp claws, piercing through his abdomen and lifting him off the ground. Upon witnessing this shadow, Liu Heng's gaze sharpened, recognizing what it was. This was unmistakably a shadow demon, capable of hiding in darkness at night. With claws as sharp as blades, able to pierce steel, such shadow demons had a chance of dropping that rare skill. Chapter 4. Rare Skill, Shadow Clone. The claws of the shadow demon pierced Gong Chusheng's abdomen, lifting him effortlessly. His face was a mask of terror as he turned his head to Liu Heng, struggling to cry out, "Help! Help me!" The appearance of the shadow demon led Liu Heng to immediately comprehend the origin of Gong Chusheng's rare skill. It was likely derived from this very shadow demon. However, this time, events had taken a different turn. Gong Chusheng, in a blind panic, had fled directly into the shadow demon, who had impaled him with a single claw. The shadow demon gained immense power at night and required careful handling. Liu Heng gripped his sword tightly and activated the lightning weapon skill. With a whoosh, a surge of blue lightning danced along the blade, illuminating the surrounding space. The shadow demon loathed bright light. With a flick of its arm, it discarded Gong Chusheng and lunged at Liu Heng with a howl, its dark claws reflecting a chilling light as they aimed for Liu Heng's chest. Liu Heng stepped back to evade the strike and immediately retaliated with a horizontal slash. The blade, charged with lightning, struck the shadow demon, cleaving a significant gash into its form, nearly severing it in two. Yet, the shadow demon did not dissipate. Instead, its body split into two, revealing it had utilized the shadow clone skill. Among the two shadow demons, one must be the original. Regardless of whether it was the original or the clone, both possessed offensive capabilities. Thus, Liu Heng had to contend with the attacks of two shadow demons simultaneously. Both shadows emitted piercing shrieks, one attacking from the left and the other from the right. Liu Heng focused intently, leveraging his innate talent, agile as a dragon, to evade while discerning which was the clone. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Liu Heng seized an opportunity to counterattack, striking the shoulder of one shadow demon with his sword, distinctly feeling the impact against a solid object. From this strike, Liu Heng identified that this one was the original, meaning the other was merely a clone. Although the clone could attack, it possessed a significantly reduced capacity to absorb damage. Following a successful evasion, Liu Heng capitalized on the moment, executing a 7 cuts technique, the blade cleaving into the clone. With a resounding explosion, the clone disintegrated, its energy dissipating in an instant. With the clone's presence eliminated, the shadow demon's combat power diminished substantially. Liu Heng intensified his assault. After dodging another strike from the shadow demon, he unleashed the returning dust technique, the blade spinning to slice through the shadow demon's midsection before smoothly sheathing his sword. The motion was fluid and seamless. Hunting demons absorbed 30 points of demonic energy. Demonic energy enhances energy level. Source energy level increased to level 3. All attributes 1. Agility attribute 0.3. After the demise of the shadow demon, the remaining energy coalesced into a dark purple crystal, roughly the size of a walnut. Liu Heng picked it up, examining it in his palm. Shadow Clone Crystal. Absorb crystal energy. Chance to learn the Shadow Clone skill. Shadow Clone. Consumes source energy to create a shadow clone. Controlled by the caster, the clone can initiate attacks but will disintegrate upon sustaining heavy damage. Skill cost. 60 points of source energy. Skill level a grade. Indeed, it was this skill, an A-grade skill that emerged during the early stages of the Abyssal Invasion. Its rarity was immeasurable. In his memories, only one person had acquired this skill in his past life, and that individual now lay gasping for breath on the ground. Gong Chusheng struggled to crawl to the wall, barely managing to lean against it while sitting up. His abdomen had been punctured by the shadow demon, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. The injury was severe, yet it had not compromised any vital organs. With immediate medical attention, he still had a chance at survival. He continued to fight for his life, pleading, help me, I'll pay you. My father will even give you a mansion." Liu Heng gazed at the pleading Gong Chusheng, feeling a profound sense of reflection. In his previous life, due to Gong Chusheng's early acquisition of the Shadow Clone A-grade skill, combined with his immense wealth, he had become one of the top 10 supernatural beings in Binhai City. In his past life, he possessed formidable power, commanding authority in Binhai City, doing as he pleased. Now, however, he could only grovel for his life. Compared to his former lofty status, it was hard to imagine they were the same person. As Liu Heng observed his pitiful state, he lifted the Shadow Clone crystal and crushed it with force. Energy surged into his body, coalescing into an energy sphere in his second skill slot. Absorb Shadow Clone Crystal. Learn the Shadow Clone skill. Liu Heng sensed the changes within his body, then glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Liu Heng. Race: human. Level: 3. Vitality: 9110. Source energy: 6130. Attributes: Strength 11. Agility 14. Constitution 11. Spirit 13. Perception 12. Talent: Agile as a dragon. Divine evolution. Number of skill slots: 3. Skills: Lightning weapon, Shadow Clone, Martial arts, Swordsmanship, Proficient, Body technique, Beginner, Combat, Beginner. Gong Chusheng still wished to struggle for survival. Reaching into his pocket to retrieve a demonic crystal. This crystal had been purchased by his family, yet he had not used it immediately, as his noble status required him to wait for the supernatural beings his family employed to test the crystal's effects to ascertain it bore no side effects before using it. Now, however, he cared little for such considerations. He desired to crush the crystal and become a supernatural being. Seeing his actions, Liu Heng swiftly swung his sword, sending him to his end before collecting the demonic crystal. After completing these tasks, he set fire to the 4 corpses to incinerate them entirely. Xu Muyu stood in a daze, watching all of this unfold, her worldview on the brink of collapse. Particularly when she witnessed the battle between Liu Heng and the Shadow, everything surpassed her comprehension. Only when Liu Heng reached out to pull her did she gasp in surprise, retreating 3 steps in shock. She had never encountered such terrifying events and, upon looking at Liu Heng, felt a flicker of fear. After all, Liu Heng had just killed 4 people. It was only natural to feel fear. Yet, deep down, she understood that Liu Heng had acted to save her. Her emotions surged violently, her lips trembling as she urged, "You should leave. I'll stay and confess. I won't betray you." Liu Heng propped up the motorcycle, tossing her a helmet, saying, "Put it on, sit behind me." Xu Muyu, though filled with fear, complied and took her place on the motorcycle's rear seat. Liu Heng glanced back at the roaring flames and then revved the motorcycle, speeding away like the wind. Before departing, he used the skill to leave a shadow clone behind. The clone remained at the scene to clean up and create an alibi. Upon returning to the Quick Hotel, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Liu Heng pulled Xu Muyu into the room, pressing her hand against the wall and speaking sternly, "Now remember every word I say. If the enforcement team comes looking for you, do exactly as I instruct." With her wrist pinned against the wall, Su Yu's face flushed crimson, her cheeks reddening to the roots of her ears. Uncertain if she understood, she merely nodded in agreement. After conveying his instructions, Lu Heng pointed to the bed, saying, "You'll sleep here tonight. If you're tired, go ahead and rest. I need to take a shower." "All right," Yu nodded repeatedly. Standing still, Lu Heng picked up a towel and entered the bathroom to wash. Having just emerged from a battle, he was covered in dirt, sweat, and the lingering scent of blood. After showering, he stepped out while drying his hair. Yu, who had been sitting on the edge of the bed, hurriedly stood when she heard the bathroom door open. Lu Heng sat on the bed, rummaging through the nightstand drawer for a hairdryer, asking, "Do you want to take a shower?" Earlier, at the abandoned factory in the western suburbs, Su Yu had also been covered in dust and dirt, so she nodded. As she did, her body trembled, for being under the same roof and sharing a bathroom left her anxious and terrified of what might transpire afterward. Chapter 5. Alibi. Su Yu removed her shoes and stepped into the bathroom, squatting down on the floor, wrapping her arms around her knees, and began to sob uncontrollably, concerned that Lu Heng might hear her cries. She turned on the showerhead to drown out the sound of her weeping. She had endured too much this night, and merely holding herself together without breaking down was a testament to her strength. She recalled the horrific scenes witnessed that night, growing increasingly fearful of Lu Heng, yet she understood deep down that his actions were all aimed at safeguarding her. Otherwise, she should have perished when she leapt from the rooftop. This conflicting emotion of fear coupled with an unwillingness to escape left her in turmoil, yet she discovered a profound yearning for the feeling of being protected. Throughout her life, she had faced bullying and had never dared to voice her plight at home. She had never known what it felt like to be shielded by someone until that moment when Lu Heng pulled her behind him, and it was then that she truly felt it. It was an irresistible sense of security. She recognized that this amalgamation of fear, desire, and enjoyment was pathological, but she found herself powerless to resist it. She hid in the bathroom for half an hour before finally emerging, only to find Lu Heng lying on the bed, eyes closed, uncertain if he was asleep. She tiptoed to the window, seated herself in a chair, hugging her knees, intending to spend the night that way. Lu Heng, however, was not asleep. He was merely resting his eyes. Hearing the creak of the chair, he spoke. "You should sleep in the bed. I can't take the floor. No, it's fine. I can manage like this." Su Yu shook her head, feeling quite reserved. "Suit yourself," Lu Heng replied. Beginning to drift off, Yu pondered that if Lu Heng truly intended to do anything, she might not resist. Moreover, she was not drowsy. Staring blankly out the window as her mind replayed the bewildering events of the previous night, nearly overwhelming her senses. The following morning, at 5:30, before dawn had broken, there came a loud pounding on the door. Lu Heng jolted awake, rushing to answer it. Yu, not yet asleep, quickly stood up, anxiously glancing towards the door. The ones knocking were the enforcement team, who, after presenting their credentials, insisted on taking both of them for questioning. On the way to the investigation bureau, Lu Heng and Su Yu were placed in separate vehicles to prevent any collusion. Upon arrival at the bureau, they were also assigned to different interrogation rooms for their statements. Typically, female students serve as the best point of leverage, easily divulging valuable information. Thus, the supervising officer of the Ningyun District Investigation Bureau, Xiao Feiping, decided to personally interrogate Su Yu and to ease the tension of the suspect. He arranged for a female colleague to take notes. "Xiao Feiping, last night, specifically at 9:45 p.m. on September 9th, where were you?" Su Yu, nervously biting her nails. "Evening classes ended at 9:40 p.m. So I should have just exited the school gate." Xiao Feiping. "And then?" Su Yu. "I ran into a classmate who pulled me into a car. These events transpired outside the school gate, where there were surveillance cameras, thus she could not fabricate this segment. The enforcement team had quickly located Su Yu due to this surveillance footage." Xiao Feiping continued at Su Yu. "He said he wanted to take me somewhere, and I felt a bit scared, so I got out of the car." Xiao Feiping. "Where did you exit the car?" Su Yu. "Near Mujing Road." Xiao Feiping's expression darkened, realizing the situation was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. For there were no cameras near Mujing Road. He narrowed his eyes, producing a photograph of Lu Heng, holding it up to question her. "What is your relationship with this person?" Su Yu. "We're classmates." Xiao Feiping. "Just classmates?" Su Yu pouted, her face flushed with embarrassment, fidgeting with her clothes as she mumbled. "He never said there was anything more. How would I know?" The female officer taking notes could not help but stifle a laugh at her naive demeanor. After completing Su Muyu's interrogation, Xiao Feiping found her responses impeccable, with no loopholes to exploit. Exiting the interrogation room, he requested her file, noting her academic record, which was predominantly in the top 10 of her grade. It dawned on him that the girl he had just interrogated was extraordinarily intelligent and not a suitable point of leverage. Turning to the adjacent interrogation room, he continued with the male suspect. Xiao Feiping, at 9:50 p.m. on September 9th, where were you? Lu Heng. At a budget hotel. Xiao Feiping. And what happened next? Lu Heng. I received a call from a classmate, so I rode my motorcycle to pick her up. Xiao Feiping. Who did you pick up? Lu Heng pointed to the wall on his right. Su Muyu. She should be in the next interrogation room. Xiao Feiping. Where did you pick her up? Lu Heng. Near Mujing Road. Xiao Feiping. And then? Lu Heng. We took a ride along the river embankment before heading back to the hotel. Xiao Feiping. What did you do upon returning to the hotel? Lu Heng. Do I really need to answer that, sir? Haven't you ever rented a room with someone? Xiao Feiping's expression darkened, and he pressed. What time did you return to the hotel? Lu Heng. Around 11 p.m. I wasn't paying attention to the time at this juncture. A senior officer entered with a report, whispering in Xiao Feiping's ear. We've reviewed the hotel surveillance, and the two returned at 10:58 p.m. Additionally, a witness was found at the crime scene, a taxi driver passing by an abandoned factory saw flames and drove over to check, witnessing someone setting fire to destroy evidence. The dashcam recorded a figure at the scene. The timestamp on the dashcam shows 10:55 p.m. Even an airplane could not have made it back to the budget hotel in 3 minutes. Based on the timeline, Lu Heng and Su Muyu have a perfect alibi. However, Xiao Feiping still felt that the young man before him was suspicious. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Confess! Gong Chuxing is in the hospital. He claims you committed murder. A glint of amusement flickered in Lu Heng's eyes as he thought, how can he speak when he is turned to ash? Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought. Instead, he feigned surprise, retorting loudly, What murder? Weren't you there to catch us for solicitation? Xiao Feiping's expression darkened once more, pressing his forehead, struggling against the urge to curse. As an inspector, matters of hotel room investigations had not been his jurisdiction for 20 years. He felt overwhelmed, as this case was exceedingly complex. 2 of the deceased hailed from influential families. The higher-ups had ordered him to solve the case promptly. He had initially believed that capturing this couple would lead to a swift resolution, only to find the outcome drastically different from his expectations. Chapter 6. Come here, kiss me. Having established an alibi, they should have been released immediately. However, Gong Chuxing's family wields considerable power and had been exerting pressure on the enforcement team. Even with an alibi, Lu Heng was still detained for half a day, only being released around noon. As it was the weekend. Su Muyu expressed a desire to return home, and the two parted ways. Lu Heng watched her retreating figure, contemplating how her life had changed. Perhaps believing that he and she would no longer intersect in the future. In his previous life, Su Muyu had become paralyzed from the waist down after jumping from a rooftop. Her life irrevocably altered. This had led to their eventual meeting and her becoming his teammate. In this life, Su Muyu had not suffered such a fate. Those who sought to humiliate her had vanished from existence, and her life would not be as fraught as in her previous incarnation. With her academic prowess, she could gain admission to an excellent university. If she were to awaken her potential, her future achievements would likely surpass those of her past life. From the moment he saved her, the butterfly effect had set in motion. Furthermore, their feelings were misaligned. In Lu Heng's heart, Su Muyu was a partner for life and death, even bordering on the realms of deeper emotions. Yet, for Su Muyu, Lu Heng was merely a classmate she had known for a short time, perhaps not even a friend in her eyes. Thus, Lu Heng remained uncertain about their future interactions. Yet regardless of what lay ahead, he hoped for her happiness. The subsequent 2 days were the weekend, during which Lu Heng stayed at the budget hotel, diligently practicing the 7 cuts of the step sword. Gained insight from sword practice, swordsmanship proficiency 1. Gained insight from sword practice, swordsmanship proficiency 1. Having practiced the 7 cuts for many days, he had nearly mastered the 2nd level of swordsmanship. Approaching the threshold of advancement, 1895-2000, when Sunday dinner time arrived, Lu Heng descended to find a place to eat and encountered Su Muyu at the hotel entrance. She stood there with her backpack and a food container in hand. Upon seeing him emerge, she raised her hand to greet him, yet hesitated, feeling timid. Lu Heng approached, calmly inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Sumu Yu lifted the food container, saying, "I brought some dumplings for you. In case you haven't eaten yet, come on up," Lu Heng replied, turning to ascend the stairs. Once in the room, Sumu Yu checked the food container, finding it still warm, and quickly opened it, arranging the contents on the table before pouring some vinegar into a small dish. Lu Heng picked up a dumpling, dipped it in the vinegar, and savored it slowly. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes upon tasting the dumpling, reminiscent of the flavors he remembered. If there was one difference, it was that it carried an added freshness. Although she did not explicitly state it, Lu Heng was aware that she had made the dumplings herself, the filling abundant and far superior to those purchased from outside. Sumu Yu pointed to the dumplings in the container, explaining, "The white ones are filled with cabbage and pork, the green ones are chives, and these are filled with mushrooms and pork. Have you eaten?" Lu Heng had devoured most of the dumplings before he asked. Sumu Yu shook her head slightly, replying, "Not yet. The dumplings taste less delightful when cold, so I brought them over as soon as they were made." Lu Heng handed her the chopsticks, stating, "I'm full. You may finish the rest." A faint smile graced Sumu Yu's lips as she accepted the chopsticks and lowered her head to begin her meal. Although it was merely a serving of dumplings, it was far more sumptuous than her usual fare. Once she had finished, Lu Heng turned to discuss more serious matters, regarding the events of the day before yesterday. "You need not feel indebted to me. You have already repaid that kindness. If you harbor thoughts of gratitude, there is no need. You may simply consider it as if nothing had transpired." Sumu Yu kept her gaze lowered, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "May I ask you a few questions?" "Proceed." Lu Heng nodded. "Was the black creature we encountered that night real? I was so dazed at the time that I might have hallucinated." Over the last couple of days, Sumu Yu had pondered the events but found no scientific rationale to explain what had occurred. Lu Heng replied calmly, "It was indeed real." Sumu Yu's eyes widened, and her breathing quickened. "What sort of creature was it?" Lu Heng pondered for a moment before asking, "From this moment on, can you keep what I say confidential? Unless I give my consent? It must not be revealed to a third party." Sumu Yu nodded earnestly, "Understood." Had it been anyone else, Lu Heng would undoubtedly have kept such secrets hidden. However, Sumu Yu was different. She was a companion he could trust with his life. Thus, fostering a bond of trust that transcended time, Lu Heng organized his thoughts and began to clarify her doubts. The black creature is known as a shadow demon, a type of monster from the abyss dimension. Such entities have begun to appear across the globe, albeit in limited numbers, and the authorities are suppressing information about them, preventing widespread awareness. Had someone told her this 3 days prior, she would have deemed them insane. Now, however, she understood that Lu Heng's words were the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu Yu pressed on with her inquiries. "Will the case involving Gong Chu Sheng eventually lead back to us?" Lu Heng shook his head slowly. "It's uncertain. His family has significant influence, which could lead to complications. However, you need not worry. If you wish to avoid further entanglement, simply focus on your studies. Whenever anyone questions you, just say you know nothing. That I assure you that even if this matter is investigated, it will only implicate me, not you." Sumu Yu's expression faltered, and she looked down, feeling a twinge of sadness. I didn't mean it that way. This situation arose because of me, and you are the one who has been drawn into it. In her previous life, Lu Heng had been her teammate, fighting side by side through life and death situations. In this life, he was equally willing to continue as her ally, but her life experiences had shifted, and she might not desire a life filled with peril. In her past life, she had no choice. Now, she had the opportunity to choose. Therefore, Lu Heng would not compel her to walk a path she did not wish to tread. After a moment's consideration, Lu Heng asked, "Did you come to see me for any reason other than delivering dumplings?" Sumu Yu hesitated, ultimately lowering her gaze. "I don't know, but when I see you, my heart feels less chaotic. After all, the case involving Gong Chu Sheng and his associates originated with her, and for the past 2 days, she had been on edge, fearing an enforcement team might come knocking. Only upon seeing Lu Heng at the hotel entrance did her troubled heart find a semblance of peace." Lu Heng contemplated for a moment before stating, "I have a few questions for you as well. Answer me truthfully." "All right," Sumu Yu nodded. "First question. If you were to encounter that kind of creature again, would you be afraid?" "Alone, I would be frightened. But if you were there, I likely wouldn't be as scared." "Second question. If I were to take you to find that kind of creature, would you dare to go?" Sumuyu was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a long while before finally nodding. I would. Third question. Can you obey orders unconditionally? Without questioning the reasons or the outcomes, will you do whatever you are told? This demand was indeed a bit excessive. However, Sumuyu did not hesitate much and nodded in agreement. Heng was somewhat surprised by her immediate response and proceeded to give a rather audacious command. Come here and kiss me. Upon hearing this command, Sumuyu was momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson. Huh. Without questioning the reason, obey unconditionally, Heng reiterated. Sumuyu, feeling a tumult of emotions, nervously clutched her clothing, breathing slightly faster, yet she leaned closer. Slowly closing her eyes, Heng watched her face inch closer. He noticed her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she closed her eyes, as well as her lips trembling with tension. Amused by her inner turmoil, Heng ultimately relented. I was only joking. Sumuyu felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she gasped for air. Moments ago, her heart had raced so violently that it felt as though it might leap from her chest. Chapter 7. Awakening. Seeing Sumuyu genuinely lean in, Heng realized that her character had shifted slightly from her past incarnation. In her previous life, while Sumuyu had been gentle, she would have undoubtedly rejected such an outrageous request. After all, her life had taken a complete turn, sparing her from a tragic fate. And it was only natural for her character to change. Now, Sumuyu seemed more vivacious and innocent, which was a positive development. You should return to school now. After evening self-study, come find me. Since Sumuyu was willing to follow orders, Heng decided to help her awaken ahead of time. 9:40 p.m. As the evening self-study concluded, Sumuyu arrived promptly at the hotel. Knocking on the door, prior to her arrival, she had taken a shower, donned new clothes, and styled her hair into a neat ponytail, securing her bangs with a blue hairpin, which accentuated her delicate features. However, she had not applied any makeup, as she lacked cosmetics, and given her natural beauty, makeup would have been counterproductive. Heng opened the door and returned to his seat at the table, instructing, come in and close the door. Sumuyu gently shut the door and stood nervously before Heng. Take it off, he said casually, pulling open a drawer. Sumuyu's expression froze, her face flushing again as she hesitated. Fidgeting with the buttons of her top, but unable to unfasten even one, Heng retrieved a stab-proof vest from the drawer and handed it to her, saying, remove your outerwear and try this on to see if it fits. Realizing she had misinterpreted his previous comment, Sumuyu's face turned even redder as she hurriedly lowered her head, removing her outer garment and putting on the vest, stammering, that it fits quite well. Then, Heng produced a demon crystal core and placed it on the table. This object is known as a demon crystal core, which can awaken a human into an ability user. Though it comes at a great cost. This was the very crystal core Gong Chusheng had revealed before his demise. As Heng spoke, he fixed his gaze on her eyes, eventually continuing. Once you become an ability user, you will be periodically drawn into the abyss battlefield by an unknown, mysterious force, where you will battle various abyssal demons. In the event of defeat, you will perish. Thus, you must contemplate carefully whether you wish to use it. Once you decide, there will be no opportunity for regret. Sumuyu's chest rose and fell slightly as she pondered seriously before asking. If I choose not to become an ability user, what will happen as abyssal demons multiply? Heng explained in a calm tone what the future of humanity would look like after the abyss descended. As demons proliferate, humanity's living space will be continually constricted. However, one could always reside in the safest human cities, ensuring a secure life as long as they maintain a position of value. Sumuyu frowned as she pressed further. But what if one cannot maintain that value indefinitely? When the ability users tasked with combating demons are gone, those deemed without value will be discarded by the upper echelons to confront the demons. Pausing for a moment, Heng added, you excel academically, and once you gain admission to a prestigious university, if you manage to switch to a major studying the abyssal world, you should be able to secure residency rights in the safest base city as a research personnel. And you? Sumuyu inquired. I am already an ability user, and I will continue to fight until I uncover the truth behind the abyss's descent, or until I meet my death. This was a path Heng had chosen for himself, and regardless of the ultimate outcome, he had no regrets. Sumuyu contemplated the two choices in her mind before finally taking a step forward. If I choose to become an ability user, will you be willing to stand by my side? Fearing Lu Heng might refuse, she quickly added, "I will give my utmost effort, striving not to be a burden." She had already resolved that if Lu Heng declined, she would return to her studies and aim for a major focused on the abyssal world, seeking a residency opportunity for her mother in the base city. In her heart, she felt that Lu Heng's refusal was highly probable. As women inherently faced disadvantages in life and death battles, Lu Heng pushed the demon crystal core closer to her, speaking with unwavering conviction, "If you are willing, from this moment onward, you will follow my lead. Whether we live or die together in the future, I will never abandon you." Upon hearing this promise, Su Muyu was momentarily taken aback, for it bore significant weight. She felt a sense of disorientation. Despite having known Lu Heng for only a brief time, she could discern the firmness in his voice, akin to an unchanging vow. From a rational standpoint, she felt that this commitment came too swiftly, yet she could not help but yearn to believe, even if it meant paying the ultimate price of death. She slowly extended her hand, grasping the demonic crystal core, fixating her gaze upon it. In her mind, she envisioned various possibilities for the future, and after a considerable duration, she made her decision. How should this be utilized? Crush it and absorb the energy within? Very well. Following his instructions, Su Muyu exerted pressure with her right hand on the crystal core, but it did not shatter immediately. With a bit more force, this demonic crystal core would disintegrate into energy upon reaching its critical point. Lu Heng explained from the side. Su Muyu held the crystal core with both hands, applying herself fully, and at last, with a pop, the core shattered. The crystal core fragmented into countless specks of energy that surged into her palm. Flowing into her body, a look of astonishment graced Su Muyu's face, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. "Did you see the data?" Lu Heng inquired. Su Muyu stood still for a full 3 seconds before nodding. Somewhat dazed, "I saw it. Is this an illusion?" "It is not an illusion. All items and abilities from the abyssal plane are presented in the form of data," Lu Heng elucidated, Su Muyu's mouth slightly agape. Her surprise evident. "This panel resembles a game. Indeed, it bears resemblance to a game. Prior to my rebirth, there existed a theory suggesting that the laws of the abyssal plane had been transformed into a game-like structure. However, this conjecture remains unverified and cannot be tested." "What is the initial talent?" Lu Heng tapped her forehead lightly, bringing her back from her shock. "Summon." Summoning vision, Su Muyu read aloud the talent name displayed on the data panel. As expected, this initial talent was identical to that of her previous life. The initial talent had not changed despite the alterations in her life experiences. "How many skill slots?" Lu Heng inquired further. 5. With attributes of Strength 7, Agility 8, Constitution 8, Spirit 11, and Perception 12, Su Muyu reported the data in one breath. Just like in her previous life, Su Muyu possessed a single talent, yet the number of skill slots was quite substantial, 5 in total. According to the official statistics from Xia country, the average number of initial skill slots for awakened abilities is 2.15. Su Muyu's initial skill slots amounted to 5, which accounted for her ability to become a top-tier ability user. Even while seated in a wheelchair, after relaying the data, Su Muyu asked uncertainly, "Is this data poor?" "Well, that both spirit and perception are quite high. It is normal for females to have lower values in strength. So these figures are within the expected range. As for the number of skill slots, it is rather abundant," Lu Heng assessed. Su Muyu, though not a frequent player of games, could grasp the general implications of the data displayed on the panel. "What about the talent? Does the name suggest it belongs to the reconnaissance category?" "Yes, it depends on whether you wish to develop in the perception direction," Lu Heng stated, not wishing to constrain her desires. "I will follow your lead." Su Muyu, unsure of which direction to pursue, knew what she wanted nonetheless. After discussing the data, Lu Heng posed the most crucial question. "Most importantly, does your data panel indicate a countdown for the abyssal battlefield?" "Yes, the countdown is 1 hour, 23 minutes, and 45 seconds, Su Muyu nodded, inquiring further. "What does this countdown signify?" Upon hearing about the countdown, Lu Heng paused momentarily, as it coincided with his own. Typically, the summons to the abyssal battlefield are not frequent. It is exceedingly rare for someone like Su Muyu, who has just awakened with almost no preparation time, to be summoned. Lu Heng had intended to help her awaken first, then face the abyssal battlefield himself before returning to guide her. He had not anticipated her immediate summons. Chapter 8. The world devoured by the abyss. As I previously mentioned, once you become an ability user, you will be drawn into the abyssal battlefield by an unknown, mysterious force at intervals. This countdown indicates the time until you enter the abyss. Lu Hong clarified her confusion. Su Muyu instantly felt anxious. She was not yet prepared. Yet the countdown had dwindled to 1 hour and 23 minutes. I am not ready. What should I do once I enter? Lu Hong checked his own countdown, soothing her frayed nerves. Do not be anxious. Our countdowns are the same, so we will enter the same abyssal battlefield. Hearing that they would enter the abyss together eased Su Muyu's worries significantly. At least she would not be left to perish alone in an unknown corner. However, Lu Heng's subsequent words reignited her anxiety. Nonetheless, we may not appear in the same location, so remember what I am about to say. Each time the abyssal gate opens, multiple ability users are transmitted into the battlefield. This means that where you appear, there should be other human ability users. If so, try to form alliances and find a way to survive until I locate you. Su Muyu nodded vigorously. Understood, Lu Hong continued. Next, I will explain some rules of the abyssal world. Speak whatever comes to mind, and do your best to remember everything. Once inside, find ways to utilize these rules to survive. Time ticked away, and at last, the countdown reached its final seconds. Lu Hong had shared every survival strategy he could conceive, ultimately holding her hand, hoping they would materialize in the same location. Countdown. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. They locked eyes and slowly closed their eyes. In the darkness, a series of data prompts emerged, transmitting to the abyssal world. Danger level 3. Description. A city consumed by the abyss. Residing within the city will expose one to the influence of unknown entities. Any life from outside the abyss wishing to survive here is but a futile dream. Battlefield mode. Survival of the fittest. Main quest 1. Open the iron cage and escape the hunting grounds of the abyssal demon commander. 2. Survive for 3 days in the wasteland city. 3. Maintain a clear mind before time runs out. Challenge quests. 1. Kill 100 abyssal creatures. 2. Locate the castle hidden within the wasteland city. 3. Slay the abyssal demon commander. Abyssal demon commander feeding countdown, 30 minutes. Upon seeing the danger level marked as 3, Lu Heng's heart sank. In the abyssal world they entered, the higher the danger level, the greater the mortality rate. Typically, the danger level for an ability user's first entry into the abyssal battlefield should be 1. With a small chance of it being 2. Now, the danger level had directly escalated to 3, signaling almost certain annihilation for a group of inexperienced human ability users. Moreover, the battlefield mode was dire, defined as a survival of the fittest. This implied that at least one extremely fearsome abyssal demon lurked within this abyssal world, terrifying enough to render any confrontation impossible. Humanity's only recourse would be to flee. With no prospect of resistance, his vision gradually returned. Lu Hong hastily scanned the surrounding environment in search of Su Mu, Yud. That moment, a pair of anxious hands grasped his arm, and Su Muyu's voice rang in his ear. Thank goodness we are together. Lu Hong turned to offer her a reassuring glance, then began to survey their surroundings. They had been transmitted into a wasteland city, shrouded in dense fog, with numerous skyscrapers barely visible, hinting at the city's former splendor. Yet now, it was devoid of vitality, the buildings marred by signs of decay. Lu Hong reached back to tug at the iron bars they were leaning against, discovering that he and Su Muyu were confined within an iron cage. The cage was situated within an abandoned building on the 7th floor. The entire structure lacked an exterior wall, its dilapidated state suggesting that the glass facade had been destroyed, leading to its current condition. Inside the cage, apart from Lu Hong and Su Muyu, there were 18 other individuals, a total of 20 people, a dismal figure indeed. The greater the number, the higher the level of danger. Most would likely become cannon fodder, consumed by the demons. The other 18 ability users gradually awoke, eyeing each other warily. None of them bore weapons, including Lu Hong. As anticipated, weapons could not be brought in. A small consolation was that Su Muyu still donned a stab-proof vest. This served as a classic example of utilizing the rules. Although the vest offered limited defense, it was deemed clothing by the world's rules, thus preserved. Lu Hong held no memories of this abyssal world. The world number indicated everything. The digits 60810 made that clear. Even for a reborn individual, it was impossible to have experienced every abyssal world. Of course, while the abyssal worlds might differ, many aspects remain consistent. Battlefield modes, quest formats, and survival experiences within the abyssal realms. After a brief observation, a tall, Bald man in a black vest stood up and declared loudly, "Given our presence here, I need not elaborate. We are all ability users. The countdown of 30 minutes on the task panel is our time to form alliances. To survive, we must unite and face the demons together for a chance to endure until the endmy name is Hu Biao. I used to practice combat, and no one here can match my fighting prowess. So, those wishing to join me, come forth with sincerity." With that, he found a place to sit down. The individuals surrounding each other exchanged glances, and then a rough-looking young man with yellow hair boldly approached, directly calling out, "Big Brother Biao, count me in. I can fight too, and I value loyalty." Upon seeing this yellow-haired fellow, Lu Heng felt a twinge of surprise, for this was the very same individual he had encountered by the seaside on the night of the meteor shower. He had not anticipated that this person would also awaken. However, it was evident that this yellow-haired youth was the type to prey on the weak and fear the strong. Upon noticing Hu Biao, the most formidable presence in the vicinity, he immediately rushed over to declare his allegiance, demonstrating a keen sense of survival. As for such individuals claiming to be loyal, even a dog would scoff at the notion. Of course, those like the yellow-haired youth possessed their own means of survival. If Hu Biao were sufficiently astute, he would accept this pledge of loyalty, for the first to join would often inspire others to follow suit. As expected, Hu Biao, without inquiring about the yellow-haired youth's abilities, clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Excellent, welcome aboard. Are there any other brothers willing to join?" With the first member on board, more and more individuals gathered around Hu Biao, eager to showcase their skills and demonstrate their worth. Among the 20 individuals present, 3 were women. Besides Sumu Yu, the other 2 gravitated towards Hu Biao, seeking protection. Although Hu Biao inquired about their abilities, he welcomed all newcomers without discrimination, commanding everyone to heed his directives. A young man, appearing somewhat fragile and student-like, attempted to gain the group's acceptance through intellect, beginning to analyze their surroundings and the task at hand. Our teleportation here resembles a sort of game. With the battlefield mode akin to a desperate survival scenario, it sounds perilous, yet if the Abyss battlefield operates like a game, it cannot be a guaranteed death trap. Therefore, let us not fear. We must carefully search for clues. There must be a means to prevail. Upon hearing this analysis, Lu Heng could not help but shake his head. Mu Yu leaned closer to him and whispered, "Is he mistaken?" Lu Heng replied, "The Abyss battlefield has never been a game. Rather, it is a form of rebellion against the consuming nature of the Abyss itself. In truth, prior to the rebirth, humanity had been continuously exploring and researching the Abyss, seeking to understand its emergence, yet no answers had been uncovered until the moment of their rebirth. The only certainty was that the Abyss was consuming humanity's primary world, known as Blue Star. As humanity delved deeper into the Abyss and uncovered its hidden secrets, they would confront an even more terrifying reality. Blue Star was not the first world consumed by the Abyss, and it likely would not be the last. Chapter 9. The established rules of the game. Desperate survival in terms of appearance, Hu Biao indeed stood as the strongest among the 20, possessing combat training and formidable fighting prowess. Consequently, 14 of the remaining 19 individuals clustered around Hu Biao, forming a tight-knit group. Those who refrained from joining would easily find themselves isolated. Mu Yu, feeling a sense of apprehension, quietly inquired of Lu Heng, "Should we join them?" Lu Heng shook his head and spoke in a tone only the 2 could hear. Joining them would be futile. The mode is one of desperate survival. Once the horned demon commander appears, everyone will be forced to flee. The tighter the group, the swifter the demise. Had Lu Heng not possessed the experience from his previous life, he might have considered joining Hu Biao's team to strategize for the Abyss battlefield. However, due to the insights gained from his past, he understood that certain matters were beyond human control. Hu Biao's enticing rhetoric about ensuring everyone's survival was alluring, but in a desperate survival scenario with 20 individuals, such an outcome was impossible. The issue did not lie with the Abyss demons, but rather with the 20 unfamiliar faces gathered here. Trust among strangers was a rare commodity, and no one knew the true nature of those present. Not to mention, there were undoubtedly a few unsavory characters among them. Perhaps even criminals, scoundrels, or demons disguised as humans lurked within their ranks. In the face of the horned demon commander, betrayal could emerge from any direction, rendering alliances meaningless. Lu Heng had witnessed firsthand how, in desperate survival scenarios, some awakened individuals would resort to breaking others' legs to ensure their own survival. The grim law of survival in such scenarios is this: to live, one need not outrun the demons, but must certainly outrun their fellow humans. Casting a discerning glance over Hu Biao's team of 15, Lu Heng noted that nearly half were not to be trusted. What shall we do? Sumu Yu began to feel anxious. Liu Heng began to devise an escape strategy. The danger level in this world is exceedingly high, requiring us to exert every ounce of effort to survive. Once we leave this iron cage, we will head in different directions from this group. This building is cluttered with various items. After we exit, we must search among the debris for survival supplies. The highest priority is medical supplies, followed by weapons, ropes, food, and water. If someone attempts to seize the same item as you, yield it immediately and flee this building as swiftly as possible. Lu Heng ranked food and water lower on the priority list. Generally, in wilderness survival, water is of utmost importance. However, in the Abyss battlefield, it depends on the situation. The primary objective of this survival mode was to endure for 3 days. Even without food or water, there was a chance to last through the 3 days. Naturally, if food and water could be found, that would be even better. As time ticked away, Lu Heng rapidly contemplated and relayed instructions to Sumu Yu. All in the pursuit of survival. The challenge tasks on the mission panel were of no concern to him. This inaugural Abyss battlefield, comprising 20 individuals, bore a danger level of 3. Liu Heng was all too familiar with these statistics. There was a 99% probability of total annihilation. Hu Biao's group of 15 had already coalesced, leaving Lu Heng, Sumu Yu, and 3 others isolated. Among these 3, 2 appeared to possess decent strength, yet in a danger level 3 world. That was still insufficient. Hu Biao seemed aware that he was rallying a band of cannon fodder. Noticing Lu Heng's quiet conversation, he approached to engage. "Brother, are you looking to join us? Wishing to avoid conflict?" Lu Heng gestured towards Sumu Yu, speaking in a friendly tone. "We are together. We wouldn't want to be a burden." Hu Biao glanced at Sumu Yu, internally concluding that Lu Heng would likely meet his demise due to his attachment to a woman. In other circumstances, a display of strength to protect such a beautiful girl would be commendable, but in a world where death loomed at every turn, relying on naive thinking would lead to self-destruction. Hu Biao promptly dismissed Lu Heng and turned his attention to persuade another bespectacled, bookish young man, but was met with failure. After a round of persuasion, the remaining individuals refused to join him. Realizing the futility of further efforts, Hu Biao addressed his gathered team. "Listen up, everyone. We will form groups of 3 and disperse to search for weapons. We will regroup here in 10 minutes. Should we encounter demons, we will follow my commands and strike as one. The demon cores that drop will be distributed by me, according to each person's talents and abilities, ensuring the most suitable core skills are allocated." Upon hearing his directives, Lu Heng let out a barely perceptible sigh. Hu Biao had assembled the largest team, yet they had not yet resolved the issue of the iron cage. Liu Heng felt compelled to remind them. "Everyone, pay attention to the countdown for the Horned Demon Commander's feeding time. It is best to open the iron cage before then. I'll do it. I'm skilled at picking locks." The yellow-haired ruffian sought to demonstrate his abilities, flashing a sycophantic smile at Hu Biao before extracting a wire and approaching the lock to attempt to pick it. Nearby, the bookish young man, clad in a hoodie and sporting glasses, knocked on the area of the iron cage that had been welded shut with flames, stating, "Understand what this is. Don't waste time." The crowd turned to follow the direction of the bookish youth's tapping, and indeed, they saw that the iron door had been welded shut. Even if they managed to unlock it, it would remain intractable. With only 15 minutes remaining before the Horned Demon Commander would commence feeding, time was running short. The sooner they could open the iron door, the safer they would be. Thus, Lu Heng had no interest in waiting for them to ponder a solution. He directly proposed a method. "Earlier, when I awakened, I noticed someone had hidden a bottle of water. There is a steel rod outside the iron cage. We need someone with the ability to retrieve items from a distance to bring the steel rod inside, then remove an article of clothing, wet it with the water, and use the steel rod as a handle to bend the bars of the iron cage." Hu Biao scanned the group, inquiring, "Who hid the water? Bring it forth." The yellow-haired ruffian, nodding and bowing, produced the bottle of water from his pants and handed it to Hu Biao, saying, "Brother Biao, I intended to save this for you." Hu Biao said nothing further, pointing to the steel rod outside the cage and asking, "Who possesses the ability to retrieve items from a distance? Bring the steel rod in." The steel rod lay approximately 1.5 meters from the iron cage, out of reach for an average person. The bookish young man stepped forward to the edge of the cage, declaring, "Let me give it a try." He extended his hand towards the steel rod, straining to reach it, but his fingers were still 20 centimeters short. Holding his breath, he exerted all his strength. Suddenly, the steel rod shifted slightly, moving closer to his fingertips. As the distance diminished, the attraction intensified, and the steel rod accelerated towards him, finally landing in his grasp. Subsequently, in an effort to demonstrate leadership, Hu Biao removed his sports tank top, soaked it in water, and began to twist the bars of the iron cage. Once the bars were bent enough to allow passage, Lu Heng promptly declared, "Let the girl go first. Everyone else, line up and move quickly. No dawdling." The reason for allowing the girl to exit first was not based on any principle of priority. Lu Heng's intention was to ensure that Sumu Yu could safely exit. Otherwise, should a demon appear, a stampede was likely to occur within the iron cage, and Sumu Yu would certainly be unable to push through the crowd, ending up at the back, if not injured. Furthermore, allowing Sumu Yu to exit served another significant purpose. Hu Biao glanced around. The floor was still relatively quiet, and wishing to display a gentlemanly demeanor, he concurred with Lu Heng's arrangement. The girl should go first, followed by the others in a queue. Among the 20 individuals, only 3 were women, and they all managed to slip out of the iron cage without difficulty. Subsequently, the remaining individuals lined up to exit. After Sumu Yu squeezed out, she anxiously watched Lu Heng through the bars of the cage. Lu Heng quietly reminded her, "Search for supplies, and don't lose sight of me." In truth, Sumu Yu felt a tinge of fear, yet she understood that fear was futile. Finding supplies was paramount for survival. She promptly turned and jogged towards the pile of miscellaneous items on the floor, beginning her search for useful objects. The others inside the iron cage saw this and immediately urged the other 2 women outside, "Hurry and find something, look for weapons." The 2 women then realized the urgency and rushed out to seek supplies. From that point onward, each person who exited did so with urgency, starting their search for weapons and resources, due to Lu Heng and the scholarly young man not being part of Hu Biao's team. And with Hu Biao guarding the exit, it was only natural that his team would take priority in exiting. Both Lu Heng and the scholarly young man were aware of this and refrained from contesting. Before danger arose, infighting would only exacerbate the situation. Once all team members had exited, Hu Biao did not allow the remaining 4 to emerge. With just 4 individuals left in the iron cage, it would take mere seconds for them to all exit, rendering the need for a priority queue unnecessary. Lu Heng, not one to be modest, promptly slipped out. The scholarly young man was the last to emerge. Just as he exited the iron cage, a furious roar echoed through the building, followed by tremors from thunderous footsteps. A 4-meter-tall, 3-meter-wide horned demon appeared. This horned demon was incredibly robust, resembling a gigantic gorilla with horns and a shell. Upon realizing that its food had escaped the iron cage, it leaped into its dining area with a furious roar, lunging at the nearest source of sustenance. What is that thing? The group of ability users, witnessing the terrifying horned demon's emergence, immediately abandoned their commitment to fight together and turned to flee. Lu Heng recognized the horned demon as a high-tier demon, ranked above level 20 AT this point. The human ability users generally only possessed levels 3 or 4, making it impossible for them to contend with the horned demon. Even with 20 people, or even 200 or 2,000, they would merely be able to exhaust the horned demon to death. The rules of the deadly escape mode had been established from the outset. Chapter 10. The Future of the Human World. The horned demon, discovering the food container was empty, charged toward the iron cage. Swinging its powerful forearm to smash it away, it then turned and pounced on the nearest ability user, striking down with a claw. Crack! The ability user was obliterated with a single blow, their scream abruptly halted, and blood and flesh splattered across the ground and walls. The other ability users, witnessing this, were struck with terror, scattering in panic. Hu Biao, seeing his allies disperse like frightened birds, realized that regrouping was impossible. As he fled, he shouted, "Get out of the building first, head north once you're outside, and we'll find a place to regroup." The scholarly young man was the last to slip out of the iron cage, and in his escape, he calmly took the steel rebar with him. Lu Heng dashed towards Sumu Yu, grabbing her and running, inquiring as they fled, "What did you find?" "I got a backpack and a rope. There was originally a dagger, but someone else snatched it. I listened to you and didn't contest with that person." Sumu Yu held up the backpack to Lu Heng, showcasing the rope within. "Excellent, Let's escape first. As they were on the 7th floor, jumping down was not an option to flee the building, so most ability users headed for the stairs. The Horned Demon used all 4 claws to pounce towards the stairwell, swatting down 3 individuals who were trying to escape. Boom! The building echoed with piercing screams. Each scream represented a life claimed by the Horned Demon. Lu Heng chose not to run towards the stairs, but instead pulled Su Muyu towards the edge of the floor. Having witnessed death since the abandoned factory incident, Su Muyu was still shaken, her body trembling uncontrollably at the sound of such horrific screams. Lu Heng led her to the edge of the floor and peered down. They were on the 7th floor, over 20 meters from the ground. Lu Heng retrieved the rope from his backpack, holding one end and tossing it down. The rope was only 10 meters long and unsuitable for tying knots. Allowing descent only to the 4th floor, Lu Heng made a swift decision, tying the rope to a pillar and wrapping it around his palm 3 times with a strip of cloth. Instructing Su Muyu, "Hold on tight to me." Su Muyu nodded vigorously and wrapped her arms around Lu Heng's waist. Lu Heng released a shadow clone and, grasping the rope, began to slide down. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he leapt into the level. Immediately after, he commanded the shadow clone on the 7th floor to untie the rope. Just then, the scholarly young man rushed up, shouting, "Wait, let me slide down. Give me 2 seconds, I promise it won't take long." As he spoke, he had already wrapped his palm with a strip of cloth. With the cloth on his palm, he could grip the rope without injuring himself. Seeing him remain composed, Lu Heng allowed the shadow clone to pause for a moment. The scholarly young man acted quickly, grabbing the rope and sliding down. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he immediately vaulted into the level. Lu Heng promptly commanded the shadow clone to untie the rope and throw it down, which was already secured to a pillar on the 4th floor. The rope was tossed down, reaching the ground directly. Lu Heng and Su Muyu descended quickly. Just as they landed, the Horned Demon's deafening roar erupted from above the building. It seemed the Horned Demon had realized food had escaped the building and was preparing to chase them outside. Lu Heng immediately directed the shadow clone to delay the Horned Demon, but it only managed to hold it off for a short while before being obliterated. Once on the ground, Lu Heng surveyed his surroundings, selected a direction, and swiftly led Su Muyu away. After the scholarly young man slid down, he quickly caught up, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you both. I'm Chenzi Heng, as a token of appreciation. Let me give you a weapon for self-defense." He tossed a metal sword to Lu Heng while retaining a fire axe for himself. Metal-based ability? Lu Heng recalled how he had previously manipulated the steel rebar from afar and deduced his power. A bit of magnetism, Chenzi Heng casually explained. Thanks. Lu Heng waved the iron sword in his hand, revealing its attributes. Iron sword, item level, E, specifications, length 130 cm, blade width 3.5 cm, weight 1.6 kilograms, attributes, attack power 10, evaluation. A weapon crafted from refined iron, inflicting slashing damage upon attack. Its quality is rather ordinary, easily purchasable in various locations. Having acquired a weapon, Lu Heng waved goodbye to him and quickened his pace with Su Muyu. Entering the mist, behind them, the furious roars of the Horned Demon continued to resonate. The two ran together until the roars of the Horned Demon faded into the distance, at which point they slowed their pace to catch their breath. Su Muyu pressed her hand against her chest, gasping heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Having run so far exceeded her limits. Observing her state, Lu Heng inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Su Muyu nodded, tightening her stab-resistant vest slightly. "I'm fine. I'm just not accustomed to such exertion. I'll be okay after a moment." That moment, a series of data prompts suddenly appeared in Lu Heng's vision. Mental contamination from an unknown entity detected. Mental -1. Mental reduced to 0, will fall into madness. Upon seeing this prompt, Lu Heng let out a breath. As expected, the 5-dimensional attributes on his data panel changed to Strength 11, Agility 14, Constitution 11, Mental 12-13, Perception 12. The original value of the mental attribute was still 13 points, but due to the mental contamination from an unknown source, it had dropped to 12 points. Su Muyu also noticed the prompt and asked, "My mental attribute has decreased." Lu Heng gazed toward the mist that shrouded the entire city, seemingly sensing a terrifying presence hidden within. It's mental contamination. No wonder the danger level of this world is classified as level 3. Just the Horned Demon alone should be a level 2 threat, but with the pervasive mental contamination, it escalates to level 3. Since their arrival through the portal, about an hour had passed. Could it be that they lose 1 point of mental every hour? Sumuyu roughly calculated the time and arrived at an estimate. Lu Heng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it's a loss of 1 point each hour. Sumuyu frowned and remarked. That means our mental strength can last for at most 10 hours. We can't endure 3 days. Therefore, we need to seek items that can resist mental contamination or medicines that can restore mental strength. Or perhaps Liu Heng paused here, reviewing the task prompt for the Abyss battlefield once more. The second challenge task was, 2. Find the castle hidden within the wasteland city. This task did not appear without reason. It at least indicated that a castle was concealed within the mist of this city. However, it was still uncertain what nature this castle possessed. Though peril may lurk within the castle's confines, another possibility exists. Liu Heng voiced his speculation. Perhaps the castle mentioned in the challenge task can serve as a barrier against mental contamination. As they conversed, the pair approached a structure reminiscent of a shopping mall. Sumuyu dashed forward, picking up a discarded product package and scrutinizing the unfamiliar text upon it. Turning back, she remarked, I don't recognize a single character. Could this be the script of some obscure little nation? Lu Heng surveyed the surrounding edifices and replied, perhaps it is not a small nation at all, but rather another civilization. Another civilization? Sumuyu's eyes widened in astonishment, as this revelation surpassed her expectations. The Abyss has devoured more than one world. This city is likely but one of many worlds consumed by it. Lu Heng unveiled a secret that would send shockwaves through many. This truth was expected to be uncovered by humanity only a year after the Abyss's arrival. A look of surprise crossed Sumuyu's face, as she began to envision the implications of the Abyss's descent on the human realm. The present state of this wasteland city may well be a glimpse into humanity's future. Chapter 11. Skill. Reconnaissance Hawk. The abyssal world is far more terrifying than I had anticipated. Sumuyu exclaimed, Do you regret it? Lu Heng gazed into her eyes, seeking confirmation of any flicker of hesitation, yet he feared the possibility of her actual regret. Sumuyu shook her head, her tone resolute. I contemplated this decision thoroughly before choosing to enter with you. Having made my choice, I shall not waver. As they spoke, Lu Heng's ears detected a chilling sound, akin to bones being snapped. Hush! He gestured for silence, then tread lightly toward the source of the noise. Upon rounding the corner, they beheld a shadowy creature beneath a roof overhang, gnawing on the bones of an unknown being. A closer inspection revealed it to be a gargoyle, likely of level 4. Liu Heng instructed Sumuyu to conceal herself, then circled the vicinity to ensure no other abyssal creatures lurked nearby before drawing his iron sword and cautiously approaching. The gargoyle suddenly turned, sensing the presence of an intruder, and instantly unfurled its wings to charge. Liu Heng stood firm, launching himself at the creature like an arrow released from a bowstring. He unleashed the high agility trait of graceful as a dragon. Leaping with grace, channeling the power of lightning into his sword, and struck down with both hands. The gargoyle emitted a piercing shriek, its skin hardening to stone as it folded its wings to shield itself from the blade's onslaught. The sword struck with a resounding thud against its rocky hide, the impact echoing like a hammer on granite. The gargoyle plummeted to the ground, rolling a few times before regaining its footing. Seemingly unscathed, as Lu Heng had anticipated, the gargoyle possessed the highest defense among lesser demons, and its stone exterior granted it formidable resistance to elemental damage, such as fire, lightning, and frost. This meant that lightning weapon posed minimal threat, inflicting little effective harm. However, the gargoyle bore a critical weakness. Once its skin petrified, it lost its ability to fly. Thus, Lu Heng resolved to wear it down gradually. He treated the encounter as a practice of the 7 cuts of step sword, relentlessly pursuing the gargoyle with a flurry of strikes, each blade faster than the last. Sparks erupted as his sword met the rocky exterior. Enraged, the gargoyle retaliated with furious slashes of its claws. The level 4 gargoyle boasted considerable strength, with average attributes reaching 13 points. Except for agility, Lu Heng's other attributes fell short. Nevertheless, the absence of mental skills in this gargoyle rendered its mental and sensory attributes ineffective in this battle. Only its strength presented a slight disparity. With ample combat experience and the second-tier mastery of the 7 cuts of step sword, Lu Heng compensated for the difference in strength. With each clash of blades, his swordsmanship proficiency began to rise. Engaged in swordsmanship combat, proficiency 1. engaged in swordsmanship combat, proficiency 1. Finally, after a decisive strike, Lu Heng's mastery of swordsmanship reached its zenith, 2000. Mastery of swordsmanship perfected. Stepping into the third tier of swordsmanship, subtle level. With his swordsmanship elevated, Lu Heng's movements manifested a nuanced distinction between stillness and motion. When he struck, the force surged like a tiger unleashed. When he retracted, the blade gleamed like a thunderclap. Lu Heng's strikes became swifter, channeling the slightest fluctuations of power into rapid assaults. The gargoyle, overwhelmed, screeched in fury, attempting to retaliate. Yet, with his enhanced swordsmanship, Lu Heng's striking power soared, and each blow shattered fragments of the gargoyle's rocky skin. The gargoyle, pressed into a corner, abandoned its defensive stance, clawing out in desperation. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Heng executed a vertical slash. The blade emitted a crescent-like glow, striking the gargoyle's shoulder and creating a breach in its rocky exterior. A glimmer of determination ignited in Lu Heng's eyes as he aimed for the opening, unleashing a piercing thrust aimed at the gap. Sensing impending danger, the gargoyle nimbly attempted to evade the incoming strike. Yet, the subtlety of his swordsmanship allowed Lu Heng to adjust the blade's trajectory, penetrating the rocky hide with precision. With a resounding thrust, Lu Heng pierced through the gargoyle's body, the blade emerging from its back. As he perforated the creature, he activated lightning weapon, unleashing a tempest of electricity from within the gargoyle. The creature shrieked in agony, thrashing wildly before ultimately disintegrating into ashes under the onslaught of lightning. Lu Heng sheathed his sword with a fluid motion, his technique clean and decisive. The remnants of the defeated demon coalesced into a demon crystal core. Hunted the gargoyle, absorbing 40 points of demon energy. Throughout Lu Heng's battle, Sumu Yu remained composed, understanding that against such a formidable foe, her best course of action was to avoid being a burden. Thus, she retrieved a riot shield, positioning it before her as she leaned against the wall, ensuring she remained out of harm's way. Watching Lu Heng's swordplay, her eyes sparkled with admiration, relishing the sensation of standing behind him. In that moment, she resolved to become his staunchest support, assisting him in forging a path through the cataclysmic chaos. After vanquishing the gargoyle, Lu Heng picked up the demon crystal core, examining its attributes in the palm of his hand. Reconnaissance Hawk Crystal Core. Absorbing the core's energy grants a chance to learn the Summon Reconnaissance Hawk skill. Reconnaissance Hawk summons a Reconnaissance Hawk to perform scouting tasks in the sky. The Reconnaissance Hawk possesses the ability to detect invisibility, with a detection range equal to 1 perception attribute. Skill cost, 20 points of source energy. Skill level, D grade. Upon seeing this skill, a smile crept across Lu Heng's face. Its practicality was exceptionally high, and it perfectly complemented Sumu Yu's perceptive talents. He turned to her, beckoning, "Don't just stand there in a daze. Come over and see if you can learn this skill." Absorbing the skill crystal core only provides a chance to learn the skill, not a guarantee. Sumu Yu responded. Hastening towards him, Lu Heng tossed her the crystal core, instructing, just like before, crush it and absorb the energy within. This time, Sumu Yu was more experienced. She set down her shield, grasped the core with both hands, and exerted all her strength to crush it. The core shattered, releasing a surge of energy that flowed into her body through her palms. Try to control the energy and channel it into the skill slot, forming an energy sphere. Lu Heng advised from the side. Sumu Yu nodded, following his guidance, allowing the energy to flow into her first skill slot until it gradually coalesced into a sphere the size of a walnut. Once the energy was gathered, she quickly glanced at her attribute panel, exclaiming with delight, "I learned it. The skill has appeared on my panel." Test the skill's effect, Lu Heng prompted. "All right," Sumu Yu affirmed, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath as she attempted to utilize the skill. A surge of energy emanated from her skill slot, coursing through her veins and coalescing into a reconnaissance hawk, its wingspan measuring 40 centimeters. The semi-transparent hawk flapped its wings and took flight. Circling above, without needing Lu Heng's reminder, Sumu Yu instinctively closed her eyes, activating her innate talent, summoned creature vision. The moment her eyes shut, her perspective shifted. It was as if she had taken on the hawk's vision, gazing down at the ground from above. The sensation was utterly enchanting, and she became fully immersed in this extraordinary experience. Guiding the reconnaissance hawk to circle around herself and Lu Heng, Her heart brimmed with joy and a hint of exhilaration. Suddenly, within her field of vision, she spotted a semi-transparent figure moving along the wall, emerging from an alleyway and lunging toward Lu Heng's back. As it drew closer, its menacing claws and grotesque horns became unmistakably clear. It was undoubtedly a demon. Xiumuyu rushed toward Lu Heng, shouting, "Be careful," as she embraced him. A violent impact struck her back, sending her hurtling away. Chapter 12. The Invisible Demon. The importance of detection abilities. Lu Heng felt Xiumuyu's back endure a violent blow, and they both tumbled to the ground. However, there was nothing visible in sight. His gaze sharpened as he rolled on the ground with Xiumuyu for a couple of turns. "Are you all right?" Xiumuyu winced in pain, her voice strained as she managed to utter, "Invisible." Lu Heng had not seen any threat approaching, yet Xiumuyu had clearly endured an attack, without her prompting. It was already surmised that a demon possessing the ability to become invisible had appeared. Yet, glancing around, there was no sight of this entity. The only recourse was to hold the iron sword before him. Focusing intently in vigilance, it approaches. Xiumuyu, gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain in her back, extended her hand to indicate the left direction. Lu Heng, sword in hand, blocked to the left with a clang, stepping back a half-pace before swiftly adjusting his stance to launch a counterattack. However, his strike only cleaved through empty air, failing to connect with anything. The invisible creature, in the early stages of its descent from the abyss, could be deemed the most perilous of entities. This was due to the fact that low-level ability wielders typically lacked the capacity to detect invisibility. Encountering one often meant certain death. Fortunately, Xiumuyu had now acquired the skill to sense invisibility, enabling her to detect this entity in advance. As Lu Heng parried the second attack from the invisible demon, he realized that this being exhibited a high degree of intelligence. Its second assault was not directed at him but aimed at Xiumuyu. Should she perish, the ability to sense invisibility would vanish, leaving them utterly helpless against this foe. Thus, Lu Heng remained steadfastly at Xiumuyu's side, unwilling to stray even an inch. "How are you? Is your injury severe?" Lu Heng glanced back quickly, noting the large beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Xiumuyu waved her hand, lacking the strength to speak, gritting her teeth as she commanded the reconnaissance eagle to dive. The eagle swooped down to a height of 2 meters above the ground, maintaining its altitude while circling the area. Lu Heng understood immediately. Xiumuyu was using the reconnaissance eagle to pinpoint the location of the invisible demon. Merely pointing with her finger could only indicate the general vicinity of the demon, lacking precise distance and making it challenging to initiate an attack. However, utilizing the reconnaissance eagle as a marker to directly lock onto the demon's position made the task considerably simpler. Lu Heng cast another glance at Xiumuyu, observing the beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, aware that she could not endure much longer. A swift resolution was imperative. "Hold on for a moment. I will eliminate it immediately." Since the invisible demon relied on its invisibility, its intrinsic attributes and strength would likely not be very high. Lu Heng positioned his sword, unleashing the lightning weapon skill. Arcs of electricity swirling along the blade as he charged toward the reconnaissance eagle's location. The reconnaissance eagle began to dodge left and right, appearing to evade Lu Heng's onslaught. Clearly, it was not the eagle that was evading, but rather the invisible demon itself. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Heng's eyes as he surged toward the eagle, executing a powerful downward slash. Clang! The forceful strike descended, embedding itself into an object. Lightning surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the entity. Within the blue currents, the form of a demon gradually became discernible. It was unmistakably an invisible horned demon. "Ah!" The invisible horned demon let out a piercing howl, raising its claws in an attempt to retaliate. Yet, devoid of the protective shroud of invisibility, it posed no threat to Lu Heng. He evaded the claw strike, deftly retracting his iron sword before delivering another blow. Cleaving it in two, Hunt the invisible horned demon, absorb 40 points of demon energy. Demon energy enhances energy level, source energy rank elevated to level 4, all attributes 1, agility attribute additionally 0.3. The invisible horned demon was reduced to ashes amidst the lightning and flames, the residual energy coalescing into a demon crystal core. Judging by its color and density, it was evident that this was no ordinary crystal core. Lu Heng picked it up to examine its properties. Invisible veil crystal core, absorb crystal core energy, chance to acquire the Invisible Veil skill. Invisible Veil. Release energy to cover an object, bestowing it with optical invisibility. Skill consumption. 3 source energy minute. Skill rank. D level. Today's fortune was notably favorable, yielding yet another skill crystal core. Moreover, the Invisible Veil, skill ranked among the most practical within the array of invisibility-related abilities. However, there was no time to delve into this skill. As Su Muyu was gravely injured, Liu Heng hastily lifted her, departing from the location. Is my waist broken? Will I be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my days? Su Muyu, having shielded Liu Heng from the previous blow, felt a searing pain in her spine, drenched in sweat. She feared her spine might be fractured, which would mean paralysis of her lower body. Liu Heng's heart sank at her words. Could it be that even after saving her once, he could not alter her fate of being bound to a wheelchair for the remainder of her life? No. Try to see if you can move your toes. Liu Heng's tone became tinged with urgency. Su Muyu complied, making an effort to wiggle her toes, responding, "It seems I can still move them." Then it's nothing to worry about. The ability to move your toes indicates that the spinal nerves are intact. Liu Heng exhaled in relief, locating a shop resembling a pharmacy in the fog-laden city. Rushing inside to search for first aid supplies, he gently set her down on a chair, prompting her to lean forward for a better view of her back injury. The stab-resistant vest on her back had been torn open, revealing the severity of the earlier strike. Had she not been wearing the vest, her back might have been pierced through. Upon removing the vest, Liu Heng discovered her clothing was saturated with blood. Lifting the fabric, he finally uncovered the wound. Due to the impact from the horned demon's horn, the wound was small yet deep, blood oozing steadily. Liu Heng examined the injury, stating, "The bone isn't damaged. I'll first apply pressure to stop the bleeding." As he treated the wound, Su Muyu trembled violently from the pain, her fists clenched tight, stifling her cries. She did not forget to send out the reconnaissance eagle for vigilance, wary of any lurking dangers nearby. After all, the scent of blood could attract bloodthirsty beasts. Liu Heng deftly bandaged her wound with gauze before helping her to her feet. After stemming the bleeding, Su Muyu gradually regained her composure, her complexion improving slightly. With the recent demise of a gargoyle and the lingering scent of blood, it was highly probable that even more formidable threats would emerge. Therefore, Liu Heng hoisted her onto his back and continued their journey. As dusk fell, Su Muyu, weakened from her injury, lay limply against Liu Heng's back. Nonetheless, she maintained control over the reconnaissance eagle, sending it high into the air to survey the situation in the city. Night has fallen. We need to find a place to rest. It would be ideal to locate a castle mentioned in the challenge tasks. I believe it could shield us from mental pollution. As Liu Heng spoke, he received another alert regarding mental pollution, his mental strength diminishing by another point. Su Muyu had been searching for a suitable resting place. She understood that in such a perilous environment, being injured was exceedingly dangerous. To avoid becoming a burden, she needed to find a sanctuary to evade the demons. Soon, she employed the visual ability of her summoned creature and spotted a peculiar landform in the sky. This formation was circular, with a depression in the middle and elevated edges, seemingly not man-made but rather resembling a massive crater formed by a meteorite impact. Directing the reconnaissance eagle closer, she finally discerned the faint outline of a castle within the crater. Aided by her ability to detect invisibility, "I think I've found the castle." Su Muyu's voice brimmed with excitement. Liu Heng's eyes lit up as he quickened his pace toward the direction she indicated. Chapter 13. Series of Hidden Tasks. Aurora Blade. Liu Heng, carrying Su Muyu, made his way toward the castle, reminding her as they walked, "Before we approach, confirm whether there is any danger inside the castle." Understood, Su Muyu nodded, controlling the reconnaissance eagle to fly closer for observation. The notion that the castle could shield against mental pollution was merely Liu Heng's conjecture, rendering the presence of danger within the castle an unknown factor. However, upon arriving at the castle and witnessing its exterior, Liu Heng's apprehension dissipated instantly. This castle appeared strikingly familiar. If there were no identical castles in the abyssal world, then this one must be known as the Forging Fortress, a place where weapons could be tempered to enhance their attributes. Yet, in his recollection, the Forging Fortress was not supposed to be located in this place. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. Liu Heng approached the castle, and the ancient grand door slowly creaked open. Gazing at the uniquely styled architecture before her, Su Yu's eyes sparkled with astonishment and curiosity. Lu Heng, on the other hand, remained composed, memories associated with the castle flooding his mind. Passing through the gate, they entered the castle's forecourt, where a broad stone pathway lay at the center, flanked by an array of unknown flora. Some of the plants appeared to move, resembling carnivorous flowers. At that moment, a small figure clad in a black cloak, wearing a cat-faced mask, emerged from the castle, approaching the two and emitting a series of garbled sounds. This was likely a form of language, yet both Lu Heng and Su Yu were unable to comprehend it. Having encountered such situations before, Lu Heng took the initiative to greet, "Hello, we are travelers passing through and hope to rest in the castle for a while." Upon hearing these words, the small figure immediately switched to a language comprehensible to them. "Welcome to the Forging Fortress. You may call me Gulu." This self-proclaimed Gulu stood at a height of only 1.2 meters, entirely shrouded in a cloak and mask, rendering its appearance unrecognizable. In truth, first-time visitors to the Forging Fortress might be startled if they glimpsed its true form, as this 1.2-meter being was not human but rather an abyssal species. The abyssal realm is home to various creatures, much like Blue Star is not solely inhabited by humans. Not all abyssal beings engage in combat with humans upon their initial encounter. Some possess the intelligence to coexist peacefully. Gulu belonged to a unique race, a subspecies of the abyssal black iron dwarves. At this juncture, other ability wielders remained unaware of the origins of the Forging Fortress. However, Lu Heng was privy to certain hidden truths. Originally, the Forging Fortress was a bastion within the abyssal realm, having provoked the ire of a certain abyssal demon lord in its previous world. In an effort to evade the wrath of the abyssal demon king, the Forge of Quenching proactively severed its ties with the abyssal plane, utilizing the moment of spatial overlap to hide within the crevice formed by the intersection of the Blue Star and the abyss. Once ensconced in the overlapping space, the psychics could access the Forge of Quenching from the Blue Star. Establish a foothold on the Blue Star. The Forge of Quenching also offered weapon tempering services to human psychics, imbuing their weapons with energy attributes. The diminutive figure before them was the tempering master of the forge. Reflecting on these matters, Lu Heng immediately contemplated a possibility. Could it be that the Forge of Quenching had not yet fully escaped the abyss? As Gulu stood rather close, Su Yu, with her keen perceptive abilities, sensed that he was not of human origin. This realization filled her with anxiety, prompting her to repeatedly shake Lu Heng's clothing in an attempt to alert him. Yet, Lu Heng remained unperturbed and inquired, "May we rest within the castle?" "Naturally, I am willing to assist the Forge of Quenching in any capacity I can as a token of gratitude." Upon hearing Lu Heng's willingness to help, Gulu's spirits lifted immediately. "Of course, I am in dire need of your assistance. You may rest in the castle first. Is there anything you require help with?" "I can make preparations in advance," Gulu responded. Lu Heng continued, "Indeed, the forge is currently lacking certain materials. If you could procure them, it would be most beneficial." Gulu then began to list the materials needed by the Forge of Quenching. At that moment, a task prompt appeared on Lu Heng and Su Yu's panels. Triggered Series Hidden Quest, Crisis of the Forge of Quenching, Quest 1. Collect Narnia Crystals. Description: due to the use of unstable spatial crystals, the forge encountered an accident while departing from the abyssal plane, falling into a world devoured by the abyss. Gulu now hopes you can collect enough Narnia crystals to serve as a spatial stabilizer. Reward: Gulu's Gratitude. Quest 2. Collect Combustible Ore. Description: the forge requires a substantial quantity of combustible ore. Gulu hopes you can gather enough to provide fuel for the forge. Reward: Gulu's Gratitude. Upon seeing the tasks, Lu Heng followed up with a question. "These Narnia crystals are quite precious and are usually guarded by demons. I currently lack suitable weaponry. Can the forge assist in tempering my weapon?" Based on previous experiences, Gulu's Gratitude typically entailed complementary weapon tempering. Sometimes, through negotiation, one could even secure an advance on rewards to enhance combat capabilities before embarking on the quest for the items. Gulu shrugged. "At present, the forge lacks the surplus energy to activate the tempering furnace. However, you may browse through my armory. If you find something suitable, it can be lent to you." Lu Heng's eyes brightened at this prospect. Initially intending to temper his iron sword for a minor upgrade, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the opportunity to select from the forge's armory. A moment's reflection revealed the rationale. The forge was in a predicament and required assistance, thus willing to offer more substantial rewards. Consequently, Lu Heng and Sumu Yu followed Gulu to the Forge S armory, where an array of peculiar weapons was displayed. Some were diminutive, resembling toothpicks, while others loomed large like the clubs of giants. Lu Heng ran his hand over the various weapons, assessing their attributes, and his gaze ultimately settled on a longsword. Aurora Blade. Item level. C. Specifications. Length 132 cm. Blade width 3.6 centimeters. Weight 1.6 kilograms. Attributes. Attack power 30. Evaluation. A weapon forged from aurora crystals, dealing razor-sharp damage upon attack. Of commendable quality, it is a rare sword. When attacking with cold weapons, it grants a strength attribute bonus. The blade of the Aurora Blade shimmered in a translucent deep blue, with a soft glow seemingly flowing within the edge, unmistakably a remarkable item. The attack power of the iron sword was a mere 10 points. Wielding the Aurora Blade would triple his weapon damage. Indeed, when battling the gargoyle with the iron sword, Lu Heng had felt its inadequacy in penetrating the creature's defenses. With the Aurora Blade, the outcome would be entirely different. Is this one available? With its aid, I can retrieve more Narnia crystals, Lu Heng inquired, drawing the Aurora Blade and testing its weight. Hearing Lu Heng's assertion about securing more Narnia crystals, Glu readily agreed. Certainly. If you can bring back 3 Narnia crystals, this weapon shall be yours. Realizing this was a prearranged reward, Lu Heng then selected a bracelet for Sumu Yu. Energy Crystal Bracelet. Item level. D. Specifications. Length 15 centimeters. 7 crystals. Weight 90 g. Attributes. Spirit 1. Total Source Energy 20. Evaluation. A bracelet crafted from high-quality energy crystals, enhancing the wearer's mental strength and source energy capacity. With Sumu Yu possessing 5 skill slots, her source energy often fell short. After utilizing all 5 skills, her energy would be depleted. Thus, an item that augmented her energy capacity would significantly enhance her abilities. Given that total source energy 10 spirit attribute, this bracelet would not merely increase her energy cap by 20 points, but by 30. Upon donning the bracelet, Sumu Yu's energy cap rose from 110 to 140, while her spirit increased from 11 to 12. Having chosen their gear, Lu Heng and Sumu Yu settled into the guest quarters of the Forge of Quenching. Chapter 14. The Rarity of Auxiliary Psychics. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Lu Heng awoke to find Sumu Yu sleeping beside him, her posture dictated by the injuries on her back, forcing her to lie prone. Her chest pressed against the bed, creating a deeper indentation as she slumbered soundly, perhaps due to exhaustion or a sense of security. Lu Heng lay on his side, observing her peaceful slumber, memories flooding his mind, many of which had yet to transpire. After a considerable time, Sumu Yu stirred slightly, unable to suppress a smile, quickly burying her head into the pillow, mumbling, "Why are you staring at me?" Though her eyes remained shut, her heightened perception had alerted her to Lu Heng's gaze. "Are you awake?" Lu Heng inquired. "Yes, I am awake," Sumu Yu nodded, acknowledging her restful state, likely a result of fatigue or the comfort of safety, which surprised even her. After rising, Lu Heng began to inspect her wounds and change the dressings. The healing process appeared satisfactory. Once the dressings were changed, he assisted her in adjusting her clothing. Each dressing change required lifting her garments, and while the pain had been too acute to focus on such matters the previous night, today, with the pain alleviated, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, as lifting her clothing revealed her undergarments. Furthermore, her slender back made the outline of her chest evident. Upon completing the dressing change, her face flushed as if she had a fever, hastily draping a blanket over herself, resembling a startled fawn. Sumu Yu shook her head, quickly seeking to divert the awkwardness with a topic. "I feel like my injuries are healing quite rapidly." Lu Heng offered a brief explanation. "Psychics possess a recovery rate far superior to that of ordinary individuals. You are now a psychic." "Ah, that's right," Sumu Yu, having awakened only the previous night, was still adjusting her mindset. Assessing her physical condition, she remarked, "My spirit has also recovered." True to expectations, the Forge of Quenching indeed provided a barrier against mental pollution. After a night of rest, her mental strength had returned to its maximum. Lu Heng sat at the desk, retrieving the invisible veil, crystal core obtained the night prior, contemplating whether to utilize this skill crystal. Currently, his skill slots numbered only 3, with 2 skills learned, Thunder Weapon and Shadow Clone, leaving just 1 slot available. If he were to employ the invisible veil crystal, his skill slots would be filled, rendering any future skill crystals unusable. From a practical standpoint, the invisible veil skill was undoubtedly useful, albeit not augmenting direct combat power. Thus, Lu Heng weighed the pros and cons of learning this skill. Xu Muyu leaned in to observe the skill crystal, inquiring, "What is this crystal?" "It's a highly practical skill," Lu Heng replied, offering the crystal for her examination. After reviewing the skill effects, Su Muyu remarked, "This skill is quite valuable. Its effects are akin to that of the invisible horned demon from last night." Lu Heng concurred, "Indeed, it is quite useful. However, I have only one skill slot remaining, leaving no room for this skill." Su Muyu contemplated and asked, "The skill description states it can be applied to other objects. Does that mean it can also be used on others?" The effect of the invisible veil is akin to an invisible membrane enveloping the surface of an object, granting it optical invisibility. Lu Heng nodded in affirmation. "Correct, it can be applied to others as well." Xu Muyu considered this and proposed, "Then I shall learn this skill. If it proves unsuitable, it can always be sold." With 5 skill slots at her disposal and having learned only a summoning skill for a reconnaissance hawk, she had ample capacity to learn this skill. Given its potential application to others, it was indeed an auxiliary skill, allowing her to provide Lu Heng with the ability to become invisible. However, recognizing the likely rarity of such a skill crystal, she initially expressed a desire to learn it, but then quickly amended her statement to consider selling it instead. Lu Heng contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Selling it off might be wise. Initially, it could fetch a few 100,000, but subsequently, it may not even be recoverable in the tens of millions. If you wish to learn, I shall impart the knowledge to you. However, you must consider this carefully. This skill will not enhance your combat prowess. Currently, the Recon Eagle does not offer any combat capability either, which renders your first 2 skills devoid of any combat effectiveness." Su Muyu playfully swung her legs, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she replied, "I will assist you. Don't the boys in your online games always have support roles?" Upon hearing this, Lu Heng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of trust emanating from her. It seemed that this trust had come rather swiftly. After all, it had been less than 2 weeks since his reincarnation, and in her memories, he had merely been a silent stranger in her class. It appeared that this Na'vi girl, having altered her life trajectory, had not endured the tribulations of her previous existence and was thus more inclined to trust others than he remembered. She was even willing to proactively learn support skills, unperturbed by the absence of offensive capabilities. In truth, many ability users were reluctant to pursue support skills. The finite number of skill slots meant that each choice came at a cost. As the abyss gradually engulfed the Blue Star, humanity faced cataclysmic changes. The world's order and rules would be rewritten, and the environment for human survival would become perilously precarious. Thus, acquiring the ability for self-preservation was the foremost goal for the vast majority of ability users. Especially in the early days of the Abyss's emergence, nearly all ability users were focused on enhancing their combat strength. After all, in a world where order had collapsed, possessing power meant grasping the truth. Consequently, it was rare for ability users to voluntarily assist others unless they were part of a close-knit circle of friends or family, where one might be selected to learn support skills. Even then, the chosen individual would often harbor reluctance, as aiding others was akin to placing one's life in another's hands. For this reason, during the initial onset of the Abyss, proficient support-type ability users were exceedingly scarce. Many ability users, even those whose initial talents leaned towards support, were compelled to develop combat skills. However, exceptional support-type ability users could significantly enhance a team's overall effectiveness. It could be argued that a mature team of ability users required individuals willing to make sacrifices. In an encounter between 2 teams of equal strength, if one included a support member while the other did not, the team lacking a support member might as well forfeit the fight. Just considering the ability to become invisible, that alone could spell doom for a team without detection capabilities. Tio addressed this dilemma. Some teams in the early days of the Abyss would opt for each member to learn a support skill. While this did resolve the issue of support capabilities, it would ultimately result in the combat-oriented ability users being one skill short during direct confrontations. Moreover, the majority of support skills were tied to mental and perceptual attributes. For instance, the Recon Eagle skill's range of detecting invisibility depended on one's perceptual attribute. The higher the perception, the broader the detection range. However, increasing perception did not augment direct combat effectiveness. Therefore, teams wherein each member learned a support skill would find their combat strength diminishing as time progressed. Not only would they be short a skill in direct confrontations, but the effectiveness of their support skills would also be suppressed by the opponent's support type ability users due to lower perceptual and mental attributes. It wasn't until the second year of the Abyss's arrival that such circumstances began to shift. Elite ability user organizations commenced investing resources into nurturing support type ability users. Chapter 15. Trust and Cooperation Now? It was merely the first month since the Abyss's arrival, and few teams were inclined to invest resources in support type ability users. Moreover, very few were willing to become support type ability users. After all, one's life was their own, and entrusting it to another required absolute confidence. In a past life, Lu Heng and Su Muyu indeed shared such trust, but having only interacted for a little over 10 days this time. The rapid establishment of trust felt all the more precious. Do you truly wish to learn this skill? Lu Heng sought to ascertain her genuine thoughts rather than impose his will upon her. I'll follow your lead. If you want me to learn, then I shall, Su Muyu responded with a serious nod, her tone resolute. Upon hearing her words, Lu Heng felt an immense sense of joy in truth. What he desired most was a compliant partner, one who would unconditionally obey any command or arrangement. After all, with the memories of his reincarnation, many things were inconvenient to explain, if his teammates were to constantly inquire. Why this? Why that? Why should this skill belong to you? Lu Heng would prefer to remain a solitary wolf, in a low martial world. Individual valor could not rival the might of 1,000 troops or the devastation of artillery and nuclear weapons. The high martial world was different. Numbers were merely figures, and quality outweighed quantity in teammates. Lu Heng regarded her with curiosity and inquired, "Are you truly this obedient?" "Yes," Su Muyu nodded, answering as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "You said from the very beginning that you wouldn't question the reasons or the outcomes, and that I should follow your lead. I made you that promise." Lu Heng suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and plant a kiss on her cheek. Yet he held back, fearing it might startle her. "Very well, from this moment on, I shall no longer seek your opinion. The skills you learn and the paths you pursue will all be determined by me." Su Muyu nodded earnestly. "All right, I will follow your guidance." In her heart, she silently reassured herself. "After all, you saved my life. Regardless of whether the future holds good or ill, I entrust it all to you." Lu Heng, upon hearing her agreement, felt an immense surge of happiness. With the advantage of his reincarnation memories, he was well aware of the optimal path for her abilities. The developmental route he would arrange for her would undoubtedly be the best solution available at present. "Then, let us proceed with this skill," Lu Heng declared decisively. Su Muyu grasped the crystal core with both hands, exerting pressure until it transformed into a mass of energy that flowed into her body along her arm and coalesced into an energy sphere within her second skill slot. "Done," she announced, and the data panel displayed the skill, Veil of Invisibility. "Give it a try," Lu Heng urged, eager to witness its effect. Su Muyu stood and activated the skill. A thin layer of source energy emanated from her body, enveloping her surface, and gradually, she became translucent until she was entirely invisible. "Can you still see me?" she inquired. Lu Heng shook his head. "No, I cannot see you." Though invisible, the proximity allowed him to hear her breathing. Su Muyu, wishing to tease him, stealthily approached from behind and covered his eyes with her hands, speaking in a low voice, "Guess who I am." How childish, Lu Heng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Ouch!" Su Muyu suddenly yelped in pain. "What happened?" "I hit my injury," she pouted. "I told you not to mess around." "You're the one causing trouble," Lu Heng chuckled, flicking her forehead lightly. "All right, next, I will explain an important technique for utilizing skills, known as skill synergy. This is crucial, so pay close attention." "Understood," Su Muyu nodded earnestly. "You've tested Veil of Invisibility. What do you think of this skill? Do you perceive any drawbacks?" Lu Heng inquired. "This skill is quite useful. However, I just tested it and discovered that it requires physical contact with the target to bestow the invisibility effect, which imposes significant limitations," Su Muyu astutely noted, identifying the skill's flaw after usage. Indeed, Veil of Invisibility is indeed a close-range skill, and its usage is highly constrained. However, if combined with the Recon Eagle skill, it can be utilized at a distance. The method involves converting the energy from Recon Eagle into a Veil of Invisibility energy. "You can practice this when you have free time," Lu Heng explained the principle and encouraged her to experiment. After elucidating the technique of skill synergy, the two descended the stairs in search of nourishment. In the forging fortress, they found sustenance. Breakfast consisted of an unidentifiable clam meat soup. Had he not known that the food provided by the forging fortress was safe to consume, Lu Heng would have hesitated. After tasting it, he found the flavor somewhat peculiar, but in the abyss world, discovering edible food was already a boon. While having breakfast, Su Muyu pondered and inquired about the implications of the abyss's emergence. What should I be doing now? If demons continue to appear in the real world, it will undoubtedly become perilous, won't it? When you utilize your skills, you should see a prompt indicating the increase in proficiency. Right? Lu Heng asked. Su Muyu nodded. Yes, I've seen it. Will increasing skill proficiency enhance the skill's power? Lu Heng contemplated before responding. No, it won't increase the power. However, the more adept you become at using the skill, the smoother your execution will be during combat. Sometimes, that fluidity is more crucial than sheer power. Moreover, once your proficiency is maxed out, I can assist you in evolving the skill. Therefore, you need to focus on honing your control over the Recon Eagle and maximize its proficiency. The effects of this skill after leveling up will be formidable. Su Muyu listened attentively and nodded in agreement. All right, I will remember. After a while, she picked up a piece of an unidentifiable plant dish. Chewing thoughtfully as she continued to ask questions, my panel indicates I am at level 1. How do I level up? Lu Heng replied, there are various methods for leveling up, such as physical training or acquiring a lifestyle-related secondary profession, which can gradually enhance your level. Additionally, hunting demons can also yield experience, and it's the fastest method, though it carries significant risks. Su Muyu nodded in understanding and then curiously asked, what level are you currently at? Level 4. Just 3 levels away. Su Muyu chuckled, her mind racing with the thought that the gap wasn't insurmountable. With a little effort, she should be able to keep pace. After a short while, Su Muyu suddenly realized a dilemma. Furrowing her brow. I have no attacking skills at all. I can't possibly defeat those monsters. If I can't fight them, then leveling up is out of the question. Lu Heng, have you led me into a trap? Lu Heng lightly tapped her forehead. Yes, I have indeed tricked you. What of it? Su Muyu playfully shielded her forehead with her hand, smiling mischievously before resting her chin on her hands, saying, I was just joking. I will diligently practice my skills. After finishing breakfast, Lu Heng sought out Gu Lu, expressing his intention to help him search for the Narnia crystals, but admitted his unfamiliarity with the route, thus receiving a city map. Armed with the map, Lu Heng set out with Su Muyu towards the location of the Narnia crystals marked on it. The map indicated 3 locations of Narnia crystals, all situated in valleys on the outskirts of the city. The duo exited the Anvil Fortress, following the mapped route until they arrived near the first Narnia crystal. The scouting eagle, soaring several hundred meters above, quickly located the crystal's position. This particular Narnia crystal was placed upon a stone platform resembling an altar, beside which stood a fear-claw demon. Absorbing the crystal's energy, it appeared to be the sole demon present. Su Muyu instructed the scouting eagle to circle the area and confirmed that there were no other demons within 1,000 meters. Lu Heng reminded her. Apply invisibility to the scouting eagle and fly close for observation. Su Muyu nodded, obeying his command, casting a skill to render the scouting eagle invisible, allowing it to approach within 10 meters for reconnaissance, whereupon it indeed discovered something amiss. There were invisible figures, akin to the one encountered yesterday, an invisible horned demon. She recalled the invisible horned demon from the previous day, still feeling a shiver of unease. How many? 2 invisible ones, in addition to the fear-clawed demon. Totaling 3. Su Muyu reported the count. If it were yesterday, facing 3 demons would indeed pose a significant challenge. However, today she wielded the Aurora Blade, whose sharpness had increased several tiers. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Heng began to strategize. Grant me the invisibility effect. I shall first deal with the fear-clawed demon. Once it falls, immediately reveal the scouting eagle to pinpoint the location of the invisible horned demons. If an invisible horned demon charges towards you, cloak yourself in invisibility and retreat towards me. Understood. Su Muyu nodded earnestly, casting the invisibility veil to bestow invisibility upon Lu Heng. With the Aurora Blade drawn, Lu Heng stealthily approached the back of the fear-clawed demon. Chapter 16. The hidden rules of quest rewards. Veiled by the invisibility, Lu Heng stealthily crept behind the fear-clawed demon, gripping the Aurora Blade and thrusting it forward. Thud! The razor-sharp blade pierced through the demon's back and emerged from its chest. Arg! The fear-clawed demon emitted a chilling howl, attempting to retaliate in its dying moments. Lu Heng activated lightning weapon, unleashing a surge of electricity from the blade, paralyzing the Fearclaw demon, and then proceeded to cleave open its chest, eliminating it. Hunted the Fearclaw demon, absorbed 20 points of demon energy. Roar, roar. Almost simultaneously, two furious roars echoed. The scouting eagle materialized midair, pinpointing one of the invisible horn demons. Lu Heng drew the Aurora blade and lunged towards the eagle's position, executing a strike from the moon-cleaving technique, releasing a brilliant flash of light. The keen blade sliced through the previously empty space, erupting in a spray of blood as the first invisible horned demon fell with a wail. Immediately, the scouting eagle swiftly maneuvered towards Sumuyu. Realizing that the second invisible horned demon intended to assault Sumuyu, Lu Heng dashed after it. With the scouting eagle tracking its movements, Sumuyu kept her gaze fixed on the second invisible horned demon. As it charged towards her, she promptly activated her invisibility to hide. Clearly lacking the ability to detect invisibility, the second horned demon, having lost its target, began to scurry about aimlessly while remaining within the eagle's sight. Lu Heng caught up and delivered a decisive blow, cleaving it in two. With 3 kills accomplished, he sheathed his blade. The high attack power of his weapon was remarkable. A single strike for each horned demon required no follow-up blows, making the experience exceedingly gratifying. As the 2 invisible horned demons fell, 2 notifications promptly appeared. Hunted the demon, absorbed 20 points of demon energy. Hunted the demon, absorbed 20 points of demon energy. Demon energy enhances energy level. Source energy level increased to level 5. All attributes 1. Agility attribute additionally 0.3. Sumuyu confirmed that there were no other abyssal creatures nearby before emerging from her invisible state. Did you absorb the demon energy? Lu Heng inquired. I did. I leveled up twice and am now at level 3. How marvelous. Sumuyu smiled, nodding, finding the experience of leveling up quite enchanting. Her attributes had risen to Strength 9, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 14, 13-1, Perception 14. Out of the 14 points in Spirit, 1 point was augmented by the Energy Crystal Bracelet. That's splendid. Lu Heng turned to collect the spoils of battle. In the heat of battling the 3 horned demons, he had not had the chance to collect the demon cores. Now picking them up to examine, he discovered 2 cores from the 3 demons. One was a regular core, while the other was a skill core. Upon seeing the name of the skill core, Lu Heng's eyes brightened. Gale Step Core. Absorb core energy for a chance to learn the Gale Step skill. Gale Step. Infuse energy into your legs, achieving a running speed akin to the wind, 80 running speed. Skill cost, 3 points of source energy minute. Skill level, D rank. This Gale Step core was dropped by the Fearclaw demon, indicating that it likely possessed this skill. Had the Fearclaw demon been allowed to flee, with a running speed of 180, it would have been impossible to catch up. Among the acceleration skills available at the onset of the Abyss's descent, Gale Step is the most practical. Lu Heng directly utilized the Gale Step core, absorbing its energy. The core's energy flowed into his body, coalescing into an energy sphere in the 3rd skill slot. Successfully acquiring the Gale Step skill, Lu Heng took the Narnia crystal and returned to the Anvil Fortress to report back. On the way back, they fortuitously passed the excavation site for combustion ore. Lu Heng attempted the mining task, discovering it was labor-intensive. To collect enough combustion ore would require at least 4 to 5 days. He decisively abandoned the effort and returned directly to the Anvil Fortress. Upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered the bookish young man Heng. His spirit seemed somewhat depleted, likely due to just locating the fortress and suffering from a day's worth of mental pollution from the abyss. Reducing his mental state to a freezing point, Lu, upon seeing that Lu Heng and Sumuyu had returned with the Narnia crystal, joyfully approached. Wonderful. It truly is the Narnia crystal. I cannot thank you enough. He said this while cradling the Narnia crystal and entering the fortress, having no time to greet Heng. Heng looked on in astonishment. You guys. Lu Heng understood his unspoken question. We arrived last night. Heng contemplated for a moment, stating, Hu Biao and his group are on the verge of collapse. Lu Heng regarded him with curiosity and asked, Do you wish to save them? This posed a moral dilemma, yet refraining from rescue did not equate to being cold-hearted. Having endured 3 years of hardship, Lu Heng had witnessed too many brutalities. Aside from deeply bonded companions, one could never know if what was saved was a farmer or a serpent. Humanity can only discuss ethics when survival is secured. Otherwise, only primal instincts remain. Heng shrugged, withholding a clear stance. I'm uncertain. There are a few in that group that I find distasteful. Lu Heng pondered briefly before ultimately deciding to rescue Hu Biao's group. It was not merely an act of kindness, but rather an acknowledgement of their potential utility. Please tell me their location? Lu Heng inquired. Head northeast for about 3 kilometers. Heng gestured towards the castle's gate. Lu Heng grabbed a piece of paper, scribbled a few words, then instructed the scouting eagle to deliver it, allowing Su Muyu to control the eagle in search of people. Approximately half an hour later, Hu Biao, accompanied by 3 others, reached the fortress. As the 4 entered through the castle gates, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, having reached their limits. Their original team had comprised 15 members, but now only 4 remained. Jiu Lu, upon noticing the newcomers, became alarmed. So many burdens have arrived, this is disastrous. The position of the fortress will surely be discovered by that horned demon overseer. We must evacuate swiftly. His expression suggested he was contemplating expelling Hu Biao and his companions from the fortress. Lu Heng offered a suggestion. Mining combustion or is quite time-consuming. I believe we can assign this task to them. Upon hearing this, Gu Lu found the idea agreeable, saying, very well. You may stay in the fortress, but before nightfall tomorrow, you must extract a sufficient amount of combustion or otherwise, I will have no choice but to expel you. Upon hearing the possibility of being expelled, Hu Biao and his companions became frantic, hastily agreeing. We are willing to mine the ore. We will ensure we gather enough on time. Jiu Lu pointed a finger at Lu Heng, reminding him, and the crystals I will take care of that, Lu Heng assured. Satisfied with this arrangement, Gu Lu turned and entered the castle's central hall, beginning to tinker with a peculiar large machine. After Hu Biao and his companions quenched their thirst and consumed some food, their strength partially restored, Gu Lu urged them to hurry to the mining site. As the 4 regained their spirits, they armed themselves with tools and headed to the mining area. It wasn't long before they realized that this mining task was laborious. Among them, the blonde thug was inherently disinclined towards physical labor, and began to complain to Hu Biao. Brother Biao, I noticed that there is another task involving finding crystals. I believe the rewards for that task are far superior. Hu Biao furrowed his brow, feeling the same sentiment in his heart, yet he shook his head and said, since we've been assigned to mine, let us mine well as long as we can hold out until tomorrow night. That will suffice for 3 days. Upon witnessing Hu Biao's stance, Huang Mao refrained from further comment and plunged into his mining task. Upon returning to the smithing fortress that evening and after finishing dinner, Lu Heng retrieved the second Narnia crystal. That Gulu's attitude towards Lu Heng had noticeably warmed, a clear indication of heightened favor. Huang Mao, witnessing this, grew increasingly displeased and began to speak sarcastically. We can also see the task for collecting crystals. Why are we relegated to mere mining? This remark was loud enough to ensure Lu Heng heard it intentionally. Lu Heng cast him a sidelong glance, responding coldly, there is still 1 crystal to collect. You may come to seize it tomorrow. Due to the task of collecting Narnia crystals, the displayed reward was Gulu's gratitude. Such tasks, lacking explicitly defined rewards, possessed considerable flexibility in terms of their outcomes. When Lu Heng chose the Aurora Blade, he merely borrowed that weapon. Gulu had stated that if 3 Narnia crystals could be retrieved, the Aurora Blade would be granted as a token of thanks. This essentially clarified the reward. However, rewards were also tiered. The more flawlessly a task was completed, the greater the reward attained. After conversing with Gulu, a hidden rule of the task was confirmed. To fully collect 3 crystals would yield the Aurora Blade as a reward. Therefore, Lu Heng needed to secure all 3 Narnia crystals. If Huang Mao dared to intervene, there would be no further discussion. If he could be saved, he could also be sent on his way. Upon hearing the murderous intent in Lu Heng's tone, Hu Biao hastily waved his hands. That is not our intention. We will mine diligently, not take it to heart. Chapter 17. The mantis stalks the cicada. Who was the yellow bird? The following day, Lu Heng and Su Muyu set out to retrieve the 3rd Narnia crystal. The location of the 3rd crystal lay within an arena to the south of the City of Mist, making it the most challenging to acquire. Upon arriving outside the arena, they observed over 20 Terraclaw demons within the ancient structure. Some were patrolling, while others were wrestling inside the arena. Lu Heng and Su Muyu entered an invisible state, taking a position atop a high building to survey the arena's situation. The sight of 20 to 30 Terraclaw demons already felt somewhat daunting. That moment, the demon commander appeared, accompanied by a squad of Terra Claw demons, ascending the arena's walls for a patrol. All the Terra Claw demons bowed in deference to the demon commander, underscoring the strict hierarchy among abyssal demons. The demon commander, a high-ranking demon, stood as the supreme authority before these lower-tier demons. Lu Heng and Sumu Yu observed from a distance, waiting for the demon commander to conclude his inspection and leave the arena. However, even after the demon commander departed, he did not take the accompanying Terra Claw demons with him but left them behind to guard the arena. As a result, the number of Terra Claw demons within the arena swelled to over 40. This posed a significant dilemma. While they were observing, Sumu Yu suddenly remarked, "Someone is following us." That individual with the yellow hair, hiding behind that wall, has likely trailed us from the smithing fortress. I just noticed him. Sumu Yu explained the situation. It was unexpected that this person possessed such audacity. Lu Heng had assumed Huang Mao lacked the boldness, but it seemed he had acquired an invisibility skill, emboldening him. What should we do now? Sumu Yu glanced at the 40 or so demons inside the arena, and with a mouse lurking behind them, the situation appeared precarious. After contemplating for a moment, a smile crept onto Lu Heng's face as he said, "Perfect. Let the mouse behind us assist us in acquiring the crystal. Soon, I will draw the Terra Claw demons away, and that mouse will surely not remain idle. It will attempt to steal the crystal. Once he obtains it, you just need to keep an eye on him, and we can regroup afterward to retrieve the crystal." Sumu Yu nodded in agreement. All right. With the plan set, Lu Heng approached the arena in his invisible state, closing into within 5 meters of a Terra Claw demon at the entrance. He activated Wind Step, leaping forward, drawing the Aurora blade, and executed a swift slash. The sharp edge of the blade precisely severed the neck of the Terra Claw demon, decapitating it. Hunting Terra Claw demon, absorbing 50 points of demonic energy. After swiftly dispatching the guarding demon, Lu Heng turned and sprinted to the south. The Terra Claw demons within the arena erupted in furious roars, charging out of the entrance and over the walls in pursuit of Lu Heng. To effectively lure this group of demons away, Lu Heng maintained a controlled distance, creating the illusion that these lower-tier demons could catch him. Meanwhile, Sumu Yu utilized her invisible scouting eagle to monitor Huang Mao's position. As anticipated, Huang Mao, upon seeing most of the Terra Claw demons drawn away, began to approach the arena. However, not all the Terra Claw demons were lured away. A dozen remained to guard the Narnia crystal. Huang Mao hesitated outside the arena, too fearful to enter. Observing Huang Mao's indecisiveness, Sumu Yu felt a surge of frustration and urged, "Hurry up." Huang Mao cautiously crept into the arena, moving along the walls at a painfully slow pace, as if fearing detection. After 3 minutes of stagnation without any progress, Sumu Yu could no longer bear it. She commanded her scouting eagle to scratch against the wall, dislodging a loose brick. Crash! Ah! Huang Mao jumped in fright, attracting the attention of the demon guards. The guards shouted and lunged toward him, throwing up a cloud of dust. Huang Mao's figure flickered in the dust, and rather than attempting to steal the crystal, he turned to flee as the situation grew dire. Half of the demon guards roared and charged out of the arena in pursuit of Huang Mao. However, 10 guards remained to watch over the crystal. After a moment's thought, Sumu Yu made a swift decision, commanding her invisible scouting eagle to fly into the arena and collide with the Narnia crystal. The energy of the scouting eagle transformed into an invisible veil, enveloping the Narnia crystal. This technique was a clever combination of the scouting eagle and invisible veil skills, a principle Lu Heng had explained to her just the day before, and was now being put to good use. Under the cover of the invisibility energy, the Narnia crystal vanished from the sight of the demon guards. The 10 remaining guards, realizing the crystal was missing, immediately panicked. The Terra Claw demons, while possessing some intelligence, were still low-tier demons with limited wit. The loss of the Narnia crystal meant they would face dismemberment by the demon commander. Thus, they concluded that the individual who had infiltrated the arena must have stolen the Narnia crystal and hastily rushed out to pursue Huang Mao. Meanwhile, Sumu Yu casually strolled into the now-empty arena, picked up the invisible Narnia crystal, and leisurely turned to leave, heading to reunite with Lu Heng on the other side. After pursuing Huang Mao for 2 kilometers, the Terra Claw demons began to return. Upon reuniting, Lu Heng and Sumu Yu eliminated 3 isolated Terra Claw demons. With the demons hunted yesterday, Lu Heng's level had risen to 6, although he had no new skills to unlock. Sumu Yu had also advanced to level 4, exhibiting rapid growth. Subsequently, the two returned the Narnia crystals to the smithing fortress. Gulu, cradling the third Narnia crystal, was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wonderful, thank you, my friend. As a token of gratitude, I present you with this Aurora Blade." Following this, a notification appeared. Task completed. Collect Narnia crystals. Reward obtained. Aurora Blade. A new item appeared on the character data panel. Item: Aurora Blade. Sumu, you experienced a similar outcome, officially receiving the Energy Crystal Bracelet as her reward. That evening, Hu Biao and the others finally mined enough combustible ore to complete the task for collecting it. When they delivered the final card of combustible ore to Gulu, he was exceedingly pleased. Addressing the group, "The materials are finally gathered. We must hastily leave this wretched place. Once I disable the disguise of the smithing fortress, the cursed demon commander will surely discover us. You must intercept him. Do not allow him to breach the fortress." Subsequently, everyone received a notification indicating new developments in a series of hidden tasks. Series Hidden Task Crisis of the Smithing Fortress entering the second phase. Task: Block the Demon Commander. Content: The smithing fortress has gathered the necessary materials to escape the abyss, but activating the spatial device will cause the fortress's disguise to fail, exposing it to the demon commander's assault. Gulu requests your assistance in blocking the demon commander until the smithing fortress escapes the abyss. Reward: Friendship of the smithing master Gulu. Following the emergence of the new task, Gulu added, "There is one more thing to note. Once the smithing fortress escapes the abyss, it will attract the attention of a terrifying entity lurking within. At that time, the intensity of spiritual corruption will increase exponentially. You must leave the abyss as swiftly as possible." Given that the main objective of this abyss battlefield was to survive for 3 days, and it was now the evening of the third day, the timeline indicated that as long as they endured until midnight, they would complete the main task and return to Blue Star. Gulu also needed to adjust the parameters of the spatial device. With the activation time anticipated to be at midnight. As dusk settled in, the final phase of the abyss battlefield drew ever closer. At that moment, a figure returned to the smithing fortress. It was Huang Mao. Looking extremely disheveled, Huang Mao entered the smithing fortress, his head down as he traversed the first-floor hall. Avoiding eye contact with Lu Hong and the others, Liu Hong was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Huang Mao. Previously, Sumu Yu had mentioned that Huang Mao had been discovered by the demon guards after sneaking into the arena and had subsequently vanished after fleeing. It had been over 3 hours since his escape from the arena. Hu Biao felt a twinge of annoyance upon seeing Huang Mao, for the latter had been absent since noon, leaving him to accomplish double the mining tasks alone. "Where have you been?" Hu Biao's voice was chilling as he questioned. Huang Mao rolled up his sleeves, revealing the bandages on his arms, and remarked, "Biao Gu, is that tone of yours a form of inquiry? While you were mining, I noticed a demon approaching the mine site. So I took the initiative to divert it, which is how I got injured. Is that so?" The expressions of Hu Biao's companions shifted to one of guilt upon hearing this. Liu Heng looked at him with keen interest and suddenly asked, "Have you encountered the demon commander?" "What?" Huang Mao widened his eyes, feigning surprise. "That creature is terrifying. How could I possibly return after encountering it? If it had been anyone else, they might have been deceived." Considering that the main storyline task in the Abyss battlefield involved escaping the pursuit of the demon commander. Thus, by conventional logic, encountering the demon commander was tantamount to death. However, Lu Heng was different. He was privy to some secrets of the Abyss battlefield. The tasks in the Abyss world were never static. They evolved with the shifting circumstances. The demon commander was not a mindless beast, but rather a highly intelligent tier demon. Intelligent beings possess a characteristic. They can communicate. As for the outcome of that communication, it depended on how it was conducted. Therefore, Lu Heng directly inquired, "What task did you trigger from the demon commander?" "What task?" Cold sweat began to bead on Huang Mao's forehead. "It's fine if you don't want to say. I'll take a guess. For the demon commander to allow you to return means you must have provided information that ensured your survival. In this city, the only thing of such value could be the Fireforge fortress." This was not a difficult deduction. A high-tier demon would not spare Huang Mao merely for the sake of a few morsels. Hence, it could only be the Fireforge fortress. Seeing the beads of sweat forming on Huang Mao's brow, Lu Heng continued to speculate. "The task you triggered must be to prevent the Fireforge fortress from escaping the abyss. Among the branch tasks, there should be one that involves deliberately exposing the Fireforge fortress's location to lure the demon commander into an attack. Huang Mao's sweating intensified, for Lu Heng's guesses were nearly identical to the task he had triggered. He had initially felt a sense of pride in having initiated such a thrilling hidden task. Completing this hidden task would allow him to lead the demon commander to eradicate the foolish denizens of the Fireforge fortress. Yet, before he could commence the task, Lu Heng saw through him. This type of hidden task was also known as a traitor's task. Naturally, Huang Mao could not admit it, vehemently retorting, "I did not. You are slandering me. Why are you being so vicious towards me?" Whether or not it was significant, the solution was simple: eliminate you. Regardless of whether you had triggered the traitor's task, the problem could be resolved by your death. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Lu Heng's mouth. Chapter 18. The traitor's task. Cold sweat dripped from Huang Mao's forehead, and in an attempt to mask his inner turmoil, he shouted loudly, "You all heard him. He disregards the truth and simply wants to wrongfully accuse me." Hu Biao and the others frowned, uncertain whom to believe. From the current confrontation between the two, it appeared that Lu Heng's claims were mere conjectures without supporting evidence. However, if what Lu Heng said was true, then allowing Huang Mao to remain in the Fireforge fortress would be exceedingly perilous. Thus, Hu Biao and his companions were at an impasse. Lu Heng grew weary of the banter and stepped forward, seizing the bandages on Huang Mao's arm and yanking them forcefully. The bandages unraveled, revealing a horrific scar on his arm. "You should be aware of what it means to be grasped by the claws of a Terraclaw demon, right?" Lu Heng directed his gaze at Hu Biao and the others. They were all too familiar with the fate of those caught by a Terraclaw demon. Their team had originally numbered 15, with several having fallen to the claws of the Terraclaw demon. Once ensnared, even if the demon was slain, the claws would not relent. So how had Huang Mao managed to escape after being caught by the Terraclaw demon? The answer was glaringly evident. Huang Mao's identity as a traitor had been exposed, and cold sweat cascaded down his forehead as he attempted to defend himself. "Biao Gu, listen to me." Lu Heng had no interest in the internal matters of their team. He addressed Hu Biao directly. "This is one of your team members. If the Fireforge fortress is breached by the demon commander due to your team members' actions, you know what the consequences will be." Hu Biao's face turned ashen as he declared, "I will handle this matter." With that, he advanced towards Huang Mao. "Biao Gu." Huang Mao realized that further arguments would be futile and immediately activated his invisibility ability to flee. Hu Biao lunged forward, grabbing him by the throat and dragging him outside the fortress. Huang Mao struggled desperately, but to no avail. In the midst of his thrashing, a red crystal fell from him. Lu Heng picked up the crystal for inspection and then displayed it for others to see. Red Signal Crystal, a special crystal used in the Abyss world to relay signals. When ignited, it emits a bright red light visible to all demons within range. Upon seeing this signal crystal, Lu Heng's suspicions were once again confirmed. This crystal was intended to indicate the location of the Fireforge fortress. Once ignited, it would not be long before the demon commander arrived with a horde of low-tier demons. Lu Heng approached Gulu to explain the situation. "We have a traitor among us. This was found on him." "Damn, that's a demon signal crystal. The demon commander is certainly targeting the Fireforge fortress." Gulu exclaimed, immediately panicking. "I can assist the master in blocking the demon commander, but I will need some items to execute the plan." Lu Heng offered his assistance. "Excellent. You may use any items available in the Fireforge fortress," Gulu replied, now placing all hope on these visitors from different worlds. "Are there any powerful explosives?" Lu Heng inquired. "There are, but they are rather dangerous," Gulu said, leading Lu Heng to a pile of miscellaneous items in the fortress's backyard, where he unearthed several boxes of molten slag produced by the Fireforge. Lu Heng picked up a piece for examination and noted its properties. Unstable explosive. Molten slag with unstable properties, possessing strong explosive power but poor stability. May explode at any moment. Indeed, this material was quite hazardous. It could easily detonate during transport. However, Lu Heng was unperturbed. With explosives, the plan could proceed. "Master Gulu, I will take charge of blocking the demon commander," Lu Heng promised. "Thank you immensely, my friend. As long as the Fireforge fortress escapes the abyss, all services for weapon refining will be provided to you free of charge," Gulu assured him. Lu Heng had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. In his previous life, completing the series of hidden tasks entitled Crisis at the Fireforge Fortress would earn a psychic's friendship with Master Gulu and allow them to utilize weapon refining services at half price. Little did he know that the emergence of a traitor had cornered Gulu into offering the reward of free services. With 2 hours remaining until midnight, Lu Heng needed to hasten his preparations. He instructed Su Muyu to release a reconnaissance hawk to scout for an optimal ambush position, ultimately selecting a commercial building located 1 kilometer away from the Fireforge fortress as the ambush point. Subsequently, he deployed shadow clones to transport the unstable explosives. Everything was set. They would await the arrival of midnight. As midnight approached, the fog in the city began to dissipate slightly, revealing a rare glimpse of a few stars. Lu Heng conversed with Hu Biao and learned that once the clock struck midnight, they would immediately return to the main world and would not participate in the task of thwarting the demon commander. This was acceptable. Having more people in the task of blocking the demon commander would be of little use. As the clock gradually approached midnight, Master Gulu officially activated the large spatial machine of the Fireforge fortress, commencing its escape from the abyss. Simultaneously, Hu Biao and his companions, upon completing their main storyline task, promptly chose to return. The option to return also appeared on Lu Heng and Su Muyu's data panels, but both opted to remain. Besides the two of them, Chun Zihong also chose not to leave, wishing to partake in the final effort to thwart the demon commander. The 3 of them arrived at the ambush point. Ready to confront the demon commander, as the Fireforge fortress experienced violent spatial fluctuations, the entire city quivered slightly. The demon commander sensed this disturbance, and a roar echoed from 10 kilometers away, piercing the heavens. Lu Heng stood on the ground floor of the building, igniting the red signal crystal. Roar! The demon commander bellowed, charging forward with a throng of low-tier demons towards the direction of the red light. Before long, low-tier demons began to appear near the building, their eyes glowing red in the darkness, exuding an aura of terror. Roar! The demon commander arrived at the front of the building, unleashing a roar into the structure. Lu Heng unsheathed the aurora blade and kicked the signal crystal away. The demon commander, accompanied by hundreds of low-tier demons, surged into the building, lunging at Lu Heng while raising its forearm to smash down at his position. Boom! Lu Heng activated Gale Step, leaping aside as the demon commander's fist struck the ground, creating a 5-meter-wide spiderweb crater. The demon commander continued its pursuit after missing its first strike. Despite the speed boost from Gale Step, it was still insufficient against a high-tier demon like the demon commander. As the second claw came crashing down, Lu Heng swiftly released his shadow clone and fled in different directions. The demon commander, unable to discern which was the real body, chose one to pursue, giving Lu Heng a 50 chance of being selected, a stroke of bad luck. Nonetheless, Lu Heng was prepared for this scenario. Before the battle commenced, he had taught Su Muyu how to utilize skill synergy. As the demon commander lunged at Lu Heng's real body, a reconnaissance hawk flew in from outside the building, swooping down to envelop the shadow clone in a veil of invisible shroud. This is yet another instance of the synergy between the Recon Eagle and the invisible veil technique. Under the shroud of the invisibility energy layer, the shadow clone swiftly entered a concealed state. The horned demon commander, initially in pursuit of Lu Heng's true form, found its attention diverted upon witnessing another shadow clone vanish into invisibility. It could not discern which was the true body and which was the illusion. But it was certain that one had slipped into the shadows. With a flicker of thought, the horned demon commander seemed to perceive everything. Furthermore, the one that had become invisible had to be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, with just a few seconds' delay, it would be lost forever. Thus, the horned demon commander abruptly altered its course, lunging toward the location of the invisible shadow clone, striking down with a formidable claw. Boom! The ground shattered as the shadow clone was violently propelled away by the shockwave, its invisibility energy layer fracturing, revealing its form. Instantly, the shadow clone could not withstand the force of the shockwave and disintegrated. Realizing it had been outsmarted, the horned demon commander emitted a furious roar and pivoted to chase after Lu Heng's true form. Vowing to tear this wretched mouse to shreds, at that moment, steel rebars from the ground, ceiling, and columns extended outward, binding the horned demon commander's limbs. This maneuver was the result of Chen Zihong's metallic ability, significantly enhanced. The steel bindings would not hold the horned demon commander for long. With a couple of powerful thrashes, it broke free from the restraints, yet Lu Heng had already seized the opportunity to escape the building. As he burst out, he ignited all the unstable explosives installed within the structure. Boom, boom, boom. The supporting columns of the building detonated in succession, causing the entire edifice to collapse, trapping the horned demon commander and lower-tier demons within the rubble. As the structure fell, debris flew, and clouds of dust rolled across the ground. Heng grasped Su Muyu and fled into the distance, simultaneously witnessing a flurry of data prompts on the panel. Hunt Demon, absorb 10 points of demonic energy. Hunt Demon, absorb 10 points of demonic energy. Following a barrage of hundreds of data notifications, it displayed the completion of the first challenge mission. Challenge Mission 1 completed. Slay 100 abyssal beasts. Subsequently, there were prompts indicating a 2-level increase. Source energy level has risen to level 7. All attributes 1. Agility attribute 0.3. Source energy level has risen to level 8. All attributes 1. Agility attribute 0. 3. However, Heng noticed that the data prompts did not indicate the completion of Challenge Mission 3. Challenge Mission 3 was to slay the Horned Demon Commander. The absence of the completion prompt suggested. Meanwhile, the large spatial machine of the Forging Fortress operated at maximum power, beginning its departure from the Abyssal World in the very next moment. As the Forging Fortress exited the Abyssal World, a dramatic transformation rippled through the nearby space. Dark clouds gathered overhead, coalescing into the furious visage of an abyssal demon lord. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the ground trembled. "Return quickly," Heng shouted urgently, almost simultaneously with his exclamation. A series of data prompts appeared. Affected by unknown psychic contamination, Spirit -1. Affected by unknown psychic contamination, Spirit -Y. In the blink of an eye, his mental attribute had plummeted by more than half. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed from the building's ruins as the Horned Demon Commander blasted through the rubble, emerging with an enraged roar directed at the sky. Heng observed as Su Muyu vanished from her position and immediately chose to return. Just before his mental energy was about to plummet to 0, the world around him dimmed. The psychic contamination notifications finally ceased, followed by the completion prompt for the Abyssal Battlefield. End of Abyssal Battlefield. Return to the main world. Main Quest 1 completed. Open the Iron Cage. Escape the hunting grounds of the Horned Demon Commander. Earned 100 points of Divine Energy. Main Quest 2 completed. Survive for 3 days in the Wasteland City. Earned 100 points of Divine Energy. Main Quest 3 completed. Remain conscious before time expires. Earned 100 points of Divine Energy. Challenge Mission 1 completed. Slay 100 abyssal beasts. Earned 300 points of Divine Energy. Challenge Mission 2 completed. Locate the castle hidden within the Wasteland City. Earned 300 points of Divine Energy. In the next moment, when Heng opened his eyes, he found himself back in the room of a budget hotel, face-to-face with Su Muyu. The clock on the wall had just struck midnight, indicating 12 o'clock, 1 a.m. on September 12th. Just as before, 3 days had elapsed in the Abyssal Battlefield, yet upon returning to the main world, time remained unchanged from when he entered Su Muyu. Having experienced the Abyssal Battlefield for the first time and just undergone a series of psychic contaminations, gasped for breath. "Are you all right?" Heng inquired. Su Muyu pouted, hugging her knees and resting her head against Heng's shoulder, attempting to calm her turbulent emotions. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, sensing something was amiss, and quickly raised her right hand to shake it, exclaiming, "My crystal bracelet is missing." This energy crystal bracelet was a reward for completing a series of hidden tasks, significantly boosting her attributes, and its sudden disappearance sent her into a panic. Heng advised. "Check your item panel." Su Muyu hurriedly examined the data panel, only to find energy crystal bracelet glaring back at her in the item column. There's a bracelet in the item column. This crystal bracelet belonged to the Abyssal World, and prior to the assimilation of laws, it could not be brought into the real world, just as weapons and equipment from the real world could not be taken into the Abyssal World. Heng elucidated the reason. Since Blue Star and the Abyssal World are two distinct realms with fundamentally different laws, the physical laws of Blue Star do not apply in the Abyssal World. For instance, the absolute zero in Blue Star is -273.15 degrees, the boiling point of water is 100 degrees, and the cosmic microwave background temperature is 2.7 K. However, these may not hold true in the Abyssal World. Due to the disparity in fundamental laws, items from the two worlds cannot freely traverse between them. Of course, it is not entirely impossible to transport items across the two worlds, but they must first undergo fundamental law assimilation. Not only Su Muyu's energy crystal bracelet but also Heng's Aurora Blade is similar. It is stored in the item column but cannot be retrieved. So, does that mean I can't use this bracelet in the future? Sumuyu furrowed her brow. Next time we enter the abyssal world, you'll be able to take it out. If you want to use this bracelet in Blue Star, you'll need to undergo fundamental law assimilation. Lu Heng continued to explain. How do we assimilate it? Use divine energy for law assimilation. You can give it a try. Alright, I'll give it a go. Sumuyu attempted to retrieve the energy crystal bracelet, receiving a prompt indicating the need to consume divine energy for law assimilation. It requires 300 points of divine energy. Do you want to proceed? Yes, let us do it. Lu Heng nodded, reassured by the ample divine energy acquired during their abyssal battlefield experience. Sumuyu chose to undergo law assimilation, successfully retrieving the energy crystal bracelet, which she donned on her wrist, raising it to showcase. Is it pretty? Girls will always prioritize aesthetics over power when it comes to gear. Lu Heng chuckled, shaking his head, as he glanced at the law assimilation cost for the Aurora Blade, which indeed exceeded that of Sumuyu's bracelet, requiring 600 points of divine energy for world law assimilation. After all, the energy crystal bracelet is a D-grade item, while the Aurora Blade is C-grade. The hardness and attack power of the Aurora Blade rank among the highest within C-grade weapons, and when paired with the micro-level 7 cuts of the sword, it can typically sever an opponent's head in a single strike against foes of the same level. During this abyssal battlefield, they completed 3 main quests and 2 challenge quests, netting a total of 900 points of divine energy. A commendable haul. Thus, Lu Heng opted to expend 600 points of divine energy for fundamental law assimilation, subsequently withdrawing the Aurora Blade from the item column. One advantage of items undergoing world law assimilation is that they can be stored in the item column, effectively granting one an invisible storage space. Sumuyu pondered, then asked, since items from the abyssal world can undergo assimilation, could items from the real world also be brought into the abyssal world after assimilation? Lu Heng nodded with a smile. You've learned to extrapolate. Indeed, it is possible. Sumuyu continued to contemplate, stating, so, can we bring guns into the abyssal world? Yes, and most ability users share your line of thought. Lu Heng chuckled. Firearms are indeed formidable. It's a common inclination to think so, right? Sumuyu furrowed her brow, discerning a hint of skepticism in Lu Heng's tone regarding firearms. It wasn't that Lu Heng deemed firearms ineffective, but rather for other reasons. Indeed, after 1 or 2 forays into the abyssal battlefield, the number of individuals bringing guns would steadily increase. Then wouldn't those armed individuals be quite powerful? Sumuyu suddenly realized that saving divine energy for acquiring firearms to take into the abyssal world was quite a sound idea. While firearms are indeed useful in the early stages, they possess a notable characteristic. They do not benefit from power enhancements. Unlike cold weapons, where greater physical strength translates to higher attack potency. Lu Heng paused before continuing. In the early stages, investing divine energy in firearms can yield good results, but in the mid to late stages, if one's skills and talents are not connected to the firearm, the advantages will dissipate. In fact, if too much divine energy is spent on firearms, it may hinder personal growth, ultimately becoming a disadvantage. Sumuyu listened attentively, pondering deeply while slowly nodding. In other words, self-improvement is paramount. If one seeks to enhance weaponry, it must correlate with one's own abilities. Indeed, Lu Heng recalled someone and added, furthermore, sometimes carrying ammunition is not necessarily advantageous, for instance, when encountering that Chen Zihong. Upon hearing this, Sumuyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, Chen Zihong possesses metal-based abilities, meaning that with a mere snap of his fingers, bullets within a certain vicinity will automatically activate. If an opponent is laden with numerous bullets, they could potentially be turned into a honeycombed eye. In fact, during the early stages of the Abyss's emergence, those wielding firearms held decisive dominance. Only after the advent of ranks did the suppression of firearms become less pronounced. Of course, those with talents that enhance firearms are not to be underestimated in the later stages. Chapter 20. Times have changed, yet villains remain unchanged. Upon returning from the Abyss battlefield, Lu Heng felt considerably more at ease. Initially, when he decided to assist Sumuyu in her early awakening, he never anticipated that she would be summoned to the Abyss battlefield so soon. Under normal circumstances, the probability of being summoned during the first round is quite low. Sumuyu had just awakened, and yet, she was summoned with a countdown of less than 1.5 hours. Such occurrences are indeed rare. This left Lu Heng momentarily anxious, fearing she might not survive her first experience in the Abyss battlefield. However, once he confirmed that their countdowns were synchronized and they would enter the same Abyss battlefield, he felt somewhat reassured. Successfully bringing her back now felt like fulfilling a personal VOW. Liu Heng sheathed the Aurora blade and then reviewed his data panel. Name: Liu Heng. Race: Human. Level: 8. Health: 160-160. Energetic source: 180-180. Attributes: Strength 16, Agility 21, Constitution 16, Spirit 18, Perception 17. Talent: Agile as a dragon. Divine evolution. Skill slots: 3. Skills: Lightning weapon, Shadow clone, Gale step, Martial arts, Swordsmanship, Subtle, Body technique, Entry, Combat, Entry, Divine energy, 300. Items: Aurora blade. Sumu Yu had also ascended to level 6. Her 5-dimensional attributes enhanced to Strength 12, Agility 13, Constitution 13, Spirit 17, 16-1, Perception 17. Despite only 3 days having passed in the Abyss battlefield, Sumu Yu felt as though she had experienced an eternity. In this brief span, she had transitioned from complete ignorance of the Abyss world to becoming a level 6 ability user. The pace of her transformation was so rapid that she found it challenging to adjust her mindset. She pondered numerous questions and asked without hesitation, "Should we contact that Qinzi? Liu Heng slowly shook his head. "For now, we must not reveal our identities. While in the Abyss world, I did not leave him any contact information, and he, likewise, did not provide us with any means of communication. He likely realized that revealing our true identities could invite considerable trouble, and indeed, circumstances have proven this to be true. The Abyss invasion has brought about a dramatic upheaval in the human world. During the early stages, when the number of ability users was still limited, revealing one's identity could lead to unpredictable consequences. With the conclusion of the first Abyss battlefield, the authorities have certainly become aware of its existence. After all, there were inquiries made online regarding the countdown to the Abyss battlefield just days prior. Being discovered as an ability user by the authorities is not the worst-case scenario. Even if taken for research, the likelihood of life-threatening danger is minimal. However, if captured by certain illicit organizations for experimentation, the outcome could be dire. After resting for a night, Sumu Yu returned to school the following day. Her diligent nature drove her to train the proficiency of her reconnaissance eagle skill whenever she had the opportunity. Watching her skill level slowly rise filled her with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Liu Heng focused on honing the Gale step, improving his skill proficiency while concurrently refining his body technique. During training, every distance he managed to endure revealed tangible results. Practicing Gale step skill. Skill proficiency 1. Understanding gained in body technique proficiency 1. Physical attributes enhanced during training, strength 0.01. With divine energy now at his disposal, once he fully mastered his skills, his innate talent, divine evolution, would come into play. As for the matters surrounding the Abyss and demons, the news remained tightly sealed online. Nevertheless, whispers of monstrous occurrences on Blue Star could no longer be contained within small circles. Time progressed to Saturday afternoon. Liu Heng gathered his belongings, preparing to return home for a meal. With nearly 3 weeks of school having passed without a visit home, he deemed it necessary to check in. Liu Heng's family was a warm 3-person household residing in the Taoyuan community on Xingyang Road in Ningyun District. The journey home took about an hour. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly received a call from his mother. Upon answering, his mother's slightly anxious voice resonated through the phone. "Son, don't come back today. Your father and I have matters to attend to and won't have time to cook for you. Focus on your studies at school." In the past, whenever his mother knew he was returning home, she would rise early to the market to procure the freshest fish and shrimp, determined to prepare a sumptuous feast regardless of circumstances. To suddenly tell him not to come back indicated something was amiss. Liu Heng furrowed his brow, carefully reflecting on his memories from before his rebirth. He could not recall any significant events occurring around this time. Regardless of the situation, returning home would clarify everything. After ending the call, Liu Heng took a taxi back to his old home in Ningyun District. Upon arriving at the doorstep, he immediately understood that something was wrong. The tables, chairs, and furniture in the house were shattered. Strewn across the floor at that moment, a group of thugs adorned with tattoos of tigers, leopards, and wolves were blocking the entrance. No wonder his mother had forbidden him from returning. After all, he was still regarded by his parents as the obedient child studying in an ivory tower. Oblivious to such matters, in the living room, his father, Lu Mingli, was conversing with a middle-aged man in a floral shirt. "Boss Tang, I let you cut in front of me. You slammed the brakes." which caused the rear-end collision. The man referred to as Boss Tang, holding a string of prayer beads, sat in a chair with an indifferent expression. The traffic police ruled you as fully at fault. Do you still wish to evade responsibility? I have no intention of evading responsibility. We're merely going through insurance, Lu Mingli attempted to reason. Do you recognize my car emblem? 2RS. Your insurance is barely enough to cover a light. A disdainful expression crossed Tang Hongda's face. Even if you're here to collect a debt, there's no reason to start smashing things. Lu Mingli attempted to reason further. If I smash things, what will you do about it? As he spoke, Tang Hongda raised his hand, seemingly intending to strike Lu Mingli. Lu Hong, having kicked over one of the tattooed thugs blocking the door, stepped into the living room and seized Tang Hongda's wrist. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? A sharp glint flashed in Tang Hongda's eyes as he appraised Lu Hong, his voice dripping with coldness as he inquired. You are Lu Hong, knowing my name. Thus, it seems this is directed at me. Throughout the journey, Lu Hong had been contemplating what had transpired in his previous life. Now, he understood it was indeed aimed at him. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, the law enforcement team arrived. Who reported the incident? The leading security captain inquired. I did. Look at what has happened to our home. Li Shuyun pointed at the wrecked furniture, her heart aching. What transpired? The security captain turned his gaze to Tang Hongda. Asking sternly, Tang Hongda presented a damage assessment report, speaking amicably to the security captain. Captain Lin, we come to collect a debt. Repaying what one owes is only right, don't you agree? Collecting a debt is one thing, but resorting to violence is unacceptable. The security captain clarified the rules. There was no violence. Who resorted to violence? In fact, my people were the ones attacked. Tang Hongda pointed at his subordinate, who lay on the floor. The thug Lu Hong had just kicked over was now sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest and howling, the scene reminiscent of a theatrical dive on a sports field. Who did this? Do you wish to have injuries assessed? The security captain furrowed his brow, inquiring whether Tang Hongda wished to proceed with formalities. If it was determined to be a light injury, it could escalate into a criminal case. It's not a fight. It's all a misunderstanding, Li Shuyun quickly defended, concerned for Lu Hong. After all, the person lying on the ground was indeed the one Lu Hong had kicked. Lu Hong was the apple of his parents' eyes. They would rather endure hardship than allow their son to be taken into custody, not even for a day. Moreover, if he were to be apprehended, it would provide the other party ample room to maneuver. Tang Hongda merely needed to orchestrate a minor incident, injure one of his subordinates, and firmly claim that Lu Hong was the assailant. Constituting a light injury, if he refused mediation, the law enforcement team would treat it as a criminal case, as for uncovering the truth. That was merely a narrative fit for television. In reality, law enforcement teams excelled at muddling issues, ultimately determining outcomes based on who had the stronger backing. Captain Lin, you heard that. They claim it's a misunderstanding. Tang Hongda immediately seized the opportunity to frame the incident of disturbance as a misunderstanding. Moreover, as he spoke to Captain Lin, he wore a smirk, indicating a clear familiarity. In the past, ordinary citizens faced with such situations had no recourse but to accept their fate. Now, however, times have changed. Lu Hong refrained from violently confronting Tang Hongda at that moment, driven by a singular reason. He did not wish to alarm his parents. Chapter 21. Grudges not to linger. Action taken that very night when Tang Hongda interacted with the security captain. His smarmy demeanor was unmistakably that of a seasoned schemer. Upon glimpsing the name on the insurance damage report, Lu Hong had already deduced his identity. Tang Hongda, the owner of a lending company, was essentially a loan shark. Certainly, it is within the confines of the law to lend money at the highest allowable interest rate, with annual rates below 24 deemed legal, thus evading scrutiny from the enforcement authorities. However, lending companies of this nature often operate in murky waters. There exist various methods to deceptively inflate interest rates, such as the notorious 9 out, 13 returned, shadow contracts, and the practice of rolling over old debts. The most outrageous tactic involves calculating late fees by the second, revealing a labyrinth of intricate schemes. Moreover, those who can establish lending companies typically possess some degree of backing. With this in mind, Captain Lin's demeanor becomes quite understandable. Lu Hong turned to the security chief and inquired, "This group of individuals is causing trouble. You will not intervene, will you?" The security chief adopted a businesslike demeanor, stating, "I will act according to the regulations. Compensation will be addressed and injuries examined. We can proceed through formal channels or opt for private mediation." The choice is yours. Very well, you need not concern yourselves any further. Let us go, Lu Heng replied, dismissing the security chief's idle chatter with a signature to expedite their departure. After sending the enforcement team away, Lu Heng pulled up a chair and sat directly across from Tang Hongda, bluntly asking, "You are targeting me, aren't you? Speak plainly. What are your intentions?" Tang Hongda's eyes glinted with malice as he threatened, "If you turn yourself in, I will spare your family. Otherwise, you shall experience the taste of ruin." Lu Heng had already surmised the answer, maintaining an air of calm. "Tanguasia is your son." Tanguasia was one among the 4 individuals who had coerced Sumuyu into attempting suicide, and he was the most treacherous of the lot. There had once been a forthright young man who reported Tanguasia for smoking in class, only to be left in a state of severe depression, ultimately leading to his transfer after the first semester. Upon hearing Lu Heng utter his son's name, Tang Hongda slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "I knew it was you. I demand retribution for my son." "What retribution? Do not speak nonsense," Li Shuyun exclaimed in alarm. "Mother, do not panic. I am fine," Lu Heng reassured her, then turned to Tang Hongda, calmly stating, "The enforcement team has already investigated and confirmed that this case has no connection to me." Tang Hongda retorted angrily, "Do you think I will believe your alibi? Only the fools in the enforcement team would take your word for it." A glimmer of insight flashed in Lu Heng's eyes as he noted the mention of the alibi. How could a businessman like him know about an alibi? The details of the enforcement team's investigation should not be known to a lender unless he had an insider who could access the case files. Understanding Tang Hongda's motives clarified the situation for Lu Heng. "If you suspect me, why not confront me directly? What business do you have with my parents?" Tang Hongda pointed menacingly at Lu Mingli and his wife, threatening Lu Heng. "If you go to the investigation bureau and turn yourself in, I will spare your parents. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee their safety. If you have an issue, come at me." Lu Heng's face darkened with anger as he slammed his palm on the table. Tang Hongda continued his threats. "Do you think you are the only one capable of fabricating an alibi? I could easily dispose of these 2 old fools in Eastlake and concoct an alibi myself." Lu Heng slowly clenched his fists, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Is that so? Very well, then let us see who truly means business." Such audacity from one so inexperienced. He awaited the revelation of Tang Hongda's true capabilities. After Tang Hongda finished speaking, he shot a fierce glare at Lu Mingli and his wife before departing with his men. Once they left, Lu Mingli and Li Shuyun grew anxious. "Son, what was that all about? Wasn't it just a rear-end collision? Why the talk of retribution? Please do not frighten us, do not worry. That Tang fellow is clearly just trying to intimidate you. I actually wanted to ask how you got entangled with such a group." Lu Heng swiftly changed the subject. "A couple of days ago, I was driving home as usual. The other car cut in front of me, and I let them go. As soon as I did, they slammed on the brakes, leading to the collision." Lu Mingli's face was drawn and weary. He had been unable to sleep for several nights. "Isn't there a dashcam? With such reckless driving, they should be charged with dangerous driving." Lu Heng mused, puzzled. "I don't know how it happened. The dashcam lens was covered with 2 pieces of chewing gum, and it didn't capture anything." As soon as Lu Mingli mentioned this, he felt a knot in his heart. After transitioning careers, he had driven for over a decade without a single accident. Yet, on his first incident, he collided with a car worth millions, and the insurance was insufficient to cover the damages. Upon hearing about the gum on the dashcam, Lu Heng immediately realized the situation. It was clearly a setup by the other party, and his father was not at fault. After reassuring his parents, Lu Heng returned to his room, closed the door, and called Sumuyu. "I will send you an address. Please come over at 8 o'clock in the evening." Lu Heng went out to meet Sumuyu. At the intersection of Xingyang Street, Sumuyu stood under a street lamp in a plaid dress, resembling a fairy stepping out from the light. Upon seeing Lu Heng approach, she smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. "Is it inconvenient for you to be called out so late?" Lu Heng asked, concerned that it might be troublesome for her. "Not at all. I told my mother I had to return to school for something." Sumuyu replied, her hands clasped behind her back, smiling charmingly, unaware that her words implied she wouldn't be returning home tonight. "Have you accomplished what I asked?" Lu Heng continued, steering the conversation toward business. "Yes, I have," she affirmed. Before coming over, Sumuyu had already deployed reconnaissance drones to investigate the Hongda Lending Company on Xingyang Street as per Lu Heng's instructions. She reported meticulously, "The group is currently on the 1st floor, playing dice and drinking. They all appear quite intimidating, not the sort one would trust. I followed your instructions and disabled the surveillance cameras inside the building, including the hidden cameras outside the safe. After finishing her reconnaissance report, Sumuyu added, moreover, I spotted a demon crystal core in the office of the company's boss. During a phone call, he mentioned he was acquiring it for someone else. However, it seems they are unaware that it is a demon crystal core. They referred to it as amethyst on the call. The demon crystal core has been placed in the safe on the 3rd floor, and the safe's code is 753951. Well done, Lu Heng praised her, then raised his hand to summon a shadow clone, saying, you go browse the mall. If you find any clothes you like, buy a couple of pieces. Oh, then I shall go, Sumuyu replied, glancing back 3 times as she walked away. Once Sumuyu departed, Lu Heng donned the hood of his sweatshirt, unsheathed the Aurora blade, and strode toward the Hongda Lending Company. Chapter 22. Thunderous Methods. Rivers of Blood. Hongda Company is considered one of the larger firms in the Xingyang Street area, boasting a 4-story standalone office building. In the lobby on the 1st floor, a group of thugs and henchmen were playing dice and drinking. That girl we photographed for a loan a few days ago was quite a looker. When can we get her to come over for some fun? You think you get to have her? Go stuff your face with some chicken feet, you loser. As Lu Heng entered the 1st floor lobby, he turned around and pulled down the roll-up door to shut it. The group of thugs playing dice halted their actions, gazing at Lu Heng with confusion. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? A heavily tattooed man rose, kicking over a chair as he shouted angrily. Lu Heng secured the door and turned, tapping the door frame with the Aurora blade, declaring, call your boss down. It's that Lu kid. The thugs who had vandalized Lu Heng's home immediately recognized his identity. The others, who had been playing dice, became intrigued. He actually dares to show up here. Has he lost his mind? And he brought a sword. Does he think this is a movie? What are we waiting for? Get him! A horde of thugs surged forward, eager to capture Lu Heng and curry favor with Tang Hongda. The first 2 tattooed thugs charged at Lu Heng, wielding chairs to strike him. Lu Heng showed no courtesy. He swiftly evaded the incoming chairs and unleashed a single stroke with his sword. The razor-sharp edge of the Aurora blade sliced through the 2 thugs' heads as easily as slicing through tofu. Blood sprayed, and severed heads tumbled to the floor. The entire lobby transformed into a scene of carnage. Damn! The remaining thugs, witnessing Lu Heng's brutal efficiency, were instantly stricken with fear. Some fled upstairs, while others attempted to escape through the door. Lu Heng advanced, wielding the Aurora blade like a cleaver, employing no technique, simply cleaving through each thug, ensuring none would escape. Among these thugs, 2 had some rudimentary martial arts training, quickly dashing to the counter to retrieve machetes. Lunging at Lu Heng with their blades raised, however, their feeble skills were utterly insufficient against Lu Heng. He did not even flinch, meeting their charge head-on, unleashing a sweeping arc of sword light that severed their machetes in 2. The blade's light plunged into the abdomens of the 2 thugs, creating gaping, bloody wounds. Clutching their open wounds, the 2 thugs fell to their knees, surrounded by a pool of blood and entrails, with even the 2 strongest thugs dispatched. The remaining thugs were left paralyzed with terror, screaming and scrambling in all directions. Yet the door had been shut. There was no escape, and they could only flee upstairs. Lu Heng activated his dual-wielding technique, systematically eliminating every last one of these nefarious individuals, sparing none. Meanwhile, Tang Hongda on the 3rd floor, having heard reports from his subordinates about Lu Heng's presence downstairs, was preparing to descend. Just as he reached the 2nd floor, he saw several bloodied subordinates rushing up. Tang Hongda immediately sensed something was amiss and turned to retreat, seeking refuge in his office to call for backup. Lu Heng swiftly pursued, delivering a strike that severed Tang Hongda's left leg. Tang Hongda fell to the ground, dragging his injured leg as he crawled toward the office, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Lu Heng dispatched the 2 thugs who had escaped, then seized Tang Hongda by the nape of his neck, lifting him with a forceful motion and slamming him against the wall. With a voice as cold as ice, he demanded, "What did you say at my house before? Repeat it for me." Tang Hongda turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse of Lu Heng's blood-splattered, stern visage, his heart filled with panic and confusion. The current Lu Heng resembled a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell, drenched in blood, instilling terror with a mere glance. "Why you?" Tang Hongda could not fathom why a high school student could be so fearsome. The thugs he had employed, some quite capable fighters, had all been obliterated by Lu Heng, not a single one remaining. I was wrong. Spare me. Despite his fright, Tang Hongda understood that stubbornness would only hasten his demise, and he immediately began to plead for mercy. What was my mistake? I shouldn't have vandalized your home. And what else? I shouldn't have set a trap for your father. I heard your car is quite expensive, and the insurance won't cover the full amount. How much more do you need? I shall compensate you. No need for compensation. No, no, no. It's all my fault. Just let me go. Tang Hongda, drenched in cold sweat and overwhelmed with fear, begged for mercy. I cannot let you go. Rivers of blood have already flowed. It's fine. I will dispose of these bodies, and no one will be the wiser. I am quite adept at handling such matters discreetly. What about your beastly son? Will he not seek revenge? It is indeed you. Tang Hongda ground his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Look at your character. Your son has learned from you, but alas, no amount of wickedness can withstand a blade. Liu Hong grasped his hair and dragged him into the third-floor office. Upon seeing the safe within, Tang Hongda thought he had discovered a glimmer of hope for survival. Spare me, there is 300,000 in this safe. If you let me go, I will reveal the code. How unfortunate. I already know the code. Liu Hong approached, spinning the dial, 753951. With a click, the safe opened. Tang Hongda's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. He could not comprehend how Liu Hong knew the code. It was a secret known only to him. Liu Hong retrieved a jewelry box from the safe and opened it to reveal a demonic crystal cord. It was an ordinary core, capable of enhancing energy levels. But continuous absorption over a short period would lead to diminishing returns. You know, this thing. Tang Hongda's surprise was palpable as he watched Liu Hong examine the core. Ants need not concern themselves with such matters. With a swift stroke, Liu Hong sent him to his demise, then gathered a travel bag to collect all the cash from the safe. Finally, he set fire to the remnants of these villains. Half an hour later, Inspector Xiao Feiping led a team to investigate the case involving Hongda Company on Xinyang Street. Sword wounds, fire, all characteristics closely resembling the case of 4 individuals murdered at an abandoned factory. Xiao Feiping sensed that this case was becoming increasingly troublesome. While surveying the scene, one of his agents approached to report. We just found out that the owner of this company, Tang Hongda, led a group to vandalize a residence this afternoon, claiming it was for debt collection. Xiao Feiping pondered. Such companies often engage in debt collection. This information alone is insufficient. Do we have anything more? An agent produced a photograph, reporting. The son of that household is Liu Hong. Moreover, the owner of Hongda Company is the father of Tangu Asia from the case of the 4 murdered at the abandoned factory. A glimmer of insight sparked in Xiao Feiping's eyes, and he increasingly felt the 2 cases were interconnected. Immediately locate this Liu Hong. 9 o'clock that evening, Sumu Yu, carrying several shopping bags, followed Liu Hong out of the mall. As they reached the entrance, they were halted by Xiao Feiping and his men. Xiao Feiping's instincts told him that these 2 were undoubtedly involved in something dubious. Yet he could not pinpoint the nature of their involvement. There is a case that requires your cooperation. Come with us to the investigation bureau, he stated, intending for his subordinates to escort them away. Having been tempered by the trials of the abyss, Liu Heng's demeanor had shifted, and he coldly glanced at Xiao Feiping, directly refusing. Isn't it better for Captain Xiao to engage in something meaningful? What purpose does it serve to persistently hound me? Will it earn you a few more bones from your superior? It had already been noted that Tang Hongda could access the files of the law enforcement team investigating the case, indicating he had connections within the department. Liu Hong was uncertain if this person was Xiao Feiping, but it was irrelevant. The rot ran deep, and no matter how clean the captain might appear, he could not escape culpability. Xiao Feiping's expression darkened as he reiterated, "Come back with us for questioning." Liu Hong flatly rejected. "I'm busy. If you want to detain me, produce a warrant. If not, I cannot accompany you." Xiao Feiping frowned and directly inquired, "Where were you between 8 and 8:30 tonight?" Sumu Yu pointed towards the mall behind them, replying, We were shopping." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feiping inhaled sharply. Sensing that things were amiss as expected, the agents responsible for investigating the mall had already retrieved the surveillance footage. At 8 o'clock, multiple cameras in the World Trade Mall captured Liu Hong and Sumu Yu shopping together. In the footage, Sumu Yu appeared quite delighted, occasionally draping bags over Liu Heng's arms. After a while, she even wrapped a scarf around him. Cameras from various stores recorded their outing from every conceivable angle. The alibi was overwhelmingly convincing. almost as if a slap had been delivered to Xiao Feiping's face. The surveillance footage from the entire mall could attest to their whereabouts. Unless one possessed the ability to clone oneself, it was impossible for an individual to be in two places at once. Indeed, Lu Heng happened to possess such a skill. The Lu Heng shopping with Sumu Yu was merely an avatar, allowing him to be entirely at her whim during their outing. The strength of this alibi was so compelling that it bordered on the absurd. Despite his reluctance, Xiao Feiping could only wave his hand, allowing Lu Heng and Sumu Yu to leave. One of his subordinates whispered in his ear, "Captain, but Mr. Gong will not be easy to explain to. Let him investigate for himself with a fist." Xiao Feiping slammed against the mall's entrance, turning back to glare at his subordinate. Chapter 23. The Iron-Blooded Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau. The following day, Lu Heng returned home with Sumu Yu to help tidy up the house. The living room furniture had been damaged and replaced with new items, arranged to be even more comfortable and inviting than before. Li Yunxiu had cultivated excellent relations with the neighbors, so during the move, many came to assist. As the neighbors gathered, discussions of the recent events inevitably arose, with a consensus emerging. That Tang, even heaven could not overlook his misdeeds. He has received his due retribution. I went to see yesterday, and that group of scoundrels has been completely incinerated. Who knows whom they offended? Surely it was due to their numerous wrongdoings. Heaven has opened its eyes. Xiao Yun, is everything all right with you? To avoid suspicion, Li Yunxiu refrained from engaging in the gossip, responding to the neighbors' inquiries with casual reassurances. All is well. The old furniture was worn out, and it was time for new. New is good. Out with the old, and with the new, the neighbors comforted her. When the incident on Xingyang Street occurred, Lu Heng had been out all night. Naturally, Li Yunxiu had been quite worried, and upon seeing Lu Heng return with a female classmate, her concern deepened. Li Yunxiu brought a bowl of yellow soybean and pig trotter soup to Sumu Yu, placing it in front of her. "Try this soup. It's a family recipe." "Thank you, Auntie." Sumu Yu quickly nodded in gratitude. Sitting beside them, Li Yunxiu began to subtly prod. "You are still in school and should prioritize your studies. You are already in your senior year and will be taking university entrance exams next year. Do not let anything interfere with your learning." Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Heng recognized her worries and rolled his eyes, saying, "There's no need for you to fret. Her grades have never slipped from the top 10 in the year." Upon hearing Sumu Yu's impressive academic standing, Li Yunxiu's eyes lit up, her attitude shifting completely. "With such excellent grades, you must help Lu Heng more, so you both can enter a good university together." Sumu Yu shyly lowered her head, responding softly, "Lu Heng's grades are also very good." Li Yunxiu pulled Lu Heng aside to the balcony, warning him, "She clearly seems like a good kid. You must not bully her." "Understood," Lu Heng replied, somewhat exasperated, but he nodded in agreement with his mother's unreasonable request. At that moment, Sumu Yu suddenly began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. "What's wrong? Did you choke?" Li Yunxiu rushed back from the balcony. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I spilled some." Sumu Yu covered her mouth, stifling her cough, her face pale. "It's fine. It's fine." Observing that Sumu Yu's dress had also become damp, Li Yunxiu instructed, "Lu Heng, take your classmate to the bathroom to clean up." Lu Heng took her arm and led her into the bathroom, asking, "What happened?" Sumu Yu, who had just displayed a look of alarm, clearly sensed something was amiss. She hurriedly explained the situation she had observed. "I just sent out a surveillance hawk in an invisible state to monitor the situation at Honda Company, and then someone entered the scene and walked around. I found this person quite strange and wanted to get a clearer look, so I used the summoning vision to get closer. As a result, that person somehow detected my surveillance hawk and unleashed a shockwave, knocking it out." Upon hearing her, Lu Heng immediately comprehended the reason behind her severe coughing fit. Being struck under the gaze of a summoned entity. Although devoid of pain, the sensation of one's body being shattered by a shockwave felt profoundly authentic. Given that this individual could unleash shockwaves, it was certain they were an esper. In fact, I had anticipated this scenario long ago. Tang Hongda was acquiring demon cores on behalf of others, and since I had taken the cores he had procured, the recipient would undoubtedly come to the scene searching for them. Sumu Yu grew anxious and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Lu Heng pondered briefly before assigning her a task. "Do not worry. Continue to deploy the reconnaissance hawk to monitor this individual. However, maintain a safe distance. Gauge it yourself." "Understood." Sumu Yu nodded in agreement. Initially unaware that the other party was an esper, She had previously allowed the reconnaissance hawk to approach in order to gain clarity, which led to its discovery. As long as the distance was managed well, even an Esper would find it challenging to detect the concealed reconnaissance hawk. As time progressed, the number of Espers who had experienced the Abyss battlefield steadily increased. The emergence of abyssal creatures on Blue Star became more frequent, prompting nations across the globe to gradually acknowledge the existence of demons and begin implementing countermeasures. The Dasha government established the Iron Blood Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau, publicly known as Iron Blood. This bureau, under military jurisdiction, was tasked with overseeing all matters related to abyssal demons, espers, and other supernatural incidents, holding authority above law enforcement agencies. Heng felt slightly astonished upon hearing about the establishment of Iron Blood, as it had occurred earlier than in his previous life. Once Iron Blood was fully formed, they would dispatch teams of espers to take over all cases related to supernatural powers nationwide. The case involving Heng Company had escalated significantly, certainly drawing the attention of Iron Blood. As Lu Heng had anticipated. Just a few days later, Iron Blood sent personnel down. That afternoon, an elderly and a young member of Iron Blood arrived in front of Heng Lending Company, crossing the cordon directly to enter the crime scene. Among the two members, the elder appeared to be in his 50s, exuding a calm demeanor and sharp gaze, clearly possessing years of investigative experience. The younger one followed closely behind, tasked with taking notes. Before long, Xiao Feiping, an inspector from the Ningyun District Investigation Bureau, personally rushed over. Upon seeing them, he greeted them proactively. "I am Xiao Feiping from the Ningyun Investigation Bureau." "Greetings, Inspector Chun." He had already noticed the badge on the elder's chest and addressed him by name and title with utmost respect, recognizing that this Inspector Chun Linyan held a higher position and hailed from a special department. Chun Linyan casually nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into Heng Company, speaking as he walked. "I have reviewed the case materials. The perpetrator's methods are clean and decisive. The precision of the incision indicates at least 3 years of swordsmanship training. From the position of the sword on the deceased, we can infer that the assailant is proficient in swordplay with their right hand. The weapon is a straight blade, approximately 1.3 meters long and exceedingly sharp, capable of severing other blades. Prior to setting the fire, the assailant separated the flammable materials to prevent the flames from spreading. Psychologically, this perpetrator acts with remarkable composure, likely being a person of stable emotions. The absence of fingerprints and other clues at the scene suggests that the suspect possesses a degree of counter-surveillance capability and is of above-average intelligence. Furthermore, it appears that the perpetrator harbors a personal grievance against the owner of Heng Company. Following closely, Xiao Feiping proposed, "Shall I have someone investigate Tang Hongda's interpersonal relationships?" Chun Linyan waved his hand in refusal. "No need. Iron Blood has taken over this case. The law enforcement team is to submit all documents and then delete the case files." Xiao Feiping furrowed his brow and inquired, "The higher-ups have ordered us to solve the case swiftly. Once Iron Blood takes charge, how long until the case is concluded?" Chun Linyan glanced back at him, bluntly addressing his underlying concern. "That is a matter for your superiors, not mine. I am unconcerned with any sordid dealings at your local level. But now that Iron Blood has taken over, this case is beyond your purview." Xiao Feiping's expression stiffened, and upon meeting Chun Linyan's gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to ask, "There is another case that might be related to this one." Chun Linyan raised a hand to interrupt. "The case of the 4 murders at the abandoned factory? I have already visited the scene. It, too, is under Iron Blood's jurisdiction. Inform your superiors that this matter has exceeded their authority. They must know when to withdraw." Xiao Feiping again found himself at a loss. He had been investigating both of these cases, as one of the deceased in the abandoned factory case came from a powerful family that had been applying pressure. However, once the case was handed over to Iron Blood, he would no longer be able to continue his inquiries. Yet, Xiao Feiping remained undeterred, stating, "There is one individual who is highly suspicious and linked to both cases." Chun Linyan raised a hand to cut him off. "You mean that high school student? Haven't you already investigated him? Both cases have alibis. However, if Iron Blood intervenes, it implies the existence of supernatural forces, which means the alibis could potentially be fabricated." Xiao Feiping's thought process shifted rapidly. Chun Linyan shook his finger, asserting, "If supernatural events are at play, all evidence must be dismissed, and the case need not be pursued. To prove his suspicion, one must uncover evidence that invalidates the alibi, rather than relying on mere conjecture." Moreover, my belief that he is not the perpetrator is unrelated to the alibi. The assailant possesses over 3 years of rigorous sword training, not the result of casual practice, but daily toil, and the style is one I am quite familiar with. I have thoroughly investigated Lu Heng's background. His school life is very clear, and he lacks the time to have trained in swordsmanship for 3 years. The perpetrator must be over 20 years old, possessing a level of swordsmanship akin to that of an athlete, and meticulously disabled the surveillance before committing the act. Should Lu Heng have been present, he would undoubtedly have been astonished by the accuracy of the Iron Blood Inspector's analysis. He was merely a step away from revealing Lu Heng's identity card number. The sole issue was that Lu Heng had reincarnated from 3 years in the future, with 3 years of memories concealed within him, leading to an insurmountable information gap in his analysis. Chapter 24. Counterattack. After surveying the crime scene at Hongda Company, Chunli Nian departed with the young investigator to eye in the vehicle. The young investigator asked, "Master, when shall we investigate this case?" Chunli Nian waved his hand. "Let this case rest for now. With Iron Blood freshly established, we are severely understaffed, and there are even more pressing cases to address in Binhai." The young investigator appeared taken aback. "But this case involves over a dozen deaths. Is that not pressing enough?" A sharp glint appeared in Chunli Nian's eyes as he replied, "This Esper acts with discretion, targeting only those deserving of their fate. Such individuals would be termed as rogues in ancient times. However, a rogue who violates the law must ultimately be apprehended when we have the capacity to do so." Having reviewed the case files prior to his arrival, he was well aware of the nature of the deceased. Moreover, he had an additional insight he had yet to disclose. He recognized that the perpetrator employed the 7-cut sword technique, a style with which he was quite familiar. "Where to next?" the young investigator inquired. "Guanchao Road." "Are we investigating the Guanchao Road 921 case?" "Indeed. The perpetrator from that case exhibits no moral boundaries. We must find them without delay." Chunli Nian shut his eyes and rubbed his temples. "Master, I reviewed the files on the Guanchao Road 921 case. The male victim accessed the dark web, attempting to sell a demon core, which resulted in the entire family being slaughtered, with even a 7-year-old child spared. Why would the perpetrator eliminate the seller? You still fail to grasp the criminal psychology underlying the case. The files mention that a demonic energy was detected on the child. Correct? Yes, it does. The truth of the matter is that the buyer paid for the item, and when they were ready for the transaction, the victim's child accidentally shattered the demon core, absorbing its energy. Unable to obtain the demon core, the buyer killed the entire family in a fit of rage. Upon hearing this analysis, the young investigator couldn't help but gasp in shock. The following day, Iron Blood's Investigation Bureau issued a wanted notice for the Guanchao Road 921 case. The notice featured no photographs, only a sketch. In addition to the sketch, there was a description of the suspect. According to the wanted notice, the suspect was proficient in using shockwaves and explosives to harm victims. As Sumu Yu passed by the notice board, she gazed at the wanted notice for quite some time. Once she ensured that no one was around, she tore off a copy of the notice. Rolling it up to take with her. At that moment, Lu Heng was jogging along He Road, honing his agility and the proficiency of his swift wind steps. After finishing his workout and preparing to return to the hotel, he received a call from Sumu Yu. "I saw the wanted notice, and the sketch looks somewhat familiar. I wanted to show it to you. I'm currently on He Road. Let's meet at the hotel." As she finished speaking, Sumu Yu was about to hang up when she suddenly heard a loud explosion on the other end of the line. Boom! The sound was so loud that it distorted the audio on her phone. "Hello? What happened?" "Lu Heng, are you all right? Speak to me," Sumu Yu pressed anxiously. There was no response from Lu Heng on the other end, causing her to grow increasingly alarmed. Then she heard a distinct bang, resembling a gunshot. Realizing something was amiss, Sumu Yu immediately dashed towards He Road, deploying the reconnaissance hawk to locate Lu Heng. Meanwhile, on He Road, just as Lu Heng was about to end the call, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Moreover, the sound of footsteps grew increasingly rapid, unmistakably indicating ill intent from the approaching individual. Lu Heng promptly executed an evasive maneuver, sidestepping to the side. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed in his ears. The shockwave generated by the impact nearly capable of lifting a person off their feet. The proximity of the shockwave resulted in a painful jolt to Lu Heng's right foot, while a surge of blood rushed to his chest, causing him to stagger and fall towards the ground. Fortunately, his agility attribute was sufficiently high. Just as he was about to hit the ground, He pressed his palm against the earth and executed a swift roll, regaining his footing with remarkable speed. During his roll, Lu Hong cast a quick glance behind him, only to see a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard reaching into his coat, a clear indication of drawing a firearm. Lu Heng's gaze sharpened as he estimated the distance between them to be over 10 meters. This was a particularly delicate distance. At such range, no matter how swift one was, they could never outpace a bullet. Thus, Lu Hong made a split-second decision to activate Gale Step, dashing forward to widen the gap, darting into an alleyway along the riverbank before the man could fire. Bang! Just as he slipped into the alley, a gunshot rang out behind him, the bullet striking the wall at the mouth of the alley. An ability user. The middle-aged man with the scruffy beard, having missed his shot, immediately pursued him into the alley. Lu Hong moved in a zigzag pattern, swiftly navigating the alley while keeping a vigilant eye behind him. A mere glance revealed a vicious glint in the man's eyes. A blatant disregard for life. From his words, Lu Hong gleaned a crucial piece of information. He was unaware of his own status as an ability user. Why, then, did he attempt to attack him? The man's intentions were evidently resolute. Having failed with a shockwave, he immediately drew his gun, suggesting this was no random act of violence. The absence of knowledge regarding Lu Heng's abilities indicated that the possibility of hunting ability users was not a factor. Dismissing other possibilities, the conclusion was singular. This man was merely a hired gun. Furthermore, the strength of the shockwave he unleashed suggested that this individual was no novice, likely a seasoned ability user who had survived an abyss battlefield. In that fleeting moment, Lu Hong processed all this while maintaining his zigzag, evasive maneuvers, avoiding the angles of the gunfire. The middle-aged man relentlessly pursued him, yet when Lu Hong intentionally slowed his pace, the man mirrored him, keeping a distance of over 10 meters, denying Lu Hong the opportunity to engage in close combat. The range between 5 and 25 meters constituted the golden zone for handgun dominance. Within 5 meters, ability users could close the distance for melee combat, rendering firearms significantly less effective. After 2 rounds of this deadly game, Lu Hong concluded that his adversary was experienced and formidable. As he sprinted onward, a reconnaissance hawk suddenly flitted past him. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lu Heng's eyes as he promptly veered into another alleyway, the corner of the alley. An arm extended out, slender and delicate. A smile graced Lu Heng's lips as he rushed forward to deliver a high five with that hand, a surge of energy transferring from it to him. The energy formed a thin membrane enveloping Lu Heng's entire being. Within this cocoon of energy, his form rapidly became translucent, rendering him invisible. The arm belonged to Su Mu Yu, who, having located Lu Hong with the reconnaissance hawk, had hastened to provide support, employing invisibility veil to cloak him. Once in the state of invisibility, Lu Hong promptly turned back towards his previous path, drawing forth the aurora blade from the void. The middle-aged man with the scruffy beard, having pursued him into the alley, sensed the rapid footsteps closing in and felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing his target possessed invisibility, he instinctively raised his hand and unleashed a shockwave towards the source of the sound. Bang! The explosive sound of air burst forth, yet it failed to hit its mark. The middle-aged man immediately sensed the precariousness of his situation. His pupils dilated as he attempted to defend himself. But it was already too late. For Lu Hong was too swift. He surged forward at a speed surpassing human limits, thrusting the aurora blade into the man's abdomen. Thud! The man uttered a muffled grunt, his gaze dropping in terror as he beheld blood seeping from his wound, tracing the shape of a sword, and the hand that grasped Lu Heng's figure gradually became visible, mere inches away. Their faces just a fist's distance apart. Chapter 25. The handgun of abyssal assimilation. The middle-aged man with the scruffy beard stared in disbelief at the sword embedded in his abdomen. He had just emerged from an abyss battlefield, having received a substantial investment from his benefactor before entering. He had used this money to fill his skill slots, thereby conquering the abyss battlefield with a fully powered skill set. He believed, at this juncture, he was invincible, especially with a handgun in his possession. Yet, this high school student had decisively overwhelmed him in close combat. How? You think your level is high, that you are invincible in this city? Correct? Alas, you have chosen the wrong opponent, Lu Hong declared as he activated Thunder Weapon. The fierce surge of lightning erupted from the blade, igniting the man's abdominal wound. That moment, The source energy within the middle-aged man surged violently, his entire body igniting like a paper effigy, stand-in puppet. Lu Heng instantly recognized the skill. This ability activates automatically when an ability user suffers a fatal blow, substituting a paper effigy for the original body to absorb subsequent damage. After triggering the stand-in puppet skill, the middle-aged man evaded fatal injury but was still grievously wounded. Clutching his wound as he fled the alley, Lu Heng pursued him out of the alley, only to discover the middle-aged man had escaped into a bustling street. Should he pursue and eliminate him now, there would be at least 7 or 8 witnesses, complicating matters significantly. Being targeted by the Iron Blood faction was far from advantageous. Lu Heng halted his pursuit, donned a Bluetooth headset, and communicated with Su Muyu. "Keep an eye on him," Su Muyu replied. "I'm on it." The middle-aged man, having evaded Lu Heng, turned down an old residential complex to tend to his wounds. Lu Heng ambled slowly, maintaining a distance of 2 streets while awaiting information from Su Muyu. It wasn't long before her voice crackled through the Bluetooth headset. Xianglin Residential Complex. Building 1, Unit 2, top floor, 6th floor. This man appears to be a suspect in the 921 case on Guanchao Road. He is quite dangerous. Dio, you want me to assist? No need. I'll handle it alone. Just stay outside the complex. Lu Heng did not wish to put her at risk, opting to infiltrate the Xianglin residential complex alone. Su Muyu continued to report on the target's residence. Both the balcony and room windows are secured with anti-theft nets. Only the small window in the bathroom is accessible for entry. Lu Heng made his way directly to the rooftop and, from the terrace, descended through the small bathroom window into the dwelling. The middle-aged man was in the midst of treating his wounds when he suddenly heard a faint sound from the bathroom. Though the wind occasionally rustled the water bucket in the bathroom, he remained cautious, rising to investigate. Just as he stepped into the corridor, he spotted Lu Heng emerging from the bathroom and immediately raised his hand to unleash a shockwave. Lu Heng seized a nearby chair and hurled it, simultaneously activating Gale Step to charge forward. Bang! The shockwave detonated against the chair. Lu Heng moved with the swiftness of the wind, drawing his sword to pierce through the chair's wooden frame, driving the blade into the middle-aged man's chest. Thud! Already gravely injured, the man was now pierced through the chest, the blade puncturing his lung, blood flooding into his lungs. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Lu Heng swiftly incapacitated him. Searching his person for a handgun. The handgun displayed its attribute data. Glock G17 handgun, Abyss assimilation, item level, C, specifications, length 18.6 cm, weight 703 g, magazine capacity 19 rounds, attributes, attack power 105, using standard 9mm ammunition, de-evaluation. A lightweight handgun made of engineering plastic, featuring high reliability and ease of carry. The destructive power of firearms is determined by the weapon and ammunition, with no enhancement from the user's strength attributes. The appearance of attribute data on the handgun indicated that it had undergone basic rule assimilation using divine energy, allowing it to be taken into the Abyss world. During the initial onset of the Abyss, firearms wielded significant power and ranged capabilities, providing a substantial advantage in combat. Thus, many ability users opted to bring firearms into the Abyss world after successfully completing their first Abyss battlefield. However, transporting a sea-level handgun into the Abyss world required 600 units of divine energy. This price was considerably steep. For a dangerous level 3 Abyss battlefield, a main quest rewarded 100 units of divine energy, while a challenge quest yielded 300 units. In lower danger Abyss battlefields, the acquisition of divine energy was even less. In essence, to bring a handgun into the Abyss world, one would need to achieve a perfect clearance of a dangerous level 3 Abyss battlefield. Failing a challenge quest necessitated accumulating divine energy over 2 or 3 battlefields. Not only handguns, but ammunition also required additional divine energy for rule assimilation. Otherwise, it could not be brought into the Abyss world. A handgun without bullets was hardly more useful than a brick. Of course, the power of the handgun justified the expenditure of divine energy, at least in the early stages. Yet, investing divine energy in items posed a risk. They could be taken by others. Just like now, as Lu Heng spun the gun around and placed it into his inventory, the middle-aged man, having fought tooth and nail for the handgun, was infuriated to see it snatched away. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lu Heng crouched down, retrieving an ID card from the man and reading the name aloud. Feng Kongyu. Now, tell me, why did you attempt to attack me? Feng Kongyu coughed blood, his voice muffled as he replied. If I tell you, will you let me go? No, but I can make your death a tad more painless. T this juncture, the conflict between them had reached an impasse. Reconciliation was no longer an option. As the blood loss intensified, Feng Kongyu's breath began to weaken, and his fear of death escalated. Grant me a chance to survive, and I shall divulge the channels for procuring demonic crystal cores. You two are an ability user. You must understand that this is a shortcut to gaining strength. It is merely the dark web, a realm I have long been aware of. Heng remained unmoved. Shortly after the descent of the abyss, there would indeed emerge a dark web for the trade of demonic crystal cores. However, not just anyone could register on this dark web. One needed to acquire an account through special channels. Even if you possessed the knowledge, you would be unable to obtain an account. Feng Kongyu clung to his last shred of hope for survival. Heng turned his gaze towards a laptop resting on the coffee table in the living room. Delivering a statement that shattered his final struggle, the dark web account is bound to the computer's machine code, hence your account will soon become mine. You? Feng Kongyu coughed up another mouthful of blood. Having gathered all that he sought, Heng had no interest in prolonging their exchange, coldly stating, Speak. Who instructed you to attack me? If I must resort to torture, the scene will not be pleasant. Besides, what good would it do to keep your employer's secret? He cannot save you. Until today, Heng had never known this Feng Kongyu, and his sudden assault suggested he was acting under orders. Feng Kongyu, gazing at the encroaching tip of the sword, could only confess. The Gong Ting Group, Mr. Gong suspects you are linked to his son's death and has tasked me with extracting the truth before he has me killed. Upon hearing this, Heng immediately grasped the situation. Gong Chusheng was the heir of the renowned Gong Ting Group in Binhai, a family that wielded significant power in the Ningyun district. Just how formidable was the Gong Ting Group? Half of the properties currently for sale in Ningyun district had been invested in and developed by them. Furthermore, their business extended into heavy metals and the petrochemical industry, solidifying their status as a titan in Binhai's Ningyun district. Heng felt a sense of helplessness. One of the four vile men he had eliminated was indeed the scion of Binhai's commercial sphere. It was precisely because the Gong family held such power that Gong Chusheng dared to act with impunity. In his past life, Sumuyu had been driven to the brink of disability from a fall, while these four men faced no consequences whatsoever. For a colossal corporation like the Gong Ting Group, merely wiping Gong Chusheng's backside was a trivial expense. However, in this life, regardless of how much money the Gong family spent, they would never be able to clean up after Gong Chusheng. They could only retrieve his corpse. Chapter 26. Leap. Having acquired the desired intelligence, Heng honored his promise and granted Feng Kongyu a swift END.AT. That moment, Sumuyu's voice crackled through the Bluetooth headset. Heng. Someone has ascended, dressed in plain clothes, yet I sense they are from the enforcement team. The enforcement team does not investigate cases involving ability users. It must be those from Iron Blood. Heng swiftly surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no traces of his identity remained, then donned a mask and hood, stowing the laptop in his bag before opening the door to exit. They had reached the third floor. Sumuyu's tone grew increasingly anxious. This building had only one staircase. Descending now would surely lead to an encounter with the Iron Blood personnel. Heng boldly ascended the stairs, making his way to the rooftop. Just as he arrived, he heard a flurry of footsteps from below. Two members of Iron Blood approached Feng Kongyu's residence, Chun Linian and his apprentice. The young investigator knocked on the door with a resounding thud. Is anyone there? Iron Blood is investigating. Open up. Chun Linian rubbed his nose, catching a whiff of blood, his gaze sharpening as he commanded, Kick it open. Bang. The young investigator kicked the door down, revealing Feng Kongyu sprawled on the living room floor. Drenched in blood, Chun Linian stepped forward, checking his carotid artery. Just died. The assailant may still be inside. Search quickly. The young investigator drew his firearm and began to inspect every room in the house. Chun Linian stood, observing the scene while contemplating, gradually retreating until he exited the main door, abruptly turning to look up the staircase. They were already on the 6th floor, with the rooftop above. Narrowing his eyes, Chun Linian ascended the steps swiftly. Upon reaching the rooftop, he spotted a young man clad in a hood and mask. This was, of course, Heng. Heng was preparing to find a way down when he was surprised to see Chun Linian arriving so quickly. Upon noticing Chun Linian, Heng pivoted, seeking an escape route. Linian called out, "Don't be alarmed. Come back with me for a statement. I assure you will not be harmed. This is the 6th floor. There is no way out unless you jump. Even for an ability user, jumping from this height would likely result in severe injury, if not death. You cannot escape." Just as he stated, this building was standalone. Aside from jumping, there was indeed no route for escape. Heng glanced across the street at the neighboring building. This street was a two-way road, with the combined width of the pavement and sidewalk exceeding 16 meters, an expanse that humans cannot traverse unaided. The world record for a running long jump is 8.95 meters, and the average running long jump for a typical adult male is only 5 to 6 meters. Therefore, a distance of 16 meters is indeed insurmountable for a human without assistance. Yet, Heng lowered his center of gravity and assumed a starting position. Linian's eyes widened, calling out to prevent him, "Don't be reckless. You'll fall to your death." Ignoring him, Heng activated Gale Step, propelling himself forward with explosive force, leaping onto the railing and launching himself like a cannonball into the air. Linian rushed to the railing's edge, witnessing Heng spread his arms wide, soaring across the 16-meter gap, landing on the rooftop of the opposite building. The audacity of such a perilous leap astonished Linian. For an ordinary adult male, running long jump typically averages around 6 meters. However, Heng's physical attributes far exceeded those of a normal person. The average 5-dimensional attributes for an adult male hover around 10 points, while Heng's attributes had reached 16 in strength, 21 in agility, and 16 in constitution. Thus, with a running start, Heng could leap higher, augmenting his airtime by spreading his arms to harness air dynamics. Executing a jump that could rival world records was entirely feasible. After employing Gale Step, his running speed increased by 80, and coupled with the extended airtime, his leap distance effectively doubled. Consequently, this jump allowed him to traverse the entire street and land atop the building across. Just as Heng touched down, Linian's pupils dilated as he activated his skill. The instant Heng's feet met the ground, he felt the surrounding environment dim, the entire sky losing its brightness, and the vehicles and pedestrians below vanishing as if drawn into an alternate space. This was a mental control skill. Heng turned to gaze at the rooftop across the street, where the surrounding pedestrians had vanished, save for the senior inspector from Ironblood. Mental control skills, in the absence of external assistance, are determined by a contest of mental strength. The party with higher mental power can directly negate the opponent's mental control skills unless that skill possesses additional mental power enhancements. Heng's current mental power was 18 points, not low, yet the Ironblood captain before him clearly possessed greater mental prowess. When the caster's mental strength exceeds that of their target, and they activate a mental control skill, a mental strength check ensues, with the difference determining the control's effectiveness and duration. Of course, once a mental control takes effect, an experienced ability user may adjust their mental state to expedite their escape from control. Heng regarded the opponent and spoke slowly. "You seek the suspect in the 921 case within the building. What purpose does pursuing me serve?" Linian exhaled, replying, "If I'm not mistaken, you employed the 7 cuts of the Sword of Steps. An old friend of mine also practices this. Who did you learn it from?" He had discerned the method used to inflict injuries on Feng Kongyu while examining the wounds. "If you're only interested in such trivial inquiries, I shall take my leave." Heng sensed the grip of the mental control skill beginning to wane, indicating that the opponent's mental strength was indeed higher, but only marginally so, suggesting a brief duration for the control. "Wait a moment. Provide me with a statement, and I assure you I will not make things difficult for you. I might even assist you in applying for special approval." "No time," Heng flatly rejected, then slowly closed his eyes, focusing his spirit before unleashing a powerful shout, suddenly opening his eyes and dispelling the surrounding darkness, restoring brightness. Successfully breaking free from control, Heng pivoted and leaped towards another residential building, bounding across the rooftops and gradually distancing himself. Linian inhaled deeply, calling out, "I will find you eventually, then I wish you success," Heng replied, continuing his rooftop leap and fading into the distance. At that moment, the young investigator rushed onto the rooftop, firearm drawn, aiming to target Heng. Linian pressed down the young investigator's gun, stating, "You cannot hit him, and in this round, we were outmaneuvered. We shall have another opportunity to confront him later." In truth, even if they pursued, Heng still had cards left to play. During the selection of his retreat route, Sumuyu was initially meant to provide support. However, Lu Heng opted not to expose her invisibility ability, thus refraining from calling for her assistance. Once out of the Iron Blood agent's sight, Lu Heng traversed 2 streets, flipping his coat inside out before meeting Su Muyu in a bustling shopping mall. Su Muyu followed closely behind, her brow furrowed with concern. Lu Heng, is the Gong Ting Group the company belonging to Gong Chuxing's family? She had overheard Feng Kongyu's confession and understood that the Gong family had hired an ability assassin. Lu Heng nodded slightly in affirmation. Should I monitor the Gong family? I fear they may have employed additional assassins. Su Muyu believed that this matter originated from her, and observing the current situation, it was evident that the events were far from over. It would be prudent to investigate which supernatural beings the Gong family had interacted with, but caution was paramount. What we are to face in the future are likely all supernatural beings. Lu Heng reminded her. All right, I understand, Su Muyu replied, nodding seriously, a sense of inexplicable joy swelling within her. Just as she was reveling in her happiness, Lu Heng suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace, causing her to freeze momentarily, her body stiffening and motionless. Don't move, the Iron Blood agents are coming, Lu Heng whispered in her ear. That moment, they were in a bustling shopping mall, surrounded by throngs of shoppers. The one chasing after them was a young investigator trailing Chen Linyan, who, feeling a sense of reluctance, pursued in their direction. As he passed by Lu Heng, his gaze was fixed on the distance, instinctively overlooking the affectionate couple. Once the crowd dispersed, Su Muyu quietly inquired, was it the person who just walked by? Yes, I sensed the energy emanating from him. He is a supernatural being. Do not look back at him. If he possesses keen perception, he may notice that someone is watching him, Lu Heng quickly cautioned, gently guiding her face back to the front. After the Iron Blood agent had moved away, Su Muyu's hands remained clutched to Lu Heng's clothing. Their bodies pressed together, savoring the warmth of their closeness. Chapter 27. Perceptual suppression. Ever since discovering that the Gong Ting Group had hired supernatural assassins, Su Muyu had taken to wandering the streets surrounding the Gong Ting Group's headquarters while training her reconnaissance eagle. Controlling it to observe the office building, her skill proficiency continued to rise with each reconnaissance session. Continuously controlling the reconnaissance eagle, skill proficiency 1. Continuously controlling the reconnaissance eagle, skill proficiency 1. After several days of training, the proficiency of the reconnaissance eagle had reached 956-1000, nearing completion. The training had gone smoothly until the 4th day at noon. As usual, she cloaked the reconnaissance eagle in invisibility and circled around the Gong Ting Group's headquarters, utilizing summoned visual aids for observation. Suddenly, an alarming sensation arose, an instinctive feeling of being watched. Su Muyu immediately commanded the reconnaissance eagle to seek out the observer. That moment, the eagle was struck by an unknown energy attack, bursting into a loud explosion on the pedestrian street. 100 meters away, Su Muyu shuddered, quickly regaining her composure, tightening her coat as she entered a milk tea shop to disguise her inner turmoil. The reconnaissance eagle had been destroyed while in an invisible state, indicating the presence of a perceptual-type supernatural being nearby, and one of a considerable level. She was uncertain whether she had been detected by her adversary. When the reconnaissance eagle was destroyed, she was 100 meters away on a bustling street, likely remaining undetected. Nevertheless, a sense of fear gnawed at her, as Lu Heng was not by her side, and she currently lacked offensive abilities. If discovered, she would have no means of resistance. Moreover, she did not even know who her opponent was. The terror stemming from the unknown was far more unsettling than encountering the adversary directly. She sensed movement around her, believing her opponent was searching for her. Forcing herself to calm down, she ordered a lemon tea, sipping slowly, then took out her phone to message Lu Heng. On the bustling Champs List pedestrian street during the holiday, people swarmed about. Upon receiving Su Muyu's brief message, Lu Heng hurried over and found her in a milk tea shop, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming her safety. Seeing Lu Heng's arrival, Su Muyu's lips quivered, an urge to cry surfacing inexplicably. The absence of Lu Heng had genuinely frightened her. After all, not long ago, she had merely been a sheltered student, oblivious to the complexities of the world. What's wrong? Lu Heng asked softly as he sat beside her. My reconnaissance eagle was destroyed. But this time I don't even know who my opponent is, Su Muyu replied in a hushed tone, her gaze scanning the street anxiously. The uncertainty of being attacked without knowing the opponent's position filled her with dread. Lu Heng immediately understood the situation and reassured her, "Do not worry. This is likely perceptual suppression. You must have encountered a perceptual-type supernatural being of a higher level than yours." Upon learning the cause, Sumu Yu's mood gradually lightened, and she asked, "Did the other party discover me?" Lu Heng pondered for a moment before asking, "How far was the reconnaissance eagle from you?" "About 100 meters, Sumu Yu responded, providing an approximate distance. "That distance is quite safe. Rest assured, they noticed the reconnaissance eagle but could not locate you." Amused by her anxious demeanor, Lu Heng reassured her further. With the street bustling with people and a distance of 100 meters, unless the adversary turned the entire street upside down in search, it would be nearly impossible for them to find her. Sumu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. In truth, she had always been cautious during her reconnaissance. This was her first encounter with an opponent capable of suppressing her perceptual abilities, and her inexperience only heightened her anxiety. What should we do now? Could this perceptual-type supernatural being be hired by the Gong family? Once her mood lightened, Sumu Yu began to contemplate deeper issues. The opponent you encountered is likely of a higher level than you. However, it's not a significant problem. I can help you level up a few times, and then we can assess this perceptual being's capabilities." Lu Heng replied, leading her back to the hotel to prepare. As the abyssal creatures continued to proliferate on Blue Star, nations around the world descended into varying degrees of chaos. The official departments established to handle supernatural beings found themselves overwhelmed by the increasing number of demons and were compelled to seek assistance from external supernatural beings. By the end of September, the authorities began issuing bounties for the elimination of abyssal demons. Despite the modest bounty amounts, many supernatural beings were eager to participate, drawn by the potential to acquire demon energy and the chance of obtaining crystal cores. In the hotel, Sumu Yu had come across the official bounty announcements online and, her mind buzzing with ideas, asked Lu Heng, "Should we take on the official bounty? Hunting demons could help us level up, and we could earn money as well. We can consider suitable ones. But these publicly released bounties will attract competition from other supernatural beings," Lu Heng replied, showing little interest in the bounties. When the authorities first began issuing bounties, most supernatural beings acted independently. As time passed, however, these beings began to band together to compete for the bounties, forming teams. While the situation was manageable now, in a few months, multiple teams would vie for a single bounty, leading to conflicts among supernatural beings. What should we do then? Sumu Yu remained concerned about potential clashes with other supernatural beings. "Do not worry. I have a plan." Lu Heng pinpointed a specific area on the electronic map, took a screenshot, and sent it to her. "First, familiarize yourself with the terrain of this beach. We will go there tomorrow." "Will there be demons appearing on this beach?" Sumu Yu scrutinized the map, diligently noting every detail. "There should be abyssal tideworms," Lu Heng recalled, explaining that this area, known as GZ Beach, would witness a spectacular emergence of abyssal tideworms by the end of September, due to a mother worm laying eggs in the nearby reefs. After consuming the seabed creatures in the vicinity, the tideworms would surge ashore, creating a breathtaking spectacle of worms. Once the tide formed, it would not be something that one or two supernatural beings could resist. However, prior to the formation of the tide, they could attempt to hunt a batch of abyssal tideworms. Before setting out, they needed to prepare adequately, purchasing weapons and equipment. The following day, at GZ Beach, Lu Heng and Sumu Yu strolled along the shore, the gentle sea breeze brushing against their faces, refreshing and pleasant. However, the salty tang in the air had intensified compared to usual. After releasing the reconnaissance eagle and confirming the absence of abyssal demons in the vicinity, they proceeded with their plans. Lu Heng caught a mouse, killed it, and tossed it onto the beach. The sea gradually washed over the sand, carrying the blood into the ocean. The abyssal tide worms were highly attracted to blood. Once they caught a whiff of the scent, they would surely come ashore. However, when the tide worms would actually appear remained uncertain, possibly requiring some time. Lu Heng settled into the shade of a tree, pulled out his laptop, and logged into the Crystal Core dark web using the account linked to the device. Browsing the available demon crystal cores, Sumu Yu sat beside him, leaning in to watch. Is it possible to get scammed when buying crystal cores here? While others might worry about being deceived, Lu Heng was unperturbed. The future trade of demon crystal cores was destined to become commonplace, with the dark web expanding rapidly into a formidable global network. Yet, even 3 years after the abyss descended, no one knew who had founded the Crystal Core dark web. Rumors even suggested that its creator was not human. Presently, the number of demon crystal cores available on the dark web was limited, and most of the skill crystal cores for sale did not enhance direct combat abilities. The skill crystal cores that did enhance combat power were snatched up immediately upon appearing. For instance, the lightning weapon, skill crystal core, which allowed weapons to emit lightning and deal additional lightning damage during attacks, was highly sought after at the onset of the Abyss's arrival. Whenever it appeared on the crystal core dark web, it would be purchased instantly, often without even considering the price. After all, for those at the pinnacle of power, money was merely a number, while exceptional abilities were something money could not buy. The remaining unsold demon crystal cores generally did not enhance combat capabilities, and some even diminished them. Due to the finite number of skill slots available to psychics, they exercise considerable caution when selecting skills to learn. Skills that do not enhance combat prowess are often deemed ineffective, resulting in a mere reduction of one skill slot for many psychics. At that moment, a strong gust of wind swept across the SEA. Sumuyu quickly pressed down her sun hat and turned to gaze at the ocean, where she spotted a large black object rising amidst the surging waves. She immediately pointed and exclaimed, "Look!" Lu Heng had already noticed it but remained composed, continuing to sit calmly in the shade of the tree. Sumuyu, meanwhile, controlled her scouting eagle to fly closer for a better observation. It's not a fish. It resembles a large worm, approximately 2 meters in length, as the waves washed ashore. A 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide abyssal tide worm crawled onto the beach. Its entire body was covered in a shell, a deep brown hue adorned with dark purple patterns, with numerous pairs of insect legs beneath and a ghastly mouthpart atop, creating a terrifying visage. The shell of the abyssal tide worm was exceptionally hard, impervious to blades, making it one of the highest defensive low-tier abyssal creatures. Drawn by the scent of blood, it ascended the shore and swiftly devoured a rat, slowly chewing it in its gut. Upon witnessing this creature, Sumuyu felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Heng's wrist. Lu Heng lifted her up and handed her a crossbow. "Here, aim at it and shoot an arrow to test it." This crossbow had been purchased in preparation and had considerable power, capable of piercing through a 3-centimeter thick wooden board within 20 meters. Though Sumuyu grasped the crossbow and aimed at the abyssal tide worm, her lack of experience with such a weapon caused her to tremble slightly. "Don't be nervous. Aim for its eyes and shoot." Lu Heng steadied her arm, guiding her in the act of aiming. As she focused, Sumuyu inquired, "After I hit it, will it flee?" It took quite an effort to lure it to the shore. The two waited in the shade for nearly an hour, having successfully lured one abyssal tide worm ashore, and losing it would be a significant disappointment. No, these creatures are bloodthirsty and will not flee upon sensing food. Lu Heng was well versed in the behavior of the abyssal tide worms. "Seafood?" Sumuyu expressed confusion, glancing around. Aside from a few loaves of bread in her backpack, they had brought no other food. It dawned on her quickly as she looked at herself and then at Lu Heng. Lu Heng nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's us." While Sumuyu aimed, she instructed her scouting eagle to observe closely. The demonic energy emanating from this abyssal tide worm seems quite potent. "What level is it?" Lu Heng assessed its size and replied, "Around level 8. The level of most abyssal creatures correlates with their size. Experienced psychics can gauge the level of these creatures based on their dimensions." "Then I'll shoot," she declared. "All right." Lu Heng nodded as Sumuyu took a deep breath, focused her mind, and pulled the trigger. Bang whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot forth, striking the gap in the shell on one side of the abyssal tide worm's head with a resounding clang. Hiss! The creature, now aware of its predator, emitted a sharp hiss and surged forward with its numerous legs. "You retreat first," Lu Heng commanded Sumuyu as he grabbed a glass bottle filled with gasoline and hurled it. Crash! The bottle shattered against the abyssal tide worm, dousing half its body in gasoline. Immediately afterward, Lu Heng sparked a flame to ignite the gasoline and retreated, maintaining a distance of 5 meters to lead the abyssal tide worm on a chase along the beach. Flames engulfed the abyssal tide worm, causing its shell to sizzle under the heat. It hissed angrily, pursuing Lu Heng. Yet despite its relentless efforts, he expertly maintained a 5-meter distance, akin to flying a kite, circling it along the sandy shore. After several hundred meters, the creature's shell glowed red from the heat, causing the body beneath to begin to deteriorate. A fit of rage, it opened its maw and spat a glob of corrosive slime toward Lu Heng. This slime was highly corrosive and difficult to wash off once it adhered. Psychics caught in its path would suffer severe injury, if not death. Lu Heng, familiar with the abyssal tide worm's attack patterns, had been waiting for this moment, as the range of the slime attack was precisely 5 meters. He danced just beyond the slime's reach, easily evading the attack with a nimble sidestep. With its slime attack thwarted and its shell blazing, the abyssal tide worm, enraged and scorched, ceased its pursuit and retreated toward the sea. Seeing it escape, Lu Heng did not intervene but waited for it to submerge. The wave crashed upon it, and the searing shell met the cold seawater, producing a sizzling sound. Under the effects of thermal expansion and contraction, the shell of the abyssal tide worm fractured. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Heng dashed forward, drew his sword, and executed a thrusting maneuver aimed at its vital core. Piercing through the fissured shell, the howl of agony erupted from the abyssal tide worm as it collapsed amidst the waves. Hunt abyssal tide worm, absorb 40 points of demonic energy. Lu Heng turned back to the shore and asked, "Did you absorb the demonic energy?" Sumu Yu emerged from her invisible state, joyfully nodding in affirmation. "Yes, and I leveled up to level 7. At lower levels, the rate of leveling up tends to accelerate." Allowing her to gradually catch up, Lu Heng pried open the fractured shell of the abyssal tide worm's head, retrieving a demonic crystal core. Corrosive slime crystal core, corrosive slime. Utilize skill to secrete corrosive slime, which has corrosive effects on metals, organic materials, and various other substances. Skill cost, 30 points of demonic energy per kilogram. Skill level, degrade. Lu Heng handed the skill crystal core to Sumu Yu. Grinning as he asked, "Do you want to learn it?" After reviewing the skill's effects, Sumu Yu displayed a look of refusal, shaking her head vigorously. No, while the skill's effects were indeed impressive, the notion of secreting corrosive slime was off-putting to many. Nevertheless, there were those with peculiar interests who might relish such an unusual skill. With a mischievous grin, Lu Heng proffered the crystal core. Chuckling, "Remember our agreement. You must obey me unconditionally." Sumu Yu's eyes widened in shock, and she turned to flee. "I don't want to. You can't do this. I was just joking. Don't run away." Lu Heng called out, waving her back. Subsequently, the two resumed their position in the shade, fishing and awaiting their next catch. Who would have thought that hunting abyssal tide worms could be so effortless? Next time, we should bring a mat and some snacks to enjoy a picnic while we wait. Sumu Yu rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the azure sea beneath the clear sky. Who could imagine that such a beautiful scenery concealed a tremendous danger? Lu Heng shook his head with a smile, remarking, "Just wait until thousands of abyssal tide worms crawl ashore. Let us see how leisurely you can remain then." Sumu Yu's eyes widened in alarm, declaring by then, "I'll definitely turn and flee." Abyssal tide worms shouldn't possess the ability to sense invisibility, right? Not at all, however. They can track by scent. Lu Heng shrugged. That's somewhat troublesome. Wink with a frown. Invisible veil only has optical invisibility capabilities, which is a pity. Sumu Yu began to realize the limitations of her skill. Don't worry. New capabilities will emerge once the skill levels up. Lu Heng offered a brief explanation. Then I need to practice my skill proficiency post-haste. Sumu Yu replied earnestly. As time passed, the abyssal tide worms grew increasingly rapid in their ascent to the shore, with some appearing within minutes and others taking as long as half an hour. On one occasion, 2 even emerged simultaneously. Nevertheless, the strategy remained unchanged, first using a Molotov cocktail to ignite them, then Lu Heng would lead the 2 abyssal tide worms in circles along the beach. Once their shells turned red from the heat and they retreated into the water, he would swiftly dispatch them with 2 well-aimed strikes. After 2 days of fishing, they had hunted 20 abyssal tide worms, acquiring 3 crystal cores. With a 15 drop rate, their luck was exceptional. Typically, hunting 20 or 30 demons would yield a single demonic crystal core, and that would be considered fortunate. Over the course of 2 days, Lu Heng leveled up to level 9, while Sumu Yu reached level 8. Upon attaining level 9, Lu Heng reviewed his attributes. Name, Lu Heng. Race, human. Level, 9. Health, 160-170. Source energy, 150-190. Attributes, Strength 17, Agility 22, Constitution 17, Spirit 19, Perception 18, Talent, Agile as a Dragon, Divine Evolution. Number of skill slots, 3. Skills, Lightning Weapon, Shadow Clone, Gale Step, Martial Arts, Swordsmanship, subtle, body technique, novice, combat, novice. Among these, the proficiency of Gale Step had reached 960-1000 and was on the verge of being fully mastered. The proficiency in body technique had also advanced to novice level 810-1000, showing rapid improvement. In Chapter 29, Divine Evolution unlocks the skill lock. Muyu also ascended to level 8, with her perception increasing to 19 points. The average attributes of an ordinary adult hover around 10 points. Thus, a perception level of 19 is exceedingly high. Moreover, at this juncture, few psychics could attain such a level. Among the 3 demonic crystal cores obtained from hunting abyssal tide worms, there was one skill crystal core. Aside from corrosive slime, which was Prism Tower Shield. Prism Tower Shield. Release energy to form a prismatic tower shield that deflects attacks. Skill duration, 3 seconds. Skill cost, 20 points of source energy. Skill level, D grade. This defensive skill boasted a C-grade defense despite being a D-grade skill, yet it demanded a higher level of skill from the user. The advantage lies in its formidable defensive capability, yet the drawbacks are equally conspicuous. Its duration is rather brief, lasting merely 3 seconds. In other words, one cannot preemptively activate this skill and then charge into battle. It must be employed at the precise moment of being attacked to be effective. Of course, one can also anticipate an imminent attack within those 3 seconds and activate the skill beforehand. Regardless of the method employed, it places significant demands on the practitioner. While Lu Heng may not have confidence in others, he is assured of Su Muyu's prowess. More importantly, the Prism Tower Shield can synergize with the Recon Eagle, creating a remarkably potent combination when utilized effectively. Consequently, Lu Heng resolved to have her learn this skill. You shall learn this skill. Very well. Su Muyu shattered the crystal core, absorbing its energy and mastering the new skill. She first tested it before gradually delving into its effects. She possesses her own understanding of the skill, often discovering usage methods independently without Lu Heng's guidance. This skill appears to be somewhat challenging, with a mere 3-second duration. Indeed, thus the timing of its usage must be exceptionally precise, Lu Heng affirmed. Su Muyu tested the skill once more, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "Yet, this skill can only be utilized in close proximity. The tower shield's energy can only be projected up to 1 meter away." After her examination, she felt that the skill's range was severely limited. The location of the Prism Tower Shield can only be 1 meter distant from herself, meaning that this skill is essentially confined to her use, incapable of aiding Lu Heng. After all, during combat, it is improbable for Lu Heng to maintain a 1 meter distance from her. Lu Heng chuckled, reminding her, "No, while this skill serves as a close-range defensive measure for others, you can employ it at a distance. Do you recall the skill synergy I taught you?" Understood. Su Muyu grasped immediately. During the Abyss battlefield, she had already utilized the technique of skill synergy. She has now learned 3 skills: Recon Eagle, Invisible Veil, and Prism Tower Shield. Among these, the ability to create a skill synergy that allows Prism Tower Shield to function at range naturally derives from Recon Eagle. Su Muyu pointed towards the Recon Eagle in the air and activated the Prism Tower Shield skill. The energy of the Recon Eagle instantly transformed into a prismatic shield. There was no need for practice. Her first attempt at skill synergy with the Prism Tower Shield was a resounding success. Lu Heng grew increasingly fond of her innate talent. She seemed to grasp everything she learned with ease. Su Muyu began to think critically, asking, "If I utilize the Recon Eagle, can I activate any skill at a distance?" Lu Heng nodded. With the exception of certain specialized skills, most can indeed be activated. Su Muyu's admiration for the Recon Eagle deepened. "So, the Recon Eagle is truly remarkable," Lu Heng cautioned. "The skill synergy effect of the Recon Eagle does indeed allow many skills to be activated at range. However, this method expends the Recon Eagle, effectively increasing the source energy consumption." Su Muyu nodded thoughtfully, summarizing, "Therefore, skill synergy should be reserved for emergencies. Ordinarily, energy should be conserved. Is this what one might call energy management?" "You are quite perceptive." Lu Heng realized that teaching her combat techniques was remarkably effortless. With just a slight nudge, she could intuitively comprehend. Su Muyu glanced at her skill slots. She had already acquired 3 skills, leaving 2 slots remaining. I have 2 skill slots left. Can I still learn offensive skills?" Lu Heng handed her the corrosive slime, crystal core, an offensive skill. No. Su Muyu vehemently rejected, her entire being resisting as she saw Lu Heng attempt to offer her the crystal core. Promptly turning to flee, Liu Heng pursued her with the corrosive slime crystal core, the two engaging in playful antics along the beach for quite some time. Suddenly, Sumu Yu halted, and Liu Heng, unable to stop in time, tumbled over her onto the sand. This skill is genuinely quite useful, that I know, but I don't want Sumu Yu recognize the high practicality of a skill capable of corroding metal. Yet she could not bear the thought of her body secreting corrosive slime. Liu Heng was merely jesting with her. There were countless ways to obtain offensive skills, and one need not necessarily learn new skills to evolve existing ones into offensive capabilities. What is your proficiency with the Recon Eagle? I just maxed it out last night and hadn't had the chance to tell you. After returning home, Sumu Yu had finally achieved a proficiency of 1000 with the Recon Eagle. Following this, she had tinkered for quite a while, unable to find a method to upgrade the skill. So soon? Liu Heng was somewhat taken aback. His own Gale Step proficiency was only at 998-1000, and he had not anticipated Sumu Yu to max out her Recon Eagle proficiency first. Once skill proficiency is maxed out, how does one upgrade it? Sumu Yu attempted various methods but found none effective for upgrading the skill. Skills differ from martial arts. Mere practice does not suffice for leveling up. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Liu Heng's eyes as he opened his attribute interface to check his initial talent. Divine Evolution. Divine Evolution. Utilize divine energy to fuse and evolve skills, breaking the limitations of skill levels and promoting them to a higher form. For those with abilities, skills learned from crystal cores do not upgrade upon reaching max proficiency. However, Divine Evolution can unlock skill locks, removing level restrictions and allowing skills to fuse with divine energy for upgrades. Moreover, the greatest strength of this talent lies in its ability to not only evolve one's own skills but also assist others in unlocking their skill locks. Liu Heng extended his hand and said, "Give me your hand." Sumu Yu complied, extending her hand. Uncertain of his intentions, Liu Heng grasped her hand, closed his eyes, and utilized Divine Evolution to help her unlock the skill lock, guiding her. Now, concentrate and attempt to infuse your divine energy into the Recon Eagle skill slot to elevate its level. Sumu Yu followed suit, closing her eyes and sensing a subtle shift within the Recon Eagle skill. As if the lock confining its level had been released, she complied with the guidance, attempting to inject divine energy into the Recon Eagle skill slot. The divine energy merged into the skill slot. The two energies entwined within, ultimately fusing together. In that moment of completion, data prompts appeared before her. Consumed 300 divine energy points. Recon Eagle skill upgraded to Advanced Recon Eagle. Advanced Recon Eagle, skill level, C grade, skill consumption, 20 source energy points, skill effect. Summons an Advanced Recon Eagle for aerial reconnaissance. Detecting invisibility and combat. Invisibility detection range 2 perception. Attack damage 1 mental power. Has the skill successfully upgraded? Liu Heng inquired. Yes. Sumu Yu nodded vigorously. It succeeded, transforming into an Advanced Recon Eagle, and it possesses offensive capabilities. With the range of invisibility detection doubled. That is splendid. For Sumu Yu, advancing from a D-grade Recon Eagle to C grade represents a significant enhancement. Not only has the range of invisibility detection doubled, but it has also gained offensive capabilities. From a team perspective, this skill must take priority for upgrading, even surpassing the priority of Liu Heng's own skills. Liu Heng had even contemplated that, should the initial upgrade fail, he would expend another 300 divine energy points to ensure her upgrade of the Recon Eagle skill. Upon returning from the Abyss battlefield, Sumu Yu had accumulated a total of 900 divine energy points, spending 300 on basic law assimilation with the energy crystal bracelet. Now, with another 300 spent on upgrading the skill, she was left with 300 points. After reviewing the data post-skill upgrade, Sumu Yu inquired. The attack damage isn't tied to perception, but rather to mental power. Liu Heng nodded. Correct. Perception primarily enhances insight, such as vision and hearing, making it easier to detect invisible targets and hidden traps. Abilities related to attacks are mostly linked to mental power. The stronger the mental power, the greater the control over the damage inflicted by the Recon Eagle. Sumu Yu pondered and asked. Then how high is the damage of 1 mental power? Liu Heng contemplated before providing an example. A handgun has an attack power of 105, and as a firearm, it does not receive bonuses from physical attributes, resulting in relatively fixed damage. In other words, with your current mental power, Controlling the recon eagle to attack 5 times would equate to firing a single shot from a handgun. Of course, this is merely a simplistic comparison. Actual damage depends on the targeted area. If a critical area is struck and the target's defenses are breached, it could result in an instant kill. Additionally, the recon eagle can be directed to target specific areas, such as the eyes. Pecking the eyes? That seems rather cruel. Yu pursed her lips, still grappling with the notion of such a lethal attack method. You'll understand when faced with ruthless enemies. Mercy towards adversaries equates to cruelty towards oneself. Lu Heng chuckled, shaking his head. Chapter 30. The Storm Fist King. Just as the two were engrossed in discussing the effects of skill upgrades, Yu suddenly stiffened, alerting, someone is approaching. The two hastily rose to their feet, spotting a man and a woman emerging from the woods. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, with silver hair that exuded a strong presence. Unmistakably an ability user of considerable rank. The woman, in her early 20s, donned black stockings and heavy makeup, her appearance meticulously crafted. Yet, her natural beauty paled in comparison to Yuyu's, and despite her efforts, she still fell significantly short in looks. As the two individuals made their way onto the beach, the woman clad in black stockings cast a glance upwards at the reconnaissance hawk soaring through the sky. Raising her hand and spreading her fingers wide, she clenched her fist with force directed towards the hawk, causing it to tremble violently. Despite the enhanced defenses of the reconnaissance hawk, this distant assault failed to obliterate it. However, Yu could still feel the impact of the mental shock, causing her body to shudder slightly. Sensing the malice emanating from her opponent, Yu leaned closer to Lu Heng and whispered, "This woman might be the perceiver we encountered from the Gong Ting group. Her ability to attack the reconnaissance hawk is quite reminiscent." Lu Heng pulled her protectively behind him, facing the two with an air of authority as he stated firmly, "Such a greeting is rather impolite." The woman in black chuckled sweetly, "Don't be so tense. I was merely jesting with this young lady. Speak plainly. What is it that you desire?" Lu Heng's gaze turned cold as he scrutinized the pair. The silver-haired man turned his attention to the sea and spoke with an assertive tone, "We claim this beach. You may leave with your crystal cores after packing your belongings." The implication was clear. They sought to seize this territory. Lu Heng found no surprise in this turn of events, as behind this beach lay the coastal highway, separated only by a small grove of trees. From the highway, one could easily observe the happenings on the beach. Over the past few days, Lu Heng had been hunting abyssal tidal insects here, making it highly probable that passing vehicles had witnessed his endeavors. Clearly, the duo had recognized that this beach would be a breeding ground for the abyssal tidal insects, prompting their attempt to usurp the land. In the early stages of the abyssal invasion, hunting these insects not only elevated one's level, but also yielded demon crystal cores, a lucrative prospect that few could resist. Their greed was palpable. Not only did they wish to claim territory, but they also sought to seize the crystal cores. Lu Heng couldn't help but find amusement in the swiftness with which he encountered such a situation. After all, one could hardly fault him for having a discerning palate. The silver-haired man, brimming with confidence, held his head high, his gaze betraying a contemptuous view of lower beings. The abyssal invasion, while bringing peril to the human realm, had simultaneously bestowed extraordinary powers upon its denizens. With the augmentation of strength came the inflation of ambition and a voracious appetite for even greater power. The primary means of acquiring such extraordinary abilities lay in the demon crystal cores, thus making their contention inevitable, even to the point of risking their lives. Observing the blend of arrogance and greed in the silver-haired man's eyes, Lu Heng realized that confrontation was unavoidable. Stretching his limbs, he inquired, "How do you intend to proceed with this robbery?" The silver-haired man, revealing a combative grin, rolled up his short sleeves to display his sinewy muscles. Lu Heng maneuvered Yu to safety outside the fray, handing her a Glock pistol with a firm admonition, "You should retreat first. Do not concern yourself with me." Yu nodded slightly, making her way to the shade of the trees to methodically pack her belongings. Turning back to face the silver-haired man, Lu Heng signaled, "Let us commence." With a swift motion, the silver-haired man wrapped fabric around his knuckles, launching himself forward with a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Lu Heng's face. The force behind the blow was tremendous, swift, and unrelenting. The sound of the air being displaced by his fist indicated that, should it connect, it could easily fracture bones or even deform features. Under the augmented effects of his talent, Graceful Dragon, Lu Heng's agility had reached an impressive level of 22, categorizing him among the elite for his rank. This attribute significantly enhanced his neural response times, coordination, attack speed, and running speed. Consequently, Lu Heng's reflexes far surpassed those of his equally ranked counterparts. Despite the silver-haired man's rapid and forceful attack, Lu Heng managed to evade by a slight tilt of his head. After a brief exchange of blows, Lu Heng surmised that the silver-haired man was likely a professional boxer, utilizing 7-part strength while reserving 3 for defense. Each punch was swiftly retracted, preparing for either a defensive maneuver or a continuation of the assault. Thus, his attacks were rapid and precise. Lu Heng narrowly avoided a right hook, only to find himself dodging a left straight punch moments later. After a series of exchanges that yielded no hits, the silver-haired man displayed a hint of surprise. He was acutely aware that with his current strength and agility, not even the world champion from a boxing ring could withstand a single blow. Following the first round of their confrontation, Lu Heng estimated the man's level and attributes based on the explosive sound produced by his punches. The man possessed a strength attribute nearing 20 points. With agility slightly lower, such elevated attributes indicated that he was at least level 9. At this juncture, very few possessed such high levels of ability. Lu Heng had ascended to level 9 rapidly due to his reincarnation memories. And it was reasonable to assume that this individual had substantial financial backing to reach level 9 in a short span as well. With financial means, acquiring demon crystal cores during the early stages of the abyssal invasion could indeed facilitate rapid advancement. Having narrowly dodged another straight punch, Lu Heng decided it was time to counterattack, unleashing 2 swift whip kicks that sliced through the air like lightning. The silver-haired man's focus sharpened, realizing the rapidity of the kicks rendered evasion impossible. He quickly raised his arms to block. The impact of the kicks did not injure him, but absorbing the force caused him to stagger back a couple of steps, with a grin of exhilaration spreading across his face. The silver-haired man exclaimed, "How intriguing!" He raised his head and unleashed his source energy, lifting himself into the air, his silver hair dancing wildly in the tumultuous winds, his presence becoming overwhelmingly imposing. Lu Heng paused momentarily, struck by recognition in his past life. This individual was renowned as the Storm Boxing King, Lei Jin Hao, a leading figure among the 3 major superhuman teams in the coastal city. The silver locks atop his head were not merely dyed. They had transformed to silver due to his acquisition of storm powers. However, the current manifestation of his abilities diverged significantly from Lu Heng's recollections. The Storm Boxing King of memory would summon tempests and thunder upon unleashing his powers. Now, his level was insufficient to display such formidable strength. Yet even at this moment, the ability to levitate marked him as a pinnacle among superhumans. After unleashing his storm powers, he leaped 3 meters high. Delivering a powerful punch towards Lu Heng, unwilling to underestimate the situation, activated the Gale Step skill, deftly evading the assault. The punch landed with a resounding crash upon the sandy shore, sending a plume of sand flying and leaving a substantial crater in its wake. The silver-haired man's speed and ferocity intensified following his storm energy outburst, yet Lu Heng, having activated Gale Step, experienced an 80 increase in speed, deftly maneuvering beneath his onslaught with ease. Moreover, he had gained proficiency in the Gale Step skill during the battle. Nearing mastery as they continued their fierce skirmish, Sumu Yu finished packing her bag, glancing back at the unfolding conflict with concern. However, she understood that remaining there would only make her a liability. Thus, she resolved to follow Lu Heng's earlier instructions, entering stealth mode with the demon crystal cores in her backpack. Making her way toward the grove, in a swift turn of events, the woman in black realized Sumu Yu had vanished from her sight. Taking the demon crystal cores with her, enraged, she shouted, trying to escape. "Do you think you can?" Immediately, she activated her perception skill and pursued into the grove. Lu Heng, seeing her intent to chase Sumu Yu, swiftly interposed himself. "That's enough. Do not overstep your bounds." The silver-haired man positioned himself before Lu Heng, declaring arrogantly, "If you pursue her, I'll ensure he pays the price." The woman in black flashed Lu Heng a teasing smile before activating her acceleration skill and sprinting into the grove. Lu Heng quickly alerted Sumu Yu through his Bluetooth headset. "That woman is after you. Be cautious." "All right, don't worry about me. I'll be fine," Sumu Yu replied, though her heart raced with anxiety. Despite being a superhuman herself, she had never engaged in a fight. As the woman in black entered the grove, she called out with a seductive laugh, "Little sister, don't run away. Your invisibility won't work on me. Hand over the crystal cores, and I might introduce you to a powerful ally who will take care of you." Sumuyu struggled to maintain her speed in the grove, while the woman in black, endowed with acceleration skills, quickly gained ground in a matter of moments. The woman was within a few hundred meters when her perception skill detected a fleeting figure ahead. "Gotcha." A smirk curled at her lips as she surged forward, ready to incapacitate Sumuyu with a single kick. However, Sumuyu had been vigilantly monitoring her pursuer with the reconnaissance hawk. As the woman closed in, Sumuyu drew her crossbow, swiftly turning to aim and pulling the trigger. The bolt shot forth, targeting the woman's abdomen. With acute perception, the woman in black noticed Sumuyu's action and deftly dodged to the side, the bolt embedding itself into a nearby tree with a dull thud. "Daring to fight back? You seek death." Her expression darkened as she leaped forward, igniting her fiery hand to strike at Sumuyu's face. In her mind, Sumuyu counted down. 3, 2, 1. Activating her skill, Prism Tower Shield. A diamond-shaped shield materialized beside her, effectively blocking the woman's fiery attack. Following this, Sumuyu commanded the advanced reconnaissance hawk to dive toward the woman's eyes. Originally, she believed that using a reconnaissance eagle to peck out someone's eyes was an act of extreme cruelty. However, the opponent proved to be vicious, launching an attack with flames that struck her face. For a woman, such a method of assault was more ruthless than a fatal blow, prompting Sumuyu to retaliate without hesitation. The woman in black stockings, upon seeing the descending reconnaissance eagle, focused intently and swiftly raised her hand to obliterate it. Seizing this moment, Sumuyu drew out an electric baton and thrust it into her abdomen. "Zzz, ah!" The woman in black let out a horrified scream, collapsing to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. With her attack successful, Sumuyu felt a surge of exhilaration and cheered over the communication channel. "I have defeated her. I have won." Hearing Sumuyu's voice through the Bluetooth headset, Lu Heng smiled at the silver-haired man, saying, "It seems your woman is not up to the task." Seeking death, the silver-haired man did not rush to aid the woman in black, but instead continued his ferocious assault on Lu Heng. Meanwhile, the woman in black, barely recovering from the electric baton's shock, managed to endure due to her enhanced physique. Gritting her teeth, she produced a flare and fired it into the sky, simultaneously shouting over the communication channel, "Hurry! Help is needed." At that moment, a speedboat that had been searching the waters for abyssal tide worms turned towards the shore. A team of over 10 ability users leapt from the boat, each wielding a firearm. The silver-haired man shouted to his subordinates, "Go rescue Yadwa. I will deal with this pest before joining you." His gaze fixed menacingly on Lu Heng. He tightened his fists and unleashed a whirlwind of protective energy. Threatening, "Tell your woman, if she dares to harm a single hair on Yadwa, when I catch her, I will make her wish she were never born." Lu Heng, noticing the arrival of another team of ability users, realized that further delays were unwise. He urged Sumuyu to flee and then summoned the Aurora Blade from the void. Half a minute earlier, his proficiency in Gale Step had reached its maximum of 1,000 during the battle. Lu Heng activated Divine Evolution, consuming 300 points of divine energy to upgrade Gale Step. The divine energy surged into the skill slot, merging into a new energy sphere. Gale Step upgraded to Gale Step, Stab. Gale Step, Stab, skill level, C, skill cost, 3 source energy minute, skill effect. Infuses energy into both legs, granting a speed increase akin to the wind, 100 running speed. When initiating a linear thrust, temporarily gains double speed enhancement. The upgrade exceeded expectations. Lu Heng simultaneously activated Lightning Weapon and Gale Step, Stab, charging towards the silver-haired man, executing the 7 cuts of Step Sword. With a single slash, he shattered the man's protective whirlwind energy. Bang! The silver-haired man's combined talent and skills formed a whirlwind energy of near A-class strength, a blend of offense and defense. The swirling energy rendered ordinary blade attacks ineffective. Yet now, Lu Heng's strike had cleaved through his whirlwind energy. The silver-haired man's eyes narrowed, and he immediately leaped back, attempting to evade the onslaught. Lu Heng denied him any opportunity to escape. Following up with the second sword strike, the sword light pierced, unleashing the linear thrust effect of Gale Step. Stab. With his speed enhancement surging from 100 to 200, the thrust was as swift as lightning. The silver-haired man realized he was caught off guard by the speed of the strike, which was upon him in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for evasion. His face contorted in horror. He could only grit his teeth and reach out to grasp the blade, straining to withstand the force. The Aurora blade's edge was incredibly sharp, slicing through his palms as if they were butter. Witnessing his attempt to endure, Lu Heng's lips curled into a dangerous smile, executing a refined swordsmanship technique, channeling energy into the second phase of his strike. Thud. The sword tip pierced through his grasp and penetrated the silver-haired man's chest. Ah! The silver-haired man was filled with dread as the blade struck his lung. A rush of warmth surged from his lungs, forcing him to cough up blood. He never anticipated that Lu Heng would be this formidable, having forced him into a corner with just 2 strikes. Without hesitation, he roared, unleashing his trump card skill, Desperate Fury, as his wound instantly sealed, halting the bleeding, while his strength, agility, and physique surged by 30 as he charged at Lu Heng. Recognizing the fury in the silver-haired man's reddened eyes, Lu Heng quickly deduced he had activated Desperate Fury. This skill was a desperate counterattack, used after sustaining injuries to stop bleeding, diminish pain, and significantly boost attributes like strength and agility. The combat power unleashed by this skill resembled that of a frenzied final stage boss, one that could not be easily withstood. However, such a powerful skill bore severe side effects. Once it concluded, the user would suffer considerable injuries, with attributes like strength, agility, and vitality halved, requiring even ability users weeks to recover. It was evident that the silver-haired man had exceptional qualities to have risen as the Storm Fist King in the coastal region. Lu Heng had forced him to use his Fury skill. He chose not to confront him head-on, but instead employed Gale Step to create distance. The team of ability users, upon witnessing their leader's injury, immediately raised their weapons and fired at Lu Heng. Quick on his feet, Lu Heng dodged behind a tree as bullets thudded against the trunk. The numbers were overwhelming, and they were armed, presenting a considerable challenge. As this group of ability users encircled him, the situation grew increasingly tense. At that moment, Sumu Yu held a gun to the back of the woman in black's head, forcing her to emerge from the woods. If you don't want her dead, step back. The silver-haired man was in a state of fury, yet he knew it could not last. He had planned to eliminate Lu Heng while he was in this state, intending to spare the woman. However, with a hostage in Sumu Yu's hands, his plans unraveled. If you dare pull the trigger, I will make both of you wish you were never born. The silver-haired man's eyes glinted with malice as he threatened fiercely. Lu Heng took the woman in black from Sumu Yu, positioning her in front of him, and stated, "When your rage subsides, who do you think will be the one to perish?" The silver-haired man's expression darkened, fluctuating between anger and fear, as he realized that using the Fury skill had left him vulnerable. Once it ended, his combat power would be halved. Furthermore, Lu Heng's exhibited strength had indeed intimidated him. The longer he sustained his fury, the more severe the repercussions would be. His countenance grew grim as he commanded, "I will let you go this time, but should I encounter you again, you will learn the consequences of provoking me. We are leaving." He aimed to retreat before his rage subsided, heading to the hospital for treatment. Once the silver-haired man and his team boarded the speedboat, Lu Heng finally released the woman in black, taking Sumu Yu back into the woods to recuperate. It was Sumu Yu's first victory in a one-on-one fight, and not in the typical hair-pulling manner. On the way back, she animatedly recounted her triumph over the woman in black. "It went like this. I used the Prism Tower shield to block her attacks, then let the reconnaissance eagle peck her eyes, and finally knocked her down with the electric baton I won. Why aren't you praising me? Impressive, truly impressive." Lu Heng found her current demeanor to be bright and endearing, though there remained a hint of naivety that reflected her youth. Chapter 32. The Abyssal Tideworm Matriarch. In the afternoon, Lei Jinghao's group of ability users occupied GZ Beach, strewing animal carcasses across the sand to lure the Abyssal Tideworms ashore. This future Storm Fist King had assembled a team of over 50 ability users within just a month of the Abyssal invasion. Commanding such a large group of ability users was not a matter of simply offering wages. Thus, it was clear that Lei Jinghao had substantial backing, as he could not afford to sustain so many subordinates otherwise. The Baoshan Lighthouse on the coast, Sumuyu, upon noticing GZ Beach had been taken over, felt a surge of anger. How despicable! They've seized our territory. Liu Heng gazed calmly at the surging waves, unperturbed. There is no need to be angry. This area 1T remained peaceful for long. Yet, her ire persisted. If we could hunt tide worms for a few more days, we might secure a couple more crystal cores. Sumuyu resolved to maintain her indignation. Liu Heng smiled serenely, stating, ordinary abyssal tide worms yield little of value. It's time to initiate our next plan. What plan? I wasn't aware of any. Sumuyu blinked in confusion. You don't need to know. Liu Heng playfully tapped her forehead. Constantly tapping your forehead will make you foolish. Sumuyu pouted in protest. You're already quite foolish. There's no room for decline. After teasing her, Liu Heng turned his attention back to the sea. Observing the waves, he estimated that within a day or two, the swarm of abyssal tide worms would likely appear. However, this Storm Fist King was quite arrogant. Even though the rewards from hunting the tide worms were modest, Liu Heng was determined to deny them the chance to farm monsters. He retrieved a backup phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, neither party spoke for a moment. After a lengthy pause, the other side finally inquired, "Who are you?" Liu Heng greeted in his usual tone. "Hello, Inspector Chun." This number belonged to the senior inspector of the Iron Blood Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau. Chen Linian. Who are you? The voice on the other end repeated the question. Liu Heng bypassed the inquiry and got straight to the point. Beneath the reefs in the GZ Beach area, a matriarch abyssal tide worm has laid over 10,000 eggs in a few days. These tide worms will emerge on GZ Beach. Currently, someone is luring them ashore, and I estimate the tide will arrive prematurely, resulting in numerous casualties. Having stated his case, Liu Heng hung up the phone and removed the battery from the backup device. Within less than an hour, the Iron Blood Task Force arrived in armored vehicles to take control of GZ Beach, driving away all the subordinates of the silver-haired man. Subsequently, they dispatched speedboats to explore the waters off GZ Beach and began to deploy their operations. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man was in a hospital receiving an infusion of nutrients and a newly developed energy recovery serum when he suddenly received a phone call from his subordinates. He learned that GZ Beach had been sealed off by the official psychic armed forces and that his team, which had just taken over GZ Beach, had been expelled without acquiring a single demon crystal core. Upon hearing this news, the silver-haired man angrily smashed his phone to pieces. The Iron Blood Task Force acted swiftly, sending sensory-type psychics to scout the waters surrounding GZ Beach and confirm the presence of an abyssal tide worm swarm. They then immediately began to deploy their strategy in the early stages of the abyss's arrival. Low-tier abyssal monsters were no match for the armed forces' iron barrage. Should the abyssal tide worm swarm appear at GZ Beach, it would take merely a few armored vehicles and high-rate heavy machine guns to obliterate the tide worms attempting to land. However, abyssal creatures are not lacking in intelligence. Once their landing is obstructed, they will swiftly disperse and come ashore from other directions. At that point, the armored vehicles would be unable to pursue them. Therefore, it is crucial to reduce the number of abyssal tide worms before the swarm fully forms. Moreover, the most critical point is to eliminate the mother worm as soon as possible. If the mother worm is not eradicated, a continuous stream of abyssal tide worms will hatch thereafter. Should the mother worm produce the next generation of mother worms, the tide will spread, endangering thousands of kilometers of coastline. The following day, Iron Blood announced a bounty for the extermination of abyssal tide worms in the waters of GZ Beach, offering 10,000 for each worm and 1 million for the mother worm, with all spoils from the hunt going to the hunting team. From that day forth, the rental prices for speedboats, yachts, and fishing boats skyrocketed exponentially. Dozens of psychic teams gathered at GZ Beach, renting vessels to hunt the abyssal tide worms. While the abyssal tide worms were significant, the more powerful teams set their sights on the mother worm. For top-tier psychic teams, the 1 million bounty was not the primary allure. The inherent value of the mother worm itself was the key. The mother worm's tier is higher than that of ordinary tide worms, which means that the demon crystal core extracted upon its demise will undoubtedly be of a higher tier. Although numerous vessels were hunting abyssal tide worms at sea, their efficiency was low. The tide worms could hide in the deepest parts of the ocean, making it difficult for humans to dive that deep. If one were to don a diving suit and plunge into the depths, it would not be a hunt for abyssal tide worms, but rather a delivery service. Consequently, most psychic teams could only fish for the tide worms. Abyssal tideworms typically measured 1 meter in width and 2 meters in length. A considerable size, yet specialized shark fishing gear was still capable of reeling them in. Furthermore, abyssal tideworms were exceedingly bloodthirsty. Using animal blood and flesh as bait made them easy to hook. While fishing could yield abyssal tideworms, it could not catch the mother worm. The top psychic team still aimed for the mother worm. To locate the mother worm, one must venture into the water. Consequently, all water-related skill cores on the black market began to surge in price. Skills like underwater breathing, deep dive pressure balance, and energy fins, which enhance underwater operational capabilities, were quickly sold out. However, the top psychic teams purchasing these skill cores did not intend them for their core members. Due to the limited number of skill slots available to psychics, it was improbable for powerful psychic warriors to learn skills like underwater breathing. Unless a psychic intended to dominate the ocean and thus learn all water-related skills, such a choice would not be made. Humans are inherently terrestrial beings, and those pursuing a marine path remain a minority. Consequently, the water-related skill cores purchased were allocated for the fringe members of the teams. Tasked with diving to explore and locate the mother worm on a luxurious yacht, several psychics dragged a cable, hauling an abyssal tideworm onto the deck. The tideworm tumbled onto the yacht's deck, thrashing its body and leaving several dents in the once elegant and lavish vessel, now rendered filthy and chaotic. After the tideworm was brought aboard, a bodyguard clad in a black suit approached the cabin door and addressed those inside. "Young Master Lin, we've caught another one." Inside the cabin, a young man in his 20s picked up a gleaming silver revolver and stepped out onto the deck. The psychics on the deck secured the tideworm with tools. The young man pressed the revolver against the back of the tideworm's armored head and fired 3 shots in quick succession. The tideworm's numerous legs stiffened instantly, collapsing onto the deck and ceasing all movement. After dispatching the tideworm, the young man observed the upgrade prompt and joyfully remarked, "Well done, everyone. Today's bonus is doubled." "Thank you, boss," the others replied in unison. The Baoshan Lighthouse, a scenic spot in this coastal city, offered a view of the azure waters and the distant cargo ships returning home, with the sea breeze blowing at the lighthouse. However, today, there were no visitors at the lighthouse, as the authorities had issued a warning and evacuated the residents surrounding Jizi Beach. Thus, only Lu Heng and Su Muyu remained at Baoshan Lighthouse. With the increasing emergence of demons worldwide, public opinion could no longer suppress the truth. As the official bounties proliferated and the waters of Jizi Beach were sealed off, many citizens began to learn of the abyssal invasion. Lu Heng received several anxious calls from his parents. "Son, why don't you come home? It's not safe out there. I've heard many people claim they've seen monsters." Li Xiaoyun expressed her deep concern after seeing numerous reports about abyssal creatures. "Many roads are blocked now. I heard that Jizi Beach is entirely sealed off. It seems like there's a Godzilla in the sea, and I have to pass through Jizi Beach to get home." Lu Heng had matters to attend to, and could only find an excuse to deflect. "I won't be coming home just yet. You stay safe at school. It should still be secure there. Don't go out unless necessary." Li Xiaoyun immediately reconsidered, having also seen last night's news confirming that the waters surrounding Jizi Beach had indeed been sealed off. "All right, I understand." After reassuring his mother, Lu Heng quickly sought a reason to end the call. Su Muyu faced a similar situation, needing to soothe her mother's worries as well. After finishing her call, she switched to the Recon Eagle's vision, surveying the sea. "There are many teams hunting the abyssal tideworms out there. Should we join them? It's impossible to rent a boat now, and hunting the tideworms this way is far too inefficient." Lu Heng shook his head. "To hunt the abyssal tideworms at sea, we first need to rent a boat and then search for them in the ocean. If luck is on our side, we might capture 2 or 3 in a day, but the spoils are shared among everyone on the boat." "What should we do then?" Su Muyu felt a bit disgruntled. "We wait for the mother worm to appear." Lu Heng gazed steadily at the waves on the sea. "The mother worm must be hiding quite deep, right? I see many teams are trying to locate it." Su Muyu felt the search for the mother worm was somewhat daunting. Indeed, for others, finding the mother worm was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, for Lu Heng, he already knew the answer in his previous life. The sight of the abyssal tideworms landing at Jizi Beach was a grand spectacle. With extensive media coverage from Binhai City, many major factions spent lavishly hiring mercenaries to hunt for demon crystal cores and locate the mother worm. When they finally discovered the mother worm's lair, reporters even entered the nest to capture first-hand footage. Thus, Lu Heng did not need to search. He already knew the location of the mother worm's lair. Chapter 33. The mother worm's lair. The following afternoon, the waters of GZ Beach became even more bustling as a psychic team specializing in water abilities discovered the mother worm. It was a colossal tide worm, measuring 6 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Its plump abdomen encased in a hard shell, exuding a terrifying appearance with armor as tough as iron. Upon the discovery of the mother worm, more and more psychic teams surrounded it, launching attacks. The vast majority of the psychic's offensive methods could not inflict damage on the mother worm deep beneath the sea. However, humans had mastered underwater offensive techniques centuries ago. The psychic teams participating in the hunt for the abyssal tide worms had received permission to use deep-sea bombs. One by one, the deep-sea bombs were deployed into the ocean. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds erupted from the ocean floor, the detonation shockwaves breaking the surface, creating splendid sprays of water. The successive explosions of deep-sea bombs imparted a lesson to the mother worm. A creature from the abyssal realm. Humanity has always excelled at destruction. A fleet of vessels pursued the mother worm lurking beneath the waves, while clusters of deep-sea bombs detonated underwater, stirring up tumultuous waves. As if the entire sea had come to a boil. Upon learning that the abyssal mother worm had been discovered, Heng recognized that the time had come and called Su Muyu to prepare for their opportunistic venture. As evening approached, the tide began to recede. The sea surface revealed several dark reefs. The larger rocks bore names. The third largest reef in the GZ Beach area was called Longu Reef, which, during low tide, resembled an island. The exposed portion of Longu Reef was over 300 square meters, shaped like a dinosaur's spine. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky, and Heng, accompanied by Su Muyu, descended from Baoshan Lighthouse and arrived at the beach. On the shore rested a jet ski, stranded due to the receding tide, leaving deep tracks in the sand as Heng pushed it toward the water. "Can you swim?" he inquired. "I never learned," Su Muyu replied. Shaking her head, Heng retrieved a life jacket from the jet ski's storage compartment and helped her put it on, imagining how lovely she would look in a swimsuit. Heng promptly reined in his wayward thoughts, mounted the jet ski, and set off with Su Muyu towards Longu Reef. After the tide receded, the part of Longu Reef that emerged from the sea stretched over 20 meters, with a significantly larger underwater expanse. Moreover, numerous submerged rocks surrounded the area, deterring large vessels from approaching. Once Heng steadied the jet ski, he secured the rope to a rock and reached out to assist Su Muyu as she disembarked. Su Muyu tidied her hair, tousled by the sea breeze, tightened her life jacket, and then turned her gaze around. Could there be abyssal tide worms here? Heng sought a sheltered spot, removed his life jacket, and laid it down as a cushion for them to sit on. "This will do. You should release the reconnaissance hawk to investigate the conditions beneath this reef." "All right," Su Muyu nodded in agreement. Releasing the reconnaissance hawk, which submerged into the water to commence its investigation. Being composed of energy, the reconnaissance hawk could enter the water, albeit its movement speed significantly decreased once submerged. She maneuvered the hawk around the reef and remarked, "It seems there are no abyssal tide worms nearby." Heng urged, "Look for any cavities or similar formations." "Understood," Su Muyu replied, continuing her search and directing the reconnaissance hawk to probe into various crevices. Half an hour later, she suddenly exclaimed, "I've discovered a large cavern. I'm venturing inside." As she relayed her observations from the hawk's perspective regarding the underwater cave, she noted, "Oh, this cave doesn't descend further. Instead, it ascends. And it's quite lengthy. I've surfaced. The innermost part is hollow, not at the bottom of the water, and has emerged above the surface. I see it. It's an abyssal tide worm, albeit rather small, only half a meter long. I realize now, this is the nest of the abyssal tide worms. I can see numerous eggs, each adhering to the floor and the walls. One of the eggs has split open, and a soft-shelled abyssal tide worm has emerged. This is quite terrifying." Although she spoke of fear, her tone betrayed a hint of astonishment and excitement. "Find the shortest route. Soon, I will lead my doppelganger inside," Heng instructed for the next course of action. "Understood," Su Muyu nodded, guiding the reconnaissance hawk to retrace the path through the underwater cavern. Meanwhile, as the pursuit of the mother worm reached a fever pitch, conflicts began to erupt among various teams of ability users. Two vessels collided while tracking the mother worm, resulting in a fierce altercation. The abyssal motherworm lurking in the depths represented the highest-tier abyssal creature discovered on Blue Star to date. This implied that the demon crystal core dropped by the motherworm would possess a remarkably high grade. Whoever managed to obtain such a high-tier crystal core would soar to new heights. Hence, this pursuit of the motherworm became a contest of fortune for many ability users. As dusk descended, the vessels pursuing the motherworm began to converge towards Longu Reef. Heng, observing the approaching ships, surmised that the motherworm must have been injured and was fleeing towards its nest. "They're coming. Prepare yourselves," he stated, releasing a shadow doppelganger and instructing the reconnaissance hawk to lead the way into the underwater caves of Longu Reef. Upon entering the motherworm's lair, Heng commanded the shadow doppelganger to open a large barrel of gasoline and douse it across various corners of the nest. A few abyssal tide worms, catching the scent of gasoline, crawled out from their eggs, greedily sucking in the gasoline. With preparations complete, the next step was to wait. Sumuyu anxiously inquired, "Will the motherworm return? If it hasn't been killed?" "It likely will," Heng replied, though he too was uncertain whether the motherworm could find its way back to the nest, considering the dozen vessels hunting it above. As long as the depth charges landed accurately, the motherworm's carapace would not withstand the impact. However, the depth charges employed by these ability users were not cutting-edge technology, making precise control over the explosion's location challenging. They could only rely on sheer numbers. Ultimately, whether the motherworm would survive the onslaught became a matter of probability. The confined space within the nest makes ignition perilous. "We should maintain a safe distance," Sumuyu cautioned, observing the gasoline saturating the motherworm's lair. Heng guided her to the rear end of Longu Reef, ensuring a safe distance from the hollow cave. As night fell, visibility underwater diminished. The difficulty for perception-based ability users tracking the motherworm increased, leading several vessels to disperse in search of it. After another 10 minutes, Sumuyu suddenly clutched Heng's arm, exclaiming, "It's here. The motherworm has entered the cave. It's wounded, with a large portion of its carapace blasted apart." Under the watchful gaze of the reconnaissance hawk, the abyssal motherworm traversed the underwater cavern and returned to its nest, which was now saturated with the scent of gasoline. However, the abyssal tide worms were not averse to the gasoline smell. The motherworm re-entered the lair and summoned the tide worms to emerge and tend to its wounds. At that moment, Heng directed the shadow doppelganger to ignite the gasoline. Flames rapidly engulfed all corners of the nest. The abyssal motherworm howled in rage amidst the inferno, thrashing violently and causing the cave walls to tremble incessantly. Fire raged within the enclosed space, triggering a massive explosion. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated as Longu Reef shook violently, the explosion creating a gaping hole at the cave's ceiling. Debris from the blast flew outward, splashing into the sea and sending up towering jets of water. Numerous fragments from the explosion hurtled towards Heng and Sumuyu. "Activate the shield," Heng urgently advised. Sumuyu, having anticipated the impending chaos, clenched her fist at the moment of the explosion and conjured a prism tower shield before them. The flying debris collided against the tower shield with a cacophony, all of it successfully deflected. The abyssal motherworm shrieked as it emerged from the blasted opening, but its body had already been severely damaged by the depth charges and gasoline explosion. The flames erupting from the cavern continued to scorch its form. The abyssal motherworm struggled amidst the flames for half a minute before ultimately collapsing at the cave's entrance. Hunted abyssal tide worm mother. Absorbed 100 points of demon energy. Hunted abyssal tide worm larvae. Absorbed 1 point of demon energy. Hunted abyssal tide worm larvae. Absorbed 1 point of demon energy. Chapter 34. Bridge No. 9. Revisited the quenching fortress. All the hundreds of eggs within the lair were incinerated in the blaze, and data notifications began to flood the screen. Hunted abyssal tide worm larvae. Absorbed 1 point of demon energy. Hunted abyssal tide worm larvae. Absorbed 1 point of demon energy. With an influx of demon energy, Heng ascended to level 10 in one breath. All attributes 1. As agile as a dragon. Talent granting an additional 0.3 agility, elevating his agility attribute to 23 points. Sumuyu also advanced, reaching level 9. The explosion at Longu Reef drew the attention of the dozen vessels on the surface, prompting some to approach this direction. Before the flames extinguished, Heng deployed the shadow doppelganger to search amid the flames for the demon crystal cores. Use the reconnaissance hawk to locate the cores. Once we secure them, We shall depart. Muyu hastily maneuvered the reconnaissance hawk into the fire, seeking the demon crystal cores. Under the searing flames, the reconnaissance hawk was soon incinerated. However, her perception abilities had improved, allowing her to swiftly identify the locations of 3 demon crystal cores. She summoned the reconnaissance hawk once more and successfully retrieved 2 cores from the fire. The final core was extracted by Lu Heng, who controlled the shadow doppelganger to pry open the motherworm's carapace with a sword. Having secured 3 crystal cores, the pair mounted the jet ski, activated Veil of Invisibility, and glided past a yacht, drifting away. Dozens of vessels surged towards Longu Reef, with 2 vessels colliding against submerged rocks. Several teams of ability users disembarked onto Longu Reef, greeted by the massive hole blasted into it and the charred remains of the abyssal motherworm at the entrance. Each of the elite ability users, with influential backgrounds, exhibited a range of expressions from grim to contemplative. The man destined to be called the Storm Fist King, Lei Jinghao, also set foot on Longu Reef. Initially, he had set his sights on the crystal core of the motherworm, even opting to personally command his subordinates in the hunt despite his injuries. Yet, after deploying hundreds of depth charges, he had come up empty-handed. An elder in his 50s, puffing on a pipe, approached the silver-haired man and remarked nonchalantly, "Lei Jinghao, it seems we've merely been making wedding garments for others this time." The man known as Lei Jinghao, his gaze icy, turned to his subordinates and inquired, "Did anyone witness who ultimately killed the motherworm?" One ability user raised his hand and replied, "I believe I saw a man and a woman at Longu Reef earlier." "A man and a woman?" Lei Jinghao squinted his eyes. At this moment, the duo spoken of by the others had already returned to their hotel. "Let us divide the spoils," Lu Heng declared, laying out their findings on the table. Previously, during their hunt at Jizi Beach, they had acquired 3 crystal cores. One of the Prism Tower Shield crystal cores had already been utilized by Su Muyu. The remaining 2 were corrosive slime and a standard crystal core. After defeating the motherworm that night, they obtained 3 more crystal cores. To be precise, 2 of them were flat, block-like crystals, exhibiting a semi-transparent orange-red hue. Upon seeing the color, Lu Heng recognized their nature. Picking one up for inspection, indeed, it was as he suspected. Quenching essence, a material used for quenching. Utilizing the corresponding material can enhance the power and grade of weapons and equipment. The 2 pieces of quenching essence, and the third was a skill crystal core, Tideworm Carapace. Tideworm Carapace, skill level, C, skill consumption, 50 source energy day, during the keratin layer growth phase, skill effect, generates a permanent keratin layer on the body's surface. Once the keratin reaches a certain thickness, it hardens into a shell, providing formidable defense. What is the strength of the defensive capabilities of this skill core? One can ascertain its potency by observing the maternal insect's exoskeleton, which can withstand deep-sea explosives. However, the shell produced by this skill is permanent. Unless severed with a blade, it will forever adorn the body as a tide insect exoskeleton. This skill is quite unique. In terms of its effects alone, it is undoubtedly powerful, yet due to certain peculiar reasons, it often does not command a high price. After all, most individuals cannot bear the thought of being covered in tide insect shells, which are rather unsightly. You wouldn't be inclined to learn this tide insect exoskeleton, either, would you? Lu Heng flashed a mischievous grin at Su Muyu. Su Muyu shook her head vigorously, resolutely refusing to learn such a peculiar skill. "Then let us set these 2 cores aside for now." Lu Heng placed the corrosive slime and tide insect exoskeleton to one side. Suddenly, Su Muyu revealed a playful smile, pointing at the tide insect exoskeleton core, and said, "You could learn this. It might look quite stylish. Have you now taken to teasing me?" Lu Heng found her joking demeanor quite endearing. In his memories, she had never joked like this before. Back then, beneath her calm exterior lay a persistent undercurrent of sadness. Su Muyu stifled a laugh, having finally managed to strike back after being playfully teased for so long. After chuckling for a while, she turned to the matter at hand. "So, how do we use these 2 pieces of quenching essence? Do you remember the quenching fortress? Once we find its entrance, we can use these 2 essences to enhance our weapons and improve their attributes." Lu Heng first stored the 2 pieces of quenching essence in his inventory. Su Muyu blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "Are you saying the quenching fortress is now in Blue Star?" Lu Heng corrected her. "If the quenching fortress has successfully escaped the abyssal realm, It is likely situated in the interstice of the overlapping spaces of the two worlds. So, are we now to seek the entrance to the quenching fortress? Sumu suddenly felt a strong desire to visit the quenching fortress, especially since they had worked together to help it escape from the abyss. She wondered if they had succeeded in the end. We can certainly look for it, but I'm unsure if the entrance has appeared yet. Heng recalled the quenching fortress from his previous life. Its entrance was exceedingly elusive and could not be discovered through ordinary means. Let us proceed then. I wonder if that little fellow, Gulu, has succeeded. Sumu found the quenching master, Gulu, to be rather intriguing. Very well then. Let us meet at 8 o'clock tonight to search for the entrance to the quenching fortress. Coincidentally, now that we have acquired the quenching essence, we can attempt to enhance our weapons and increase their might. At 8 o'clock that evening, Sumu arrived punctually, having taken the time to dress up beforehand, donning a new pair of leather shoes, styling her hair into a half ponytail, and tying a sky blue headband. Where are we going? To the 9th arch of the Century Bridge. The night view near the Century Bridge is remarkably beautiful. The lights of the night market along the riverbank meld with the vibrant outline lights of the Century Bridge, resembling a sea of neon. Upon arriving at the coastal Century Bridge, Sumu blinked rapidly, counting repeatedly, and no matter if she counted from left to right or right to left, the coastal Century Bridge only had 8 arches. 1, 2, 3.8. Did you not just mention the 9th arch? Sumu began to doubt her own memory. It is indeed the 9th arch. Heng led her to the underside of the Century Bridge. As they approached the bridge's base, the light gradually dimmed. Heng gestured towards the bridge's underside, saying, "Let us see if there is a 9th arch." The coastal Century Bridge indeed has only 8 arches, each spanning over 100 meters, with the entire bridge exceeding 1,000 meters in length. The arrival of the abyssal plane causes spatial overlaps between the two worlds. The emergence of the plane is not instantaneous but occurs gradually. The 9th arch is a result of this spatial overlap. However, it cannot be discerned by mere eyesight. It requires an adept with strong perceptual skills to locate it. Following Heng's guidance, Sumu dispatched her reconnaissance eagle, activating its ability to detect invisibility as it flew beneath the bridge to investigate. Then, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. A new arch appeared beneath the bridge. This arch resembled a door, emanating a faint glow, leading to an unknown realm. I see it. How marvelous! Her tone brimmed with astonishment. Let us see if we can enter. Heng felt a surge of joy upon hearing that the 9th arch had manifested. Sumu closed her eyes, relying on the vision of her reconnaissance eagle, grasped Heng's hand, and stepped into the 9th arch of the Century Bridge. Chapter 35. Hidden Profession. Welcome, my friends. I am truly delighted to see you again. Upon passing through the 9th arch of the Century Bridge, Heng and Sumu found themselves in the forecourt of the quenching fortress, immediately greeted by Gulu's distinctive, peculiar voice. Gulu was still clad in his cloak, wearing a cat-faced mask, his entire form swathed in garments and footwear, rendering his appearance mysterious and elusive. "Hello, has your escape from the abyss been smooth?" Heng inquired with concern. "Thanks to your assistance, it has gone remarkably well," Gulu replied, his tone noticeably more relaxed than during their time in the abyssal realm. "That is wonderful to hear. We have come today to see if we can enhance our weapons. We recently acquired 2 pieces of quenching materials." As Heng spoke, he produced the 2 pieces of quenching essence for Gulu to examine. Gulu accepted the quenching essence, praising, "These are excellent quenching materials. My quenching furnace has just been repaired. We can test their efficacy. Please, follow me." Since Heng had aided Gulu in the quenching fortress's escape from the abyss, he could enhance weapons free of charge at the fortress, though he needed to provide his own materials. Gulu led the two through the ancient corridors of the quenching fortress and into a forge, sharing tales of the fortress's history along the way. Upon entering the forge and reaching a quenching furnace, Gulu explained, "This is the quenching furnace. First, we will add the quenching essence. Once it melts into a liquid state, we will then introduce the weapon to be quenched. The furnace was damaged during the escape from the abyss, and I have only just repaired it, so the success rate of quenching is not yet accurately determined. However, based on my experience, it should be fine. Would you like to try it now?" Heng, having prior experience with quenching, decided to give it a personal attempt. He instructed Gulu to activate the quenching furnace in preparation for enhancing the Aurora Blade. Once the furnace was heated, he added the quenching essence. Under high temperatures, the essence gradually melted into a semi-transparent orange liquid, radiating an orange-red glow. Next, he placed the aurora blade into the quenching furnace for heating until it emitted a faint glow, and then poured the liquid quenching essence over it. The essence slowly integrated into the blade, continuing to heat in the furnace. When the time was right, Gulu called out, "It's ready." Using a long-handled iron clamp, Lu Hong carefully extracted the aurora blade and plunged it into water for rapid cooling. Sizzle. As the fiery red aurora blade met the water, it caused the water to boil instantly, with flames erupting forth. Once the cooling process was complete, several lines of data appeared before him. Successfully quenched the aurora blade. Its grade has been elevated to 1. Completing quenching for the first time grants the secondary profession of Apprentice Quenching Master. Engaging in quenching work, Apprentice Quenching Master experience 10. The data panel also displayed the secondary profession entry. Secondary profession, Apprentice Quenching Master, 10,000. Secondary profession skill, Quenching, Apprentice Quenching Master. Quenching success rate 10. Fire resistance 10. Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised to have attained a secondary profession, his eyes lighting up. Furthermore, this secondary profession enhanced fire resistance, a highly valuable attribute. Subsequently, he retrieved the Aurora Blade to inspect its attributes. Aurora Blade 1 assimilated. Item grade. C. Specifications. Length 132 cm. Blade width 3.6 cm. Weight 1.6 kilograms. Attributes. Attack power 40. Evaluation. A weapon forged from Aurora ore, causing blade damage upon attack. Of relatively excellent quality, it is a rare sword-type weapon. The quenching was successful. The Aurora Blade had reached 1, with its attack power increasing from 30 to 40, a commendable enhancement. Moreover, unlike firearms, cold weapons benefit from the user's strength attribute. The higher the strength, the greater the damage dealt by cold weapons. After successfully quenching the Aurora Blade, a subtle glow radiated from its surface, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. After slaying the maternal insect, they obtained 2 pieces of quenching essence. Having used one remained. Liu Hong turned to Sumu Yu and asked, "Would you like to try enhancing your bracelet?" Sumu Yu shook her head. Can the Aurora Blade be further enhanced? If so, I would prefer to continue improving it. The higher the enhancement level of a weapon, the lower the success rate of quenching. However, since the Aurora Blade was only at 1, the success rate would not decrease significantly. Moreover, having just acquired the secondary profession of Apprentice Quenching Master, which grants a 10 boost to success rate, Lu Hong decided to fire up the furnace once more and introduce the second piece of quenching essence to perform a secondary quenching on the Aurora Blade. Heating, melting, merging, cooling, after completing the entire quenching process. Once again, the Aurora Blade was submerged in cooling water, causing the water to boil. Sizzle. Successfully quenched the Aurora Blade. Its grade has been elevated to 2. Engaging in quenching work. Apprentice Quenching Master experience 10. Aurora Blade 2 attributes. Attack power 50. The secondary quenching was successful, and the attack power increased by another 10 points. After 2 rounds of tempering, the attack power surged from 30 points to 50 points, almost doubling. With an attack power of 50, combined with strength bonuses, a single strike could inflict nearly 70 points of damage. If aimed at vital points, it could deal 2 to 3 times the lethal damage. Even a demon would struggle to withstand such a blow. Having undergone 2 successful rounds of tempering, Lu Hong felt a twinge of excitement and was eager to attempt a 3rd round. But alas, he lacked the necessary tempering materials. Should he acquire more advanced infusion materials, once the weapon's tempering level reached level 3, he could proceed with infusion, potentially gaining new attribute effects upon success. For now, he had to wait until he could gather the materials to continue. With both tempering attempts having been successful, Gulu clapped in admiration, exclaiming, "Splendid! My friend, your tempering talent is remarkable. Have you ever considered becoming a blacksmith?" "Well, I haven't thought about it," Lu Hong replied. "However, if time permits, I would be willing to give it a try." Comparatively, Lu Hong was more focused on combat professions rather than secondary careers. Of course, if he found the time, he could manage both. "You are always welcome at the Tempering Fortress. Here is the Tempering Fortress badge. Wear it to gain entry at any time," Gulu said, handing Lu Hong a badge. The badge was engraved with a castle engulfed in flames, the very emblem of the Tempering Fortress. "Thank you," Lu Hong replied, surprised to receive the Tempering Fortress badge so swiftly. If there were a reputation system, his standing with the Tempering Fortress would likely be nearing its peak. The Tempering Fortress badge not only signified high esteem within the fortress, but also served as a key to its gates. Even if an ability user knew where the entrance was, entry was not guaranteed. It was contingent upon the fortress being open. Furthermore, there were multiple entrances, and only the master of the fortress knew which one would open. With the badge, however, entry became unrestricted. Suddenly remembering something, Guldu became indignant. The Tempering Fortress is currently facing a dilemma, and I wonder if you would be willing to assist? What sort of dilemma? We will help if we can, Lu Heng responded. Sensing the initiation of a quest, Gulu, fuming, said, the lid of the tempering furnace was stolen by a wretched thief, resulting in unstable flames and a high failure rate for tempering. Lu Heng's eyes widened. Thinking, you don't even have a lid for your furnace, and yet I managed to temper successfully twice. Upon learning that it was the lid that was missing, Lu Heng had a sudden epiphany. This task of recovering the lid seemed to be the starting quest for a hidden profession. Moreover, both the power level and difficulty of acquiring this hidden profession were exceedingly high. Lu Heng promptly inquired. Who stole the lid? I shall retrieve it. A damned abyssal fire thief, Gulu replied. It attempted to steal my tempering furnace, but fortunately, I noticed in time. However, it still managed to take the lid. Now, I have no idea where it has fled. If you can catch it and retrieve the lid for me, that would be splendid. Gulu clenched his fist, clearly harboring a deep loathing for the abyssal fire thief. Triggering hidden quest, the stolen lid of the Tempering Fortress. Content. When the Tempering Fortress was dislocated from the abyss, an abyssal fire thief lurked within, seizing the opportunity to steal the lid. Gulu requests your assistance in recovering it. Reward, Friendship of the Tempering Fortress. Chapter 36. Times have changed, yet the power of money remains strong upon seeing the hidden quest appear. Lu Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This quest was indeed the initiation for the hidden profession he recalled from memory. However, in his previous life, no one had ever acquired this hidden profession. It was discovered by an ability user with a second-tier class. Abyss Hunter, 6 months after the Abyss's descent. This second-tier Abyss Hunter completed the hidden quest but ultimately chose to forego it. After all, demoting from a second-tier to a first-tier class significantly reduced combat strength. Regrettably, this Abyss Hunter revealed the process of obtaining the hidden profession, leading many to attempt it afterward. However, by that time, the lid had already been recovered, thus preventing the quest from being triggered. In fact, prior to this second-tier Abyss Hunter completing the quest, others had attempted it, but all failed due to the quest's extreme difficulty. A first-tier hidden profession's initial task required the capability of second-tier professionals to complete. A testament to its daunting challenge, Lu Heng's initial talent was graceful as a dragon, complemented by Shadow Clone and Gale Step, Lunge. The synergy of these three abilities aligned almost perfectly with the characteristics of this hidden profession. Thus, Lu Heng aspired to attain this hidden profession. The only issue was the immense difficulty associated with obtaining it, particularly the extraordinarily high demands for agility, mobility, and perception skills. The target, known as the Abyssal Fire Thief, specialized in stealth, hiding, and evasion. There was only one opportunity to catch it. Should he fail, there would be no second chance. Therefore, to complete this hidden profession's task, Lu Heng needed to prepare thoroughly. Reflecting on the details of the hidden quest, Lu Heng consulted Gulu. The Abyssal Fire Thief, capable of stealing from the Tempering Fortress, must be quite formidable. Gulu nodded vigorously in agreement. That damned thief is too cunning. If it were anyone else, I would doubt their chances of capturing it. But I have faith in you, Lu Heng pondered. I am willing to assist. However, given the name, this thief likely excels in stealth techniques, and I fear I may not be able to locate it. Gulu concurred. I share your concerns, which is why I intend to have my flame-tailed spirit cat guide you. Why little cat can detect the scent of the lid, although the scent is fading. So we must act quickly, Lu Heng agreed. The target is too elusive. I need to return and prepare. Once I'm ready, I will come back. Gulu nodded. Hurry along. I entrust the recovery of my lid to you. After their discussion, Lu Heng bid farewell to Su Muyu and returned to the hotel. Since the quest was triggered by both of them, Su Muyu also had a task. Upon returning to the hotel, she carefully read through the quest details twice and asked, what preparations do we need to make? Your perception is sufficient for this task. My preparations are more extensive. Go capture the Abyssal Fire Thief. I need to achieve a micro-level agility, so I must find a place to train intensively for a few days. Liu Heng began to formulate a training plan in his mind for the upcoming task. To accomplish this hidden profession quest, several prerequisites needed to be satisfied. First, he required the ability to detect invisibility. Otherwise, he would be unable to find the abyssal fire thief. Su Muyu possessed strong perceptive abilities, which were adequate for this task. Second, his agility needed to reach a micro-level, with movement speed exceeding that of a cheetah's hunting speed, which is 30 meters per second. Before the emergence of ability users, the world record for the 100-meter sprint was 9.58 seconds, indicating that human top running speed was just over 10 meters per second. In other words, the entry standard for this hidden profession necessitated achieving 3 times the human limit. Furthermore, this was the peak speed of elite athletes, which ordinary individuals could not achieve. The fastest speed for an average adult male was approximately 7 meters per second, and of course, ability users were not ordinary. The average attributes of a typical adult male are around 10 points. Liu Heng's agility attribute had already reached 23 points, allowing him to run at speeds exceeding 16 meters per second without using skills. By activating the Gale Step skill, his speed doubled to 32 meters per second, meeting the entry requirements for this hidden profession quest. Although his speed was sufficient, he still fell short of micro-level agility. Hence, he needed several days of intensive training. Su Muyu pondered for a moment and brought up another matter. By the way, the woman named Yadwa should be the one I encountered outside the Gonting group last time. Do you think that silver-haired man is affiliated with the Gonting group? If they are in cahoots, I'm worried they might send assassins after us again. Previously, Mr. Gong from the Gonting group had instructed the assassins to eliminate Liu Heng before extracting the truth about Gong Chuxing's death. This directive implied that even if Liu Heng were innocent, he would still be targeted. In essence, Mr. Gong did not care whether the target was innocent. Anyone suspected would be eliminated, even if it meant indiscriminate slaughter. One must admit that as long as it was ruthless enough, this method was indeed the most straightforward and effective. Since the chairman of the Gonting group had previously hired an ability user assassin, it was unlikely he would cease his actions. Once an assassin was dispatched, a second and third would surely follow. If the Storm Fist King, Lei Jinhao, were connected to the Gonting group, the Gong family might even compel him to take action personally. Therefore, it was crucial to investigate the relationship between the Gonting group and Lei Jinhao to ensure they understood both friend and foe. In doing so, they would retain the initiative, whether advancing or retreating. Liu Heng looked at Su Muyu, his tone serious as he asked, "If I were to send you back to Champs, Lysias, to find that perceiver, would you dare to go?" Su Muyu nodded earnestly. "I would. I've leveled up to 9, and I believe that perceiver is the woman named Yadwad. I've already defeated her once, so I'm no longer afraid." During her first encounter on Champs, Lysias, Su Muyu had lost her scouting eagle without even detecting her opponent. It was her first experience being suppressed by another perceiver, unable to catch even a glimpse of her adversary. At that time, she had felt quite intimidated. Now that she had leveled up, she was confident in her ability to overcome her. Liu Heng handed over a demon crystal core, saying, "Very well, take this and absorb it. You should reach level 10, and then head to the Champs, Lysias, to locate that perceiver. Previously, I acquired a regular crystal core from Honda Corporation, and I obtained another while hunting abyssal tideworms. So I currently possess 2 regular crystal cores. These ordinary demon crystal cores can awaken ordinary individuals or enhance the levels of those with abilities. At present, the majority of high-level ability users have attained their status through the accumulation of crystal cores. As long as sufficient financial backing is available to purchase a large quantity of demon crystal cores, one can elevate their level by absorbing the energy contained within. However, the energy from demon crystal cores cannot be absorbed without limit. Continuous usage over a short period will result in diminishing returns. If the absorption exceeds the body's tolerance, it can lead to cellular necrosis or even organ failure. It is precisely because the human body has a threshold for demon energy that Blue Star has not witnessed a sudden surge of monsters. If there were no limits to absorption, with the wealth possessed by those at level 33 within the ASE Omniscient Alliance, they could create full-level gods overnight. Indeed, times have changed, yet the power of money remains formidable. Chapter 37. The Clash of Perceivers. Upon seeing the crystal core handed over by Liu Heng, Su Muyu hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Shouldn't this be reserved for you? Your level is higher. Which would be more advantageous?" Typically, within a team, resources are prioritized for core fighters to enhance the team's frontline combat effectiveness. Liu Heng's level is already among the top tier at this stage, so there is no urgency for him. Elevating Sumu Yu's level will facilitate tracking the Abyssal Fire Thief. Level 10 represents a pivotal threshold. Subsequent upgrades will become increasingly arduous. Raising you to level 10 will yield greater benefits for the team. I need to expedite my training in agility, so I want to be able to accompany you for the next few days. With a higher level, your actions will be more convenient. Feeling warmth in her heart, Sumu Yu nodded in agreement. All right, understood. She crushed the crystal core and absorbed its energy, successfully reaching level 10 after digesting it for several minutes. Opening her eyes, she was filled with delight. I'm at level 10 now. My current attributes are Strength 16, Agility 17, Constitution 17, Spirit 21, and Perception 21. Excellent. Your perception is quite high. As long as that perceiver isn't using any cheats, you should be able to suppress her, Lu Heng remarked. At this time frame, let alone reaching level 10, even those with substantial resources backing them were still lingering around level 7 or 8. Many ability users with average talent, who have not experienced the abyssal battlefield, remain at level 1. Presently, those who attain levels above 8 are either extraordinarily lucky chosen ones or have the financial means to pave their way. Thus, Sumu Yu's current level places her among the elite of the first tier of ability users. Even the wealthiest factions seldom invest heavily in perception-based ability users at this stage. Therefore, barring unforeseen circumstances, Sumu Yu's current perception and reconnaissance abilities are unparalleled. By the way, now that you've reached level 10, it's time to consider your first career transition. Take this opportunity to contemplate which career path you wish to pursue. Lu Heng began to help her plan her future trajectory. First career transition? Sumu Yu was hearing this term for the first time, appearing somewhat bewildered. Yes, a first career in combat. Lu Heng nodded. The acquisition of a combat career should be quite challenging, right? Indeed, the difficulty is not insignificant. Then I'll heed your advice, Sumu Yu smiled, deciding not to waste mental energy on it. You should have some preferences and ideas of your own. Choose a career path you enjoy, as it will make your journey much more fulfilling. Lu Heng indeed had several suitable career paths in mind for her, but was keen to hear her thoughts. I'm not aware of what paths are available. The classification of combat careers can be divided according to the 5-dimensional attributes. Lu Heng began to introduce her to the types of combat careers. Strength-based and agility-based are not for you. You are not adept in those areas. As for Constitution, it primarily pertains to defensive careers, which you could pursue, but it may not be particularly suitable. The remaining options are the Spirit and Perception categories, which have a relatively high correlation. Generally speaking, ability users who major in the Perception category also minor in the Spirit category. You should be somewhat familiar with Perception. Its function is akin to reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Much like radar, the Spirit category, on the other hand, leans towards mental control, as well as elemental and curse mages. You need not rush your decision. Take your time over the next few days to determine what path you wish to pursue. Sumu Yu nodded thoughtfully. All right, I will consider it carefully. In the following days, Lu Heng rented a training room to focus on honing his agility, while Sumu Yu returned to the champs, Lysies to monitor the Gongtang group. Searching for the perceiver she had encountered previously, as October arrived, marking the second month of the abyssal invasion. The increasing number of demons worldwide led the authorities to no longer prohibit news reports about them. Following the emergence of reports regarding the abyssal tide worm swarm at Zitzitan, the public gradually came to realize that the world they had always known was now irrevocably altered. Television stations and online media extensively reported on humanity's encounters with demon attacks, inciting widespread panic among the populace, evoking an apocalyptic atmosphere. Supermarkets and online shopping platforms experienced multiple waves of frantic purchasing, stockpiling rice, salt, and medicines. Whenever self-media published articles promoting a shortage of certain supplies, crowds would rush to the supermarkets to buy them up. Information regarding the abyss spread across the internet, with discussions taking place everywhere. The authorities began to announce high-risk areas affected by the abyssal invasion daily, urging the public to avoid these perilous zones. Concurrently, the number of demon bounties issued by the authorities surged. The world plunged into varying degrees of turmoil, with some countries witnessing a rift between ordinary citizens and ability users, resulting in insults, attacks, and a societal order teetering on the brink of collapse. In certain religious nations, there were even instances of zealously persecuting ability users. Ability users, also referred to as demon walkers, were deemed heretics by these religious states, viewed as the earthly agents of demons. The escalating tensions ultimately led to violent clashes between religious factions and ability users. Amidst this strife, numerous resistance organizations for ability users began to emerge. Additionally, some research organizations attempted to explore methods for eliminating the source energy within human bodies, receiving significant financial backing. This world grew increasingly fantastical, with the strangeness not limited to the abyssal creatures themselves. Many of humanity's actions became harder to comprehend. Even domestically, there were many anti-ability user sentiments, asserting that ability users were demons that must be eradicated. Even moderates believed that ability users should be confined. This echoed the experiences of mutants in cinematic works. However, there was one key difference. Mutants were the result of genetic mutations, leaving them with no choice, as ordinary people could not become mutants, thus creating two irreconcilable classes. The ability users emerging from the abyssal invasion, however, could awaken to become ability users themselves, given access to demon crystal cores. Hence, those who could see through the situation and acquire demon crystal cores began to awaken proactively. Even if the elite did not personally awaken, they would utilize resources to cultivate ability users and invest in research institutions to maintain control. Those clinging to outdated ideologies and resisting the acceptance of extraordinary powers were destined to be swept away by the tides of time. Nevertheless, the awakening of ordinary individuals into ability users entailed considerable risks. The most significant risk, of course, was being conscripted into the abyssal battlefield, where the mortality rates reported from the first abyssal battlefield were exceedingly high. This was the primary reason many elites chose to cultivate ability users rather than awaken themselves. Chapter 38. The priceless super crystal core. One bright morning, the weather was clear, and the streets bore a chill after the rain. Due to the rampant news of the abyssal invasion, foot traffic along the Champs-Élysées pedestrian street had diminished significantly. Sumuyu donned a blue denim dress and a sun hat, seated at a corner beverage shop on the pedestrian street, sipping lemon tea while holding a collection of essays, Human Grass and Trees. However, the pages had remained unturned for half an hour as her attention was solely focused on her reconnaissance hawk. After upgrading to a high-level reconnaissance hawk, its size had increased considerably, with a wingspan of 1 meter. Its flying speed and other attributes had also improved. More importantly, the hawk's visual acuity had expanded. Functioning almost like a built-in 8x magnification lens, it was here previously that her reconnaissance hawk had been taken down. Now that her level had risen, she returned to conduct surveillance with greater caution. Just as she was controlling the reconnaissance hawk to observe the environment around the Gongting Group's headquarters, a young man approached, placing a brand new essay collection in front of Sumuyu. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and struck up a conversation. "Hello? You enjoy reading too?" Disturbed, Sumuyu redirected her attention away from the reconnaissance hawk to glance at the young man, wishing to dismiss him quickly. "I am just pretending to read." The young man laughed heartily, holding up the pristine essay collection. "Me too. I just bought it from the bookstore across the street. Let us get to know each other and exchange contact information." Sumuyu smiled slightly. "I was joking earlier. I've finished reading this collection. I can even recite my favorite piece, Great Month." The young man left, crestfallen. Sumuyu promptly donned a mask and returned her focus to the reconnaissance hawk. As soon as attention shifted to the recon eagle, Sumuyu spotted Lei Jinhao, the silver-haired man she had encountered at Jizi Beach, along with the perceiver named Yaduo. Accompanied by a group of subordinates, Lei Jinhao entered the headquarters of Gongting Group and stepped into the elevator. Sumuyu dared not let the recon eagle venture too close, as proximity could easily alert the perceiver. Once the elevator doors closed, she maneuvered the invisible recon eagle inside the building, confirming that the elevator ascended to the top floor. She then directed the recon eagle to exit the building and approach the top floor from the outside. Peering through the glass walls to observe the situation within the bright atrium of Gongting Group's top floor, Lei Jinhao, flanked by his subordinates, met with the chairman, Gong Zhentong. The two men sat at opposite ends of a long table, engaged in discussion. However, the distance and the glass barrier prevented Sumuyu from overhearing their conversation. It appeared the dialogue was not particularly cordial, as Lei Jinhao slammed his fist on the table, and tensions escalated. Gong Zhentong maintained a resolute demeanor, showing no signs of yielding. The standoff continued. Eager to eavesdrop on their conversation, Sumuyu attempted to approach while also gauging Yaduo's detection range for invisibility. Having previously been thwarted by an opponent's perceptive abilities, she was particularly cautious this time, treating the adversary as an equal-level perceiver. Hence, she began her careful exploration from a distance of 40 meters. as her own invisibility detection range had reached 42 meters. However, for Yaduo to achieve such a range, she would need to possess sea-level perception skills and a perception attribute of 21 points. To assess Yaduo's abilities, Sumuyu controlled the Recon Eagle to gradually close the distance from 40 meters to 30 meters, but the perceiver showed no reaction. The same was true at 20 meters. And even at 18 and 15 meters. Finally, Yaduo turned her gaze toward the glass wall as Sumuyu swiftly commanded the Recon Eagle to retreat to a distance of 15 meters. After scanning the area outside the glass wall and finding nothing amiss, Yaduo returned her attention inward. Through this test, Sumuyu determined that the opponent's detection range for invisibility was a mere 15 meters. The mutual assessment of detection capabilities among perceivers is, in itself, a contest of perceptive strength. Initially concerned that her opponent's range might stretch to 40 meters, Sumuyu discovered it was only 15 meters, indicating her earlier caution had been unwarranted. At this juncture, with the abyssal descent having just begun less than a month prior, the abilities of the perceivers were generally not very high, particularly those of the perception-based type. Although the opponent's detection range was limited to 15 meters, it still proved insufficient for Sumuyu to overhear their conversation, given the intervening glass wall. After a moment's contemplation, she commanded the Recon Eagle to fly into the building. Activating the fire alarm system. The alarm blared, creating a cacophony throughout the structure. Lei Jianhao glanced at Yaduo, instructing her to investigate the situation. Nodding in response, Yaduo exited the top-floor atrium. Seizing the opportunity, Sumuyu entered the atrium, drawing closer to eavesdrop on the exchange between Lei Jianhao and Gong Zhentong. To her astonishment, she gleaned explosive intelligence regarding a matter connected to a supercrystal core. Minutes later, upon Yaduo's return, Sumuyu disbanded the Recon Eagle and hailed a taxi to find Lu Heng, eager to report the critical information she had just uncovered, in a training room near the Binhai World Trade Center. Lu Heng was sweating profusely as he practiced his agility, preparing for the initial task of a hidden profession. If he were merely pursuing a standard combat position, no such preparation would be necessary. His current strength and experience were sufficient to tackle a first-tier task. However, if his goal was that hidden profession, mastery of subtle agility was an essential prerequisite. In the training room, Lu Heng took a running start, leaping into the air, swiftly scaling the wall with 3 powerful steps, then launching himself into a somersault, completing 2.5 rotations before landing atop a 3-meter platform. Gained insight into agility training. Agility Proficiency 1. Mastery of entry-level agility training achieved. Entering the second tier of agility realm, proficient level. Lu Heng glanced at his agility proficiency, which now displayed proficient, 1-2000. He still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the subtle level. Fortunately, he possessed insights from his previous life that enabled rapid advancement in his training. After elevating his agility level, Lu Heng took a brief rest to hydrate, then activated the Gale Step to continue honing his skills. Gained insight into agility training, agility proficiency 1. Gained insight into agility training, agility proficiency 1. Just as he was engrossed in practice, the door to the training room swung open. Sumuyu entered. Witnessing Lu Heng drenched in sweat, and she grabbed a towel from the rack by the door, handing it to him. Lu Heng accepted the towel and wiped his brow, asking, "What brings you here so suddenly?" "Just came to see you. Is that a problem?" Sumuyu teased playfully. Having not endured the grim experiences of her past life, her demeanor was not as melancholic as Lu Heng remembered. She occasionally displayed a playful side and joked from time to time. However, she rarely jested in front of others, feeling relaxed only when with Lu Heng. After Lu Heng finished a bottle of energy drink, Sumuyu revealed an eager expression, saying, "I overheard some crucial intelligence. You should praise me. What significant intelligence could it be? You seem rather excited. Do you know what a skill slot expansion crystal core is?" Sumuyu refrained from divulging the information immediately, opting instead to pose a question. Lu Heng, initially indifferent, instantly became intrigued upon hearing the name of the crystal core. The so-called skill slot expansion crystal core is an extraordinarily valuable supercrystal core, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it priceless. Its worth only escalates as time progresses. In fact, it is not uncommon for peak-level ability users to engage in fierce battles over a single skill slot expansion crystal core. 2 years after the abyssal descent, it would be quite a spectacle to witness powerful factions deploying mercenaries to seize a skill slot expansion crystal core. This crystal core can augment the number of skill slots available to an ability user. Chapter 39. The Restructuring and Machinations of Power. Indeed, the skill slot expansion crystal core can increase the number of skill slots for ability users. There is no need for extensive explanation. The name alone conveys the immense rarity of such a super crystal core. According to official statistics from the Dacia government regarding ability users, the average initial number of skill slots upon awakening is 2. 15. This means that the vast majority of ability users possess only 2 slots, or even just 1. The proportion of users with 3 initial skill slots is less than 18, while those with 4 slots are even fewer. At merely 5, the likelihood of having 5 skill slots is exceedingly rare, with only 1 in 10,000. Indeed, Sumu Yu is that exceptionally fortunate individual. Lu Heng's initial skill slot count is 3, which is considered above average among the general population, yet relatively low within the elite circle of ability users. Of course, Lu Heng's luck during awakening was expended on his 2 innate talents. To discuss rarity, the probability of awakening with dual talents is a mere 1 in 100,000. Furthermore, even those who awaken dual talents may end up with life-related, or even useless talents. It is exceedingly uncommon for both innate talents to be powerful. Given that the number of skill slots directly determines how many skills an ability user can master, each additional slot allows them to surpass a multitude of peers at the same level. Take Lu Heng, for example. Should he obtain a skill slot expansion crystal core, his skill slots could increase from 3 to 4. This would elevate him from the 18 tier to the pinnacle of the 5 echelon. If a top-tier ability user with 5 skill slots were to utilize it, they would become a formidable entity with 6 skill slots. Although Lu Heng possesses dual talents, his skill slot count is indeed considered low within the elite group of ability users. Thus, acquiring a skill slot expansion crystal core would result in a significant enhancement. Did you discover such a crystal core? Lu Heng's interest peaked at the mention of the super crystal core. Sumu Yu grinned and began to report her reconnaissance findings. I saw Lei Jianhao with his striking silver hair. He was in a discussion with Gong Zhenteng, the chairman of Gongting Group. Their conversation was rather tense, almost escalating into an argument. I found a way to stealthily eavesdrop and overheard their dispute. It turns out that Lei Jianhao was previously in a cooperative relationship with Gong Zhenteng. Gong Zhenteng invested funds to purchase resources for Lei Jianhao's team, while Lei Jianhao handled troublesome matters for Gongting Group. Initially, Gong Zhenteng held the upper hand, but Lei Jianhao's team of ability users developed rapidly, hinting at a shift in power dynamics. Recently, Gongting Group acquired a skill slot expansion crystal core, which Lei Jianhao desired, but Gong Zhenteng was reluctant to part with it. Their argument escalated, and it seems Gong Zhenteng has financially supported another team of ability users, which greatly displeased Lei Jianhao. Additionally, the Gong family obtained something called fighter source quality, which Lei Jianhao also coveted. His appetite is insatiable. While Gong Zhenteng refused to relinquish the skill slot expansion crystal core, he agreed to provide the fighter source quality, on the condition that Lei Jianhao sign a supplementary agreement. The terms of that agreement were rather outrageous, resulting in a fierce argument between the two that nearly turned physical. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng quickly grasped the situation. In truth, such scenarios were quite common in the early days of the Abyssal Descent. When ability users first emerged, their powers were insufficient to alter the existing power structures. The elite, who controlled wealth and authority, possessed greater resources to cultivate formidable ability warriors. During this phase, it was still the original groups at the pinnacle of the pyramid that wielded the reins of power. However, as time progresses, the combat prowess of the top-tier extraordinary individuals continues to grow stronger. The once dominant figures find it increasingly difficult to exert control over these formidable beings through monetary means. Ultimately, the power dynamics gradually shift in response to the rising strength of these elite extraordinary individuals. Of course, this reversal is relative. After all, the class that wields wealth and power has a greater capacity to cultivate powerful extraordinary beings. Yet, money can no longer directly confer authority. It must be transformed into extraordinary power, which in turn is used to acquire dominion. It appears that this future king of the Stormy Fist has reached a level of development that renders him beyond the control of his financial backers. Naturally, the wealthy elite will not remain idle. Thus, Gong Zhenteng has fostered a second team of extraordinary individuals to counterbalance Lei Jianhao's faction. However, Gong Zhenteng does not intend to oppose Lei Jianhao. Rather, his aim is to temper Lei Jianhao's burgeoning ambitions, compelling him to obediently act as a loyal servant. In fact, in a previous life, the Gong family supported not just 2 teams of extraordinary individuals, but also nurtured their own direct descendants. Gong Chusheng, for instance, commenced with the A-level skill, Shadow Clone, and, with an influx of resources, even an average talent could ascend to become a top-tier extraordinary warrior in the coastal region. Had the original circumstances prevailed, the Gong family would have allocated the skill slot expansion crystal to Gong Chusheng, the heir of the Gong Ting group. However, in this life, Gong Chusheng has been eclipsed by Lu Heng. It remains uncertain to whom the Gong family will assign this skill slot expansion crystal. Lei Jinhao, eager to possess this super crystal, will undoubtedly have to engage in a tug-of-war with the Gong family for some time. It remains to be seen what the final outcome of their negotiations will be. After Su Muyu reported the intelligence she had gathered, she inquired, "Do you desire the skill slot expansion crystal?" It was a redundant question. Of course, he wanted it. Lu Heng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now that all 3 skill slots were filled, even if he acquired a powerful skill, he would be unable to learn it. If he could obtain this super crystal, the enhancement would be substantial. Then let me help you find out where the Gong family has hidden the crystal, shall I? Su Muyu, aware of the crystal's significance to Lu Heng, was keen to assist in locating it. Lu Heng shook his head and replied, "The Gong family is not foolish. It won't be easy to find. Moreover, we have more pressing matters to attend to, and we currently lack the time to pursue this. We shall revisit this after we achieve our first job promotion." Furthermore, at this stage, extraordinary individuals are far from being able to act with impunity. The power of firearms is formidable, and even a single armed bodyguard can pose a threat to extraordinary beings. Very well, Su Muyu nodded in agreement, then asked, "By the way, is that fighter source quality related to job promotion?" Lu Heng confirmed, "Indeed, a fighter represents a first-tier job promotion. However, possessing the professional source quality alone is insufficient. One must engage in a source quality competition to attain the job tier. It's that difficult." Su Muyu pursed her lips, feeling a bit anxious at the thought of having to participate in the source quality competition herself in the future. She pointed toward the doorway and said, "Then I'll continue to keep an eye on the Gong Ting group, and no need to rush. Since you're here, lend a hand first." Lu Heng chuckled, closing the training room door. Su Muyu bit her lip and muttered, "What are you doing?" She still had not abandoned her quest for the super crystal. The immediate priority was to secure a first-tier job promotion and practice her movement skills with him. Lu Heng had a clear strategy. The source qualities for first-tier job promotions had already emerged. Lei Jinhao was highly likely to obtain the Gong family's fighter source quality, as in his past life. The King of the Storm had also achieved his first-tier promotion as a fighter. This meant that it would not be long before Lei Jinhao attained this combat job tier. Additionally, Lei Jinhao was not the biological son of Gong Zhenting. If he were among those upper-class individuals or direct descendants of major powers, the resources they could muster would be even greater. Consequently, from this point forward, various combat professions would gradually emerge. A significant disparity in combat power would arise between ordinary extraordinary individuals and professional fighters. Therefore, Lu Heng must expedite his acquisition of that hidden profession. Chapter 40. Subtle movement skills. To obtain this hidden profession, it is essential to refine his movement skills to a subtle level. Practicing alone pales in comparison to the effectiveness of sparring. Lu Heng brought Su Muyu back to the training room and devised a sparring method. "You release the reconnaissance hawk, and we will practice together. I will work on my movement skills, while you enhance your control over the reconnaissance hawk." "All right," Su Muyu nodded, releasing the reconnaissance hawk to soar within the training room. Lu Heng activated his gale step, executing his movement skills to attempt to catch the reconnaissance hawk with his bare hands. Su Muyu controlled the reconnaissance hawk from a first-person perspective. Maneuvering it up and down with extreme agility, Lu Heng, adeptly traversing walls, pushed his movement skills to the limit, striving to capture the reconnaissance hawk. Days passed in sparring, yielding excellent results. Lu Heng's proficiency in movement skills improved rapidly, and his physical strength also increased. Practicing movement skills led to insights. Movement skill proficiency 1. During training, physical attributes were enhanced. Strength 0.01, agility 0.01. Su Muyu experienced similar rapid progress. Practicing advanced reconnaissance hawk skills. Skill proficiency 1. During training, physical attributes were enhanced. Spirit 0.01, perception 0.01. After persistently training for over half a week, Lu Heng's movement skill level approached full mastery, yet he still fell short of capturing the reconnaissance hawk each time. The reconnaissance hawk consistently managed to evade his grasp, darting away just in time. After all, the reconnaissance hawk could fly, while Lu Heng could only pursue on foot, making it quite challenging. Xu Muyu's improvement was also evident, as her control over the reconnaissance hawk visibly strengthened. After a week of dedicated practice, Lu Heng finally achieved full mastery of his movement skills. Practicing movement skills led to insights. Movement skill proficiency 1. Mastery of movement skills achieved. Entering the third tier of movement skill realm, subtle level. In that instant of elevation in his movement skills, Lu Heng felt as though the entire world had decelerated, allowing him to perceive every subtle change in his surroundings with clarity. This sensation was extraordinarily fascinating, as if he could anticipate the reconnaissance hawk's evasive maneuvers. Once more, Lu Heng propelled himself off the wall, lunging toward the reconnaissance hawk, his right hand striking out with lightning speed. The reconnaissance hawk executed a sharp turn, narrowly escaping his grasp once again. Xu Muyu stifled a laugh, preparing to direct the reconnaissance hawk to create distance. At that moment, however, buoyed by his subtle movement skills, Lu Heng preemptively predicted the reconnaissance hawk's evasion path, subtly adjusting his arm's angle mid-air, effectively shifting his aim by 10 centimeters and accurately grasping the reconnaissance hawk's wing. Upon landing, Lu Heng held up the flapping reconnaissance hawk and waved it towards Xu Muyu. Xu Muyu pouted, already suspecting the reason. Has your movement skill leveled up? Lu Heng nodded. Yes, it's now at the subtle level, allowing me to anticipate the target's trajectory. Xu Muyu giggled. Next time, I'll make the reconnaissance hawk invisible and see how you catch it. Lu Heng blinked in surprise, not having anticipated that she possessed such a skill. To be fair, if the reconnaissance hawk were to become invisible, the game would become unplayable, as it would be impossible to locate the reconnaissance hawk. Through this period of training, not only had his movement skills reached the subtle level, but his physical strength had also improved. Lu Heng's attributes of strength, agility, and physique all increased by 1 point. Once the attribute points gained from training reached whole numbers, they would be displayed on the attribute panel. Lu Heng's current 5-dimensional attributes stood at Strength 19, Agility 24, Physique 19, Spirit 20, Perception 19. Xu Muyu was equally earnest in her training, experiencing significant improvements, with her spirit and perception each rising by 1 point. With our movement skills upgraded, should we embark on our hidden mission now? Xu Muyu inquired, eager to learn more about job promotions. Yes, it is likely that extraordinary individuals have already attained combat job tiers. We must hasten our pace, Lu Heng affirmed, beginning to contemplate a strategy for securing the hidden profession. Xu Muyu proactively asked, when shall we set off? You've trained all day and must be tired. Return to rest for now. Recharge your energy, and we will gather at the hotel tomorrow evening. All right, Xu Muyu nodded in agreement. The following day, as was her routine, Xu Muyu began her morning by training the reconnaissance hawk's skill proficiency. Ever since Lu Heng shared the method for training skill proficiency, she had committed to daily practice, including the invisible veil skill, which had already reached halfway. While training the reconnaissance hawk, Xu Muyu also kept a close watch on developments concerning the Gongting group. As the reconnaissance hawk circled the Gongting building, she suddenly spotted Gong Zhenting's car leaving the company premises. Following closely behind, she discovered that Gong Zhenting had brought 2 bodyguards and entered the Kaidi Hotel to meet with Lei Jianhao. Today, Lei Jianhao had not brought along the perceptive individual known as Yadhua, which emboldened Xu Muyu, allowing her to maneuver the reconnaissance hawk closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. In a private room at the Kaidi Hotel, Gong Zhenting questioned Lei Jianhao with an unfriendly tone. Lei Jianhao, I have heard that you were in contact with the people from Wind Forest Capital. What does that mean? Wind Forest Capital and the Gongting Group are rivals, even to the point of being adversaries. 30 years ago, when the Gong family was amassing original capital, they employed intense tactics to vie for land. That era was marked by the ruthless growth of capital, and many tycoons engaged in gray industries during their early accumulation of wealth. After completing their initial accumulation, they swiftly laundered their gains, transforming into large corporations capable of operating in the light. Since that time, the Gongting Group and Wind Forest Capital have been competitors, having hired muscle and fought over territories, employing all manner of tactics. However, both companies have since cleaned up their acts and no longer operate so brazenly. Now, the arrival of the Abyss has precipitated a profound transformation in the world's order. The emergence of those endowed with extraordinary abilities and supernatural powers inevitably leads to a reshuffling of monetary and power structures. In an effort to suppress Lei Jinghao's burgeoning ambitions, Gong Zhenting has invested in the establishment of another team of extraordinary individuals. Naturally, Lei Jinghao would not allow Gong Zhenting to manipulate him. And during this time, He has indeed been in contact with Gong Tang Group's staunch rival, Fenglin Capital. Mr. Gong is overly suspicious. I merely dined once with the head of Fenglin Capital, who graciously extended the invitation. I could hardly be impolite. Lei Jinghao replied nonchalantly to the probing questions. Gong Zhenting snorted derisively. Even if you align yourself with Fenglin, you will not earn their trust. You must understand that you left my side. Lei Jinghao chuckled lightly. But hasn't the chairman also nurtured other extraordinary teams? Trust is reciprocal, wouldn't you agree? Gong Zhenting pondered for a moment before stating. I can provide you with the fighter source quality, provided you sign the previously discussed contract. Lei Jinghao's expression remained as indifferent as water as he directly replied. I want that super crystal core. Gong Zhenting furrowed his brow, considering seriously before responding. Assist me with a task? And upon its completion, I shall grant you that super crystal core. The super crystal core they referred to is, of course, the skill slot expansion crystal core, which increases the number of skill slots. A smile crept onto Lei Jinghao's lips as he remarked. You want me to help you find the murderer of Lord Gong's son, don't you? Precisely, if you can capture the murderer, dismember him, and present him before me, that super crystal core will be yours. Gong Zhenting decided to use the super crystal core as leverage to identify the culprit. Very well, as long as I ascertain the identity of the murderer. I assure you, I will deliver him in a state of dismemberment to the chairman. Lei Jinghao expressed unwavering confidence in this matter. After all, in the Binhai region, those who could rival him were few and far between. I have a suspect in mind. Previously, I dispatched an extraordinary assassin to apprehend him, but that assassin met his demise. Gong Zhenting brought up the earlier incident involving the assassin. With a suspect in sight, it becomes simpler. I will capture this individual and extract the truth from him. Lei Jinghao replied with a nod. Gong Zhenting took a briefcase from his bodyguard, opened it, and pushed it toward Lei Jinghao. This is the fighter source quality you requested. Sign the contract, and it shall be yours. You may retrieve the super crystal core after you have apprehended the true culprit. As he spoke, he produced a photograph from his inner suit pocket and slid it across the table to Lei Jinghao. Upon glancing at the photo, surprise washed over Lei Jinghao's face. It's him. Chapter 41. The abyssal fire thief under the watchful eye of the reconnaissance eagle. Su Muyu beheld the photograph presented by Gong Zhenting, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. For the figure in the photograph was none other than Lu Heng. Gong Zhenting intended to use the super crystal core as a bargaining chip to compel Lei Jinghao to uncover the murderer of Gong Chusheng. With Lu Heng being the primary suspect, as this information reached Su Muyu, a wave of anxiety surged within her, prompting her to swiftly retract the reconnaissance eagle and rush to the hotel to rendezvous with Lu Heng. Upon entering the room, she hurriedly shut the door behind her, panting as she spoke. I saw Lei Jinghao meeting with Gong Zhenting again, and Lei Jinghao has acquired the fighter source quality. Furthermore, Gong Zhenting is using the super crystal core as a condition for Lei Jinghao to identify the murderer of his son. His first target is us. She resolved to entwine herself in this matter, determined that they would confront it together, albeit the photograph presented by Gong Zhenting featured only Lu Heng. Lu Heng had already anticipated this possibility, thus he felt no surprise upon hearing the news. What should we do now? Lei Jinghao commands a team of dozens of extraordinary individuals. Su Muyu felt an immense pressure. Lu Heng seized a motorcycle helmet and thrust it into her hands, declaring, in the age of the abyss, strength dictates everything. As long as we are powerful enough, we shall not fear any adversary. Let us go. We are heading to the Forge Fortress. With the Forge Fortress emblem at their disposal, they could access it at any time. Thus, they arrived at the number 9 bridge arch of the Century Bridge, passing through without delay and entering the Forge Fortress. My friend, you have finally returned. The recent success rate of forging has been rather dismal. If I do not retrieve my furnace lid soon, I shall face bankruptcy. Upon seeing Lu Heng, Master Gulu began to lament. If that is the case, Master might consider raising the price for forging services. Lu Heng suggested, offering him a rather poor idea. At this stage, those who possess the resources for weapon forging are typically affluent. Even if the price doubles, the demand will remain insatiable, based on the developments of the previous life. Even without a price increase now, it is certain to rise in the future. After all, the number of extraordinary individuals requiring forging will only increase, and the Forge Fortress will eventually cater exclusively to elite clients. Having shared this dubious notion, Lu Heng shifted to the main topic. I have come today to assist the master in retrieving the furnace lid. I am well prepared. That is splendid. Blackfire, come forth and locate that wretched thief. Master Gulu called into the fortress. The creature, entirely black with no fur and bearing a flame at the tip of its tail, leapt forward. This little being, while resembling a cat, is not a feline but an abyssal species. Due to its feline-like appearance, humans have aptly named this abyssal creature the flame-tailed spirit cat. This is my pet, very obedient, and I have bestowed upon it a name from the human world. It can scent the wretched thief's presence. You must follow it and assist me in reclaiming the furnace lid. Gulu introduced the flame-tailed spirit cat. Though it appears diminutive, measuring around 20 centimeters in length, and seems docile, it is a creature of the abyss, capable of terrifying ferocity, with records of devouring mammoths. Well, merely rumored, of course. Master Gulu produced a bag of unknown jerky and handed it to Lu Hong, advising, Blackfire can be temperamental at times. It enjoys this. Please keep it safe. Once adequately prepared, Lu Hong and Sumu Yu set off with the flame-tailed spirit cat in search of the abyssal fire thief. This thief had infiltrated the Forge Fortress during its transition from the abyss, stealing and subsequently escaping into the overlapping space of Blue Star. Thus, it was likely hiding in some corner of Binhai. The flame-tailed spirit cat followed the scent trail, leading them to the exterior of a steel mill, Binhai's largest steel factory, Bingon. Upon observing the entrance of Bingon, Lu Hong quickly deduced why the abyssal fire thief would be found here. Its very name divulged everything. It harbored an affinity for all things related to fire, including the theft of the furnace lid, driven by an obsession with flames. And within the steel mill, flames are in no short supply. Should the abyssal fire thief be hiding within this mill, it would imply that the strategy observed in his previous life may not fully apply, as the extraordinary individual with the second-tier abyssal hunter class had located the fire thief by the seaside. Not in the steel mill. In fact, a moment's reflection reveals the rationale. The abyssal hunter had captured the fire thief 6 months after the abyss's arrival, while now it was merely the 2nd month since the abyss descended. Thus, the fire thief could not possibly linger in the same place for such an extended duration. It was evening now. Within the steel mill, only a few night shift employees remained, all resting in air-conditioned rooms. Lu Hong instructed Sumu Yu to activate the invisible veil and infiltrate the steel mill. Confirming the presence of the abyssal fire thief within the steel mill made the search significantly easier. Sumu Yu deployed the reconnaissance eagle, which quickly soared through the steel mill, soon spotting the mid-tier demon, the abyssal fire thief, within the steel forging workshop. From a distance, the fire thief appeared as an upright rodent-headed creature, equipped with sharp claws and deep crimson mane, its piercing eyes remarkably keen. At that moment, the abyssal fire thief stood beside the steel furnace, absorbing the heat emanating from the flames, cloaked in the invisible veil. Lu Hong ascended to the 2nd-floor platform of the steel workshop, surveying the surroundings and formulating a strategy for their impending confrontation. The abyssal fire thief excelled in concealment and evasion. Defeating it was not particularly challenging, but capturing it would prove difficult. Should it escape, it would undoubtedly vanish to another location, making future attempts to locate it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This necessity underscored the importance of refining his agility to a meticulous degree prior to their arrival. Otherwise, he would be unable to keep pace with it. After thoroughly assessing the environment, Lu Hong gradually approached the abyssal fire thief from behind while remaining invisible, as he drew within 20 meters. The fire thief's nostrils twitched, and it suddenly darted toward the exit of the steel workshop. Lu Hong was taken aback by the creature's acute sense of smell, capable of detecting him from such a distance. This vulnerability highlighted one of the limitations of the invisible veil. It provided optical invisibility but did not mask scent. At this juncture, he had no choice but to pursue. Lu Hong propelled himself forward, reaching his maximum speed in the blink of an eye, nearly surpassing the spot where the abyssal fire thief had just stood, continuing his chase. The noise of the pursuit escalated. Realizing it was being followed, the abyssal fire thief exhaled a cloud of mist, disappearing within it. Lu Hong charged through the fog, scanning left and right, but the abyssal fire thief had vanished from sight. Lu Hong called out through his Bluetooth headset. Almost simultaneously, the reconnaissance eagle swooped in through the window, skimming low to pinpoint the location of the abyssal fire thief. Lu Hong continued to pursue, following the reconnaissance eagle. After an intense sprint, he deflected several obstacles hurled back by the fleeing fire thief. causing his invisible state to gradually wane. The chaos created by the abyssal fire thief's escape resulted in considerable noise, toppling various objects in its wake. 2 Duty personnel, alerted by the sound, emerged with flashlights in hand, vociferously demanding, "Who goes there?" Unfazed, Lu Heng disregarded their inquiries and continued to trail the reconnaissance eagle, sprinting forward with a staggering velocity of 30 meters per second, swiftly darting past the two officers. They had never witnessed a human move with such extraordinary speed, leaving them momentarily stunned. The abyssal fire thief remained in a state of invisibility, effortlessly escaping the steelmaking workshop in the blink of an eye. Its speed rivaling that of Lu Heng, evidently possessing an acceleration ability. The combination of acceleration and invisibility had allowed it to master the art of evasion to an exceptional degree. Fortunately, with Sumuyu present, there was a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, even a single hair on its body would remain untouched. Sumuyu skillfully maneuvered the reconnaissance eagle, hovering 2 meters above the abyssal fire thief, successfully locking onto its position. Lu Heng, unable to perceive the abyssal fire thief, could only pursue it by following the eagle. After escaping the steelmaking workshop, the abyssal fire thief began to leap and bound between the factory buildings. Even running along walls, Lu Heng executed his micro-level agility to perfection, closely tailing the creature with equal leaps and bounds, scaling walls with ease. They burst out of the steel mill and plunged into the forest. Weaving through the pine needle-covered ground, the abyssal fire thief's exaggerated speed was nearly outpacing Lu Heng's micro-level agility combined with his C-rank Gale Step. At this moment, it was evident that no one else possessed the micro-level agility required to keep up with such a creature. It was no wonder that this hidden mission remained unsolved for half a year, only completed by an abyssal hunter who had attained a second-tier profession. Moreover, according to this second-tier professional's account, the abyssal fire thief had more tricks up its sleeve, possessing a trump card granted by its professional essence. Chapter 42. Vanishing into shadows, ignoring physical collisions, the abyssal fire thief had indeed maximized its escape capabilities. Lu Heng pursued relentlessly, reaching speeds of 30 meters per second and even sprinting to 32 meters per second. Yet, he could only maintain his position without being left behind. They dashed out of the steel mill and into the forest. Lu Heng drew his Glock G-17 pistol, aiming at the position beneath the reconnaissance eagle, eager to test his marksmanship. As he took aim, the reconnaissance eagle began to zigzag erratically, its trajectory utterly unpredictable. Lu Heng immediately discerned that the abyssal fire thief was deliberately evading his line of fire, and there was a delay between the eagle's position and that of the abyssal fire thief. After all, Sumuyu had to adjust the eagle's position after observing the abyssal fire thief, making perfect synchronization impossible. At a speed of 30 meters per second, even a mere 0.1 second delay could result in a maximum positional error of 3 meters. With a 3-meter margin of error, hitting the target would be a challenge, even with a rocket launcher. Nevertheless, Lu Heng was determined to try, attempting to anticipate the eagle's movements and adjust his shot accordingly before pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew and struck a distant tree. Missing its mark, Lu Heng recalibrated the gun and fired again. This time, the bullet vanished upon impact, seemingly hitting the target, yet it was as if the bullet had disappeared into the abyss, creating no disturbance whatsoever. The abyssal fire thief's speed remained unimpeded. Realizing the situation, Lu Heng quickly deduced that the abyssal fire thief possessed not only invisibility and acceleration skills, but also a defensive capability. Invisibility, acceleration, coupled with defensive abilities, had rendered this entity exceedingly elusive. To capture it, Lu Heng would need to endure until the invisibility wore off. After a relentless chase lasting 5 minutes, Lu Heng's breath began to quicken. He focused on regulating his blood oxygen levels to maintain his stamina. 5 minutes later, a previously empty space ahead gradually revealed a translucent shadow. This shadow transitioned from complete transparency to semi-transparency, ultimately materializing into the form of the abyssal fire thief. Its invisibility expired. A glint of determination sparked in Lu Heng's eyes as he sprang into action, leaping onto a cliffside, traversing the wall with agility, and soaring upwards. Drawing forth the aurora blade from the void, he executed a swift, precise thrust aimed directly at the abyssal fire thief's back. With micro-level agility and swordsmanship, the strike was both rapid and accurate. Sensing imminent danger, the abyssal fire thief panicked, for its talent tree was entirely invested in evasion and concealment, rendering its direct combat abilities significantly lacking. Moreover, the speed of Lu Heng's strike left it no room to evade. Just as the blade was about to pierce its back, a surge of dark purple energy erupted from within the creature, causing its form to suddenly become ethereal as it vanished into the shadows. The Aurora blade struck its back, yet the tip met no resistance. The abyssal fire thief slipped into the shadows, continuing its flight. However, Lu Heng remained undeterred, his gaze sharpening with resolve. For this ability to merge into shadows was the hallmark of this hidden profession. A trump card of the abyssal fire thief. Once it vanished into the shadows, its body became impervious to all physical collisions, transforming into a semi-transparent specter as it continued its escape. Lu Heng pursued relentlessly. Remaining within a sword's reach. According to the second-tier professional's account, the effect of the abyssal fire thief's shadow merging would conclude shortly, and its invisibility skill would soon cool down, leaving only a 3-second window of vulnerability. This meant that if Lu Heng could not conclude the encounter within those 3 seconds, the abyssal fire thief would once again slip into a 5-minute state of invisibility. Having pursued for so long, Lu Heng's endurance was nearing its limits. Even if he could press on, his speed would inevitably decline. Furthermore, after such an extended pursuit, Su Muyu would also be nearing her limits. If the abyssal fire thief regained invisibility, they would likely miss their chance to capture it. This signified that their opportunity to seize the abyssal fire thief lay solely within that 3-second window of vulnerability. This was the crux of the hidden mission's difficulty. The abyssal fire thief's singular weakness, it, merely needed to endure those 3 seconds to re-enter invisibility, rendering it untouchable. A thorough examination of the conditions required to accomplish this hidden mission would reveal its daunting complexity. First and foremost, one needed the ability to detect invisibility. Otherwise, the abyssal fire thief would remain unseen. Secondly, an astonishing running speed of 30 meters per second was essential, a velocity 3 times that of the 100-meter sprint world record. Moreover, maintaining that speed for over 5 minutes was no trivial feat. It was not as simple as running for 10 seconds. Sustaining such speed for 5 minutes demanded not only exceptional stamina but also micro-level agility. A critical characteristic of micro-level agility is the ability to achieve the highest mobility with minimal expenditure. This agility also granted the ability to traverse walls and leap over obstacles in pursuit of a target. Otherwise, Lu Heng would have been left far behind. In addition, one must possess the ability to eliminate the abyssal fire thief within 3 seconds. In summary, capturing the abyssal fire thief necessitated extraordinary skills in detecting invisibility, remarkable speed and agility, along with the combat prowess to vanquish mid-tier demons. Such capabilities, under normal circumstances, would not be found in a single individual. At least in the early stages of the abyssal invasion. No one possessed all these abilities simultaneously, not even Lu Heng. For the ability to detect invisibility was provided by Su Muyu. According to the strategy guide, the abyssal fire thief's shadow merging time was a mere 7 seconds. Though brief, these 7 seconds were crucial. Just then, the abyssal fire thief abruptly turned, colliding with the rock wall, its form flickering as it burrowed into the wall, vanishing from sight. Although Lu Heng had anticipated this, he still felt a twinge of surprise upon witnessing the event. This was precisely the effect of merging into shadows, rendering it impervious to physical collisions. With the absence of physical barriers, it could traverse through any obstacle, including the very rock wall before him. Fixated on the wall, he knew it could only remain hidden for 7 seconds. Once the time elapsed, it would have to emerge, Lu Heng shouted through his Bluetooth headset, instructing Su Muyu to monitor the rock wall and locate the abyssal fire thief. As the abyssal fire thief burrowed into the wall, the pursuit reached its final stage. Unable to ascertain its location from the other side of the wall, Lu Heng maintained vigilance of the surrounding area. The moment it reappeared, he would lock onto its position immediately. Su Muyu responded at lightning speed. With the abyssal fire thief concealed within the wall, even the reconnaissance eagle could not detect it, rendering them effectively blind. However, this state was mutual. The abyssal fire thief, hidden within the wall, was equally oblivious to the happenings outside. It had no knowledge of Lu Heng's whereabouts. Given the abyssal fire thief's speed, it could cover a distance of 210 meters in 7 seconds. This meant it could emerge from any position within a 210-meter radius of the wall. The subsequent 7 seconds became a psychological game. Lu Heng stood still, wagering that the Abyssal Fire Thief would remain motionless. Yet, to be prudent, he released a shadow clone to pursue eastward. As time ticked away, Lu Heng breathed deeply, calibrating his blood oxygen levels while silently counting the seconds. 0.1 second, 0.4 seconds, 5 seconds, at the 5th second. A mouse head emerged from the rock wall. It was the Abyssal Fire Thief. This time, Lu Heng's gamble paid off as he remained stationary, waiting for its appearance. The Abyssal Fire Thief, upon spotting Lu Heng, was taken aback and quickly retracted its head. 0.2 seconds later, it re-emerged from a position 50 meters to the east of the wall, merely 10 meters away from the Shadow Clone. The Shadow Clone initiated an attack, charging toward the Abyssal Fire Thief. With the effect of its shadow merging now concluded, the Abyssal Fire Thief could not retreat into the wall and was compelled to activate its acceleration skill. Fleeing chaotically from the wall, the Shadow Clone lunged forward, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at the Abyssal Fire Thief's lower body. The Abyssal Fire Thief leaped to evade the assault, continuing its frantic escape. Just then, the reconnaissance eagle dove down, aiming for the Abyssal Fire Thief's eyes. In a fit of rage, the Abyssal Fire Thief raised its claws and shattered the reconnaissance eagle. With the interception of the Shadow Clone and the reconnaissance eagle, the escape of the Abyssal Fire Thief momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Heng pursued, closing the distance to within 10 meters. 0.2 seconds elapsed, leaving only 1 second in the vacuum period. The Abyssal Fire Thief fled with utmost urgency, keenly monitoring the cooldown of its invisibility skill. As the final second approached, it promptly raised its palm, coalescing a sphere of demonic energy, which it then smashed into the ground with a resounding impact. The demonic energy erupted upon contact, enveloping the area in a shroud of mist. Its form gradually faded within the fog, disappearing from sight. In the instant it unleashed its skill, Lu Heng activated the second effect of Gale Step. Lunge, initiating a swift thrust that doubled his acceleration. Lu Heng surged forth at a speed that transcended limits, akin to a bolt of lightning, wielding the Aurora Blade, piercing through the mist with a cloud-piercing strike. Thud! Ack! Just as the Abyssal Fire Thief had released its invisibility mist and was about to escape, it was pierced through the chest by Lu Heng's blade, emitting a wretched scream. Immediately thereafter, a surge of lightning erupted from the Aurora Blade, searing its body, leaving it no chance to struggle. Hunt the Abyssal Fire Thief, absorb 100 points of demonic energy. Upon its demise, 2 crystalline shards materialized. Lu Heng picked them up to examine. The first was a skill crystal core, Mist Shadow Escape. Mist Shadow Escape consumes source energy to release a layer of mist, granting a 10-minute invisibility effect while cloaking scent and infrared detection. Skill cost, 30 source energy. Skill level, D grade. The drawback of this skill lies in its limited invisibility duration. Unlike Invisibility Veil, which can maintain invisibility as long as there is source energy available. However, it boasts an advantage: the ability to mask scent and infrared detection. This means that neither olfactory senses nor thermal imaging detectors can perceive the invisibility effect of this skill. Had Lu Heng approached the Abyssal Fire Thief using this skill, it would not have detected his presence from 20 meters away, thus avoiding alerting it. A glimmer of amusement danced in Lu Heng's eyes upon seeing this ability. The effect of Divine Evolution, unlocking skill locks, not only allows for skill upgrades, but also for skill fusion. His attention then shifted to the second crystal. This flat crystal was the true objective of the day: Shadow Walker Source Essence. Chapter 43, Transaction Information, Weapon Tempering. Shadow Walker Source Essence is the foundational material for the first-tier class, Shadow Walker. As the second month of the Abyssal Invasion unfolded, class source essences began to appear on Blue Star. Yet humanity remained oblivious to their true nature. What others did not know, Lu Heng understood. Source Essence is a unique substance that transcends divinity from the abyssal realm, containing the power that forms the extraordinary occupational system. The essence of a class is the power known as Source Essence, and the so-called process of acquiring a class is essentially the competition for Source Essence, a battle for its possession. Source Essence exists in 2 states, free and fused. Free state Source Essence can be absorbed by living beings, while fused state Source Essence has integrated with a creature, rendering it impervious to absorption by others. When a living being absorbs a sufficient quantity of free Source Essence, it can achieve fusion, thus acquiring the abilities represented by the Source Essence, i.e. the class. This implies that even if an ability user absorbs Source Essence, It remains in a free state until a complete class is obtained, making it susceptible to being taken by other ability users. Only when enough free source essence is collected can it solidify into a fused state, thereby granting a class. Consequently, possessing free state source essence poses significant danger, as one may be attacked by other source essence contenders at any moment. The Abyssal Fire Thief's prior ability to vanish into shadows and ignore physical collisions stemmed from Shadow Walker source essence. However, since the Abyssal Fire Thief had not attained the Shadow Walker class, the source essence it possessed remained in a free state, allowing it to be extracted upon its death. Holding the shard of Shadow Walker source essence in his hand, Lu Heng felt a twinge of emotion. This was something that could only be obtained half a year after the Abyssal invasion. He had acquired it 5 months early in his previous life. No one had obtained this hidden class, so he resolved to be the first to seize the opportunity. Lu Heng unleashed a current to dissolve the Shadow Walker source essence, absorbing it into his body. You acquired Shadow Walker source essence, initiating the source essence contention battle. Source essence fusion completion. 10. Source essence is in a free state. Upon reaching 100 completion, fusion can be achieved, granting the first-tier class Shadow Walker. Temporarily acquired source essence ability. Shadow Passage. Shadow Passage. Slip into the Shadow Rift, immune to all physical collisions, lasting for 7 seconds. Upon expiration, the caster will exit the Shadow Rift, if located within solid matter at that time. The body will suffer from material compression, resulting in varying degrees of damage, potentially even death. This ability was precisely what allowed the Abyssal Fire Thief to evade into the rock wall. Truly, the effectiveness of a hidden class's source essence skill is beyond mere statistical representation. In a sense, the 7 seconds of utilizing this ability equates to invincibility. Naturally, there are drawbacks. While immune to physical collisions, the user cannot attack the opponent either. Furthermore, once the shadow evasion effect concludes, if the user is within solid materials such as rock or steel, their body will be crushed out of course, should such a situation arise. It would simply indicate the user's folly, unrelated to the skill's efficacy. After absorbing the class source essence, another line of notification appeared on Lu Heng's data panel. Abyssal Battlefield. Summoning countdown 7 days, another summoning. And this time it coincided with the acquisition of class source essence, indicating that the forthcoming Abyssal Battlefield would likely be a contest for source essence. Just as Lu Heng finished absorbing the essence, Sumu Yu rushed over, panting heavily, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. Did you succeed? She had followed him the entire way, nearly out of breath, while also controlling the reconnaissance eagle, making her even more fatigued than Lu Heng. Yes, it was successful. Lu Heng pointed to the corpse of the Abyssal Fire Thief on the ground. That creature was remarkably evasive. Sumu Yu had witnessed firsthand the Abyssal Fire Thief's escape, which was utterly absurd. Ultimately, in an attempt to halt its flight, her reconnaissance eagle had been obliterated by its claw. Thus, she had missed the moment Lu Heng pierced the Abyssal Fire Thief. See if the flame-tailed spirit cat can locate the Abyssal Fire Thief's lair. Lu Heng suggested. All right, the little cat is already searching. Let's follow its lead. As Sumu Yu spoke, she headed in the direction of the flame-tailed spirit cat.ina cave, some 600 meters away. The flame-tailed spirit cat discovered the Abyssal Fire Thief's den. Inside the lair, they found the cover of the tempering furnace along with various items stolen by the Abyssal Fire Thief, such as lighters, flamethrowers, and barbecues. In short, anything capable of producing fire was hoarded as collectibles. Most of the items held little value, but one particular item caught Lu Heng's attention. Thunderfire Explosive. An explosive made from materials with dual attributes of thunder and fire, possessing tremendous explosive power. Explosion radius, 3 meters. In terms of effectiveness, this item was akin to a hand grenade on Blue Star. It wasn't particularly rare. However, the appearance of data upon it signified its origin from the abyss. Since it originated from the abyss, it could be taken back there. Lu Heng stored the Thunderfire explosive in his item inventory and returned to the tempering fortress with the furnace cover. Gulu, cradling the recovered furnace cover, expressed profound gratitude. You have helped me immensely. I am at a loss for how to repay you. You have earned the sincerest friendship of the tempering fortress, judging by his tone and demeanor. Gulu's favorability had nearly reached its peak. Lu Heng thought to himself. Excessive sincerity and friendship can be counterproductive. It makes it difficult to request benefits. However, on the way back, he had already devised a plan. Master Gulu? May I take on tempering commissions from other customers? The pricing will certainly adhere to the regulations of the tempering fortress. The last time he tempered the Aurora blade, he had unlocked the secondary profession panel and acquired the secondary profession, apprentice blacksmith. This profession enhances tempering success rates and increases fire resistance, proving to be exceedingly useful. Moreover, among humanity's ability users at this stage, those capable of acquiring a secondary profession are likely few. Wink with a frown. Blacksmith would probably be unique. If he could accept tempering commissions, it would not only boost his secondary profession experience, but also allow him to earn some additional income. Of course, I have high hopes for your talent in the art of tempering. Best of luck. Master Gulu consented to the request without hesitation. This is the benefit of having full favorability. After all, Lu Heng had assisted the tempering fortress in escaping the abyssal realm and retrieved the furnace cover. Such high prestige certainly warranted some privileges. With the countdown for the second abyssal battlefield summoning now underway, and it likely being a source essence contention battle, there were only 7 days left to prepare. Furthermore, it would be ideal to find Sumuyu a suitable class source essence within these 7 days, allowing her to participate in the same source essence contention battle. Otherwise, it would be perilous for Sumuyu to engage in the source essence contention battle alone. Upon returning, Lu Heng posted a transaction message on the Crystal Core dark web. Weapon tempering, please private message if interested. Reporters refrained from disturbing. Shortly after the transaction message was sent, his inbox began to ping with private messages. However, the majority of these messages were inquiries. Can you temper weapons? How do you temper weapons? What is tempering? What is the use of weapon tempering? Lu Heng refrained from responding to any questions and casually blacklisted several fortunate individuals who posed foolish inquiries. A truly accomplished individual with extraordinary abilities would not pose such superficial inquiries at this juncture. Currently, on Blue Star, materials for tempering weapons have emerged, albeit in limited quantities. Nonetheless, significant factions are undoubtedly able to procure them. Those who remain oblivious to the process of tempering weapons possess little to no capability in this regard. Meanwhile, within the Blue Sea International Villa district of Binhai City, a young man fixated on the webpage displayed on his laptop. He had just encountered a transaction regarding weapon tempering on the dark web and promptly sent a private message to the individual who posted the information. Can you temper weapons? After dispatching the message, he awaited a response, but after half an hour of silence, he grew increasingly anxious. He revisited the transaction post and noticed a cautionary note. Reporters, please refrain from disturbing. Realizing the implication, he hastily composed a second message. As long as you can temper weapons, the price is not an issue. After finalizing the message and hitting send, a notification popped up. The recipient has added you to their blacklist. The message failed to send. Damn it, the young man exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Yet, the more he pondered, the more he believed that the individual behind the transaction was genuinely skilled. He quickly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Secretary Liu? Please bring me another computer with access to the dark web account. Yes, right away. Chapter 44, The Gate of the Tempering Fortress. After posting the weapon tempering transaction on the dark web, Lu Heng glanced at his private messages, noting that they were all inquiries, and decided to retire for the night. Upon rising the following day and revisiting the dark web, he was greeted with an overwhelming 99 messages. As he sifted through them, he resolved not to respond to any that were merely questions, and those that inquired multiple times were promptly blacklisted. After perusing over 100 messages, he finally encountered one of substance. Tempering materials are prepared. Price is not an issue. Hoping for a face-to-face meeting, Lu Heng felt a sense of satisfaction with this message, as each word was succinct and to the point. This was the hallmark of a competent counterpart. He replied, tonight at 8 o'clock, under the 9th arch of the Binhai Century Bridge, bring the tempering materials. Only one person will be received, in the Blue Sea International Villa District. As noon approached, a young man with dark circles under his eyes rose from bed and opened his laptop, eager to check for any private message replies. He had waited until midnight the previous night without receiving a single response, resulting in a sleepless night. Upon logging into the dark web, he immediately noticed a red number 1 in his inbox. He hurriedly clicked to view the message, his brow furrowing with intrigue. The reply was concise, directly stating the time, location, and requirements for their meeting. This further confirmed that the individual was indeed legitimate. The young man promptly made a call to arrange for the tempering materials and cash. As evening approached, a car came to a halt at the riverbank of the Century Bridge. In the back seat sat a young man and a middle-aged man. The youth, Lin Ziyu, age 23, was the scion of the prestigious Lin family of Binhai and one of the first to be summoned to the Abyss battlefield. After the countdown for the summons was announced, the Lin family leveraged their connections to gather 3 other summoners with matching countdowns, investing substantial resources to elevate their levels, accompanying Lin Ziyu into the Abyss battlefield. Consequently, Lin Ziyu's initial experience in the Abyss battlefield was remarkably smooth, successfully completing 2 challenging tasks and reaping considerable rewards. The Lin family had already deciphered the rules of summoning in the early stages of the Abyss's emergence. At 7 o'clock, prior to the appointed time, they arrived early at the Binhai Century Bridge. The bodyguard dressed in a black suit approached the car and knocked on the window. Once it was rolled down, he leaned in and reported, "Young master, we have confirmed that the Century Bridge has only 8 arches. There is no 9th arch. We also inquired with the bridge's management, and the design documents indicate only 8 arches." Lin Ziyu frowned, asserting, "We agreed on the 9th arch. There is no mistake." The middle-aged man beside him pondered aloud, "Could it be a scam? Perhaps we should send a few others with you." However, Lin Ziyu remained steadfast in his belief that the individual did not seem like a fraud. Insisting, they specified that they would only receive 1 person. "It's best if I go alone." The middle-aged man turned to the bodyguard outside, instructing, "Double-check the safety around the bridge." "Understood," the bodyguard replied with a bow. Proceeding to carry out the task. As the clock struck 7:50, Lin Ziyu exited the car with 2 briefcases in hand, making his way to the base of the Century Bridge. With no 9th arch present, he stood beneath the 8th arch, waiting. After approximately 5 minutes, a voice emerged from behind him. "Are you the one seeking weapon tempering?" Lin Ziyu jolted, quickly turning around to see a figure cloaked in shadow standing at the arch's entrance. Their features obscured. Despite his family's support and his own elevated status as a level 10 extraordinary individual, his heightened perception failed to detect the presence of this cloaked figure. Stunned for a moment, he nodded, "Yes, we arranged to meet at the 9th arch, but the Century Bridge only has 8 arches." "Follow me," the cloaked figure replied, turning towards a wall at the arch's end. Lin Ziyu hesitated, yet he trailed the figure. Watching in astonishment as they walked directly into the wall, a surge of trepidation coursed through him, yet he quickly followed suit, stepping into the wall and finding himself in an entirely different realm. Just as Lin Ziyu vanished into the wall, a group of bodyguards stationed at a distance rushed forward, searching for any sign of him. They knocked on the wall, probing every inch, but it remained an unyielding barrier. Devoid of any peculiarities, the middle-aged man in the car approached the arch, his expression grave as he surveyed the situation. The leading bodyguard reported, "Mr. Yu, we witnessed the young master enter this wall," after which he disappeared. The middle-aged man approached and pushed against the wall. Detecting no anomalies, he speculated that it might be some form of illusion or trickery. If the individual were indeed a fraud using such methods for abduction, the situation could escalate dangerously. He hastily retrieved his phone, dialing a number, only to be met with a notification that the call could not be connected. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he commanded in a low voice, "Spread out and search. If it is indeed an illusion, the person cannot have gone far. We must locate him." "Yes." The bodyguards dispersed, scouring every nook and cranny around the Century Bridge for any hiding places. On the other side, Lin Ziyu stepped through the wall and entered an extraordinary space, the Tempering Fortress. The cloaked figure, who was none other than Lu Heng, strode ahead toward the castle. Lin Ziyu called out, "Wait, where is this place?" Lu Heng, wishing to keep his identity concealed for now, wore a tempering master's robe and a mask resembling a cat's face. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lu Heng turned and said, "Welcome to the Tempering Fortress. Additionally, allow me to remind you, next time come alone. Otherwise, the fortress shall not open its gates for you again." Lin Ziyu paused, imagining the frantic state of his uncle and bodyguards outside. Undoubtedly scouring the Century Bridge in search of him, he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I clearly instructed them to wait outside until I returned. I'll call them now." Lu Heng raised a hand to halt his actions. "No need. There is no mobile signal here. Come inside." Upon entering the castle's reception area, Lu Heng took a seat at the head of the table and gestured for Lin Ziyu to sit as well. Though accustomed to grand occasions, the experience of stepping through a wall into another world left Lin Ziyu profoundly astonished. After sitting down, he placed the 2 briefcases on the coffee table and stated, "I have brought everything," Lu Heng replied. Please take out the weapon to be tempered and the tempering materials. Lin Ziyu opened the first briefcase, revealing a gleaming silver revolver. This renowned collector's item, nicknamed Silver Python, shone brilliantly in its entirety. Liu Heng picked up the Silver Python revolver, inspecting its specifications. Silver Python revolver, abyss assimilation, item level, C, specifications, length 29.1 cm, weight 1.3 kg, magazine capacity 6 rounds, attributes, attack power 155, using standard 12, 7mm ammunition, evaluation. A revolver crafted from alloy, boasting immense power capable of killing a beast with a single shot. The efficacy of a firearm is determined by both the weapon and the ammunition, devoid of enhancements from the user's attributes. This is a fine weapon, with considerable power, though it is limited by a magazine capacity of only 6 rounds. In confrontations with extraordinary beings, there is typically no time to reload. However, if one possesses confidence in dispatching their opponent within those 6 shots, this revolver is indeed formidable. Furthermore, it has undergone assimilation with divine energy, allowing it to be utilized in the Abyss realm. This signifies that an investment of 600 points of divine energy has been made into this firearm. The acquisition of divine energy is notoriously challenging. Many extraordinary individuals may not gather such amounts even after multiple endeavors. Yet, for powerful factions, there are shortcuts available. Divine energy is intrinsically linked to the extraordinary individual and cannot be transferred. However, items that have undergone basic rule assimilation are considered external objects and can be wielded by anyone. Thus, large factions can procure weapons and gear that have been assimilated with abyssal properties through trade. Chapter 45. The Eye of the Sky. A firearm, such as the Silver Python revolver, represents one of the most formidable calibers within the realm of Class C firearms, boasting an attack power that can be likened to that of a handgun infused with the might of a rifle. Naturally, such formidable power comes at the cost of ammunition capacity. For ordinary ability users, unless they possess a talent for firearms enhancement, investing divine energy into this could lead to some awkwardness in the later stages. However, for affluent families with ample financial resources, such concerns are trivial. Liu Heng returned the Silver Python revolver to its place and inquired, "Are you prepared to temper this weapon?" "Indeed. I have already gathered the tempering materials," Lin Ziyu replied, nodding slightly as he pushed forward 2 blocks of tempering essence. Liu Heng was not in haste to accept the task. Instead, he calmly articulated the precautions. There are a few prerequisites regarding weapon tempering that must be clarified. First, tempering does not guarantee a 100% success rate. There exists a certain probability of failure. Should the tempering fail, neither the materials nor the expenses will be refunded. Second, in the event of failure, there is a minuscule chance that the weapon may sustain damage. Should damage occur, the forging fortress will not offer compensation but will attempt to assist in repairs. However, there is no guarantee that the weapon can be restored. Agreeing to the tempering signifies acceptance of the aforementioned terms. If you do not accept, you may leave now. Upon hearing these terms, Lin Ziyu recognized them as a disclaimer. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What is the approximate success rate of the tempering?" Liu Heng replied in a composed tone, "Currently, my success rate for tempering stands at 100. I mention the precautions in advance merely to prevent unforeseen circumstances. If you cannot accept this, you may choose not to proceed with the tempering. At present, only the forging fortress possesses the capability to perform weapon tempering. Regardless of the harshness of the terms, the reality remains unchanged. For the Lin family, the 2 blocks of tempering materials were not precious enough to warrant concern. Lin Ziyu promptly decided, "Very well, I accept the terms. Please assist me in the tempering." Liu Heng continued, "The results of tempering carry a degree of randomness. Let me briefly outline the potential outcomes. This revolver currently possesses an attack power of 155 points. Should the tempering succeed once, the attack power will increase by 10 points. If it succeeds twice, it will increase by another 10 points. Should the tempering reach level 3, we may also attempt to infuse it with spiritual properties to gain special effects. However, that will require higher grade materials, which I assume you do not possess at present." Upon hearing of the advanced enhancement methods for weapons, Lin Ziyu's gaze towards Liu Heng exhibited a hint of admiration as he nodded, saying, "If this tempering is successful, I will return to gather more materials." Liu Heng then stated, "Next, let us discuss the cost of tempering. Each tempering session will require 1 demon crystal core. You may pay with demon crystal cores, tempering materials, energy crystals, or other items. I have a valuation chart for various items." Lin Ziyu paused, asking, Is cash not an acceptable form of payment? You may acquire demon crystal cores with cash and then return for the tempering. Lu Heng explained that in fact, demon crystal cores do have a market value on Blue Star, albeit one that fluctuates significantly. During the early stages of the abyssal incursion, a standard crystal core would range from 300,000 to 500,000. As time progresses, this price will inevitably rise above 1,000,000. Only crystal cores retain their value, serving as a form of hard currency within certain limits. Lu Heng found it cumbersome to handle cash and subsequently purchased demon crystal cores, preferring instead to have the client directly provide the cores. Lin Ziyu produced 2 demon crystal cores, stating, "I have brought 2 cores. Will that suffice?" "That will do." Lu Heng accepted the 2 demon crystal cores and rose, saying, "Please wait here. The tempering process will take approximately half an hour. May I observe the tempering process?" Lin Ziyu hastily requested. "That is the price for apprenticing. You cannot afford it." Lu Heng was not inclined to allow him to witness the tempering. "What would the price be?" "Name it, and I can certainly meet it." Lin Ziyu persisted in his appeal. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lu Heng's mouth hidden beneath his mask as he presented an astonishing condition: a professional source quality. Upon hearing those 4 words, Lin Ziyu was momentarily stunned. Professional source qualities are exceedingly rare, fiercely contested by all major powers. They can no longer be purchased with mere currency. After stating this condition, Lu Heng did not pause, continuing his stride towards the exit. Just as he reached the door, Lin Ziyu abruptly stood and called out, "Does it have to be a specific type of source quality? If there are no restrictions, I can comply." Although this had been his initial plan, Lu Heng was still somewhat taken aback by Lin Ziyu's willingness to meet this condition. For Lin Ziyu to witness the tempering process was invaluable, not easily quantified by money. Indeed, being allowed entry into the forging fortress held immense significance for the Lin family. Lu Heng turned his head slightly to respond. Perception, summoning, or mental system sources are acceptable. Hearing these categories, Lin Ziyu's eyes brightened. If the requirement were for a frontline combat profession source quality, that would be genuinely unattainable. Professions such as fighter, destroyer, or knight are simply not available for purchase. In contrast, perception-based sources are relatively easier to acquire. This is not due to their lack of value but rather because, at this stage, few ability users are inclined towards a perception-oriented path, resulting in naturally lower demand. As the scion of a prominent family, Lin Ziyu undoubtedly aspired to become a super soldier, not to pursue a support role. Thus, for major factions, perception-based professional source qualities are not deemed exceedingly rare. I possess the Eye of the Sky and Microscopic Scent Tracker source qualities, both of which belong to the perception category. If you allow me to observe the tempering, I can offer them in exchange. Lin Ziyu decisively opted to trade a source quality for the opportunity to witness the process. Lu Heng had initially proposed an exorbitant price merely as a test, yet he was astonished to find Lin Ziyu genuinely willing to exchange a professional source quality for the chance to observe the tempering process. The Eye of the Sky profession is not purely perception-based. It could be classified as dual system, encompassing both perception and summoning. Presently, Su Muyu is in need of a professional source quality, and Eye of the Sky would be quite suitable for her. With only 3 days remaining until the countdown for the abyssal battlefield, it is highly probable that this summoning will evolve into a source quality competition. Should Su Muyu acquire a professional source quality now, she stands a good chance of entering the same abyssal battlefield. Conversely, if she is summoned alone to fight for source quality, it could be perilous. After all, she intends to pursue a supportive role and must collaborate with combat-oriented ability users to maximize her value. If summoned alone into the abyssal battlefield without trustworthy allies, it would be akin to placing her life in the hands of strangers. Thus, Lu Heng is keen to secure a suitable professional source quality for Su Muyu within the next 3 days. Lu Heng emphasized the time constraint. If you are indeed offering the Eye of the Sky source quality, I will permit you to observe the tempering. However, this promise is only valid for 3 days. Lin Ziyu's eyes immediately lit up with excitement as he quickly responded, "I can retrieve it right now. Give me half an hour." For major powers, tangible items, be they crystal cores or source qualities, are always purchasable with money. However, the transcendent information gleaned from such exchanges is far more valuable than any single item. With the advantage of information, one could reap returns 100-fold, or even seize the opportunity presented by the tides of change. Thus, upon hearing that he could observe the tempering process, Lin Ziyu resolved to return for the Eye of the Sky. Source quality. Lu Heng nodded in agreement. I can wait for you for half an hour. Then I shall be swift in my return, Lin Ziyu declared, no longer hesitating as he promptly departed the forging fortress to retrieve the professional source quality. Chapter 46. The Master of Tempering. As the gates of the forging fortress swung open, Lin Ziyu stepped outside, returning to the shelter beneath the Century Bridge. He quickly glanced back, only to behold a solid wall. Reaching out to touch it, his palm met the cold, unyielding surface of the concrete. Had he not just experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed that a wall could be traversed by a person. As he marveled, a group of bodyguards rushed towards him, shouting, "We found him! We found him, under the bridge!" The middle-aged man, having not strayed far, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. "Ziyu, are you all right?" "I'm fine, uncle," Lin Ziyu replied. He then pulled out his phone to make a call, succinctly recounting his experiences at the forging fortress and requesting that the Eye of the Sky source quality be delivered. It wasn't too long before the Eye of the Sky arrived. This time, Lin Ziyu instructed all the bodyguards to return, approaching the wall of the bridge tunnel alone to await his turn. "I have brought the Eye of the Sky source quality. May I enter?" After a brief wait, a voice emerged from behind him. "Follow me." Lin Ziyu was taken aback, quickly turning around to find the cloaked figure wearing a cat-faced mask, the tempering master, once again at his back. However, this time, the master walked towards a different wall. Seeing this unfold, Lin Ziyu was even more astonished. It seemed the entrance was not fixed. After crossing through the bridge tunnel wall, he re-entered the forging fortress and took a seat in the reception room. Lin Ziyu produced a palm-sized box, placing it on the table and opening it to reveal the transparent crystal within. Lu Heng took the crystal to inspect its properties, confirming it was indeed the Eye of the Sky source quality. Stowing away the source quality, Lu Heng stood and proceeded towards the castle's forging chamber. "Come with me." Upon reaching the entrance of the forging chamber, Lu Heng instructed, "Please wait here for a moment. I need to prepare some things first." With that, he left Lin Ziyu at the door. Lin Ziyu stood in place, casting his gaze left and right, feeling the pervasive aura of mystery that enveloped the castle. While he waited, a short figure ambled over, greeting him. "You must be the visitor here for tempering, right?" Lin Ziyu hurriedly nodded and replied, "Yes, and you are?" "You may call me Gulu," the Master Gul'ov casually responded. Upon hearing this name, Lin Ziyu thought it sounded quite servile. He mused, "This little fellow must be the servant of that blacksmith I just encountered, yet I should still show him respect. After all, even a 7th-rank official stands in the presence of a prime minister." After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Ziyu began to probe subtly. "May I inquire if the master blacksmith of your forge is exceptionally skilled?" Upon hearing this question, Gulu immediately perked up. "Of course. The owner of the forge is the most formidable blacksmith in the world, and he is one of the very few left." "One of the very few. What do you think of my new idiom?" Lin Ziyu's attention was wholly captivated by the phrase "the most formidable blacksmith," thinking that anyone referred to as a master must indeed possess extraordinary prowess. As he glanced towards the smithy, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Gulu, having recognized this visitor, clasped his hands behind his back and strolled away, exuding an air of a master who conceals his talents. After Lu Heng prepared the tools necessary for the quenching process, he stepped outside and said, "It's ready. Please come in." "Certainly, master," Lin Ziyu replied, bowing respectfully. Lu Heng was momentarily taken aback by this address, but offered no explanation as he led him into the smithy. Arriving at the quenching furnace to commence the process on the silver python revolver. The procedures for quenching firearms differ from those for cold weapons. Lu Heng, being quite experienced, adeptly managed the quenching furnace. Heating, melting, merging, cooling. A seamless series of quenching operations unfolded. Successfully quenched the silver python revolver, elevating its grade to 1. Gained 10 experience as a novice quenching master. Silver python revolver 1. Attributes. Attack power 165. Upon completing the first quenching, Lu Heng did not pause but continued with the second quenching. The process proceeded smoothly. Successfully quenched the silver python revolver, elevating its grade to 2. Gained 10 experience as a novice quenching master. Silver python revolver 2. Attributes. Attack power 175. After completing the 2 quenchings, Lu Heng placed the revolver on a tray and gestured for Lin Ziyu to inspect the results. Lin Ziyu carefully picked up the silver python revolver, examining its attributes, and his eyes brightened. The attack power had risen from 155 to 175 points. Though it was merely a 20-point increase, every increment during a breakthrough requires an immense expenditure of resources. Initially, Lin Ziyu had worried about the possibility of failure. Especially since the master had mentioned that quenching does not guarantee success, he recalled Lu Heng's prior assertion. Currently, my quenching success rate is 100%. He internally marveled. No wonder he is a master blacksmith. Once Lin Ziyu had reviewed the attributes, Lu Heng remarked, with the 2 quenchings completed, if everything is to your satisfaction, then we shall settle the transaction. Lin Ziyu nodded eagerly. Of course, thank you, master. After the quenching concluded, Lin Ziyu wished to linger a while longer in the forge to gather more information, even considering inquiring about the abyss. However, Lu Heng had no time for idle chatter and directly escorted him out of the forge. Upon reaching the castle's main entrance, Lin Ziyu turned back and asked, Master, how might I gain entry to the forge in the future? Is the entrance always at the 9th arch of the Century Bridge? Lu Heng raised his gaze slightly and replied, the entrance only appears when the forge is open. Understood. I shall prepare my materials before returning, Lin Ziyu said before being escorted out of the forge. Upon returning to the base of the bridge, Lin Ziyu, as before, turned to press against that wall, only to find the entrance had vanished. That evening, the Lin family held an important family meeting. Lin Ziyu briefly recounted his experiences at the forge, concluding, I have established a good rapport with the master blacksmith, which means we now have access to the weapon quenching channel. We should leverage this opportunity. I hope the family can expand the procurement of quenching materials. The enhancement to weapon attributes through quenching is substantial, and the prices of these materials will soon soar. Moreover, I learned from that master blacksmith a crucial piece of information. Once the quenching level reaches level 3, we can infuse the items with spirit, potentially granting them special attributes. Thus, whenever high-grade infusion materials become available, we must acquire them at any cost. The head of the Lin family nodded in agreement after hearing this report. Let us proceed as you suggest. Ziyu, you must nurture this relationship with the master blacksmith. Whatever demands he may have, ensure they are met. Chapter 47. Skill Fusion. Once financially comfortable, Lu Heng rented a penthouse in the splendid Imperial View for greater convenience. This penthouse came with a small terrace garden, suitable for daily practice of agility and swordsmanship. That evening, on the terrace of the penthouse in the splendid Imperial View, Lu Heng produced the Eye of the Sky source material and handed it to Sumu Yu, saying, take a look at this. It should suit you perfectly. It embodies the dual aspects of perception and summoning. You have ample skill slots, and the potential for a dual class role is significant. I will be conscripted the day after tomorrow, and it's highly likely to be for the source material contention battle. If you use this, there's a good chance we'll be in the same battle, which will make things much easier. Otherwise, you may be conscripted separately for the source material contention battle, which could be quite perilous. Sumu Yu accepted the translucent blue crystal, cradling it in her hands as she examined it, nodding, I like this. May I use it? By all means, he replied. All right. Sumu Yu began to absorb the Eye of the Sky source material. As a wave of liquid energy flowed into her body, a data prompt appeared. Acquire the Eye of the Sky source material, commencing the source material contention battle. Source material fusion completion. 10. Source material is in a free state. Upon achieving 100 fusion, source material fusion can be completed, granting the first tier class Eye of the Sky. Temporarily gains source material ability. Flight evolution. Flight evolution enhances the vision of the holder, boosts the capabilities of summoned entities, granting them flying and linguistic abilities. If the summoned entity is flight capable, its flying abilities will be enhanced. The Advanced Reconnaissance Eagle is upgraded to the Celestial Falcon. Celestial Falcon, skill effect, summons a Celestial Falcon to conduct reconnaissance in the sky, capable of detecting invisibility and engaging in combat. The Celestial Falcon can carry up to 100 kg, allowing the caster to fly with it. Attributes: invisibility, detection, range 6, perception, attack, damage 3, spirit. After reviewing the data, Sumu Yu exclaimed, the attack power is astonishing, tripling immediately. If my spirit were a bit higher, its attack power could rival that of a handgun. Furthermore, it can carry someone while flying. Currently, her spirit was at 21 points, meaning the Celestial Falcon's attack damage was 32163 points. Typically, An extraordinary ability user would struggle to withstand 2 or 3 hits from the Celestial Falcon. Moreover, the primary functions of the Celestial Falcon were not just offensive. It also included reconnaissance, detecting invisibility, and the ability to carry others while flying. The capacity to carry someone while flying was a transformative ability. "Let us summon it and see," Lu Heng said, eager to witness the effect. "All right," Mu nodded, then raised her hand to summon the Celestial Falcon. Energy coalesced before her, and a Celestial Falcon materialized. Its wings spanning 2 meters, exuding grace, Lu Heng approached, grasping the falcon's talon, wishing to test its carrying capacity. "Fly me up and let us see." The Celestial Falcon flapped its wings, and Lu Heng felt a force lifting his arm as his body gradually ascended into the air. Carrying an adult would considerably reduce flight speed. However, this was a remarkable enhancement from nothing. "The effect is quite good," Lu Heng remarked. Soon after, Sumuyu, unable to contain her curiosity, controlled the Celestial Falcon to lift her off the ground as well. Yet, she was cautious not to fly too high. After all, humans are not meant to fly, and suddenly acquiring such an ability felt surreal, necessitating gradual acclimatization. After testing, Sumuyu pondered and asked, "Since the source material is still in a free state, does that mean I might lose this ability?" Lu Heng briefly explained, "We only obtained the initial source material for the first tier class. The total amount of source material is insufficient. More source material is needed to complete the fusion and gain the class. Right now, the ability is merely a temporary one provided by the source material." After his explanation, Lu Heng shifted the topic, asking, "Has the countdown for the Abyss battlefield appeared yet?" Sumuyu glanced at her data panel and nodded. "It has appeared. The countdown stands at 2 days, 18 hours, 53 minutes, and 34 seconds. As she recited the numbers, Lu Heng focused on the countdown on his panel, noting, "The countdown matches. Just as I anticipated, we will be in the same source material contention battle." Sumuyu pondered for a moment and then inquired, "So, does that mean those entering the Abyss battlefield will likely be ability users seeking source materials?" Lu Heng nodded, "Indeed, and at this juncture, those who can obtain class source materials are backed by significant powers." Sumuyu instinctively felt this was a positive development and smiled. "In that case, the people we encounter should be quite strong, making it much easier to deal with the demons." Lu Heng shook his head, correcting her. "No, others may prove to be even more dangerous than the demons." Sumuyu was momentarily taken aback, swiftly considering the implications. Could it be that if others were to eliminate us, they would seize the essence of our professions? Lu Heng, with a grave expression, affirmed, "Indeed, in the contest for essence, any essence in a free state can become a target of contention." Sumuyu slightly parted her lips. "So this incursion into the Abyss battlefield could be likened to a civil war among humans?" Lu Heng slowly shook his head. "Not necessarily. It depends on whom we encounter. As long as the battlefield mode is a contest for essence, there will undoubtedly be essence within the abyssal realm. It is possible to obtain essence without engaging in a civil war among humans. However, one must be wary of those who might seek shortcuts." Finally, Sumuyu comprehended why Lu Heng insisted on their joint participation in the essence contest. If she were to be summoned alone, even with initial cooperation from other extraordinary beings, it was highly probable that she would ultimately be betrayed by her teammates. On this extraordinary path, even longtime friends could turn against one another, let alone temporary allies. With less than 3 days remaining on the countdown, preparations needed to be made before entering the Abyss battlefield. Lu Heng first took stock of all the weapons and equipment that could be brought into the abyssal realm. Having previously experienced only one Abyss battlefield, he found that there were not many pieces of equipment that had undergone abyssal law assimilation. Aside from the Aurora Blade, there was also a Glock G17. Although the ammunition was limited to merely 15 rounds, since bullets also required divine energy to be brought into the Abyss battlefield, each shot would be a precious resource. On Sumuyu's side, she possessed only a string of energy crystal bracelets, with no other items to speak of. Before entering the Abyss battlefield, they needed to enhance their combat capabilities as much as possible. Lu Heng recalled the Mist Shadow crystal core he had obtained earlier. This skill crystal core was procured from an abyssal fire thief, and since Sumuyu already possessed a similar skill, she could not learn it again. If this skill were to be sold on the crystal core dark web, it could easily fetch several million. However, such a high-quality crystal core would be easy to sell but difficult to repurchase. Although Sumuyu did not require the skill, Divine Evolution could not only elevate the skill level but also merge similar skills to achieve a more potent effect. I remember you still have 300 points of divine energy left. Lu Heng placed the mist shadow crystal core on the table and spun it like a top. Yes, still 300 points. Sumu, you had previously used 300 points of divine energy on her energy crystal bracelet and another 300 to upgrade Recon Eagle, leaving her with 300 points. You should absorb the energy from this mist shadow, and I will help unlock the skill lock 4, Invisible Veil. You can then merge these two skills with divine energy and see if you can create a stronger effect. As Lu Heng spoke, he grasped her hand, urging her to commence the absorption of the crystal core's energy. All right, Sumu Yu nodded and began to channel the energy from Mist Shadow into the skill slot of Invisible Veil. Under normal circumstances, the energies of two skills could not coexist in a single skill slot. If forced, the skill slot would rupture. However, once Lu Heng unlocked the skill lock 4, Invisible Veil, its energy transformed into an unstable state, allowing the energies of the two skills to intermingle. Yet, the two energies merely blended rather than fully fused. Divine energy was necessary to complete the process. Sumu guided divine energy into the skill slot, and the three energies intertwined and flowed together, ultimately merging into a stable energy mass. Chapter 48. Abyss Battlefield. The Resurrection Ritual of the Evil God, skill fusion completed, evolved into Invisible Veil, Shadow Escape. Invisible Veil, Shadow Escape, releases energy to cloak an object, granting optical invisibility while simultaneously isolating scent and infrared detection. Skill consumption, 3 essence points minute. Skill level, D grade. It worked. The skill name has transformed into Invisible Veil, Shadow Escape, and its effects now include odor isolation and infrared detection, significantly enhancing its capabilities. Sumu gazed at the evolved skill effects, her eyes brimming with delight. Although Lu Heng possessed the talent of divine evolution, he had not fused every skill set before, so he was initially unaware of the fusion effects. Hearing that the skill now included odor isolation and infrared detection left him somewhat astonished as well. The effects were powerful, and the fusion was remarkably seamless. In fact, when utilizing divine evolution to merge skills, the fusion effects could be unpredictable. If luck was not on their side, it was possible to diminish the original skill's efficacy. Generally speaking, merging skills of the same type would yield more favorable outcomes. In the ensuing 2 days, Lu Heng devoted himself to practicing the 7 cuts of Stepsword, awaiting the arrival of the Abyss Battlefield. The 2 days passed swiftly, and the moment to enter the Abyss Battlefield finally arrived. That evening, after completing his final practice of the 7 cuts of Stepsword, he received the following notifications. Understanding gained in swordsmanship practice. Swordsmanship proficiency 1, swordsmanship realm, subtle level, 12-15-3000. During the practice, physical attributes improved. Strength 0.01, agility 0.01, constitution 0.01. As he concluded his training, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Heng and Sumu took a leisurely stroll through the supermarket, purchasing beverages and snacks. They settled on the terrace, admiring the city's nightscape as they awaited the stroke of midnight. With a pop, Lu Heng pulled the tab on a can of beer, savoring the slightly bitter flavor that enveloped his palate. Sumu took a sip, grimacing slightly, and opted for jasmine tea instead. One enjoyed beer while the other sipped a drink, clinking their glasses together. Sumu rested her forehead against the window pane, gazing at the neon lights outside, and broached a topic. Lu Heng, have you ever considered what would happen to our families if we do not return? In truth, Lu Heng had pondered this question, yet it remained unanswered. The initial thought for most would be to leave some money for their parents, but in a world besieged by the abyss, no amount of money would suffice, and it could even invite trouble. Lu Heng glanced out the window and said softly, all we can do is strive to survive. Even if we were to leave a substantial amount of money for our families, they would not be able to safeguard it if we do not return. Sumu nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Hence, I feel a sense of helplessness. There is no other way but to do our utmost to survive. After a moment, she continued, I once considered helping my mother awaken her abilities, as awakening could enhance physical capacity and seemingly carries no side effects. But upon further reflection, I decided against it. Awakening would lead to her being summoned into the Abyss Battlefield, which poses greater danger. Based on the current information, she concluded that all extraordinary beings had a chance of being summoned. Lu Heng playfully flicked her forehead and reminded her, don't fret about that. Only combat-oriented extraordinary beings are summoned. If the skills gained are of a supportive nature, one can evade summoning. However, this cannot be rushed. It requires a gradual approach. Upon hearing that there was a way to avoid being summoned, Sumuyu's spirits lifted. So becoming a supportive extraordinary being means I want to be summoned to the Abyss battlefield. To be precise, the Abyss battlefield only summons extraordinary beings with mid-tier combat capabilities. Following this logic, there indeed exists a method to avoid being summoned. Many had researched this issue in his previous life and had essentially unraveled the patterns of summoning to the Abyss battlefield. While it was said that summoning was random, it was not entirely so. Only those with higher combat power were summoned, and the lower the combat power, the lesser the probability of being summoned. This ratio was approximately 50-50. Consequently, those who acquired supportive skills, due to their generally lower combat capabilities, were unlikely to be summoned out. Of course, if all high combat extraordinary beings perished, the low combat extraordinary beings would inevitably face the fate of being summoned. Yet, if it came to that point, civilization would likely be on the brink of extinction. Finally, the clock struck midnight. Only 3 minutes remained on the countdown. Heng retrieved the Glock handgun and handed it to her. Take this gun. If after the teleportation we do not appear in the same location, you must protect yourself and wait for me to find you. Do not draw the handgun lightly. At this moment, very few can bring firearms into the abyssal realm. If other extraordinary beings see it, they will surely attempt to seize it. Understood. Sumuyu nodded, accepting the Glock and holding it in her palm before enveloping it in the energy of invisible veil. The handgun instantly became invisible. Had this been before her awakening, she might not have been able to withstand the recoil of the handgun. However, her strength had now reached 16 points. Despite being a girl, her strength attribute was considerably higher than that of an ordinary person. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Sumuyu clasped Lu Heng's hand, and the world before them began to morph into a surreal spectacle. As their surroundings descended into chaotic darkness, a teleportation message appeared before them. Teleporting to the abyssal world, the burial ground of the evil god Barton. World description. After the death of the evil god Barton, his demonic minions traversed various abyssal worlds to recover his scattered remains for burial in a graveyard. After a century of searching, the demons finally retrieved the heart of the evil god and began accumulating essence for the resurrection ritual. Danger level, level 4, battlefield mode. Essence contest, mainline tasks. 1. Escape the dungeon before the resurrection ritual commences. 2. Assault the demonic convoy transporting the essence sacrifices. 3. Survive until the conclusion of the resurrection ritual. Challenge tasks. 1. Locate the most crucial essence sacrifice and prevent it from entering the Barton Temple. 2. Complete essence fusion to obtain a first job transfer. 3. Sabotage the resurrection ritual to prevent the evil god Barton from returning to the abyss. Transmission complete. Loading the universal language of the abyssal world. Countdown to the resurrection ritual. 7 days. Upon witnessing the name of this abyssal world, Lu Heng's heart sank. This was a name he had encountered in his past life. The abyssal battlefield, the burial ground of the evil god Barton, had caused quite a stir previously. This battlefield was uniquely vast, involving 100 participants, and the finale was exceedingly brutal. Only a handful of summoned abilities returned alive, recounting the harrowing experiences they had endured in the abyss. According to the returnees' descriptions, they had successfully thwarted the resurrection ritual. This was humanity's first realization of the terrifying existence of an evil god within the abyss. However, this was only part of the narrative. Approximately 3 months after the ritual concluded, the evil god Barton descended upon Blue Star, devastating the central city of a small nation near the equator. As per the returnees, they had received aid from an anti-demon tribe within the abyss, successfully halting the resurrection ritual. Yet, 3 months later, a dreadful event transpired. The evil god Barton descended upon Blue Star, annihilating a city. This contradicted the returnees' accounts. If they had indeed prevented the resurrection ritual, how could the evil god Barton have revived and descended upon Blue Star? The few abilities who returned from the abyssal battlefield also faced Barton's wrath, meeting their demise. There was no way to verify the truth from their lips. Chapter 49. The dungeon. After reviewing the data prompt from the abyssal battlefield, light gradually returned to Lu Heng's surroundings. He glanced around and discovered that he was in a dark and damp dungeon. The air thick with a putrid stench. 5 individuals, all human, were imprisoned within. Among them, Lu Heng recognized one person, though it was not Sumuyu. Rising, Lu Heng approached the cell door to peer outside, hoping to ascertain whether Sumuyu was confined in another cell. However, he could not spot her anywhere. This was the worst-case scenario he had anticipated. They had not been teleported to the same location. Just then, someone beside him squeezed to the front of the cell door and peered outside. Unfortunately, it was Lin Ziyu, the individual who had previously brought his revolver to be tempered at the forge. Lu Heng turned his head, exchanging a glance with him, and noticed the wariness and caution in his eyes. Their reactions upon waking were remarkably similar, both leaning toward the cell door to gaze outside. It was evident that he, too, was searching for someone. Given the substantial financial means of Lin Ziyu's family, it was no surprise that he had exchanged professional resources merely to observe the tempering process. This level of affluence suggested that, having been summoned to the abyssal battlefield, he would undoubtedly hire protection. Thus, he was likely searching for the guardian who had accompanied him into the abyssal battlefield. Having surveyed the situation outside the cell, Lin Ziyu calmly turned to scan the faces of the others in the dungeon, initiating the conversation. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Lin Ziyu, and I came in with a team. Some of my friends are confined in other cells, and we will regroup once we are out. The danger level of this abyssal world is relatively high, so I propose that we form an alliance and cooperate. First, I would like to confirm whether our tasks are the same. Do you all agree?" The three individuals in the cell exchanged glances, one of them questioning. "If someone's task is different, are we to engage in combat immediately?" Lin Ziyu maintained his composure, explaining. "Those who find themselves here should possess a certain level of ability, having at least experienced one abyssal battlefield. We should understand that basic trust is crucial for collaboration. If anyone prefers not to disclose their task, that is perfectly fine, they may decline. However, refusal will forfeit any possibility of forming an alliance." Another individual concurred. "I agree. Collaboration is certainly beneficial. Moreover, there is nothing secretive about my task." The previous skeptic inquired, "How do you intend to ascertain the tasks of others? Shall we write them down?" Lin Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for such complications. There are 5 of us here. We will each read our task aloud in turn, and the one who finishes will point to the next. If there are no objections, I shall begin." He paused momentarily, scanning the group for dissent. And upon seeing none, he commenced reading the content of the first main task. "My first main task is to escape the dungeon before the resurrection ritual begins. Next, it's your turn." He then turned to Lu Heng, who had experienced this method of establishing basic trust many times before. As long as there were no issues on his end, there was no need for concealment. Moreover, it was highly likely that those teleported to the same location would have similar tasks. Unless someone had triggered a traitor's task, Lu Heng recited the content of his second main task, then pointed to the next individual. Ultimately, all 5 individuals articulated their tasks, confirming that they were indeed identical. It must be said that this method of establishing foundational trust was quite effective. The 5 people in the dungeon gradually lowered their guard, beginning to discuss matters concerning the abyssal battlefield. The danger level this time was alarmingly high, level 4, 2 levels above the last abyssal battlefield he had encountered, which was concerning. The world overview indicated just how perilous this encounter was, having faced an entity as fearsome as an evil god. At least there was one piece of good news. This evil god was dead. Lu Heng had hardly spoken and noticed that none of the 4 mentioned the source material. The current abyssal battlefield was a struggle for source material. However, the absence of any mention of it by these 4 individuals spoke volumes. After listening to their discussions for a while, he did not glean any useful information. Lu Heng was eager to exit and reunite with Su Muyu. Otherwise, she would be in grave danger alone in the abyssal world. I believe we should consider how to escape the dungeon. The first main task is to escape, so we must find a way out. The reason these individuals were not in a hurry was that there were still 7 days until the resurrection ritual. Time was relatively ample and, of course, to complete the challenge task, they could not linger here too long. Lin Ziyu continued to organize the conversation. "Since our tasks are identical, we can form an alliance and cooperate. Before we proceed, let us share a bit about our personal skills to facilitate collaboration. I'll go first. I am agility-based, possessing ranged attack capabilities and decent self-defense. With one person leading, the others followed suit, each divulging their information. The details shared were rather straightforward, primarily delineating responsibilities without revealing intricate skill data. After consolidating the information, a temporary team structure emerged. 1 strength-based, 2 agility-based, 1 psychic, and 1 perception-based. The configuration was quite reasonable, forming a well-rounded team. Lu Heng turned to the perception-based ability user, Liu Kitchen, and asked, "Could you please scout the situation outside?" Liu Kitchen nodded and began reporting. "This dungeon comprises 4 cells, 3 of which contain entities. I use the term entities because one cell houses a monster, while another cell is similar to ours, containing 5 individuals. There are demon guards stationed at the dungeon entrance. Their level is not particularly high, so they should be manageable. However, outside the dungeon lies a demon encampment with around 70 to 80 demons. Forcing our way out could be quite perilous." At that moment, Liu Kitchen's tone shifted as he added, "The individuals in the adjacent cell are preparing to make a move. They have an invisible assassin who has already approached the dungeon entrance." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the dungeon, indicating that a troop was approaching. Liu Heng quickly warned, "The situation doesn't seem right. Tell the individuals next door not to act." The invisible assassin, sensing something amiss, promptly retreated back into the cell. Shortly thereafter, a winged demon commander landed at the dungeon entrance, accompanied by a cadre of demon minions. The winged demon commander towered at 3 meters. Remarkably robust, adorned with a pair of twisted horns, and his body was etched with patterns of green flames, with bat-like wings sprouting from his back. Just a glance was enough for Liu Heng to recognize that this winged demon commander was a high-ranking demon. Above level 20, had they engaged in combat just moments ago, it was likely that half of the 10 individuals in the dungeon would have perished. This winged demon commander alone posed a significant threat, and with the dozens of demon minions from the encampment, self-preservation would be a challenge without some hidden cards. Chapter 50. The source material sacrifice. The winged demon commander entered the dungeon, surveying the 4 cells with a sweeping gaze before issuing a command in the demon tongue. The words that emerged, although obscure and incomprehensible, were nonetheless understood by Liu Heng. It was not just Liu Heng who could comprehend. The others in the dungeon shared this understanding. This was due to the loading of the universal language of the abyss when they were transported into the abyssal world. The command from the winged demon commander was unmistakably, "Bring all the sacrifices to the vehicle and transport them to the Temple of Barton." The team of demon minions entered the dungeon and bowed respectfully to the winged demon commander. "At your command, Lord Sargas." The demon minions opened the cell doors, forcibly escorting all 10 individuals in the dungeon out and into a prison cart constructed from mysterious materials, exuding a peculiar warmth. The cart was pulled by a hellish 2-headed giant lizard, which was enormous, standing over 2 meters tall on its 4 legs and stretching 6 meters in length, weighing around 700 to 800 pounds. The 10 individuals in the dungeon were loaded onto 2 prison carts, with the demon minions gripping the reins of the hellish 2-headed giant lizard, leading the way toward the Temple of Barton. The winged demon commander Sargas did not personally accompany the convoy but instead dispatched a winged demon sorcerer to oversee the transport. On the prison carriage, the perceptive Liu Kitchen quietly broached a topic. "That winged demon leader just mentioned something about transporting sacrifices, didn't he?" "Yes, we are the sacrifices," Lin Ziyu replied, gesturing to himself and then to the prison carriage ahead. In fact, Liu Heng had pieced together even more information. One of the main quests in the abyssal battlefield was to attack the demonic convoy transporting source material sacrifices. Unfortunately, the 10 human ability users in the 2 prison carriages were all source material sacrifices. This indirectly confirmed that the summoned ability users had all received professional source materials. Each of the 10 possessed a residual source material, which was why they had been captured by the demonic minions to serve as sacrifices for the malevolent deity. Barton. The prison carriage had already departed the camp, and the demon minions responsible for the escort were not particularly formidable. "Let's greet the comrades in the front carriage and strike together." The burly strength-type ability user was eager to act quickly. "Indeed, let us leave no trace of them," another chimed in. Liu Kitchen was preparing to communicate with the ability users in the front carriage to discuss a coordinated attack when Liu Heng furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Wait a moment. What are we waiting for? The prison carriage has already left the camp, and with just these few demon minions, are you still afraid?" The strength-type ability user cast a disdainful glance at Liu Heng. The downside of the temporary team was that everyone had their own ideas, making it challenging to achieve unity. Everything had to be clearly explained. Liu Heng had no choice but to raise his hands in explanation. "That winged demon leader isn't responsible for the escort, so the escorting team is indeed not difficult to handle. However, the winged demon leader can fly swiftly. If a battle breaks out here, he will arrive shortly. Moreover, I suspect that the winged demon leader is at least level 20. A high-ranking demon, I have no objections. But if the winged demon leader shows up, half of us are likely to perish. Upon hearing Lu Heng's explanation, the others raised their eyebrows, realizing the inherent danger. Lin Ziyu took over the conversation, saying, "Let's heed his advice and wait a bit longer. We should inform the friends in the front carriage to hold off as well." The strength-type ability user did not oppose further, as Lu Heng's reasoning was quite straightforward and easily comprehensible. At this stage, the summoned ability users had a maximum level of around 10. Even those exceptionally high-level ones would barely reach 11. Against a level 20 winged demon leader, there was no chance of victory. After communicating with those in the front carriage, Lu Kitchen turned back and said they agree to wait a little longer. "Honestly, I believe this abyssal battlefield won't be that challenging. It's only a scale of 10. Everyone has been summoned, right? We should understand that the number of participants correlates with the difficulty." Liu Heng shook his head, cautioning, "This abyssal battlefield is not merely a scale of 10. The individuals in the carriage, except for Lin Ziyu, displayed expressions of surprise. "How do you know it's not a scale of 10? Lu Heng glanced at Lin Ziyu, smiling. "You must know as well, right?" Lin Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. He indeed knew that this abyssal battlefield was not limited to 10 participants, hence did not deny it. "What does that mean?" The other three remained puzzled. Liu Heng continued to explain. "During our time in the dungeon, he mentioned that he came in with a team. Do you all remember?" Lu Kitchen nodded. "I remember. Are you suggesting he lied?" Lu Heng chuckled, adding, "Not at all. I believe he indeed brought a team. However, everyone likely assumed that the team he referred to was contained within the front prison carriage. But in reality, those he brought in were not on that carriage. They were elsewhere, correct?" As he finished, Lu Heng turned to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu sighed, admitting, "All right, I didn't intend to conceal it. I did bring a team in. But I currently have no idea where they are. Based on this, it was indeed possible to determine one piece of information. This abyssal battlefield was not a mere scale of 10. It was certainly larger than that. As for how much larger, I do not know. According to prior information I gathered about the abyssal battlefields, the participant numbers generally tend to be multiples of 5, 10, 15. The intelligence I collected indicated that the largest scale previously encountered was 20 participants. Thus, I believe this abyssal battlefield should encompass over 20 participants." Liu Heng shook his head, deciding to offer one more caution. "I still think that is conservative. I suggest considering a higher number, 60, 70, or even 100 participants. After all, this world is a graveyard for the malevolent deity, and our mission is to thwart the resurrection ritual of the malevolent deity. While we may opt not to undertake the challenge, it at least indicates that the mission is guiding us to prevent the resurrection of the malevolent deity. Since we aim to halt the resurrection ritual, it cannot be accomplished by merely a dozen or 20 individuals. Additionally, everyone has intentionally avoided a certain term from the very beginning. This abyssal battlefield is indeed a struggle for source materials. We all possess source materials, which is why we have become the source material sacrifices for the resurrection ritual of the malevolent deity, Barton." Upon hearing Lu Heng's words, the four felt a tightening in their chests. If this abyssal battlefield truly had a scale of 100 participants, the level of danger would indeed be alarming. Liu Heng observed the expressions of the four and stated outright, "Let's be candid. There's no need for concealment. If we wish to acquire source materials, attacking the demonic convoy transporting source material sacrifices is the most direct method. If we turn on each other, given the perilous nature of this abyssal battlefield, we can only await our annihilation." Lin Ziyu raised his voice in agreement. "I concur. The danger level is at 4, and given the existence of the malevolent deity, even if dead, it is sufficient to cause total annihilation. I hope everyone can form an alliance, work together, and attempt to complete the challenge." The remaining three nodded in agreement, though their individual thoughts remained a mystery. At such a moment, anyone daring to voice dissent would undoubtedly become the target of scorn. Thus, the so-called alliance was not as solid as it seemed. Liu Heng, eager to find Su Muyu, gauged the time since leaving the camp and spoke up. "We've distanced ourselves enough from the camp. It's time to act." Chapter 51. A single sword strike. Level 12 Winged Demon Sorcerer. The demon minions responsible for escorting the source material sacrifices were all around level 10. Among them, the commanding Winged Demon Sorcerer had reached level 12, capable of unfurling its wings and flying, launching dark sorcery attacks from the air, making it the most formidable adversary among the demon minions. The prison carriage had traversed 10 kilometers from the demon camp. It was time to strike. The ability users in both prison carriages communicated briefly and reached a consensus to act together. Boom! Two resounding explosions echoed as the ability users from the prison carriages broke free from their confines and launched an assault on the nearest demon minions. Lu Heng was acutely aware of which target posed the greatest threat within this demonic faction. As soon as the prison carriage shattered, he activated his wind step and dashed forward, landing on the back of a two-headed giant lizard while lunging at the winged demon sorcerer. The winged demon sorcerer, noticing the sacrifices had escaped their cage, bellowed in anger, flapping its wings to take flight while commanding the demon minions to prevent the sacrifices from fleeing. Heng's agility had surged to 24 points, granting him exceptional speed. In the state of a direct lunge, the windstep's lunge triggered a double acceleration effect, causing his speed to soar to 50 meters per second. The winged demon sorcerer, leading the group, was merely 20 meters away from the second prison carriage. With his accelerated lunge, Lu Heng needed only a fraction of a second to cover that distance in the blink of an eye. Lu Heng closed in on the winged demon sorcerer, smoothly drawing the aurora blade from the void and thrusting it forth, akin to a sudden flash of thunder, swift beyond measure. The winged demon sorcerer had only just lifted off about a meter into the air when Lu Heng's sword pierced its abdomen. Embedding itself to the hilt, the energy of the thunder weapon erupted simultaneously, sending the winged demon sorcerer into violent convulsions as it plummeted heavily from the sky. Despite its high level, the winged demon sorcerer was not instantly slain. It struggled to raise its hand, attempting to cast a counter-dash spell. Lu Heng stepped forward, delivering a kick that shattered its arm and interrupted the incantation, then followed up with a second thrust, severing its head. The body of the winged demon sorcerer twisted and erupted with demonic energy before yielding a demonic crystal core. Winged demon sorcerer slain, absorbing 120 points of demonic energy. Lu Heng picked up the demonic crystal core, not pausing to examine it and scan the surroundings, calling out loudly, "Everyone, the winged demon leader's flying speed is extremely swift. He will reach the battlefield within a few minutes. We must leave quickly." The battle here would certainly draw the winged demon leader, known as Sagus, to provide support. That level 20 high-ranking demon would be an adversary no one could contend with right now. Hence, the fight could not be prolonged. They needed to eliminate a few demons and retreat. Once the winged demon leader arrived and pursued from the air, if spotted, escape would be impossible. With the intention of locating Sumuyu, Lu Heng did not plan to proceed alongside this group. After alerting them, he took off towards the knife-edge stone forest to the west of the road. Lin Ziyu, who shared the same prison carriage, watched in awe as Lu Heng dispatched the winged demon sorcerer with a single strike. He too decided against entangling with the demon minions, sprinting after Lu Heng. The perceptive Lu Kitchen, ever observant of the battlefield's dynamics, noted that both Lu Heng and Lin Ziyu had left and hurriedly followed suit. Once Lu Heng entered the knife-edge stone forest, he slowed his pace, turned around, and regarded the two who had followed him. Asking, "What do you follow me for?" Lin Ziyu shrugged, responding, "Didn't we agree to form an alliance? I believe we should advance and retreat together." In truth, he had initially aspired to be the temporary leader of this team. In the dungeon, he took the initiative to steer the conversation, fostering a foundational trust, all for this very purpose. Initially, it proved effective, as the others were inclined to heed his words. However, when faced with the reality of battle, he soon realized that Lu Heng was the one who remained the most composed and possessed the greatest combat prowess. Yet, Lu Heng showed no inclination to follow his commands. Regardless, he still deemed Lu Heng the most worthy ally, which is why he chose to accompany him. For Lin Ziyu, his objective was to survive and return to the main world while also cultivating connections with capable high-level supernatural beings. The contention for Source Essence was not his most pressing concern. There were myriad ways to acquire Source Essence. It was not limited to the abyssal battlefield. With sufficient financial resources, one could procure it on Blue Star, albeit at a vastly inflated cost. Particularly after the conclusion of this Source Essence contest, various supernatural organizations gradually came to grasp its significance. The price of Source Essence appearing on Blue Star would surge tenfold, 100-fold. Lu Heng scrutinized Lin Ziyu with a discerning gaze, directly piercing through his intentions. "You wish to temporarily align with me until you locate your team? Do you not?" Lin Ziyu flashed a grin and replied cheerfully, "Are you not also seeking allies? We can join forces in the dungeon. Their first instinct upon opening their eyes was to approach the cell door and peer outside. Lu Hong could surmise that Lin Ziyu was searching for someone, and naturally, Lin Ziyu could deduce the same. Lin Ziyu scratched his forehead with his index finger and continued, "Moreover, the team I brought has guaranteed loyalty. By allying with me, you effectively ally with 3 individuals, alleviating concerns of unnecessary intrigue." This was indeed the case. In the event of other teams, Lu Hong would need to remain vigilant of every individual. However, with Lin Ziyu, it sufficed to ascertain his stance. Additionally, Lin Ziyu had undergone weapon tempering at the Forging Fortress, so Lu Hong was aware of his true identity. Conversely, Lin Ziyu had not recognized Lu Hong. After all, in his understanding, the enigmatic master who had tempered his silver python revolver at the Forging Fortress could not possibly be equated with the young man before him. Lu Hong smiled, extending his palm in front of him, and declared loudly, "Very well, let us form an alliance." Lin Ziyu reciprocated, their hands meeting in a firm clasp. At that moment, Lu Kitchen joined in, saying, "Count me in. I will follow my 2 older brothers." As a perceiver with relatively weaker combat strength, he was clearly inclined to latch onto stronger allies. The presence of a perceiver would facilitate their search, so neither Lu Hong nor Lin Ziyu objected to his inclusion. The trio formed a temporary team, continuing deeper into the Bladestone Forest. Throughout their journey, Lu Hong endeavored to recall all information related to the burial site of the evil god Barton. Since he had not personally traversed this abyssal battlefield in his past life, the information in his memory was derived solely from news reports. Much of the content regarding the resurrection ritual of the evil god primarily stemmed from the recounting of returners. According to the returners who had participated in Barton's burial, they had thwarted the resurrection ritual of the evil god. If they had indeed halted the ritual, why then did the evil god Barton descend upon Blue Star 3 months later? This remained an unresolved enigma. This time, Lu Hong had become the butterfly flapping its wings, unaware of the tumultuous changes he might incite in this resurrection ritual. Not long after the 3 entered the Bladestone Forest, a roar from the winged demon leader echoed from the direction of the prison carriage, a sound so piercing it seemed to tear through the heavens, exuding sheer terror. Lu Kitchen's expression stiffened as he remarked, "The winged demon leader has appeared. That was rather swift, just over 6 minutes." The prison carriage had traversed more than 10 kilometers away from the demon camp, and Lu Hong had initially believed that such a distance would afford them at least 10 minutes. Yet the winged demon leader's speed exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, thanks to Lu Heng's warning, the other supernatural beings did not dare linger and retreated before the winged demon leader arrived. Nonetheless, it remained uncertain whether anyone might be pursued by the winged demon leader. Chapter 52. Upgrade, Enhancement of Talent Effects. The trio delved deeper into the Bladestone Forest. Confirming there were no pursuers, Lu Hong halted to gather sticks and other combustible materials in preparation for a fire. After collecting a pile of firewood, he felt it insufficient and decided to search for more. At that moment, Lin Ziyu returned, cradling a bundle of dried branches, and added them to Lu Heng's collection. Lu Hong glanced up at him and cautioned, "I am not starting a fire for warmth." Lin Ziyu nodded, "I understand." Intrigued by his reply, Lu Hong inquired, "Is this the signal you and your team agreed upon for assembly?" Lin Ziyu did not conceal the truth, shrugging as he responded, "What other options are there? It's not feasible to bring a signal flare with the energy of a flower spirit. Besides, one flare might not even suffice." Their objectives aligned perfectly, both aiming to ignite a signal fire as a means of gathering their team. On Blue Star, communication was effortless. A simple phone call would suffice. However, in the abyssal realm, devoid of any communication network, they could only revert to the most primitive method of conveying messages: smoke signals. Naturally, igniting a signal fire bore certain risks, as it could attract demon minions. Lu Hong did not need to worry about this. Once Su Muyu spotted the smoke, she would undoubtedly dispatch a reconnaissance eagle. The fire blazed, creating a column of smoke that ascended into the sky. With the signal fire lit, the 3 continued onward. At intervals, Lin Ziyu would pile stones to mark their path. After an hour had passed, Lu Kitchen suddenly alerted, "Someone is catching up from behind." At that moment, a whistle echoed behind them. Lin Ziyu's face brightened with delight as he exclaimed, "Do not worry, it's my people." Barely had he finished speaking when 2 individuals sprinted towards Lin Ziyu, panting as they reached him. "At last, we found you." Both appear to be in their 30s, their appearances suggesting they had undergone professional training, possibly even military service. After a brief introduction, the five formed a temporary team. Lin Ziyu's two team members included a stealth reconnaissance soldier named Wang Xiangfeng and a strength-based warrior namely Daong. Their abilities complemented each other well, rendering the temporary team's composition quite reasonable. While Lin Ziyu had successfully found his desired companions, Lu Heng had yet to locate his. After waiting so long, he had not encountered Su Muyu, nor had a reconnaissance eagle appeared in the sky. The situation was worse than anticipated. Lu Heng had also inquired about Lin Ziyu's two subordinates, but they had not seen Su Muyu. He could only hope that she was simply too far away to have noticed the smoke signal, and that nothing untoward had occurred. Lu Heng now required a map to analyze Su Muyu's potential location while simultaneously identifying a few sites in his memory that contained high-level resources. "We need a map, otherwise we have no idea where we are," he stated. Lin Ziyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, a map is necessary. The stealth reconnaissance soldier, Wang Xiangfeng, produced a hide map and handed it to Lu Heng, saying, "We discovered a demon minion camp along the way, where a commotion ensued. I managed to sneak in and procure this map." Having military experience, he understood the significance of a map, thus he sought it while searching for Lin Ziyu. Lu Heng accepted the map, found a spot to sit, and began examining it. The map centered around the evil god's temple, depicting the surrounding terrain. Lu Heng first identified their current location, which was 50 kilometers south of the Barton Temple. In the Bladestone Forest, he then noted several significant locations marked on the map. Upon finishing his perusal, Lu Heng discovered a crucial demon camp situated on the western peaks of the Bladestone Forest. According to his memories from his previous life, this demon camp housed a highly significant item, one that was pivotal to the resurrection ritual of the evil god. This item was to be transported to the Barton Temple prior to the resurrection ritual. He was uncertain if it remained in the camp. Lu Heng was eager to ascertain whether this item was still present, so he conferred with Lin Ziyu before leading the team through the Bladestone Forest to the foothills of the southern peak. Indeed, a demon camp was established at the foothills, its structures robust and defensible. The camp housed 16 demon minions. Lu Kitchen counted the number of demons within the camp. "Only 16? That seems rather few." He remarked. Lu Heng felt that a demon camp of this size should not be so lightly guarded. "We passed through here earlier and noted the disturbance. We intended to investigate what transpired but opted to regroup upon seeing the smoke signal." Wang Xiangfeng offered a brief explanation. "If this is the case, we might as well eliminate them all," Lu Heng proposed. That seems a bit perilous, does it not? 16 demon minions, even if we can handle them. Injuries could pose significant complications. Sustaining injuries in the abyssal realm is exceedingly dangerous, Wang Xiangfeng expressed his caution. Lin Ziyu, having previously witnessed Lu Heng's prowess in dispatching winged demon sorcerers, placed a reassuring hand on Wang Xiangfeng's shoulder and concurred. "It's all right. We shall follow his lead." "All right then, I will sneak in first to make preparations. Once the fire is lit, you can engage," Wang Xiangfeng stated, entering a state of invisibility as he infiltrated the demon camp. A few minutes later, fires erupted throughout the camp. The demon minions roared in disarray. Rushing out to extinguish the flames, Li Daong charged forward, tearing down a door panel from the camp as a makeshift shield, and struck the foremost demon minion with a mighty blow, wielding his hefty axe with ferocity. Initially, he had not intended to engage directly, especially with only 5 individuals, one of whom was a perceiver. Confronting 16 demon minions would certainly exert pressure on their small group. At the moment when Lu Heng felt the weight of pressure bearing down on him, he surged forward, leaping gracefully onto the surrounding wall. Then flipping into the encampment, drawing forth the blade of Aurora from the void, he executed a swift slash, severing the head of a demon servant. Immediately following, he glided forward, employing the 7 slices of the sword to cleave downwards, splitting a second demon servant in twain. At that precise moment, another demon servant stealthily ascended the roof of a stone hut, launching a surprise attack from behind, viciously swinging a mace towards the back of Lu Heng's head. In a swift motion, Lu Heng turned and parried the mace with his sword, then extended his left hand to grasp the demon servant's throat, unleashing the skill, lightning weapon. A torrent of violent electricity surged from his palm, coursing through the demon servant's entire being. With a forceful thrust, he pinned it to the ground, the lightning erupting and annihilating it in the blink of an eye. He achieved a triple kill. 3 notifications promptly appeared. Killed demon servant. Absorbed 80 points of demon energy. Just then, a winged demon sorcerer initiated a ranged surprise attack from within the stone hut. unleashing a wave of dark sorcery energy towards Lu Heng. "Watch out!" Lin Ziyu shouted, having just blasted a demon's head with a gun, and quickly warned upon seeing the sorcerer's energy wave. Lu Heng had already sensed it. At the instant the dark energy wave was unleashed, he employed an exquisite footwork technique, leaping onto the roof of the stone hut to evade the attack. As he dodged, he executed a horizontal slash with his sword, decapitating a demon that had been preparing to ambush from the rooftop. The winged demon sorcerer, concealed within the stone hut, continued to wield its bone staff, unleashing dark sorcery against the intruders in the encampment. Li Daong blocked a dark energy wave with a door panel, which was shattered, leaving a large hole. With a fierce yell, he swung his axe, intent on charging into the stone hut to eliminate the winged demon sorcerer. Lu Heng furrowed his brow and quickly cautioned, "Don't go in, there are traps." Li Dayong's expression sharpened as he swiftly redirected his attack towards another demon servant. Lu Heng's warning stemmed not from a discovered trap within the hut, but rather from his seasoned judgment. Given that the winged demon sorcerer could fly, it would typically attack targets on the ground from above. However, this sorcerer had remained hidden within the hut, indicating something amiss. Lin Ziyu obliterated a second demon's head and then turned to aim at the stone hut, firing a shot. Bang! The winged demon sorcerer deftly ducked behind the wall of the hut, evading the shot, and unleashed successive dark energy waves to suppress Lin Ziyu and his companions as they sought cover. After dispatching the fourth demon servant, Lu Heng summoned a shadow clone. The shadow clone performed a somersault and leaped down from the rooftop, sword drawn, charging into the stone hut. Upon entering, the ground of the hut erupted with a sorcery trap, ensnaring the shadow clone with numerous dark thorns. The winged demon sorcerer emitted a shrill cackle, casting a wave of dark sorcery that obliterated the shadow cloned in that instant. Lu Heng activated the source skill, Shadow Passage, slipping through the back wall into the hut, and aimed a sword strike directly at the sorcerer's back. Sensing an intruder behind, the winged demon sorcerer trembled in surprise, hastily turning to raise its bone staff in defense. Lu Heng's blade arced upward half an inch, gliding past the edge of the staff, and plunged into the sorcerer's chest. The power of lightning erupted, reducing the winged demon sorcerer to ashes. Killed winged demon sorcerer, absorbed 120 points of demon energy. Demon energy enhances energy level. Source energy level rises to level 11. All attributes 2. Agility attribute additionally 0.6. From levels 1 to 10, each upgrade grants all attributes 1. Level 10 serves as a watershed. From level 10 onward, each level increases all attributes by 2. The effect of Graceful as a Dragon also enhances agility from an increase of 0.3 per level to 0.6 per level. The enhancement of Graceful as a Dragon scales with the level, which is why this talent becomes increasingly formidable in the later stages. Consequently, Lu Heng's 5-dimensional attributes reached Strength 21, Agility 27, Constitution 21, Spirit 22, Perception 21. With all attributes surpassing 20, his combat power surged significantly, prompting Lu Heng to activate his unparalleled mode and pursue the demon servants within the encampment. Chapter 53. The Evil God's Ring and the Secret of the Traitor's Quest. This battle was fought with resounding vigor. After cleansing the encampment of demon servants, Lu Heng's level rose to 11. At 36, the rapid leveling post, 10 was indicative of the abundant demons within this encampment. Throughout the battle, Lin Ziyu had been observing Lu Heng, witnessing a human wielding such fluid swordsmanship and agility on the battlefield for the first time. Following the emergence of the Abyss, practitioners indeed gained extraordinary powers, yet these predominantly manifested through source energy skills. No one else at this juncture had refined their agility and swordsmanship to such exquisite levels as Lu Heng. Once the battle concluded, Lu Heng procured a map from Wang Xiangfeng to reconfirm the encampment's location. In his memory, it was within this encampment, known as Crushed Skull, that a crucial item would be transported to the Burden Temple prior to the resurrection ritual. This item was vital for the revival of the evil god Burden, though it remained uncertain whether it still resided within the encampment. If it had not been removed, it should be located within the stone hut of the winged demon sorcerer. The sorcerer had remained entrenched within the hut, even sacrificing its aerial advantage to guard it. Besides the presence of a confinement trap, there was likely another compelling reason. To protect that item, Lu Heng returned to the stone hut, discovering a box intricately carved with exquisite patterns nestled within a recess of the wall. Upon opening the box, he uncovered a skull-shaped ring. Burden S ring. Item level A. Specifications: diameter 20 mm, weight 20 g. Attributes: Spirit 8. Special effect: Mental Shock. Mental Shock. Attacks inflict an additional 8 points of mental damage and weaken the target's spirit attribute by 8 points. Description: Burden's ring, imbued with potent divine energy. Those with weak wills may experience mental disarray upon wearing it. The moment he touched the ring, a task prompt materialized before his eyes. Triggered hidden quest: Burden's ring. Content: You have discovered a ring brimming with divine energy. Wear the ring, heed the divine oracle, and become a follower of the god. Reward: Gain the divine power bestowed by Burden. Upon reading the details of the hidden quest, Lu Heng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This hidden quest was utterly terrifying. Judging by the content, anyone receiving this quest could ascend to great heights merely by accepting it. The reward was the divine power granted by Burden, akin to a celestial ascension. Moreover, the ease of completing this quest was alarmingly low. Simply donning the ring was all that was required, a gift too good to be true. Were it anyone else, they might have donned the ring without a second thought. However, Lu Heng was already aware of the true nature of this ring, and merely examining the quest details and rewards allowed him to discern that something was amiss. The simplicity of the quest combined with the extraordinarily tempting reward indicated a clear problem. This hidden quest was evidently suspicious. While others might be oblivious to the nature of such hidden quests, Lu Heng had first-hand experience. These hidden quests were, in fact, a variant of the Trader's Quest. By comparing this hidden quest with the main quests of the Abyss battlefield, discrepancies became evident. Humans summoned and transported to the Abyss battlefield could perceive the main quests. If one were to read the main quests carefully, it wouldn't be difficult to conclude that they were designed to guide humans in combating the Abyssal realm. Both this Abyss battlefield and the previous one shared this trait. The main quests were always aimed at resisting the Abyss. What type of quest could be classified as a Trader's Quest? The answer is singular. Any quest that contradicts the objective of opposing the Abyss qualifies as a Trader's Quest. Moreover, the rewards for completing Trader's Quests are not assessed alongside the main quests at the end of the battlefield. They are typically granted immediately upon completion. In a past life, someone had analyzed patterns of Trader's Quests and posited a possibility. Trader's Quests were likely issued by the Abyss itself. Even more alarming, Trader's Quests bore a characteristic. They offered exceedingly generous rewards, often several times that of main quests. This made it difficult for many practitioners to resist the temptation, ultimately leading them down the path of the Abyss. Some practitioners believed they could complete the Trader's Quest, obtain the reward, and remain steadfast in their original intentions. However, those who played such mind games often found it impossible to return. For the pursuit of power is an insatiable endeavor. Just as Lu Heng was contemplating the ring, Lin Ziyu entered, inquiring, "What did you find?" Lu Heng flipped his hand, stowing Burden S ring into his inventory, and then raised the skill crystal core extracted from the winged demon sorcerer. Responding, "I obtained a skill crystal core." This battle had yielded 2 demon crystal cores in total. Lu Heng had acquired the one from the winged demon sorcerer, while the other, a common crystal core, was picked up by Li Daong and handed to Lin Ziyu. Upon learning it was a skill crystal core, Lin Ziyu pressed for details. "What skill does it grant?" Lu Heng had already checked the attributes and replied, "It's a skill crystal core for the Dark Sorcery Confinement Trap. Dark Sorcery Confinement Trap sets a trap around the caster. Any target stepping into the trap will be ensnared by Dark Sorcery. Skill cost, 20 points of source energy. Skill level, D level." Furthermore, Lu Heng possessed 2 Dark Sorcery Confinement Trap crystal cores. The one he had obtained previously was also of this type. Dropped by the winged demon sorcerer he had defeated while escaping from the prison cart. "Shall we sell it?" Lin Ziyu inquired directly. "What would you use for payment?" Lu Heng asked curiously. "Anything works, cash, bank transfer, or even exchanging for other crystal cores, as long as it's of equivalent value. You can propose whatever you like. Certainly, the redemption can only be realized upon our return." Lin Ziyu endeavored to convey sincerity. Lu Heng inquired with curiosity, "Haven't you fully mastered your skills yet?" Lin Ziyu nodded in response, stating, "Indeed. There remains 1 skill slot unfilled. I seek a defensive control skill, and this dark sorcery trap fits the bill perfectly." In truth, his family had procured a suitable skill for him, which he had absorbed, yet fortune had not favored him of late. He had absorbed a crystal core without acquiring a skill, just moments ago. He witnessed the dark sorcery trap in the stone house trigger, ensnaring Lu Heng's shadow clone in dark thorns, rendering it immobile. He was quite pleased with the skill's effectiveness, hence his desire to purchase it. Were it someone else, Lu Heng might have harbored concerns about the possibility of default, but Lin Ziyu was not someone to fret over such matters. A young master capable of offering professional source essence for the sake of observing the tempering process would not resort to dishonesty. Of course, should he perish in the Abyss battlefield, matters would become considerably more complicated. Moreover, the challenges presented in this Abyss battlefield were formidable. Prioritizing the exchange of items that would bolster combat strength was prudent. Coincidentally, Lu Heng was aware that there existed a forge within this Abyss battlefield. So he inquired, "Do you possess any forging materials?" Recently, the Lin family had been acquiring forging materials at high prices. Thus Lin Ziyu indeed had some on hand. Initially, he had intended to continue tempering his weapons at the forge upon his return, but utilizing them to exchange for a skill crystal core was also acceptable. Given the current market conditions, forging materials were valued significantly higher than skill crystal cores. Nevertheless, acquiring a skill suitable for his learning, especially one that could immediately enhance his combat prowess within the Abyss battlefield, was worth the higher price. Lin Ziyu produced a piece of forging essence, stating, "I happen to have some. Shall we trade?" "Certainly." This transaction was advantageous for Lin Ziyu, while Lu Heng profited immensely, resulting in a true win-win situation. Upon receiving the dark sorcery binding trap crystal core, Lin Ziyu promptly crushed it to absorb its energy. Moments later, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Damn it, failed again." Lu Heng had already turned to leave. But upon hearing Lin Ziyu's exclamation, he cast a sympathetic glance back. Absorbing crystal core energy did not guarantee the successful acquisition of a skill. Numerous factors influenced the odds, such as comprehension, energy adaptability, and skill compatibility that, of course, the most pivotal factor remained sheer luck. Lin Ziyu raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. In the main world, the loss of a crystal core would be trivial for him. However, in this Abyss battlefield, each additional skill represented a greater chance of survival, rendering the stakes exceedingly high. Lu Heng glanced back at this unfortunate soul, producing a second dark sorcery binding trap crystal core, and asked, "I have another. Do you want it?" "Yes." I refused to believe it. Lin Ziyu, now somewhat impulsive, disregarded his earlier reservations and handed over the second piece of forging essence to Lu Heng, taking the second dark sorcery binding trap crystal core in return, which he promptly crushed to absorb. A few minutes later, he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. At last, I succeeded. In that moment, he felt utterly drained, as though he had entered a state of enlightenment. Moreover, the arduous journey to obtain this skill made him cherish it even more. Chapter 54. The shortcut to competing for source essence. After clearing the demon encampment, Lu Kitchen suddenly exclaimed, "Something's wrong. Come quickly." The others, puzzled, rushed towards Lu Kitchen. That moment, Lu Kitchen stood at the entrance of the dungeon, pointing into the depths with a face full of panic. Upon witnessing the scene within the dungeon, Lu Heng's expression instantly froze. Numerous corpses lay scattered about, and they were human remains. As Lu Heng stepped inside the dungeon, his gaze swept over the bodies, his expression gradually turning grave. What transpired here? These individuals should be like us, summoned ability users, yet they are all dead? Slain by demons? Lin Ziyu wore a puzzled expression. Wang Xiangfeng and Li Daong crouched to examine the corpses, reporting their findings. There is residual warmth. The time of death is no more than an hour ago. Observing the wounds, it was evident they had been killed through combat techniques. 3 with broken necks, 2 with concave chests. The methods employed were exceedingly brutal. Li Daong added, "Were they slain by demons?" Lu Kitchen's face was filled with confusion. Lu Heng shook his head, speaking gravely, "No, they were killed by their own kind." "What?" The remaining individuals exhibited expressions of shock. "To demons, we are sacrificial offerings intended for the Ba Dun Temple. They would not simply execute you." As Lu Heng spoke, he counted the corpses. "There are precisely 9 bodies here. Based on our previous captivity in the dungeon, there should have been 10 individuals confined. One of them has killed the other 9. As for the reason, I believe you can guess it. In the struggle for source essence, this individual must have seized the source essence from these 9, and is now likely to have achieved a first transition. According to the rules of the source essence struggle, The initial fusion degree of source essence is 10. This signifies that each source essence bearer possesses 10 of the source essence. With 10 individuals, that conveniently amounts to 100. The number of ability users confined in the dungeon is quite telling. Exactly 10 individuals. This implies that if one person eliminates the other 9, they can consolidate all the source essence. Achieving a 100 fusion degree and attaining a first transition. Heng had known from the outset about this shortcut to completing the source essence struggle, yet he chose not to pursue such a path. Furthermore, slaughtering fellow ability users would result in a lack of manpower to thwart the resurrection ritual of the evil deity. When the evil deity Ba-Dun is revived, everyone is doomed. Thus, while killing one peers to seize source essence may appear to be a shortcut, it is, in fact, another road to ruin. Discovering the 9 deceased ability users within the demon camp intensified Lu Heng's concern for Sumu Yu's safety. Indeed, such ruthless methods were employed by some ability users in this abyss battlefield. Moreover, this individual had completed the source essence fusion and obtained a first transition, rendering them even more perilous. Heng ascended to the mountaintop of the camp and reignited the signal fire, hoping that Sumu Yu would see it this time. The previous signal fire was lit in a low-lying area, which could have been obscured by nearby peaks. After igniting the fire, Lu Heng stood atop the mountain, retrieving a beast hide map to examine. Just then, a piercing cry of an eagle resonated from the direction of Anka Lai Mountain. Heng hurriedly looked up, spotting a celestial hunting eagle soaring in the distant sky. Although it was somewhat far off, Lu Heng immediately recognized it as Sumu Yu's reconnaissance eagle. The reconnaissance eagle ascended, circling once before diving downwards. Observing this, Lu Heng's brow furrowed. He swiftly activated his wind step and dashed towards Anka Lai Mountain. "Where are you going?" Lin Ziyu called out as he witnessed Lu Heng's sudden sprint. "Tio, save someone." Lu Heng replied without looking back, charging directly toward the reconnaissance eagle's direction. Given that the reconnaissance eagle had appeared, Sumu Yu, with her perceptive abilities, would surely see the signal fire. If the situation were safe, she would undoubtedly send the reconnaissance eagle to guide the way. However, the eagle had just circled above and then dove down, indicating that a battle was likely unfolding, and she had no time to spare. Heng ran at full speed, his velocity soaring to 36 meters per second, exceeding 120 kilometers per hour, akin to a racing car in a furious dash. Lin Ziyu hurriedly called upon the other 3 to follow, but in the blink of an eye, they lost sight of him. "Is this the speed achievable by humans?" Lin Ziyu gasped, watching Lu Heng's figure vanish beyond the horizon, his cheeks twitching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, at the foot of Anka Lai Mountain, in a stone forest, 2 girls were engaged in combat with demons. One of them was Sumu Yu, while the other appeared somewhat peculiar. Standing at merely 1 meter tall, with a slight blue hue to her skin and pointed ears, indicating she was not human but rather a member of the Abyssal World's anti-demon tribe. Within the library of the Tempering Fortress, there existed a tome detailing the Abyssal tribes, which recorded this particular tribe as the Banzer. The average height of the Banzer was just over 1 meter. Thus, this girl was of normal stature. At this moment, the Banzer girl wielded a massive iron hammer, striking at the approaching demons while shouting in the common tongue of the abyss, "Come on, you servants of the evil gods." Sumu Yu, meanwhile, had armed herself with a shield and a wooden stick, parrying attacks while directing the reconnaissance eagle to dive at the demons. Upon their arrival in the abyss battlefield, Sumu Yu had found herself in a different location than the other ability users. She was not confined with them, but rather alongside the Banzer girl. They had utilized invisibility to escape together. But as they neared the foot of Anka Lai Mountain, their stealth was compromised, forcing them to confront their pursuers. The Banzer girl fought valiantly, her combat prowess formidable, as she swung the heavy hammer, deterring the demons from approaching. Sumu Yu, equipped with the Prism Tower shield, blocked the dark sorcery energy waves unleashed by the winged demon sorcerer, all the while commanding the reconnaissance eagle to harass the sorcerer, preventing it from casting further spells. However, the number of demons surrounding them was overwhelming, and if this continued, their endurance would soon wane. Fortunately, the demon minions regarded them as source essence sacrifices and refrained from killing blows, or else the situation would have been far more dire. After several minutes of entanglement, the reconnaissance eagle was ultimately obliterated by an energy wave. With its hands free, the winged demon sorcerer resumed casting spells against the two. Just then Heng descended from the precipice like a divine warrior, leaping downwards with a flourish. He drew the blade of Aurora and unleashed a spiraling arc of sword light, which penetrated the abdomen of the winged demon sorcerer, cleaving it in twain. With the demise of the winged demon sorcerer, the other demonic minions scattered in disarray. "Come, come," shouted the Banzer warrior, brandishing her hammer, her demeanor reflecting an insatiable thirst for further battle. Lu Heng observed the Banzer warrior, who stood at a mere height of 1 meter and 20 centimeters, feeling a twinge of surprise. The abyssal world was not solely inhabited by demons. Its inhabitants were diverse and varied. For instance, the abyssal black iron dwarves and the Banzer people, both humanoid in form and possessing a commendable level of intelligence. According to the knowledge he possessed prior to his rebirth, there indeed resided a non-demonic race known as the Banzer near the Ankali mountain. Within the archives of the Forge of Quenching, there existed an ancient tome chronicling the Banzer people. This tribe had, several centuries prior, shared a connection with the abyssal black iron dwarves. The ancient text indicated that the black iron dwarves excelled in forging and quenching, and the Banzer had once sought their wisdom in these arts. However, as the abyss consumed their world, both tribes were forced to migrate, their civilizations teetering on the brink of annihilation, i.e. the current abyssal battlefield. The Banzer tribe was pivotal in thwarting the resurrection ritual of the malevolent deity. It was apparent that the Banzer tribe's ability to establish roots here signified their strength to counter the minions of the evil god. Thus, cultivating a good rapport with the Banzer tribe was essential in preventing the resurrection ritual. After repelling the demons, the Banzer warrior exchanged a celebratory high-five with Sumuyu, exclaiming, "You are a valiant warrior. We shall undoubtedly become the best of friends." Witnessing this scene, a smile involuntarily graced Lu Heng's face. Clearly, Sumuyu had succeeded in fostering a positive relationship with the Banzer tribe. Chapter 55. Leveling Up Again. Acquiring source material. Hello, my name is Mia, and thank you for saving us. The Banzer girl hurriedly concealed her massive hammer behind her and waved at Lu Heng. "Greetings, I am Lu Heng," he returned the gesture. Then cast a concerned glance at Sumu. "Why you die in the presence of an alien girl?" The two found it inappropriate to engage in whispered conversations. Sumuyu smiled radiantly, her clear eyes conveying a reassuring message. As if to say, "I am fine, do not worry." Mia, observing their silent exchange, raised her hands in understanding and said, "All right, so you two are acquainted. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude." Lu Heng promptly transitioned to the matter at hand. "We have come to combat the demons. Can you lead us to your leader? What is so special about that old man?" Mia responded with an awkward expression. Her bluntness suggested a close relationship with the tribal leader, likely a father-daughter bond. "There is a matter of great importance that I must discuss with your leader," Lu Heng continued, urging her to take them back. "However, I cannot return just yet," Mia replied, her expression troubled. "Why not?" "I have very important business to attend to." Mia rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "What sort of business?" "Perhaps we could assist." Lu Heng surmised it might be related to the resurrection of the malevolent deity. "I received intelligence that a highly significant sacrificial offering for the evil god is being transported to the Burton Temple. I came out specifically to intercept this offering," Mia stated earnestly. Seeing her alone, Lu Heng realized she had likely left without her tribal leader's consent, which explained her reluctance to return. "Why not act alongside your tribe's leader?" "That old man forbade me from joining the fight. He intends to confine me to my quarters. A brave warrior should not be caged," Mia declared, raising her fist with unwavering conviction. "In that case, we can assist you. The offering I aim to intercept is a dreadfully sinister artifact, fraught with danger. Have you truly considered this?" "Of course, we shall act together," Lu Heng and Sumuyu replied in unison. The main quest was indeed to intercept the source material offering, and this Banzer girl was likely the daughter of their tribal leader. Establishing a friendship with her would facilitate an alliance with the Banzer tribe. Moreover, based on Mia's description, this offering could very well be the terrifying entity from his memories. Once Linziyu and the others caught up, after a brief introduction, the seven formed a temporary team and set off towards the western path of Ankali Mountain. To the north of Ankali Mountain stood a temple, shrouded in an eerie aura, partially obscured by mist. This was the burial ground of the evil god Burton and the resting place of the evil god's minions. At that moment, along the western path of Ankali Mountain, a cohort of demonic minions was making its way to the Burton Temple. However, this group of demons was unaccompanied by any prisoner transport vehicles and appeared to be lightly equipped, suggesting they were not a sacrificial convoy. A Upon sighting the Burton Temple, the devout winged demon sorcerers would kneel in fervent prayer after traversing a distance, rising only upon receiving a response from their deity. With reconnaissance eagles soaring overhead, Sumu Yu spotted the demonic group from afar. Liu Heng marked a choke point on the map as an ambush site. The group arrived at the location ahead of time, concealing themselves and awaiting the approach of the demonic troop. As the demonic group neared the ambush point, the abyssal two-headed lizard within their ranks began to exhibit signs of agitation. This creature seemed to sense impending danger. "We must act swiftly. I will handle the winged demon sorcerer. You all deal with the other demons," Liu Heng said, glancing at Lin Ziyu. "All right." Lin Ziyu nodded in agreement. "Understood." The Banzer girl gripped her hammer. Eager for action, Liu Heng turned to her and suggested, "Perhaps you should remain here to protect our scout." Mia immediately shook her head in refusal. A warrior of the Banzer must charge into battle. At that moment, the winged demon sorcerer, having failed to pacify the two-headed lizard, became alert, spreading its wings to ascend and survey the area near the choke point. Lin Ziyu frowned and remarked, "It has taken to the air. You can't reach it, can you? Should I take over? Are you confident in eliminating this winged demon sorcerer?" Liu Heng glanced at him. Lin Ziyu replied helplessly, "Perhaps not really, but I can hold it back." Liu Heng assessed the sorcerer's altitude and said, "Never mind, I shall handle it myself." While the winged demon sorcerer could fly, its flying ability was not particularly formidable at present. It soared approximately 5 meters high, which was not an insignificant height, akin to that of a two-story building. Under normal circumstances, only ranged attacks could pose a threat to it. However, Liu Heng's current combat prowess was hardly within the realm of the ordinary. As the winged demon sorcerer approached the choke point, Liu Heng issued the command to attack. Now, he activated his gale step, propelling himself forward with great force. Supported by a dexterity of 27, his speed surged to 36 meters per second. Immediately afterwards, he initiated the second phase of gale step, executing a straight-line thrust that doubled his acceleration, like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the winged demon sorcerer. Lin Ziyu and the others charged forth, launching their assault on the demonic contingent. Mia swung her large hammer, rushing toward the stone giant, leaping high and unleashing tremendous force as she brought her hammer down upon its knee. Due to her height, her strike landed precisely on the joint's weak point. The stone giant let out a roar, its right leg faltering as it collapsed under the impact. Lin Ziyu shot a demon in the head, then turned to Liu Heng, contemplating whether to assist. Armed with a pistol, he lacked confidence in eliminating the winged demon sorcerer but could at least provide ranged support. However, the situation was not as he had anticipated. After activating the second phase of Gale Step, Liu Heng's straight-line speed soared to 54 meters per second, reaching the space beneath the winged demon sorcerer in the blink of an eye. Yet, the sorcerer hovered 5 meters above the ground, a height that would typically be unreachable. Moreover, the winged demon sorcerer was ascending while casting a spell, unleashing a wave of dark sorcery towards Liu Heng. In the midst of his charge, Liu Heng swiftly dodged the energy wave and summoned his shadow clone. The clone crouched low, hands stacked together at the abdomen. Liu Heng stepped onto the clone's hands, exerting force to propel himself upwards. The two forces combined, catapulting Liu Heng skyward as he drew the blade of Aurora from the void, executing the ascending dragon maneuver of the 7 cuts of the step sword. Clang! The sword light soared like a silver dragon, slicing through the second wave of dark sorcery. Boom! The chilling sword light, undiminished in its might, engulfed the winged demon sorcerer, cleaving it in half. Having dispatched the winged demon sorcerer, Liu Heng caught the falling crystal core, performing 2 somersaults before landing on his knees, delivering a powerful punch to the ground to absorb the impact. The entire sequence of movements was executed with precision and fluidity, akin to the flow of water. Winged demon sorcerer slain. Absorbed 120 points of demonic energy. Lin Ziyu, witnessing Liu Heng's display of prowess, widened his eyes in astonishment. Had they not been amidst battle, he would have applauded in admiration. With the winged demon sorcerer eliminated, the remaining demonic minions were left in disarray. Only the stone giant, standing at 6 meters tall and capable of shattering the ground and rocks with a mere swing of its arm, proved to be a formidable adversary. Mia, wielding her massive hammer, dashed about, evading the stone giant's attacks. Despite her stature, she exhibited surprising speed. After dispatching the winged demon sorcerer, Lu Heng joined the fray like a whirlwind, shielding Mia from the stone giant's blows as he delivered a powerful slash, sending fragments of stone flying. However, the stone giant's rock-solid armor proved to be quite resilient. Even though the Aurora blade was exceptionally sharp, it took several strikes to finally bring it down. The stone statue giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into a multitude of fragments under the searing power of lightning, from which a portion of primordial essence emerged. Absorbing the free primordial essence enhances the degree of essence fusion. Essence fusion degree 20. This stone statue giant turned out to be a sacrificial offering of primordial essence. However, it was also a servant of the malevolent deity, Barton, thus it willingly offered itself without the need to be transported in a prison cart. Upon slaying the stone statue giant, absorbed 120 points of demonic energy. Demonic energy strengthens energy levels, elevating source energy to level 12, with all attributes 2, and agility attribute additionally 0.6. After a series of battles, having slain level 12 winged demon sorcerers, I leveled up again, with a comprehensive enhancement of attributes and a corresponding increase in combat prowess. Chapter 56. The terrifying hidden task. Once the battle concluded, the group began to clear the battlefield. Lu Heng discovered a long, rectangular wooden box on the fallen winged demon sorcerer. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in shock, momentarily losing focus as if his very soul had been snatched away. Inside the box lay a desiccated finger, remarkably elongated and sporting sharp nails, clearly not human. Although the finger was withered, it seemed as though it could move at any moment. At that instant, Lu Heng received a new task notification. Hidden task triggered. Finger of the deity. Content. You have recovered the finger of the deity. Adorn this finger with the ring of Barton to become the deity's earthly agent and gain divine authority. Reward. Divine infusion. Lu Heng, upon reading this hidden task prompt, found his breath quickening. His attention entirely captivated by the withered finger, nearly missing another data notification. Suffering from mental pollution from an unknown entity, mental -1. Suffering from mental pollution from an unknown entity, mental -1. A series of mental -1 notifications nearly drove Lu Heng to the brink of madness. Fortunately, upon noticing the task prompt, he maintained a sliver of vigilance, catching a glimpse of the mental pollution warning from the corner of his eye, hastily closing the wooden box and gasping for breath. What's wrong? Sumuyu noticed Lu Heng's unusual demeanor and rushed to steady him. It's fine. Just need a moment to rest, Lu Heng replied, shaking his head to force himself to stay alert. That finger was dreadfully ominous. One need not ponder deeply to comprehend its nature. Had he followed the task prompt and adorned the finger with the ring of Barton, one could only imagine the terrifying consequences that would ensue. With the battle concluded, there was no time for rest. Lu Heng surveyed the surroundings and declared loudly, quickly clean up the battlefield and retreat from this area. Soon, commanding level demons will arrive to provide support, and we must evacuate to safety before then. The group responded in unison, swiftly checking their weapons and spoils. At that moment, Sumuyu suddenly furrowed her brows, raising her voice to warn, there are ambushers on the mountain. Everyone quickly looked up to see a squad of ambushers appearing on the heights flanking the road. This group was not comprised of demons, but rather the Bansale people. However, among them were a few humans. One of them, bearing the distinctive silver hair, was none other than Lei Jinghao. Standing beside a Bansale tribal leader clad in armor, he pointed downward, stating, Iron Arm Leader, these individuals are servants of the malevolent deity and must be eliminated. The Iron Arm Leader raised his hand, and over 30 Bansale warriors simultaneously aimed their crossbows at Lu Heng and the others. Upon seeing Lei Jinghao's presence alongside the Bansale leader, Lu Heng's brow furrowed deeply. It was evident that Lei Jinghao had gained the trust of the Iron Arm Leader, and the situation was becoming perilous. The Bansale people, self-proclaimed as the Anti-Demon Legion, though few in number, possessed the capability to contend with the minions of the malevolent deity. Having thrived around the Anka Mountain. Moreover, the Iron Arm Leader was undoubtedly above level 20, representing the pinnacle of strength in this abyssal world. The 30 or so Bansale warriors he commanded were also elite fighters, serving as the main force to thwart the resurrection ritual of the malevolent deity. Yet now, this formidable power was aligned with Lei Jinghao. The situation was indeed grim. Moreover, Lei Jinghao was not alone. Beside him stood a seer named Yadwa and two additional members of the Thunderous faction. It was clear that Lei Jinghao had brought his team into this fray. Fortuitously, they had not only teleported to the same location but had also arrived near the Bansale tribe. By hunting demons and supplying survival resources to the Bansale people, they quickly earned the trust of the Iron Arm leader. With favorable circumstances, geography, and alliances all in his favor, the 30 or so Bansale warriors readied their crossbows, poised to turn the intruders into pincushions at their leader's command. Though the Bansale tribe, human espers were indeed outsiders. They were the true natives of this land. Lin Ziyu furrowed his brow tightly and called out to the heights. Lei Jinghao, what is your intention? The Lin family, being a well-established clan, had consistently sought to recruit top-tier espers from the coastal regions. Thus, they had interacted with Lei Jinghao before. Although not yet collaborators, they were at least acquaintances. Furthermore, Lei Jinghao was developing in the coastal area, and even if he did not wish to cooperate with the Lin family, he likely did not want to become adversaries either. It is young Master Lin. You may bring your people over. I will ensure your safe return. However, this individual beside you must die, Lei Jinghao stated, directly pointing at Lu Heng, making his intentions clear. He had already made a deal with Gong Zhenting to claim Lu Heng's head in exchange for the skill slot expansion crystal cord. Since they had crossed paths in the abyssal battlefield, the matter could be settled at once. Moreover, with the elite Bansale warriors at his disposal, he need not lift a finger himself. Lin Ziyu turned to Lu Heng. His expression revealing his inner conflict. Lu Heng remained composed, saying, "It's fine. You may proceed." For Lin Ziyu, his acquaintance with Lu Heng had only begun after entering the abyssal battlefield, and their relationship was not yet strong enough to warrant risking his life for another. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Lei Jinghao and said, I am unaware of the grievances between you two, but I have allied with Lu Heng. Grant me this favor. We will settle your personal vendetta upon our return. A cold smile curled on Lei Jinghao's lips as he scoffed. Young Master Lin, do you think this is the coastal area? Here, I am in command, and this person must die today, if you insist on interfering. Do not blame me for being impolite. His eyes glinted with a ruthless intensity, and upon locking gazes with Lin Ziyu, a chill ran down the latter's spine. In that moment, Lin Ziyu genuinely felt that his life could be forfeit. Though the Lin family possessed substantial heritage in the coastal realms, their influence in the abyssal world was not as formidable. If Lin Ziyu were to perish here, as long as the two who had brought him were eliminated, the Lin family would remain oblivious to the perpetrator. Therefore, should negotiations fail, Lei Jinghao would indeed not hesitate to eliminate the Lin family's young master as well. The tension mounted, the atmosphere thickening as if the very air had solidified. For Lin Ziyu, the most prudent course of action was undeniably to ally with Lei Jinghao. Lu Heng, maintaining his tranquil demeanor, reiterated, It's fine. You may proceed. Lin Ziyu's frown deepened, his internal struggle palpable. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and declared gravely, Since we are already allied, we must uphold our integrity. He raised his head toward the hillside and called out, Lei Jinghao, if you wish to avoid enmity with the Lin family, do not overreach. Otherwise, once I am out, do not expect to find peace in the coastal area. A cold smile flickered across Lei Jinghao's face as he lowered his eyelids, leisurely responding, Then I must apologize. Iron Arm Leader, please give the order. Eliminate this group of servants of the malevolent deity. The Iron Arm Leader of the Bansale tribe may have had reservations about whether these humans were indeed servants of the malevolent deity, but he had no qualms about dispatching these outsiders to maintain the peace of Anka Mountain. For the Bansale tribe, they were the rightful owners of this land, and any intruders represented a potential threat. Moreover, he sensed a potent aura of malevolence emanating from the humans below. Thus, he raised his hand, preparing to issue the command. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, Mia dashed out from behind a massive rock, arms outstretched to shield Sumuyu, shouting, Stop! She had noticed her kin's arrival and, fearing capture, had initially hidden behind the boulder. However, the situation had grown dire, leaving her no choice but to emerge. Chapter 57. The Battle of Commanders. The Iron Arm Leader looked upon Mia, his expression softening momentarily, but as the smile blossomed, it abruptly shifted to a stern demeanor as he scolded, Mia, come here at once. We will discuss your unauthorized departure later. Mia raised her voice defiantly. Father, what are you doing? Hurry and tell them to lower their crossbows. The Iron Arm Leader maintained a stern countenance, continuing his reprimand. "We are in the process of eliminating Barton's servants. You need to come here immediately." Mia stood her ground in front of Su Muyu, refusing to budge, her tone growing more audacious. "They are my saviors, old man. I never anticipated you would repay kindness with enmity." Upon hearing this, the Iron Arm leader quickly raised his hand, instructing the Bansail warriors to lower their crossbows. "Our Bansail tribe holds warriors in the highest regard. Yet this group of outsiders is steeped in malevolence. A brave warrior must engage in close combat with demons. What is strange about being tainted by evil? I possess it as well. Do you intend to eliminate me too?" Mia's attitude was resolute. Witnessing her unwavering stance, the Iron Arm leader began to waver. Lei Jinhao's gaze darkened as he continued to incite. "Iron Arm leader, Mia has undoubtedly been bewitched by the evil god. Is it not true that the evil god Barton excels at ensnaring hearts?" "Indeed, Mia, come here quickly. This group of outsiders cannot be trusted unless they can prove their origins." The Iron Arm leader maintained the utmost vigilance towards the intruders, as both parties engaged in a heated dispute. Mia steadfastly stood before Su Muyu, refusing to budge. Lei Jinhao's faction continued to fan the flames beside the Iron Arm leader, their murderous intent palpable. Liu Heng observed the unfolding scene with a cold eye. Remaining silent, the battle had just transpired here, and it would not be long before a commander-level demon arrived. Prolonging this confrontation could very well coincide with the arrival of the demonic reinforcements. Recalling the ancient text from the library of the Forge Fortress, Liu Heng retrieved an item, holding it aloft as he inquired loudly, "Iron Arm leader, do you recognize this?" Upon seeing the object in Liu Heng's hand, the Iron Arm leader was momentarily taken aback, his face a canvas of surprise and confusion, with a glimmer of light evident in his eyes. Observing such a reaction from the Iron Arm leader, all eyes turned to Liu Heng's possession. In his hand was a badge, emblazoned with an image of a burning castle, the emblem of the Forge Fortress. The onlookers regarded the badge with expressions of puzzlement, as none could identify its significance. Only the Iron Arm leader's countenance drastically shifted as he immediately turned to gesture invitingly. "So you are a descendant of the Alliance. How rude of me. You must come as a guest to the Stone Hammer Fortress." Liu Heng noted the shift in his demeanor, confirming that the Bansai tribe indeed had ties to the Forge Fortress. Thus, it seemed the ancient texts from the library were authentic. Liu Heng glanced at Lei Jinhao and his companions before turning his attention back to the Iron Arm leader, asking in a serious tone. The Iron Arm leader's previous aggression was not befitting the hospitality of the Bansai tribe. Was it? The Iron Arm leader hesitated, feeling quite embarrassed. He had indeed commanded his men to aim crossbows at Liu Heng and the others. Such behavior was decidedly unfriendly. He promptly glared at Lei Jinhao, shifting the blame. It was this group of outsiders who incited it. I believe they are the true followers of the evil god. Men, seize these servants of the evil god. Over 30 Bansai warriors immediately drew their weapons and surrounded Lei Jinhao's group. Lei Jinhao had not anticipated such a swift change in circumstances. Having previously held the upper hand, he was now branded as a follower of the evil god by the Bansai tribe. He attempted to plead, "Iron Arm leader, we have fought together against the minions of the evil god." The Iron Arm leader scoffed. "I have seen many such deceptive tricks. Apprehend them." Lei Jinhao's expression darkened as he signaled to a seer named Yadwa. The seer named Yadwa smirked coldly, her gaze directed towards the distant sky. Lei Jinhao followed her gaze, revealing a sinister smile on his face. Just then, a roar echoed from the sky. A legion of winged demons soared over the summit of Ankali Mountain, appearing on the battlefield. These elite winged demons wielded spears and floated majestically in the air, exuding an imposing presence. An attack on the withered finger during transport had incited the wrath of the evil god's faction leader. Thus, the winged demon leader, Sargus, personally led the aerial forces to the battlefield with remarkable speed. Liu Heng's original plan was to seize the sacrificial offering and withdraw immediately, but Lei Jinhao's appearance had delayed him too long. Coinciding with the arrival of Sargus, the atmosphere grew tense. A quick glance revealed that this elite winged demon squad comprised at least 50 members, representing the most formidable strength within the evil god's faction. Upon witnessing the emergence of Sargus, the Iron Arm leader had no time to concern himself with Lei Jinhao and his companions. He raised his war hammer and bellowed, "Form ranks, Bansai warriors. Heed my command. Form ranks. 30 Bansai warriors concealed on the hillside rushed forth, merging with the original 30 crossbowmen, advancing towards the iron arm leader, shields raised in formation, ready to counter the onslaught of the winged demon army. With a roar, the Bansai warriors completed their formation, crossbows aimed at the sky, the battle on the brink of eruption. The iron arm leader shouted to the heavens, "Sargus, come, let us fight to the death." It was evident that this was not their first encounter. The lack of a decisive victor indicated that both sides were evenly matched. "Today, I grant you a reprieve. Retreat to your stone hammer fortress and hide until the Godmaster returns to personally judge you." The target of winged demon leader Sargus was not the Bansai tribe, but the one who had seized the withered finger. His gaze swept over the individuals on the ground before diving towards Lu Heng. Realizing that Sargus was aiming for him, Lu Heng pushed Su Muyu aside, shouting, "You all must leave." He then activated Gale's Step, preparing for a confrontation. Sargus descended at an astonishing speed, swiftly approaching the ground. His enormous claws poised to strike at Lu Heng's head. At that moment, "Your opponent is me," the iron arm leader roared, leaping forth, raising his war hammer to strike at Sargus's head. Sargus had no choice but to retract his claws and brandish his spear to defend. The clash of the two leaders erupted, weapons colliding with a series of shockwaves. The winged demon army followed suit, descending into battle, the clash of warriors echoing deafeningly. Lu Heng and his companions joined the fray. Engaging in a chaotic melee with the winged demons on the hillside, a member of the Thunderclap faction whispered to Lei Jinhao, "Captain, shall we engage in battle?" Lei Jinhao narrowed his eyes, his expression grim. He had expended considerable effort and resources to cultivate a relationship with the Bansai tribe and gain the Iron Arm leader's trust. Yet, the moment Lu Heng appeared, he was branded as a heretic by the Bansai tribe leader. Were it not for the sudden appearance of winged demon leader Sargus, they would have already been apprehended by the Iron Arm leader. Though he felt a deep sense of resentment, he knew that his previous efforts to build rapport had been in vain. Engage in battle? It would be best if they all perished. The seer named Yadwa wore her emotions on her face, glaring fiercely at the individuals below. "Let us retreat and preserve our strength." Lei Jinhao turned away from the battlefield, his eyes reflecting a chilling resolve. Chapter 58. The task of imparting the art of forging the battle intensified. Winged demon leader Sargus had no intention of entangling himself with the Iron Arm. He unleashed high-level demon skills, wielding his spear to push the Iron Arm back before suddenly pivoting to pounce upon Lu Heng. The combined strength of his legs and the acceleration from flapping his wings propelled Sargus towards Lu Heng in an instant. His massive claws poised above Lu Heng's head. "Be careful," Su Muyu exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight. Sargus, a high-level demon renowned for his speed, boasted a level 20 status, granting him over 40 points in agility, rendering his speed beyond the reaction time of an average person. Although Lu Heng was also swift, he was no match for a level 20 high-level demon. However, Lu Heng had anticipated this move. Aware that Sargus would target him, with quick reflexes, he activated the Shadow Passage skill just as Sargus lunged at him, allowing his body to meld into the shadows, evading all physical collisions. Sargus's claw grasped at empty air, and just as he attempted to pursue, the Iron Arm leader charged in, engaging him once more. The Iron Arm's combat prowess was equally remarkable, as he swung his war hammer, forcing Sargus to retreat repeatedly. After several exchanges, Sargus realized that victory was unattainable today. Witnessing the casualties among his elite winged demons, he roared in fury, leaping into the air, leading his winged forces in retreat from the battlefield. Following the expulsion of the winged demon army, the group turned to locate Lei Jinhao and his companions, only to find them absent. As the Iron Arm leader had no enmity with Lei Jinhao and his faction, he refrained from sending his men to pursue them, instead warmly welcoming Lu Heng and his companions to the Stone Hammer Fortress. The Stone Hammer Fortress was nestled in a valley on the western slope of Ankali Mountain. Built halfway up the mountain, resembling a colossal meteor embedded in the hillside. The entire fortress was constructed from massive stones, exuding grandeur and majesty. Flanking the grand entrance of the fortress were carvings of two ancestors of the Bansai tribe. The statues of the two ancestors were immense, their powerful arms raised high, wielding great iron hammers as they guarded the gates of the Stone Hammer Fortress. Lin Ziyu approached Lu Heng on the path to the fortress. He curiously inquired, Is that badge you just displayed the emblem of the quenching fortress? Upon seeing the badge earlier, he felt a sense of familiarity. However, it was not the badge itself he recognized, but rather the castle depicted upon it. After the recent events, Lu Heng had developed a favorable impression of this young heir from the coastal aristocracy and casually replied, "Indeed, it is the emblem of the quenching fortress." Lin Ziyu's expression immediately shifted to one of surprise as he asked, "You managed to obtain the emblem of the quenching fortress? Have you perhaps also encountered the master of quenching residing within?" "Yes, I have met him, and we are quite familiar," Lu Heng responded with an air of casualness, as if discussing something utterly mundane. "I have also sought his assistance in quenching weapons." This only reinforced Lin Ziyu's resolve to cultivate a good relationship with Lu Heng. While both were referring to the same master of quenching, it seemed they were speaking of different individuals. Realizing there must have been some misunderstanding, Lu Heng thought to himself, "Isn't that revolver I quenched for you?" Nevertheless, he deemed it unnecessary to clarify the matter. Lin Ziyu continued to inquire, "How might one acquire the emblem of the quenching fortress? Could you enlighten me? The emblem of the quenching fortress is, for all intents and purposes, unique. Of course, this uniqueness does not imply that it possesses a singular attribute, but rather that the difficulty in obtaining it is considerable, making the likelihood of a second emblem appearing exceedingly slim. To secure the emblem of the quenching fortress, one must render significant contributions to it, contributions substantial enough to influence the fate of the fortress itself. Lu Heng had earned the emblem by aiding the quenching fortress in escaping from the abyss, thus rescuing it. Unless the fortress were to face another existential crisis and someone were to assist in resolving it, a second emblem would be unlikely. Otherwise, this emblem remains singular. Seeing Lin Ziyu's inquiry, Lu Heng did not shatter his aspirations and casually replied, "Only by making a substantial contribution to the quenching fortress can one hope to acquire the emblem." "I see." Lin Ziyu nodded thoughtfully, contemplating that this might be akin to a reputation system. As long as one's reputation was sufficiently high, one could obtain the emblem. Upon entering the stone hammer fortress, the others were directed to the reception hall, where they were attended to by the elders of the Banser clan. Meanwhile, Lu Heng and Su Mu Yu were escorted to a private meeting room, personally received by Tiexin and his daughter Mia. "May I ask, where did you acquire this emblem?" Tiexin inquired with a warm demeanor, clearly recognizing the emblem. "I received it from the master of the quenching fortress," Lu Heng replied, placing the emblem on the table for closer inspection. "Father, what is the quenching fortress? Is it another branch of our tribe?" Mia asked curiously, evidently unfamiliar with the quenching fortress. "That is a tale from long ago, back when our tribe was still thriving, before the abyss descended." Tiexin sighed softly. In truth, the history between the Banser tribe and the Black Iron Dwarves had transpired several centuries ago. Tiexin, as the clan leader, had only heard the stories from the elders and had not experienced them firsthand. Sighing again, he turned to Lu Heng and asked, "Since you hail from the quenching fortress, then?" Lu Heng understood the implication of his question and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am a quenching master, to be precise." He was still an apprentice quenching master, but that was of little consequence. "Wonderful. Our tribe has only retained the art of forging. We have lost the skill of quenching," Tiexin said with a hint of resignation. The Banser tribe had suffered from the incursions of the abyss, forcing them to migrate numerous times, struggling for survival, which led to the loss of many skills. Taking a deep breath, Tiexin earnestly requested, "Esteemed quenching master, would you be willing to impart the art of quenching to the Banser tribe once more?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Heng noticed a task prompt appear. Task: The Lost Art of Quenching. Content: After centuries of migration, the art of quenching has been lost to the Banser tribe. The leader of Stone Hammer Fortress, Tiexin, has requested that you teach the art of quenching to the Banser tribe. Reward: Friendship of Stone Hammer Fortress. Upon reading the task details, Lu Heng glanced at Su Mu Yu beside him and noted her lack of reaction, indicating that she had not triggered the task. This was not surprising, as this hidden task pertained to the art of quenching, naturally only accessible to a quenching master. Seeing Tiexin's eager gaze, Lu Heng readily agreed, "Certainly, I would be delighted to assist. However, quenching requires specialized materials that can be quite expensive." Tiexin beckoned towards the door, and soon two Banser warriors entered, carrying a large iron chest. Upon opening the chest, it was filled to the brim with a variety of colorful stones. A quick glance confirmed that many of them were indeed quenching materials. Observing the abundance of materials, Lu Heng mused that the Banser tribe seemed to be quite prosperous. However, it appeared that not all the contents of the chest were suitable for quenching. It seemed the Banser tribe had lost even the ability to discern the necessary materials. Approaching the chest, Lu Heng began sorting through the materials. This is quenching essence, and this one as well. This piece is not a quenching material, although it contains a trace of quenching elements. The concentration is too low. It can only be considered a mere stone. I see. Tiexin and Mia leaned closer, listening attentively and nodding in understanding, eager to learn. After completing the sorting, Lu Heng pointed at the pile of quenching essence and asked, "With this abundance of quenching essence, do you wish to proceed with the quenching? Would you be willing to assist us?" Mia's eyes sparkled with hope. Tiexin clenched his fist, his tone tinged with frustration as he remarked, "When our tribe fought against the minions of the evil god, our weapons were simply inadequate. If our warriors could wield better arms, they would surely triumph over those fiends. Then I shall quench your weapons and, in the process, impart the art of quenching to you. Does your tribe still possess a quenching furnace?" Lu Heng readily agreed. "Indeed, we have never forgotten the skills passed down from our ancestors. However, we no longer have a quenching master among us." Tiexin replied, his eyes gleaming with hope. "Then let us begin at once." With only a few days remaining until the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton, time was of the essence. Lu Heng resolved to quench weapons for the Banser tribe and simultaneously upgrade the Aurora blade in preparation for the final battle. The forging chamber of Stone Hammer Fortress was constructed above a flowing river of lava. Standing on the platform of the forging chamber, one could gaze down at the gently flowing lava below. The presence of the lava river kept Stone Hammer Fortress warm even during the snow-laden seasons. Tiexin gathered all the tribesmen who remained within the fortress in the forging chamber, and together they bowed to Lu Heng, saying, "Esteemed quenching master, please impart the art of quenching to us, so that the brilliance of quenching may once again shine within Stone Hammer Fortress." Among them stood 30-odd Banser craftsmen at the forefront. Eager to learn the art of quenching, Lu Heng did not expect such a grand display. It seemed he had suddenly acquired over 30 apprentices in the art of quenching. Subsequently, Tiexin instructed his men to bring forth a large chest filled with quenching materials. While the chest contained a wealth of quenching materials, when distributed among the tribe, the quantity was rather limited. After deliberation, Tiexin decided to quench the weapons of the 30 most elite warriors of the tribe. Mia stepped forward to the quenching furnace and respectfully stated, "Quenching master, I wish to be your assistant. What shall I do? Please direct me." Lu Heng, undaunted, pointed to the quenching furnace embedded in the wall and commanded, "Light the fire, heat the furnace." The 30-odd Banser craftsmen quickly gathered around, bustling with activity. The quenching furnace soon ignited. Lu Heng took hold of a war hammer and began the quenching process, imparting all the quenching knowledge he could recall to the eager little dwarves. Heating, melting, merging, cooling, a complete set of quenching procedures followed. Successfully quenched the Banser warhammer, elevating its grade to 1. Engaged in quenching operation, apprentice quenching master experience 10. With the quenching a success, Lu Heng maintained a perfect success rate. He proceeded to introduce the second piece of quenching essence for a second quenching. Heating, melting, merging, cooling. Yet during the final cooling stage, the Banser warhammer emitted a faint glow. Successfully quenched the Banser warhammer, elevating its grade to 2. Engaged in quenching operation, apprentice quenching master experience 10. Next, he switched to a metal crossbow to continue the quenching. Engaged in quenching operation, quenching failed, apprentice quenching master experience 20. Indeed, failure is the mother of success. Finally, a quenching attempt resulted in failure, yet the experience gained was greater. Reflecting on the recent quenching process, Lu Heng identified the reason for the failure and mentally noted it, resolving to focus more intently on that step during the next attempt. After several successful quenchings, Lu Heng began to operate multiple tasks simultaneously, introducing 10 portions of quenching essence to quench 10 weapons at once. Engaged in quenching operation, apprentice quenching master experience 10. Engaged in quenching operation, apprentice quenching master experience 10. Engaged in quenching operation, quenching failed, apprentice quenching master experience 20. After quenching throughout the afternoon, when he reached the 86th attempt, his experience in quenching was fully realized. Apprentice quenching master experience reached 1,000. Promoted to quenching master. Secondary profession, blacksmith, 10 2000. Blacksmith skills. Tempering, infusion, blacksmith. Tempering success rate 20. Infusion success rate 10. Flame resistance 20 at last. The rank of the blacksmith has been upgraded. Not only has the tempering success rate improved, but upon becoming a full-fledged blacksmith, the infusion success rate has also increased by 10. Lu Heng turned to survey the fruits of his labor from the afternoon. Behind him stood 30 warriors of the Bansale tribe, each cradling their tempered weapons, their eyes brimming with excitement. As these Bansale warriors gazed at Lu Heng, a glimmer of reverence began to appear in their eyes. After so many tempering sessions, the materials in the iron box were nearly depleted. Lu Heng glanced at the box, finding only the last fragment of tempering essence remaining, just enough to upgrade the Aurora blade. If successful, the tempering level would rise to level 3. At that point, he could attempt an infusion. Lu Heng cast the tempering essence into the furnace and commenced the first step of the process. With the enhancement of his rank as a full-fledged blacksmith, tempering became increasingly effortless. The procedures of heating, melting, merging, and cooling proceeded smoothly. Successfully tempered the Aurora blade, raising its grade to 3. Engaged in tempering operation. Blacksmith profession experience 10. Aurora blade 3. Attributes. Attack power 60. With the tempering completed, the Aurora blade achieved a tempering level of 3. Clearing his throat, Lu Heng turned to the group of newly initiated blacksmith apprentices and declared, "Weapons at tempering level 3 can undergo infusion. I shall now demonstrate an infusion process, so pay close attention." The 30 or so Bansale craftsmen present instantly perked up, their anticipation for the advanced infusion technique palpable. The leader, Iron Arm, inquired with confusion, "Master Blacksmith, we lack infusion materials. I possess an item that we can experiment with," Lu Heng replied. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, he produced the Batten's Ring. Chapter 60. Successful Infusion. Spirit-severing effect. As Lu Heng's fingers made contact with the Batten's Ring, he immediately sensed a wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. Following this, the prompt for a hidden quest reappeared. Triggered hidden quest, Batten's Ring, content. You have discovered a ring imbued with divine essence. Wear the ring, heed the divine oracle, and become a follower of the deity. Upon seeing the Batten's Ring, the Bansale people, including Iron Arm, displayed expressions of shock. Be cautious. Such a potent aura of malevolence. Iron Arm involuntarily took a step back, gripping his warhammer tightly. Lu Heng, resisting the allure of the Batten's Ring, slowly closed his eyes, swung his arm, and cast the ring into the tempering furnace. Intense flames enveloped the Batten's Ring, releasing a cloud of black smoke, as if a skull formed from the smoke was struggling and howling within the flames. Observing the ring being tossed into the furnace, Iron Arm finally exhaled. Evil entities fear the sacred flames the most. This is the best method to combat them. Lu Heng turned around, restoring his calm demeanor, and continued imparting knowledge to the group of apprentices. Next, I will explain another branch of blacksmithing, infusion. The difficulty of infusion surpasses that of tempering, so please pay close attention. First, we will introduce the infusion materials into the tempering furnace. Heat them until they melt, and then transfer them to the sublimation furnace. We will place the weapon requiring infusion in the upper chamber of the sublimation furnace and use the sublimated gas from the infusion materials to infuse the weapon. As Lu Heng elucidated, he proceeded to melt the Batten's Ring for the infusion of the Aurora blade. This process was one he had performed many times in his previous life, albeit as an assistant blacksmith. The infusion process unfolded gradually. As the ring melted, the malevolent aura was incinerated, revealing a golden radiance. This golden light gradually dispersed, and Lu Heng recognized it as divine energy, drawing closer to absorb it. Melted the Batten's Ring, extracting 1,200 points of divine energy. The infusion operation continued. The liquid essence in the lower chamber of the sublimation furnace diminished, while the Aurora blade began to emit a layer of twinkling light. Witnessing this, Lu Heng's heart raced with excitement, for this glimmer indicated a high probability of successful infusion. The 30 or so Bansale craftsmen surrounding the tempering furnace were wide-eyed, their gazes filled with wonder. Amidst the collective anticipation, the liquid infusion essence fully sublimated into gas, signaling the nearing completion of the infusion. Lu Heng signaled to his assistant to extinguish the flames of the tempering furnace, allowing the Aurora blade to cool gradually. The cooling process for infusion required a slower pace, a stark contrast to tempering. After approximately half an hour, the cooling of the Aurora blade was complete. successfully infused the Aurora blade, granting it the spirit severing effect. Engaged in infusion operation, blacksmith profession experience 50. Upon seeing the prompt indicating successful infusion, a smile spread across Lu Heng's face as he retrieved the Aurora blade with tongs and gently touched it. Feeling the lingering warmth of the blade, Aurora Blade 3, Item Grade, C, Specifications, Length 132 cm, Blade Width 3.6 cm, Weight 1.6 kilograms, Attributes, Attack Power 60, Effect, Spirit Severing, inflicts 8 points of spiritual damage upon attack. Applying the Spirit Severing effect, weakening the target's spiritual attributes by 8 points. Upon reading this effect, Lu Heng's eyes widened with astonishment. This effect is among the most potent for sword-type weapons. Confronted with the terrifying existence of the evil deity, who excels in manipulation, a low spiritual attribute would render one incapable of withstanding spiritual corruption. The Spirit Severing effect, by weakening the target's spiritual attributes, inherently narrows the gap in spiritual strength. With the infusion successful, the Bansale craftsmen surrounding the Aurora blade regarded it with the awe reserved for legendary weapons. Their gaze was not one of greed, but rather a profound appreciation for the art of infusion. That moment, a prompt indicating the completion of the teaching task appeared on the data panel. Iron Arm approached Lu Heng, initially intending to pat him on the shoulder. But due to the height difference, he ultimately grasped Lu Heng's arm, leading him towards the reception room. Thank you immensely. The revival of the blacksmithing heritage in Stonehammer Fortress is all thanks to your teachings. From this day forth, you shall be the most sincere ally of the Bansale tribe. Regardless of what challenges arise, we shall stand together. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to express them. Anything within our capabilities, we shall endeavor to fulfill. Lu Heng pondered for a moment before inquiring, Leader, you must be aware of the resurrection ritual of the evil god Batten, correct? Indeed, we are also troubled by this matter. There are only a few days left until the resurrection ritual, and time is of the essence, Iron Arm replied, his expression grave. We are here to thwart the resurrection ritual as well, thus we can join forces. Lu Heng proposed an alliance. That would be splendid. However, there is one matter I must discuss with you, Iron Arm stated, shifting the topic. What is it? The demonic servant squad that you ambushed was originally a target of our tribe as well. We received intelligence that a particularly fearsome artifact of the evil god would pass through that location, hence we set up an ambush. Yet, you acted first. That fearsome item must be in your possession. As Iron Arm spoke, his gaze scrutinized Lu Heng, filled with caution. He sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from Lu Heng, even more terrifying than that of the winged demon Lord Sargas. Lu Heng retrieved the wooden box containing the desiccated finger, stating, "Is this what you speak of?" Upon seeing the wooden box, Iron Arm hastily stepped back, for the aura radiating from it was too chilling. Lu Heng had previously opened this wooden box, nearly succumbing to mental corruption. Just then, Mia approached, swiftly snatching the wooden box from his hands. "Let me handle this." "Mia, what are you doing?" Iron Arm exclaimed, his expression tightening as he hurriedly reached out to stop her. But it was too late. Mia had already opened the box. The moment the box was opened, a wave of terrifying mental pressure flooded the entire reception room. Iron Arm quickly raised his hand to swat the box away. Thud! The box fell to the ground, and the desiccated finger tumbled out, releasing a wave of mental corruption. Mia's eyes turned crimson as she reached for the finger. Iron Arm struggled to hold her back. But he too was affected by the corruption, shaking his head vigorously to maintain his clarity. Observing Mia's condition, Lu Heng surmised that she must have been mentally tainted during the previous battle, where the evil god had implanted a seed of corruption, which was now manifesting. Simultaneously, Lu Heng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a series of prompts flashing before his eyes. Suffering from mental corruption from an unknown entity. Spirit -1. Suffering from mental corruption from an unknown entity. Spirit -1. In that instant, Lu Heng felt as though the severed finger on the ground was attempting to sprout from his own body. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Lu Heng drew the Aurora blade and thrust it into the desiccated finger before the mental chaos could overwhelm him. Buzz! In that moment, the mental corruption dissipated, and the world fell silent. This was the effect of the Aurora blade's spirit severing, which diminished the spiritual power of the severed finger, significantly reducing the impact of the mental corruption. Had it been the evil god's true form, the spiritual power would undoubtedly be formidable. However, as this was merely a severed finger, its corruptive strength was not as intense, allowing the spirit-severing effect to suppress the mental taint. This is the object. It is the finger of the malevolent deity, and it must be destroyed. Iron Arm exclaimed, panting heavily, his face etched with a grave expression. Mia, regaining her senses, crouched on the ground, cradling her head in her arms as she sobbed. I'm so sorry. I don't even know what came over me. Oh, not fear. The mental corruption has been suppressed. Iron Arm quickly reassured his daughter. Chapter 61. Divine Essence, Acquisition of the Divine Transformation Skill. After a discussion with the leader of Iron Arm, Lu Heng resolved to obliterate the finger of the evil god. The most effective method to destroy such an appendage is, of course, to incinerate it in the forge's flames. Thus, the two returned to the quenching furnace and cast the withered finger into the fire. The flames engulfed the evil goddess finger, billowing forth thick black smoke that carried a foul odor reminiscent of charred flesh. During the combustion, a layer of translucent, peculiar substance began to rise. Lu Heng recognized at once that this emanating translucent material was essence, albeit not of the ordinary kind. Absorbing essence. Essence fusion level increased. Essence fusion level, 52. Absorbing divine essence. Essence ability gains divine transformation effect. Shadow passage. Divine transformation slip into the shadow rifts, evading all physical collisions for a duration of 7 seconds. Divine transformation effect. Gain shadow vision. Upon entering the shadows, one's line of sight can penetrate material barriers. Lu Heng's eyes brightened at the results of the divine transformation of the essence ability. Previously, when in the state of shadow passage, entering a solid object would obscure the outside view. This was also the primary reason why the abyssal fire thief could not escape even when it hid within the rock walls. If it had been able to see outside while inside the rock, it could have chosen the optimal escape route, making it impossible to capture. Now, the divine transformation effect of shadow passage enhanced the ability of shadow vision, representing a qualitative improvement. Moreover, when utilized, shadow vision is not merely a supplementary effect of shadow passage. It holds considerable potential in specific scenarios. For instance, if one needed to discern the interior of a confined space, one could easily opt to slip into the shadows to gain the ability of shadow vision. Under the relentless heat of the flames, the divine essence of the withered finger was entirely extracted, gradually reducing it to ashes. Lu Heng had initially worried that the quenching furnace would be incapable of incinerating this finger. As a true god possesses an indestructible form, impervious to fire and blade. This indicated that the evil god Botun was not a true deity but rather a demigod. In fact, Lu Heng had sensed this upon acquiring the Botun ring, as its rank was merely a grade, far below what he had anticipated. This alone suggested that the evil god Botun was indeed just a demigod. Of course, a demigod is still a god. In the eyes of mortals, a demigod remains an omnipotent entity. Iron Arm watched as the finger of the evil god transformed into ashes, finally releasing a long sigh of relief. I shall return to check on Mia. This child lacks experience and was easily swayed by the evil god's temptation. She cannot be wholly blamed. I too nearly lost my senses. Lu Heng observed Iron Arm departing the forge and then took a shovel to collect the ashes, using them as fertilizer in the flowerbed of the Stone Hammer Fortress's backyard. After the weapons were tempered, the elite warriors of the Bancel tribe saw a substantial enhancement in their armaments. With most achieving a quenching level of 3, this significantly elevated the combat prowess of the Bancel tribe. The next day, Iron Arm devised a battle plan and began large-scale interceptions of the offerings of essence transported by the evil god's minions. Lu Heng and his companions also participated in the operations, greatly augmenting their combat strength. On the road north of the Bladestone Forest, a substantial demon convoy transporting essence offerings made its way toward the Botun Temple. This demon cohort was relatively large, formed by the amalgamation of 3 transport teams. In light of the increasing ambushes faced by the demon convoys in recent days, the demon commander made adjustments, merging multiple demon teams to act in unison. This reduced the number of teams needing protection, allowing the commander to manage them more effectively. Within the Bladestone Forest, Sumuyu stood atop a stone peak, her hair dancing in the fierce wind. She retrieved a headband to tie her hair into a ponytail and then closed her eyes, directing a reconnaissance eagle to survey the surrounding area. The demon convoy to the north of the stone forest comprised 6 prison carts and over 50 demon minions, including 6 winged demon sorcerers. Additionally, she spotted the winged demon leader, Sagus, lurking 5 kilometers away. 5 kilometers away? Is it a trap? The moment we strike, he may launch an ambush against us. Lin Ziyu's immediate instinct was to sense the impending danger. It doesn't seem like a trap. Sagus's winged demon air force is not hiding. They are merely flying 5 kilometers away, easily visible upon a casual reconnaissance. Su Muyu shook her head, unconvinced it was a trap. Expand the reconnaissance range centered around Sagus. Lu Heng instructed Su Muyu to continue her surveillance and then withdrew a skill crystal core. Examining it in his palm, this skill crystal core was for Thunder Spear, which concentrated electrical energy into a spear to be thrown, dealing lightning damage. This skill was formidable, with a commendable damage coefficient. Furthermore, when utilized, the lightning damage inflicted was area damage, albeit relatively small in range. Lu Heng's skill slots were full, but he had a skill that belonged to the same category as Thunder Spear, both being lightning-type skills, allowing for fusion. After melting down the Bot-Un ring yesterday, he had acquired 1,200 points of divine energy, which would be perfectly utilized here. However, Lightning Weapon was a D-grade skill, while Thunder Spear was a C-grade skill. Fusing skills of different levels carried the risk of resulting in either a C-grade or D-grade skill. If the fusion yielded a D-grade skill, it would mean a waste of both divine energy and the C-grade skill crystal core. Therefore, fusing skills of differing levels was a rather perilous endeavor. After a brief contemplation, Lu Heng made his decision, utilizing his innate ability to unlock the skill lock of Lightning Weapon, and began absorbing the energy of the Thunder Spear crystal core. The energy from Thunder Spear flowed into the first skill slot, merging with the energy of Lightning Weapon. The two energies clashed, creating a repelling reaction as if they were about to boil over. The energy from Thunder Spear, being somewhat stronger, suppressed that of Lightning Weapon. After all, the former was a C-grade skill while the latter was D-grade. If he did not find a way to calm the two energies, the skill slot would surely explode. Lu Heng waited for the collision of the two energies to reach its most intense phase, seizing the opportune moment to inject 600 points of divine energy. The divine energy entered the skill slot, and the two raging energies began to merge with the divine energy, ultimately achieving a remarkable balance and restoring a stable energy state. Upon witnessing the completion of the energy fusion, Lu Heng promptly closed the skill lock. Skill fusion complete. Evolved into Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike. Infuse lightning energy into a weapon and launch a powerful attack. Upon striking the target, detonate the lightning energy to inflict area storm damage. Storm range 3 meters, damage coefficient 2 mental attribute. Skill consumption, 30 points of source energy. Skill level, C-grade. Seeing the effects of the fused skill, a glimmer of delight appeared in Lu Heng's eyes. After the upgrade from Lightning Weapon to Thunderstrike, the damage doubled, transforming from single target damage to area damage. The damage coefficient was quite impressive, reaching 2 mental attribute, with Lu Heng's current mental strength at 24 points. This meant that the resulting storm damage could reach 48 points. Additionally, using the Aurora Blade to execute Thunderstrike would also trigger the Spirit Severing effect of the weapon. This implied that the storm's area damage would also inflict an additional 8 points of mental damage, while simultaneously reducing the mental attributes of all targets by 8 points. The combined damage would total 56 points. Low-level minions would be dispatched instantly by such area damage. Chapter 62. Completion of Essence Fusion. Achieving first-class advancement following Lu Heng's instructions, Su Muyu conducted another reconnaissance centered around the winged demon leader Sagus and indeed discovered new developments on the mountain path south of the Bladestone Forest. Another demon convoy transporting essence offerings was spotted, with Sagus simultaneously escorting 2 transport teams, hovering at the midpoint of the 2 demon convoys, each 5 kilometers away. The 2 demon minion teams approached from different directions, one from the north of the Bladestone Forest and the other from the south. From the map, it appeared that the 2 demon teams, after circumventing the Bladestone Forest, would converge at the narrow pass to the northwest of the forest. Shortly thereafter, scouts dispatched by the Bancel tribe returned with information that mirrored Su Muyu's findings. It seemed a grand battle with Sagus was imminent. Prepare for combat, Iron Arm declared, slamming his warhammer into the ground. Eagerly gearing up for the impending clash, Lu Heng pondered for a moment before asking, "What is the size of the demon convoy to the south of the Bladestone Forest?" Sumu reported. 4 prison carts, 20 demon minions, and 2 winged demon sorcerers. A force of 20 demon minions is not insignificant, especially with the winged demon leader Sagus providing escort, making it quite secure from the perspective of the demon minions. Lu Heng conceived a rather aggressive offensive strategy and subsequently pulled Sumu and Iron Arm aside to deliberate. After a brief discussion, Iron Arm gave a thumbs up in approval. Lu Heng then sought Lin Ziyu's opinion. I have something I wish to discuss with you, and I hope you will consent. The tone of this opening remark clearly hinted at more beneath the surface. Lin Ziyu did not rush to oppose. Instead asking, "Go ahead." Lu Heng deliberated, saying, "The situation is as follows. My source quality fusion degree has reached 50. The demon squad ahead possesses 6 prison carts, each containing a source quality sacrificial offering. With a minimum of 10 source quality per offering, if I can acquire 5 of these sacrificial offerings, I will successfully complete the source quality fusion and attain a new rank. Once I achieve this rank, I will immediately initiate another action plan, hence the necessity of first obtaining the rank. I have already discussed this with the Iron Arm leader, who has expressed his agreement with my plan. So I hope you will consent to the matter of the sacrificial offerings." Lin Ziyu's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, "Are you seeking my counsel? This is clearly a notification in fact, for a temporary team. Equitable distribution of spoils is essential for maintaining unity. However, averaging out the distribution can sometimes lead to drawbacks. For instance, Lu Heng only needs to obtain 5 sacrificial offerings worth of source quality to be the first to attain a first-tier rank, significantly boosting his combat capability and aiding subsequent operations. On the contrary, if the spoils were to be shared equally, it would mean each person would only receive 1 offering's worth of source quality. Lu Heng would then have to ambush 5 similarly scaled demon squads to complete the source quality fusion. During this period, combat power would not increase. Therefore, in a well-established team of abilities, the distribution of spoils is often imbalanced. As for how to maintain team cohesion amidst an unequal distribution, that is another art altogether. In truth, with the Iron Arm leader's consent, any objections from others would be futile. They might as well disband. Lu Heng's willingness to consult with Lin Ziyu stems from trust in him and recognition of his prior commitment to the alliance. Lin Ziyu, having his own subordinates with abilities, naturally understood these principles and shrugged, replying, "Very well, I shall defer to your judgment." In fact, within Lin Ziyu's small team, the distribution was also uneven. Wang Xiangfeng and Li Daong had been nurtured by the Lin family with substantial financial investment in the main world, fully equipping them with various skill crystals. Moreover, their families had also received care from the Lin family. Thus, in the Abyss battlefield, the spoils acquired by these two would be uniformly handed over to Lin Ziyu for allocation. After the discussion, the warriors of the Bansai tribe were fully prepared for battle. The Iron Arm leader raised his warhammer high and bellowed, "Warriors of the Bansai tribe, raise your weapons and charge with me. Crush these vile servants of the dark gods, charge." The elite warriors of the Bansai tribe surged forward alongside the Iron Arm leader, akin to a pack of hungry wolves pouncing upon a herd of malevolent sheep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before they even reached the battlefield, a volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed. The nearest demon servants fell in a line, and those who were not struck dead scrambled to hide behind the prison carts. 2 abyssal 2-headed lizards, hit by arrows, roared in pain, thrashing their tails and sending the prison carts flying. 6-winged demon sorcerers simultaneously unfurled their wings, soaring into the air to unleash a wave of dark sorcery energy in retaliation. The Iron Arm leader charged ahead, propelling himself 5 meters high, seizing one of the winged demon sorcerer's ankles, and forcefully smashed it down to the ground. Boom! The winged demon sorcerer was reduced to a bloody pulp. A scene of sheer brutality in the sky. A reconnaissance eagle swooped down, with a person hanging from its talons. None other than Lu Heng, as the reconnaissance eagle descended upon a winged demon sorcerer. Lu Heng released his grip, plummeting downwards, drawing the Aurora blade, and executed a powerful strike, unleashing the fusion skill, Thunder Strike. Boom! The blade of light cleaved into the head of the winged demon sorcerer, the violent electric energy tearing its body apart. Following this, the energy of Thunder Strike erupted, creating a storm of lightning that affected another winged demon sorcerer and 3 demon servants. The struck winged demon sorcerer was paralyzed by the electric shock, its mental strength diminished by spirit sever, causing it to plummet from the sky. Lu Heng landed gracefully, spinning to unleash a circular arc of sword light. annihilating the winged demon sorcerer and 5 surrounding demon servants in an instant. In a flash, he executed a 7-fold slash. The demon energy obtained from the battle surged forth like a tidal wave. After 7 consecutive notifications, his energy level soared. Winged demon sorcerer slain. Absorbed 120 points of demon energy. Source energy level raised to level 13. All attributes 2. Agility attribute 0.6. After Lu Heng leveled up, his combat power surged, and he plunged into the battlefield, akin to a tiger among sheep. Wherever he passed, winged demon sorcerers, demon servants, and 2-headed lizards all turned to wraiths under the brilliance of his blade. On the periphery of the battlefield, Lin Ziyu shot down a demon servant and looked up to see Lu Heng entering a state of invincibility. His gaze fixed in awe. Originally, he had a fondness for firearms, his talents aligning well with the path of weapon enhancement, which is why his first enhanced weapon was the silver python revolver. However, witnessing Liu Heng's ferocious rampage on the battlefield filled him with envy, rendering his own revolver suddenly lackluster. Roar. 3 minutes into the fierce battle, an angry roar reverberated from the clouds above. The winged demon leader, Sargus, was still a kilometer away, yet his voice echoed, shaking the very soul. Sargus moved with astonishing speed, having nearly reached the battlefield in just 3 minutes since the conflict began. Liu Heng no longer delayed, charging towards the prison carts to slay the source-quality sacrificial offerings and seize their essence. Absorbing source-quality fusion degree increased to 65. Among the offerings in 2 of the prison carts, the source-quality content was notably high, allowing Liu Heng to complete the source-quality fusion after slaying 4 offerings. Source-quality fusion completed, obtained first-tier rank Shadow Walker. Shadow Walker, a combat profession traversing between shadows and the material world, mastering complete shadow traversal abilities. Shadow Traversal, divine transformation slip into shadow rifts, immune to all physical collisions, lasting for 15 seconds. Divine transformation effect, movement speed increased by 300 in shadow traversal state. Gains shadow vision, allowing sight to penetrate material obstructions after slipping into shadow. Chapter 63. A single warrior cutting down a demon squad upon achieving the complete rank. The duration of shadow traversal doubled from 7 seconds to 15 seconds. Moreover, the movement speed in this state was enhanced by 300. Coupled with the speed boost from Gale Step, Liu Heng felt as if he could take flight with a pair of wings sprouting from his back. Glancing at the effects of the source quality skill, he waved to Su Muyu, directly leading her out of the battle and into the Blade Edge Forest. Above in the sky, winged demon leader Sargus soared above the battlefield, roaring as he led 50 elite winged demons into a dive. The Iron Arm leader was already prepared for the confrontation, raising his warhammer and issuing a challenge to Sargus with a bellow. The battle intensified, yet Liu Heng and Su Muyu slipped away from the fray. Lin Ziyu, bewildered, watched but, seeing the Iron Arm leader's lack of opposition, continued to attack the demon servants. Liu Heng and Su Muyu exited the battle, entering a state of invisibility, vanishing within the Blade Edge Forest. On the southern slope of the Blade Edge Forest, there was another demon squad. However, they were quite distant, requiring a trek of nearly 10 kilometers across the entirety of the Blade Edge Forest. With Sargus having arrived at the northern battlefield, this meant that the demon squad to the south was devoid of a leader-level demon's protection. Liu Heng's objective was this very demon squad. Yet, speed was of the essence. Liu Heng climbed a rocky peak, leaping forth to grasp the talons of the reconnaissance eagle, which then carried him southward. After evolving into the celestial falcon, the reconnaissance eagle boasted a carrying capacity of 100 kilograms, sufficient to bear an adult, even one of slightly greater girth. However, it could not accommodate 2 individuals. Thus, only Liu Heng hung from the eagle's talons while Su Muyu had to run below, keeping pace. Although the reconnaissance eagle's flight speed could not match that of the winged demon leader, it was still swift. Within 7 to 8 minutes, the reconnaissance eagle reached the skies above the southern slope of the Blade Edge Forest. Below, a demon squad was hastening onward, evidently sensing a threat from the battle to the north, prompting them to accelerate their movement. At this moment, the sky began to darken, ominous clouds gathering as a light rain began to fall. Liu Heng, gripping the eagle's talons, soared through the sky, reflecting that both the timing and the terrain were favorable. As he flew above the demon squad, Liu Heng released his grip, plummeting downwards. activating all his skills to unleash his utmost power. Drawing the Aurora Blade and executing Thunder Strike, boom! The furious lightning cleaved into the ranks of the demon squad, the electric energy spreading through the rain-soaked ground, doubling the storm's radius. With a single lightning slash, a wide area of control was established, leaving half of the demon squad paralyzed by the electric assault. Two-winged demon sorcerers, caught unawares, were struck and convulsed, their mental attributes plummeting due to the effects of Spirit Sever. However, the damage dealt by Thunder Strike was not enough to inflict fatal harm on the two-winged demon sorcerers. They shouted commands for the remaining demon servants to swarm Lu Heng while simultaneously raising their hands to counterattack. To face an entire demon squad single-handedly was no small feat. Seeing the oncoming horde of demons wielding weapons, Lu Heng retrieved the Thunderfire explosive, obtained from the Abyssal Pyromancer's lair, and hurled it into the densest cluster of demon servants. Boom! Lightning and flames erupted within the ranks of the demons, instantly toppling 7 or 8 of them. With the demon servants momentarily delayed, the two-winged demon sorcerers completed their incantations. First, a wave of dark sorcery energy surged forth. Then, a dark thorn trap emerged beneath Lu Heng's feet, with thorny tendrils growing to ensnare his ankles. In the face of 2 sorcery attacks, Lu Heng instantly activated the source quality skill, Shadow Traversal. Slipping into the shadows and becoming immune to all physical collisions, successfully evading the sorcery assault in the state of Shadow Stride. Speed surged by 300. With the acceleration of Gale Step, a fleeting movement brought him before the foremost winged demon sorcerer. And with a swift stroke of the Aurora Blade, he dispatched it. Immediately after, he pivoted and unleashed another strike, the blade's radiance extending 5 meters like a full moon, claiming the life of another winged demon sorcerer. Having eliminated 2 winged demon sorcerers, Lu Heng activated his Wu Shuang ability, navigating through the demonic ranks with relentless ferocity. Amidst the chaos of raging lightning, these demonic minions stood no chance of resistance. With the death of the winged demon sorcerers, the remaining foes were mere fodder. Scattering in panic, Lu Heng darted across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, each strike claiming a demonic life. Kill notifications popped up in succession. Killed winged demon sorcerer, absorbed 120 points of demonic energy. Killed demonic minion, absorbed 80 points of demonic energy. Killed demon. Alone, he single-handedly decimated a group of demons. The overwhelming tide of demonic energy washing over him, allowing Lu Heng to level up once more in the heat of battle. Source energy level increased to level 14. All attributes 2, agility attribute additionally 0. 6. With the enhancement of source energy, his 5 primary attributes ascended to Strength 27, Agility 35, Constitution 27, Spirit 28, Perception 27. Meanwhile, upon sending Lu Heng to the second battlefield via the Scouting Hawk, Su Muyu transformed the Hawk's energy into invisibility energy. This allowed Lu Heng to launch his assault without affording the winged demon sorcerers a moment's notice. After exhausting the Scouting Hawk, Su Muyu promptly summoned a second one and took to the skies to join the fray. Despite her haste, by the time she arrived, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Lu Heng had just slain the last of the demonic minions and, upon seeing Su Muyu approach, pointed towards the source material in the prison cart. Quickly absorb it. Once done, we retreat. Although the Iron Arm leader had promised to hold off Sargus, if Sargus chose to abandon the northern battlefield and rushed over, he would likely arrive shortly. All right. Su Muyu leaped down from the Scouting Hawk and began to absorb the source material. As she absorbed the final portion, Lu Heng gathered the spoils of battle, acquiring 3 crystal cores, one of which was a skill crystal core. Dark Thorn Trap. Set traps around the caster. Targets stepping into the traps will be ensnared by dark thorns, inflicting damage equal to 3 spirit power per minute, with up to 3 traps deployable simultaneously. Skill cost, 20 points of source energy. Skill level, C grade. This skill was an advanced version of the Dark Sorcery Binding Trap. With a skill level of C grade, capable of inflicting mental damage and allowing for the simultaneous placement of 3 traps, far surpassing the D grade, Dark Sorcery Binding Trap. Upon absorbing the last of the source material, Su Muyu reached a fusion level of 6-7. At that moment, her expression hardened as she spoke rapidly. Sargus is coming our way. She had kept the Scouting Hawk circling above, vigilant for any movements nearby. And indeed, she spotted Sargus approaching. Let's go. Lu Heng urged her to dive into the blade stone forest, activating their invisibility. Just as they entered the stone grove, Sargas arrived above the battlefield. Gazing down at the slaughtered demons, fury blazed in his eyes, but he could not locate the assailants. Ultimately, he could only unleash a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Chapter 64. Countdown to the final battle. A successful ambush had obliterated 2 demonic squads. An iron arm returned triumphantly with the Bancel warriors, his hearty laughter echoing along the way. Sargas, the winged demon commander, initially aimed to manage both fronts, but upon clashing with Iron Arm, he realized the Bancel tribe's weaponry had significantly improved. The winged demon air force he commanded stood no chance against this formidable group of Bancel warriors. This led to a rapid shift in the battle's tide. The northern demonic squad crumbled under the onslaught of the Bancel warriors' warhammers and spears. Rendering any rescue attempts futile. At this juncture, he received a distress signal from the south. He decisively chose to abandon the northern battlefield and flew southward. In his estimation, the leaders and elite of the Bancel tribe were positioned north of the Blade Stone Forest. Thus, the southern forces would likely be weak, and he would arrive in time to preserve the sacrificial offerings while eliminating the detestable assailants. However, upon his arrival, he discovered the battle had already concluded, and not a trace of the attackers remained. With nothing left to do but roar in frustration, he returned to Stone Hammer Fortress. On his journey back, he encountered a team of ability users. This team hesitated to approach, for the Bancel tribe remained wary of outsiders. Sumuyu spotted them and whispered to Lu Heng, their SA team of ability users on the eastern hillside. It seems they wish to speak with us. This abyssal battlefield had drawn 100 individuals, and now, 2 days later, it was likely other human ability users had managed to survive. Most of the ability user teams were attempting to intercept the source material sacrifices to thwart the resurrection ritual. Lu Heng's recent actions alongside the Bancel tribe had created quite a stir, garnering the attention of these ability user teams. They noticed a human ability user among the Bancel warriors and naturally began considering an alliance. Lu Heng exchanged a nod with Iron Arm and waited by the roadside for the ability user team to approach. Once the Bancel tribe squad passed, 2 members of the ability user team came forward to meet them. From a distance of several meters, they waved in greeting. Hello. Lu Heng nodded in acknowledgement before sizing them up. Among the 2, one wore Siamese-style attire, his skin dark and muscles well-defined, indicating he had trained in the 8-armed fist. This martial art employs the body's 8 striking points, 2 fists, 2 elbows, 2 knees, and 2 feet, resulting in a fierce and powerful fighting style. The adept in 8-armed fist remained silent, while the other took charge of the conversation. Hello? My name is Lu Dongzhou, and this is our captain, Shidi Kai. Hello, Lu Heng. We witnessed your ambush on the demonic squad earlier. We initially intended to assist, but soon realized you required no aid. Lu Dongzhou spoke with eloquence. His words artfully crafted. Despite being mere bystanders, he framed it as a desire to help, a statement that, while clearly courteous, was nonetheless pleasing to the ear. This exemplifies the art of language. Lu Heng smiled, but offered no commentary on his words. During their exchange, Lu Heng continued to observe the ability user team. Comprising 15 individuals, this was a formidable force. However, the team was diverse, not solely comprised of individuals from Xia country, but also included ability users from other nations. Lu Dongzhou then inquired, I noticed you have a good relationship with those dwarves. They are the Bancel people. Lu Heng corrected him regarding the tribe's designation. What is your relationship with these Bancel people? Lu Dongzhou broached the most pressing question. Lu Heng pondered briefly, donning a broad smile before responding. We share a comprehensive strategic partnership. This definition was remarkably precise. Lu Dongzhou momentarily paused, for this diplomatic term carried significant weight. Indeed, it aptly described the exchange between 2 civilizations, transcending national confines and ascending to a higher plane. If one were to delve deeper, Lu Heng's connection with the Bancel tribe might be even more intimate than a mere strategic partnership. Considering he had taken on over 30 apprentices among them, this bond was undeniably closer than that of ordinary allies. In truth, Lu Dongzhou was eager to ask, how did you forge an alliance with the Bancel tribe? They had witnessed the clash between Iron Arm and Winged Demon Commander Sargas and understood the Bancel tribe's formidable combat prowess. Forming an alliance with the Bancel tribe was tantamount to acquiring a powerful ally. Shidi Kai and Lu Dongzhou exchanged glances, and Lu Dongzhou continued, if possible, we hope to form an alliance to jointly thwart the resurrection ritual of the evil god. The difficulty is too great for a single team to accomplish. Certainly, Lu Heng nodded in agreement. Can you lead us to Stonehammer Fortress to meet the Bancel tribe's leader? Lu Dongzhou made his request. Of course, Lu Heng nodded once more. Since they aimed to ally to thwart the resurrection of the evil god, it was only fitting to bring them to Stonehammer Fortress to confer with the Bancel tribe on their action plan. The communication proceeded smoothly, and Lu Heng reached a consensus on forming an alliance with the ability user team. Subsequently, he guided this 15-member ability user team into Stonehammer Fortress to meet with Iron Arm had it been anyone else. Bringing such a large contingent of outsiders into Stonehammer Fortress would likely have faced opposition. However, Lu Heng's standing within the Bancel tribe was exceptionally high, akin to a brotherhood with Iron Arm, thus allowing Iron Arm to receive this team of 15 in the spacious conference hall of Stonehammer Fortress. Following brief introductions, Iron Arm welcomed them and pledged to combat the demons together, thwarting the resurrection ritual of the evil god, Baton. Over the next 2 days, the Bancel tribe continued their ambush operations against the demonic minions. With the inclusion of 15 ability users, the team's combat strength saw a significant boost. Liu Hong consistently led the charge, unleashing his Wu Shuang ability across the battlefield, voraciously absorbing demonic energy. Bolstered by the overwhelming tide of demonic energy, his source energy level surged dramatically. Almost with each demonic squad he annihilated, he leveled up. By the final day, Lu Hong had risen from level 14 to level 17. The deadline for the resurrection ritual of the evil god Baton had finally arrived. On the task panel of the Abyss battlefield, the countdown for the resurrection ritual has transformed into 16 hours, 23 minutes, and 55 seconds. This resurrection ceremony is set to commence at midnight. According to intelligence relayed by the scouts of the Bancel tribe, the ritual remains uninterrupted, with the Baton Temple still preparing for the occasion. It is evident that despite the interception of numerous source material sacrifices, the resurrection ceremony could not be halted. A considerable number of source material sacrifices continue to be delivered to the Baton Temple. This implies that the ultimate showdown is inevitable. To thwart the resurrection ritual, an incursion into the temple is essential. Everyone is gearing up for the final confrontation, striving to enhance their combat prowess to the utmost. Chapter 65, Elemental Arrow, an irresistible bargain. After several days of fierce battle with demons, Lu Heng has elevated his source energy level to level 17. With only a few hours remaining until the decisive battle, Lu Heng begins to prepare for the confrontation, reviewing his attributes to identify any areas for enhancement. Name: Lu Heng. Race: Human. Level: 17. Health: 330. Source energy: 320. Attributes: Strength 33, Agility 43, Constitution 33, Spirit 34, Perception 33. Talent: Agile as a dragon, Divine Evolution. Combat class: Shadow Walker. Source material ability: Shadow Passage. Skill slot count: 3. Skills: Thunderstrike, Shadow Clone, Gale Step, Lunge, Martial Arts, Swordsmanship, Subtle level. Body Technique, Subtle level. Combat, Mastery level. Secondary profession: Fire Refiner. Techniques: Fire Refining, Spirit Infusion. Item: Aurora Blade. With his agility attribute surpassing the 40-point threshold, he should no longer face speed suppression when encountering the Winged Demon Commander, Sargis. Just as Lu Heng is reviewing his attribute data, Sumu Yu enters the room and states, "I checked the thorn trap, and it hasn't been triggered. That's good. What level are you at now?" Lu Heng inquires about her level. "I'm at level 15. Not far from level 16. Sumu Yu feels that her upgrade pace has accelerated significantly over the past few days, with substantial improvements in her physical attributes. Lu Heng retrieves 2 energy crystals and hands them to her, saying, "Absorb these and level up once more." With the resurrection ritual of the evil god approaching in just over 10 hours, we need to enhance our combat strength as much as possible. And you? My absorbed energy is temporarily saturated. You should take these too. All right. Sumu Yu nods in agreement and absorbs the energy from the 2 crystals. The energy surge within her body ignites a tidal wave of source energy, elevating her source energy level to 16. I've leveled up. My attributes have improved significantly. Now, my strength is 28, agility 29, constitution 29, spirit 34, and perception 34. After her upgrade, Sumu Yu reports her attribute data. Now on the final day of the Abyss battlefield, only 1/3 of the ability users have acquired sufficient source material to achieve their first job transition. Most of them are combat-type ability users, while support-type users struggle to obtain source materials, resulting in a scarcity of first job transitions among them. Muyu is one of the few support-type ability users who successfully completed source material fusion to attain her first job transition. Thanks to Lu Heng's assistance, Heng completed his source material fusion on the second day of the Abyss battlefield, and all subsequent source materials he acquired were given to her. Consequently, she also completed the fusion, achieving her first job transition, Sky Eye. With her newfound source material ability, her Scouting Eagle has been further enhanced, resulting in a comprehensive boost to her combat attributes. Skyhawk, skill effect, summons a Skyhawk to conduct reconnaissance and engage in battle. The Skyhawk can carry up to 200 kg, allowing the caster to fly in the air using the Skyhawk. Attributes: detection range for invisibility 8 perception, attack damage 5 spirit. Scouting Eagle skill, aerodynamic acceleration. Aerodynamic acceleration increases the flight speed of the Scouting Eagle by 50. Duration, 3 minutes. Skill cost, 10 source energy. After obtaining her first job transition, Sumuyu experiences a significant enhancement in her source material abilities. The carrying capacity of the Scouting Eagle has increased from 100 kilograms to 200 kilograms, a crucial improvement that a few days prior, while Lu Heng took advantage of the confrontation between the Winged Demon Commander Sargis and the Iron Arm Leader to single-handedly eliminate a demon squad. Sumuyu had to run alongside on the ground to escort Lu Heng to the battlefield, limited by the Scouting Eagle's previous carrying capacity of only 100 kg. This weight limit allowed for the transport of only one person unless both were relatively light. Now, with the carrying capacity doubled, it can comfortably accommodate 2 individuals. The wingspan of the Scouting Eagle has also increased from 2 meters to 3 meters, evolving into a remarkably majestic Skyhawk in addition to the enhanced carrying capacity. Its reconnaissance range and attack power have also improved. The attack power of the Scouting Eagle has increased from 3 spirit to 5 spirit, with Sumuyu's current spirit level at 34. This means the attack power of the Scouting Eagle reaches an impressive 170 points. Before entering this Abyss battlefield, Lin Ziyu invested heavily in refining his Silver Python revolver twice. Following these refinements, the revolver's attack power stands at 175 points. This indicates that the damage inflicted by Sumuyu's Scouting Eagle is now comparable to a shot fired from his prized revolver. This is the combat power enhancement brought forth by the first job transition. From the moment ability users attain their first job transition, their combat prowess gradually surpasses that of firearms. Of course, this comparison is made against those without specialized skills in firearms. For those who possess firearm enhancement skills, the use of firearms yields even greater potency. From this stage onward, ability users lacking proficiency in firearms will gradually lose their advantage if they insist on expending divine energy on firearms. However, firearms are not limited to handguns. There are also more powerful rifles, bombs, and rocket launchers. While firearms still hold advantages, their dominance has diminished. Tonight marks the moment of reckoning. Every bit of combat strength increases the odds of victory. Over the past few days, Lu Heng has been seeking a suitable skill crystal for Sumuyu, as she still has an empty skill slot. Since her awakening, Sumuyu has learned 4 skills: Scouting Eagle, Invisible Veil, Shadow Escape, Prism Tower Shield, and Dark Thorn Trap. With an initial skill slot count of 5, she has 1 remaining slot available. Acquiring an additional skill would greatly enhance her combat strength. However, the skill crystals obtained in recent days have not suited her. The final battle is upon them, and there can be no further delays. Lu Heng takes the initiative to ask, "By the way, you can learn another skill. Do you have any ideas?" Sumuyu twirls her hair with her finger, contemplating, and responds, "I just heard outside that Shidikai's team obtained a skill crystal for Elemental Arrow. Can I use this skill?" Upon hearing this skill, Lu Heng's interest peaks, and he inquires further, "Which element?" "It seems to be fire element. I haven't seen the crystal, just heard them mention it." Sumuyu overheard this while controlling her Scouting Eagle. "Fire element is acceptable. This skill is quite good, and you indeed need an offensive skill. Let's go with this one." Lu Heng decisively concludes. But that skill crystal isn't ours," Sumuyu quickly reminds him. "That's inconsequential. I will negotiate with them," Lu Heng replies as he stands up and heads towards Shidicai.in, the courtyard designated for outsiders at Stonehammer Fortress. Shidikai is practicing the 8-armed fist, delivering powerful punches accompanied by the sound of wind. Upon first seeing this Siamese individual, Lu Heng's impression is not particularly favorable due to the fierce aura he exudes. However, since Lu Heng and he have no conflicts and must ally to thwart the resurrection of the evil god. It is imperative to uphold the spirit of trust and mutual assistance among allies. Hello, may we have a conversation? Lu Heng initiates the dialogue. Please, have a seat. Shidi Kai gestures towards a stone table. I'll skip the pleasantries. Tonight is the final battle. I heard you obtained a skill crystal for elemental arrow. Would you be willing to sell it? Lu Heng gets straight to the point. Shidi Kai furrows his brow. Not immediately agreeing, in fact. His team has been debating who should use the crystal, as it is a sea-level skill crystal of considerable value. After a moment of contemplation, Shidi Kai responds, an hour ago. Your friend named Lin inquired about it. I did not sell it. The friend he refers to as Lin is naturally Lin Ziyu, who has always been generous in transactions. Since no deal was struck, Shidi Kai's asking price is likely quite high, and his statement serves as a psychological anchor for Lu Heng. Remaining composed, Lu Heng asks, what price did he offer? Shidi Kai raises 2 fingers, 2 pieces of refining essence. At present, the market price for refining essence lies between that of D-level and C-level skill crystals. Therefore, trading 2 pieces of refining essence for a C-level skill crystal is a reasonable price. However, in the Abyss battlefield, every additional skill equates to enhanced combat strength, rendering the market price insufficient for assessment. Shidi Kai looks into Lu Heng's eyes and questions. What price can you offer? Lu Heng also raises 2 fingers, 2 pieces of refining essence. Shidi Kai's expression darkens as he retorts. Then why would I sell it to you? Unfazed, Lu Heng presents a second condition. 2 pieces of refining essence, plus 2 weapon refinements using the Stone Hammer Fortress's refining furnace. Chapter 66, Trap-Triggered, Blood of Demons deal. Shidi Kai agrees at once upon hearing the mention of refinement. At this stage, for the vast majority of ability users, refinement remains a scarce resource. Shidi Kai must enhance his combat prowess as much as possible before the decisive moment arrives. The opportunity to temper weapons before the final battle is a condition that no one could refuse. With the transaction complete, Lu Heng obtained the skill crystal, elemental arrow, fire, and in turn, provided Shidi Kai with a pair of finger claws for tempering. Elemental arrow, fire, harnesses source energy to condense fire element arrows, which can be launched using a bow or crossbow to inflict weapon damage on the target, additionally dealing X points of flame damage. Damage coefficient 2 mental power, skill consumption, 10 points of source energy, skill level, C grade. This skill essentially allows the user to expend 10 points of source energy to create a single elemental arrow, necessitating the use of a bow or crossbow. The damage dealt by the elemental arrow comprises 2 components, the first being the weapon damage, corresponding to the bow or crossbow's damage, and the second being the flame damage calculated as 2 mental power. Besides the additional flame damage, the elemental arrow possesses a hidden trait that allows it to largely disregard wind resistance and gravitational effects. This significantly extends the arrow's range and enhances shooting accuracy by eliminating the need to factor in wind direction and gravity. After acquiring the skill crystal, Lu Heng immediately took it back to allow Su Muyu to absorb it. Su Muyu felt a twinge of anxiety, having previously heard that Lin Ziyu, that unfortunate soul, had failed several times in absorbing skill crystals. This particular elemental arrow, fire, was a singular item. If the absorption failed, it would be disastrous. Thus, she concentrated intensely while absorbing the crystal's energy. Only when the data panel displayed the skill, elemental arrow, fire, did she finally relax. Success. What a relief. She patted her chest, grateful that she had not inherited someone else's misfortune. Observing her tense demeanor, Lu Heng chuckled and remarked, your aptitude is commendable. Su Muyu, somewhat intrigued, inquired, is there a trait called aptitude? Lu Heng pondered briefly before replying, aptitude should indeed exist, though it remains unproven. It can only be regarded as a hidden attribute. In truth, many ability users had discussed the concept of aptitude in their previous lives. It was widely believed to be a real yet intangible hidden attribute that genuinely influenced each ability user. Apart from aptitude, there are numerous factors affecting energy absorption, such as focus and energy affinity, all of which play a role. After acquiring the elemental arrow skill, Su Muyu decided to test its efficacy. Lacking a bow or crossbow, she formed the elemental arrow in her hand and threw it like a dart. The fire elemental arrow embedded itself in the wall, igniting into flames and scorching a black mark into the surface. I still need a weapon. Do you prefer a bow or a crossbow? Lu Heng was eager to hear her thoughts on a crossbow. She replied that it's more convenient. Sumuyu had contemplated this as well. Finding the crossbow easier to handle, it wouldn't be difficult to find one in Stonehammer Fortress. Heng initially intended to approach the Iron-Armed Chief for one, but Sumuyu suggested instead that she borrow one from Mia. Having escaped the demon camp's dungeon together, they were good friends forged in the fires of adversity. Not a chance. Mia immediately declined to lend her crossbow, then suddenly shifted her tone, laughing, "I'll just give you my crossbow. Come, let us head to the shooting range. I'll teach you how to use it." In truth, Sumuyu had used a crossbow in the main world before, but that particular weapon had not undergone basic law assimilation and thus could not be brought into the abyssal world. After a few simple trial shots, she quickly grasped the technique for launching elemental arrows with the crossbow. Heng observed from the side, and once she finished her practice, he took the crossbow to examine its properties. Mia's crossbow, item level, C grade, specifications, length 72 cm, width of bow arms 58 cm, weight 2.2 kilograms, attributes, attack power 60, evaluation. A crossbow forged from fine iron, engraved with Mia's name. The crossbow inflicts shooting damage akin to firearms and does not benefit from the user's strength enhancement. In terms of pure attack power, the crossbow's damage does not surpass that of firearms. After all, a crossbow is a cold weapon. Without skill enhancements, it cannot compete with firearms. However, the crossbow has its advantages, notably its quieter operation. When paired with elemental arrows, its power exceeds that of a handgun. With Sumuyu's current mental power at 34 points, the damage coefficient for elemental arrows is 2 mental power, resulting in 68 points of damage, combined with the crossbow's 60 points, yielding a total damage output of 128 points. This damage surpasses that of the Glock G17 handgun, which stands at 105 points. Moreover, a crucial aspect is that the crossbow, in conjunction with elemental arrows, can be fired as long as there is source energy available, eliminating concerns about ammunition. Just as Sumuyu was practicing her crossbow shooting at the range, her brow suddenly furrowed as she exclaimed, "My trap has been triggered. We must investigate." As Lu Heng spoke, he had already dashed outside towards the backyard of Stonehammer Fortress, with Sumuyu and Mia hastily following. In the flower bed of the fortress's backyard, an exceptionally alluring corpse flower had bloomed, captivating the eye with its enchanting beauty. Surrounding the flower bed, dark thorns formed from source energy had appeared, and a few drops of blood were scattered on the ground. A couple of days prior, after Lu Heng incinerated the finger of the evil god, he had scattered the resulting ashes into this flower bed. Once that finger was reduced to ash, the divine essence had been entirely extracted, rendering it devoid of value. However, it was still a part of the evil god's body, serving as a place of reverence for the evil god's minions. Therefore, Lu Heng had set a contingency plan, allowing Sumuyu to place a dark thorn trap in the flower bed to prevent anyone from taking the ashes. The trap was originally set to deter any potential traders within Stonehammer Fortress. After several days of intercepting source-quality sacrifices, over 20 human ability users had congregated in Stonehammer Fortress. With so many ability users present, it was uncertain whether someone might trigger the trader quest. Of course, Lu Heng himself was unsure whether the trap would be effective. It was merely an experiment. To his astonishment, the trap had indeed been triggered. Did it escape? Sumuyu approached the trap to investigate. The trap had been activated, yet whatever had triggered it was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a few bloodstains. The Dark Thorn Trap inflicts damage, dealing 3 mental power damage per minute. This damage is significant. If ensnared by the Dark Thorns for a minute, it could result in severe injury or even death. Naturally, if one possesses sufficient strength, they could forcibly break free from the trap. Lu Heng made a judgment based on his experience. Mia approached, crouching by the bloodstains, dipping her finger in to sample it, then bringing it to her nose to sniff. Her face instantly shifted to one of shock as she declared, "This is demon blood. This is bad. A demon has infiltrated Stonehammer Fortress. I must inform my father." With that, she dashed towards the council hall, shouting, "Level 1 alert. A demon has entered Stonehammer Fortress." Chapter 67. Blood Shadow Demon. The presence of a demon within Stonehammer Fortress was an alarming signal for the Bancel tribe. This sturdy fortress, built against the mountains, was easy to defend and hard to attack. Every entrance was guarded by sentinels, making it nearly impossible for demons to penetrate. However, The blood dripping from the dark thorn trap was imbued with the essence of demons, indicating that one had indeed infiltrated Stone Hammer Fortress. In the history of the Bancel tribe, there had been but a handful of instances where demons breached their territory. Each occurrence brought significant peril. Thus, when Mia raised the alarm, the entire fortress was set into motion, triggering the highest level of alert. All Bancel warriors seized their weapons, rushed from their quarters, and began to assemble their teams for a comprehensive search of the fortress. Mia hurried to the council hall to relay the news to her father. Iron Arm personally appeared in the plaza of Stone Hammer Fortress, organizing various teams to search different areas, vowing to locate the demon. Clearly, the Bancel warriors had rehearsed such scenarios, as there was little chaos. Within moments, dozens of squads of sentinels dispersed to scour critical regions. When Lu Heng arrived at the plaza, Iron Arm had already established the search protocols. Turning to Lu Heng, Iron Arm inquired, "Mia mentioned that it was you who discovered the demon?" Lu Heng nodded in response. "Indeed, I set a trap, and a demon triggered it. This demon is likely of a high level, having escaped the Dark Thorn trap." Iron Arm pondered. If it managed to break free from the Dark Thorn trap, it must indeed possess considerable strength. We must proceed with utmost caution. I will assist in the search. Lu Heng expressed concern that the demon lurking within Stone Hammer Fortress might have ulterior motives, and it would be more reassuring to find it. That would be most helpful, Iron Arm agreed, recognizing that an extra pair of hands would expedite the process of uncovering the demon. Lu Heng and Sumu Yu teamed up. Following their instincts to search throughout Stone Hammer Fortress, Sumu Yu unleashed her reconnaissance hawk to scout every potential hiding place for the demon. After her recent advancement, the hawk's detection range for invisible entities had increased to 8 perception. With 34 points of perception, this extended the range to 272 meters. This considerable distance meant that even from the height of a 100-story skyscraper, she could detect hidden units on the ground. The reconnaissance hawk needed only to fly overhead, and no hidden entities below would escape Sumu Yu's awareness. Where might this demon be hiding? As she searched, Sumu Yu pondered. To infiltrate Stone Hammer Fortress. It had to be no ordinary creature. She needed to be thorough in her search. Lu Heng was equally vigilant, scrutinizing every corner of the fortress for any signs of abnormality. The entire Stone Hammer Fortress was ablaze with light. As every torch illuminated the surrounding corridors of the plaza, the members of the Bancel tribe were diligently searching for the demon that lurked within the fortress, yet their efforts yielded no results after a lengthy search. Even the beastmasters of the Bancel, leading their hellhounds in pursuit of a scent, found themselves equally unsuccessful. Lu Heng and his companion advanced along the Grand Canal encircling the fortress, scrutinizing the conditions beneath the water. As they were searching, they unexpectedly encountered Mia. Armed with a war hammer and a crossbow slung across her back, she sprinted towards them accompanied by a contingent of guards. Sumu Yu waved to greet her. "Have you found it?" "Not yet, but I will definitely unearth this accursed demon," Mia responded with unwavering determination, before dashing towards the plaza with her guards. "You can do it," Sumu Yu encouraged her with a clenched fist. Once Mia had passed, Lu Heng and his companion continued their pursuit along the Grand Canal. After taking a few steps, they simultaneously halted, exchanging a glance before uttering in unison, "Crossbow." Just moments before, as Mia rushed past, she had been bearing a crossbow on her back. Ordinarily, this would not have raised any concerns. However, just half an hour earlier, Mia had given her crossbow to Sumu Yu. The crossbow now adorning Mia's back was identical to the one she had gifted. While the existence of two identical crossbows might not seem particularly strange, the fact that both bore Mia's name inscribed upon them posed a significant issue. "Mia, wait," Lu Heng called out, attempting to halt her. Mia did not turn back. Instead, she surged forward with sudden force. A fierce glint flickered in Lu Heng's eyes as he activated his wind sprint and pursued her. They raced along the Grand Canal, with Mia's speed astonishingly rapid, even leaping onto the walls of the fortress on several occasions. Lu Heng, adept at scaling walls himself, remained in hot pursuit while shouting, "Stop her! This Mia is an imposter." The warriors of the Bancel tribe recognized Mia, and her peculiar behavior as she leapt and raced along the walls certainly raised suspicions. Yet, they were uncertain whether she had been possessed by some entity, rendering them hesitant to shoot her with their crossbows. Lu Heng continued his relentless chase as Mia traversed the Grand Canal, eventually reaching the plaza of Stone Hammer Fortress. As she arrived, the iron-armed chief, alerted by the commotion, rushed forward. Upon seeing Mia, he was momentarily taken aback before roaring and lunging to intercept her. As a father, he instantly recognized that this Mia was not his daughter. Therefore, he charged in front of her, raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap. Bam! Mia was sent flying, crashing against the wall on the western side of the plaza. Upon impact, her form contorted and transformed into a pool of crimson liquid, sliding to the ground to reveal her true nature. The entity's true form was unmistakably a puddle of blood. Heng instantly identified it as a blood shadow demon, and a high-ranking one at that. Damn demon! The iron-armed chief's face contorted with rage, for this fiend had dared to assume Mia's likeness. With a furious curse, he charged forward, wielding his war hammer, intent on obliterating this high-tier blood shadow demon. Though his earlier slap had unveiled the demon's true form, it had not inflicted significant damage. The blood shadow demon swiftly morphed into a shadowy figure, fleeing into the nearby sewer. The iron-armed chief's hammer struck the ground, missing its target, and he reached into the sewer's entrance, but his efforts were in vain. Damn it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Heng spoke rapidly. Iron-armed chief, you check on Mia while I pursue. Understood. The iron arm, deeply concerned for his daughter's safety, immediately agreed and turned to search for Mia. The entrance to the sewer was quite narrow, making it nearly impossible for an average person to enter. The blood shadow demon could evade capture by transforming into a shadow, enabling its escape through the sewer. Although Heng could not physically enter, he had another method. He activated his source skill, Shadow Passage, allowing him to ignore all physical collisions and gain the ability to pass through walls. Once enveloped in shadows, Heng swiftly pursued through the sewer in the state of Shadow Passage. His movement speed surged by 300, further enhanced by the second stage of his wind sprint, resulting in an acceleration effect of 500. In the blink of an eye, Heng had closed the distance to the blood shadow demon. However, he did not reveal himself. Instead, he remained concealed within the wall, using his shadow vision to monitor the demon's movements. The Shadow Passage state could only be sustained for 15 seconds, a brief span, yet sufficient. The blood shadow demon did not anticipate a pursuer behind it, so it continued to flee through the sewer, making rapid progress. Heng discerned its escape route and accelerated ahead, reaching the sewer exit in advance. Drawing his Aurora blade in wait. Chapter 68. Illusory form Pearl. The last rays of the setting sun slowly sank below the horizon, dusk rising to cast an eerie and desolate ambience across the land. Outside the sewer exit in the northwest of Stone Hammer Fortress, Heng gripped his Aurora blade, mentally counting down. 3, 2, 1. At the count of 3, a blood shadow burst forth from the sewer entrance like a wild stallion. In midair, it began to twist rapidly, reverting to the grotesque form of the blood shadow demon. Proud horns sprouted from its head, and it prepared to unleash a triumphant howl to mock the feeble defenses of the fortress. In that fleeting moment, Heng swung his sword, the sharp blade glimmering like a silver dragon, slicing through the blood shadow demon and cleaving it in two. Taken by surprise, the demon was severely injured. Its once haughty howl transformed into a piercing shriek as its body split apart, spilling 2 pools of foul blood onto the ground. Yet, the blood shadow demon did not perish. One of the pools of blood writhed, reassembling into its upper half. With an enraged roar, it dragged its severed lower body close, merging the 2 halves back together, and in an instant, the 2 blood shadows fused into one, regaining its stance. Heng closed in, launching another attack. This time, the blood shadow demon was prepared. It manifested a blood blade from its arm, forged from its own blood and dark mist, to block the strike. The clash of sword against blade produced a metallic ring. Sparks flying out. A fierce battle ensued between man and demon. After several exchanges, Heng gauged the demon's overall strength. Indeed, it was a high-ranking blood shadow demon, at least level 18, with attributes of strength and agility around 40 points. Had this been 3 days prior, Heng would have found himself at a significant disadvantage. However, the situation had changed. Having reached level 17, Heng now possessed an impressive agility of 43 points, matching the demon's speed and reflexes. Moreover, although his earlier strike had not delivered a fatal blow, it had still gravely wounded the creature. The Blood Shadow Demon excelled in stealthy evasion and possessed a tenacious life force that made it difficult to kill with blades. Yet it was not adept at direct confrontation. Additionally, it bore a critical weakness: a fear of lightning and fire. As Lu Heng discerned the demon's capabilities, the Blood Shadow Demon also recognized that Lu Heng was a formidable opponent. Thus, after successfully repelling Lu Heng with a swing of its blood blade, it again transformed into a shadow, fleeing rapidly along the ground. Just as Lu Heng was about to activate his wind sprint to pursue, a cry from the sky interrupted him. A scout eagle swooped down, colliding with the Blood Shadow Demon. The energy shifted, morphing into dark thorns that sprouted from the void, ensnaring the demon. The Blood Shadow Demon struggled fiercely against the bindings. Though it broke free from the dark thorn trap, its shadowy escape was thwarted, leaving it unable to flee. It could only turn and swing its arm blade, engaging Lu Heng in a fierce battle once more. After 10 rounds of combat, Lu Heng skillfully evaded a slash from the demon's arm blade and retaliated with a powerful kick, executing the skill Thunder Strike. Boom! The sword cut through the air, unleashing a torrent of lightning. The violent currents ravaged the Blood Shadow Demon. Ah! It howled in agony, its bloodied form seared by the electric power, producing a stench of charred flesh. The face formed from its liquid body exhibited a look of terror as it attempted to escape. However, the electrical energy had paralyzed its body, drastically reducing its speed, making it impossible to outrun Lu Heng. Lu Heng raised his Aurora Blade once more, striking with the power of thunder to obliterate it. Blood Shadow Demon killed, absorbing 180 points of demon energy. Source energy level upgraded to level 18. All attributes 2. Agility attribute 0.6 additional. The Blood Shadow Demon's blood coalesced, revealing a skill crystal core and a precious orb. Lu Heng swiftly collected both items, glancing at their attributes. Blood Shadow Arm Blade. Using source energy, manifest a Blood Shadow Arm Blade on the arm, draining the target's blood upon attack, inflicting X points of bleeding damage that cannot be staunched. Damage coefficient 2 strength attribute. Skill cost 20 points of source energy. Skill level C grade. Illusory form pearl. When the pearl nears a living being, it can reflect the being's appearance. Using the pearl allows one to transform into the reflected being's likeness. Item level B grade. Upon seeing the illusory form pearl, Lu Heng finally understood how the Blood Shadow Demon had managed to transform into Mia. Shortly thereafter, Sumuyu descended from the Scout Eagle, landing gently as she observed the battle's conclusion. "Are you injured?" she inquired, sensing the high level of the Blood Shadow Demon and expressing concern. "I'm fine." "Let's head back," Lu Heng replied, taking her hand as they began their return. As they walked back to Stone Hammer Fortress, Lu Heng pondered the day's events, sensing that something was amiss. What has become of Mia? Lu Heng recalled Mia, uncertain whether this brave bandsail warrior was in any trouble. She was unharmed and had sustained no injuries. Before Sumuyu arrived, she had already checked on Mia. Unsettling feeling gnawed at Lu Heng. He lowered his head in contemplation and then glanced back at the spot where the Blood Shadow Demon had fallen. His pupils dilating sharply as he exclaimed, "No, it wasn't the Blood Shadow Demon that triggered your trap." Sumuyu instantly grasped the implication. There were other demons within Stone Hammer Fortress. Once they both connected the dots, they hastened their pace towards the fortress's grand entrance. Why wasn't the Blood Shadow Demon the one to trigger the trap? The answer was straightforward, due to the blood stains on the ground. After the Blood Shadow Demon's body was severed, it could reassemble itself. Its blood was essentially part of its form. Even if blood dripped onto the ground, it could still be absorbed back into its body. Therefore, if the Blood Shadow Demon had triggered the Dark Thorn trap, it would be impossible for any blood to remain at the scene. Thus, there was only one possibility. Another individual had set off the trap. Lu Heng became increasingly cautious in his reasoning, clarifying, it doesn't necessarily have to be a demon. It could also be a human. However, Mia had remarked that the few drops of blood were demonic in origin. Sumuyu's expression reflected her confusion. Mia had identified the blood as demonic because it bore the essence of a demon. If a human with abilities were infused with the energy of an evil god, their blood could also carry the essence of a demon. The more Lu Heng pondered, the more he felt the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. If that were the case, matters had grown even more complex. Sumuyu furrowed her brow in thought, seeking a way to unravel the confusion. Indeed, Human practitioners could produce blood imbued with the essence of demons, especially those who had succumbed to the betrayer's mission and fallen into the role of abyssal agents. Their blood typically contained demonic essence. Upon returning to Stone Hammer Fortress, Lu Heng first ventured to the council hall where he encountered Mia, discovering she was perfectly fine and even unaware that a demon had assumed her appearance. "Did you really see a demon that looks exactly like me? Is that true? I would love to see it." Mia expressed her curiosity upon hearing the surrounding chatter. "When were you copied by the demon? Do you know?" Lu Heng posed the crucial inquiry. Mia shook her head, her expression one of bewilderment. "I have no idea. I was leading a search for demons just now and knew nothing." The Iron Arm leader, standing nearby, inquired with concern. "Mia, think again. That blood shadow demon had replicated your appearance. I nearly couldn't recognize it." Yet Mia continued to shake her head. "No, I haven't encountered any demons today." Suddenly, Lu Heng had a realization, stating, "It wasn't copied today. The blood shadow demon mimicked your form while you had your crossbow. But you gave your crossbow to Muyu today." This indicated that the blood shadow demon had replicated her appearance before she had handed over the weapon. Mia nodded vigorously. "Right? How did I not think of that?" Lu Heng continued. "When do you think you were copied?" Mia frowned in contemplation, but shook her head once more. "Since returning, I've been with everyone else." Lu Heng instantly understood the situation. It must have been during their time in the dungeon. During the dungeon? That was days ago. Mia's eyes widened with shock. Lu Heng turned to the Iron Arm leader and articulated his suspicions. "Leader, there's another point that raises suspicion. The Blood Shadow demon could have utilized Blood Shadow escape to flee directly from the sewers of Stone Hammer Fortress, yet it chose to pass through the square. You were in the square at the time. Its chosen route seems problematic, as if it were deliberately trying to draw your attention. I suspect it was covering for other demons or betrayers to make their escape. Moreover, since the demon replicated Mia's appearance days ago, its actions today surely have ulterior motives. Is there anything in Stone Hammer Fortress that is particularly crucial for tonight's resurrection ritual?" The Iron Arm leader paused, then suddenly struck his fist in realization, exclaiming, "I understand now. Those accursed demons are after the treasures of our tribe." Chapter 69. The stolen Bansale sacred artifact adjacent to the residence of the Bansale tribe leader. There existed a concealed stone chamber, housing the sacred relics guarded by the Bansale lineage for generations. Upon pushing open the door to the chamber, the Iron Arm leader's expression shifted dramatically. In the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal, upon which lay a box that had originally contained the sacred artifact of the Bansale tribe, but now the box stood open and empty. The artifact is gone. Sweat beads formed on the Iron Arm's forehead, and his body trembled with rage. This sacred artifact, overseen by each generation of tribe leaders since the time of their ancestors, had now inexplicably vanished under his watch. Outside, Mia anxiously inquired, "Father, what happened?" Without permission, no one from the tribe was allowed to enter this stone chamber. The Iron Arm leader, his expression grave, approached the door and said, "You may enter." Mia and several tribal elders stepped into the chamber, and upon discovering the absence of the sacred artifact, their faces were filled with panic. "The artifact is gone. What happened? It must have been stolen by demons. Was it the Blood Shadow demon that escaped earlier?" Mia stared at the empty box, her face etched with worry. Where did the nail go? She had previously entered with her father to see the artifact, so she was aware of its contents. "Did any of you see any suspicious individuals near the chamber today?" The Iron Arm leader asked in a low voice. The elders present all shook their heads, indicating they had seen nothing. "Leader, we must quickly send people to search. We must recover the artifact. Yes, we must find the artifact." The Iron Arm leader gazed at the empty box, his demeanor exceedingly serious, as the time for the resurrection ritual of the evil god drew near. Plans for action must commence immediately. Any time spent searching for the artifact would likely render them too late to prevent the resurrection of the evil god. Lu Heng, as the only outsider permitted to enter the chamber due to his role in teaching the Bansale tribe the art of tempering, assessed the situation. He articulated his conjecture. The artifact has likely been taken out of Stone Hammer Fortress. The appearance of the Blood Shadow demon was merely a diversion for the theft. In truth, there is no need for a search. The minions of the evil god will undoubtedly take the artifact to the Botun temple as a sacrificial offering for the resurrection ritual. Therefore, to retrieve the artifact, we can bypass the search and proceed directly to the Botun Temple. Lu Heng was confident that the Bansale artifact would be delivered to the Botun Temple and would not be hidden elsewhere. The Botun Ring, which contained divine energy, had already been melted down in the tempering furnace. Without this divine sacrificial item, the minions of the evil god would need to seek another artifact to provide divine energy for the resurrection ritual. The Bansale sacred artifact perfectly fulfilled this requirement, and moreover, it was specifically designed to counter the evil god Botun. After hearing Lu Heng's analysis, the Iron Arm leader found it quite reasonable. He surveyed the room and called out, "Who can go to the Botun Temple and retrieve the artifact? We must recover it before the resurrection ritual begins. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." Hidden task triggered. The missing Bansale sacred artifact. Content. The sacred artifact overseen by Iron Arm, the Bansale tribe leader, has been stolen. Iron Arm hopes someone can retrieve the artifact before the resurrection ritual of the evil god Botun begins. Reward, 500 divine energy points. I will go. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Heng volunteered. This Bansale sacred artifact was specifically intended to counter the evil god Botun. Even without a reward, it was imperative to recover it. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to thwart the resurrection ritual. Are you confident? The Iron Arm leader looked at Lu Heng, his eyes filled with hope and uncertainty. In truth, he was reluctant to assign such a critical task to an outsider, despite his respect for Lu Heng. After all, this was a matter of the Bansale tribe's fate, and if possible, he would prefer to entrust it to a warrior of their own. I'll give it a try. Heng had formulated a bold plan in his mind, but refrained from making any grand promises. This was simply his nature. Even when confident in his ability to succeed, he would not make guarantees until the task was completed. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. The Iron Arm leader, unable to think of any other suitable candidates, acquiesced. Subsequently, Lu Heng and the Iron Arm leader entered a private chamber to discuss the action plan for retrieving the artifact. This mission was fraught with danger, and Lu Heng required a set of special weapons to prepare for the forthcoming operation. In addition, there was a map of the temple drawn by the scouts of the Bansale tribe. The map outlined the general structure of the Botun Temple's interior, although many areas were unclear. As the scouts had no means of infiltrating the temple for reconnaissance, Lu Heng meticulously committed the map to memory in preparation for departure. Before setting off, Lu Heng first sought a meeting with Lin Ziyu. "You have a significant task ahead of you, don't you?" Lin Ziyu, whose reputation in Stonehammer Fortress was not particularly high, was unaware of the theft of the Bansale sacred artifact. Yet he could discern that Lu Heng was about to undertake something important. "Yes, I need to set off first," Lu Heng affirmed with a nod. "Tonight is the final battle. Who knows what will transpire?" Lin Ziyu suddenly appeared somewhat melancholic. "Just try to stay alive." In truth, Lu Heng was uncertain whether Lin Ziyu would return to the main world, for his memories of his past life did not include any information about Lin Ziyu becoming a top-tier practitioner. At least among the renowned practitioners of the coastal region in later years, Lin Ziyu's name did not appear. In other words, if Lin Ziyu had entered the Abyss battlefield in his previous life, it is highly likely that he would have perished here, and thus his name has not surfaced since. Through these days of interaction, Lu Heng has discerned that although Lin Ziyu appears somewhat unremarkable, his potential is still commendable. Given the financial clout of the Lin family, if he were to survive, it is improbable that he would fade into obscurity in the future. In truth, Lu Heng himself is uncertain whether he can return alive. Considering that in his past life, the malevolent deity, Barton, descended upon Blue Star, annihilating all the ability users who sought to thwart his resurrection. Whether they can successfully prevent the resurrection of the malevolent deity, Barton, remains an enigma. Moreover, there exists another variable in this Abyss battlefield. Lei Jinhao. In his previous life, Lei Jinhao was one of the top 10 ability users of Bin Hai, known as the Storm Fist King. This implies that he is not destined to perish in this current Abyss battlefield. There appears to be a conflicting piece of information. The malevolent deity Barton is foretold to descend upon Blue Star in 3 months, exterminating all ability users who return from the Abyss battlefield. Yet, Lei Jinhao survives and becomes the Storm Fist King, untouched by Barton's wrath. Why is this so? Could it be that in his previous life, Lei Jinhao was never summoned to this Abyss battlefield? This is indeed a possibility. The Abyss battlefield is a contest for source quality, and only those who acquire professional source quality are summoned. If in his previous life, Lei Jinhao attained his professional source quality later than in this life, he he would not have participated in this contest for source quality. The reason Lei Jinhao has swiftly acquired the fighter source quality in this life is attributed to Gong Chuxing's death. The chairman of the Gong Ting group needed him to identify the murderer, thus readily bestowing the fighter source quality upon him. What kind of expression is that? It seems as if you are certain I cannot return. Lin Ziyu observed the reminiscence in Lu Heng's eyes and couldn't help but jest. No. I merely wish to remind you to exercise caution and strive to survive. Also, your revolver has too few bullets. You should bring another weapon. Liu Hong could only wish him good luck. Tonight marks the final battle, and Lin Ziyu felt a twinge of anxiety. Could you do me a favor? You say. If I do not survive, please convey a message to my father. Inform him that I have forgiven him. This statement seemed somewhat disjointed, yet it was evidently a matter concerning his family, and Lu Hong did not pry further. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hong replied, Allow me to ask a favor of you as well. You say that if I do not return, please take care of my parents and relocate them to another city. I fear my enemies may seek retribution against them. Liu Hong articulated his deepest concern. Very well, as long as I return alive, I shall see to it. Lin Ziyu agreed. The two raised their fists and touched them lightly. Sealing this promise, Chapter 70, The Betrayer Countdown to the Resurrection Ritual, 5 hours, 52 minutes, and 18 seconds, Liu Hong officially set out, accompanied by Su Muyu and a squad of Bancel scouts. During the operation, Su Muyu and the Bancel scouts would be stationed outside the Temple of Barton to provide support. Liu Heng's objective was to infiltrate the Temple of Barton in search of the Bancel sacred relic. Prior to entering the temple, Lu Hong sought out a winged demon sorcerer and utilized the shape-shifting gem to project his appearance, transforming into that of a winged demon sorcerer, and followed a troop of demon servants. Striding confidently into the Temple of Barton, the choice of a winged demon sorcerer was deliberate, as their rank was neither too high nor too low, just appropriate. Ordinary low-tier demons lacked the privilege to enter the core areas of the temple. While commanding tier demons would easily expose him, a winged demon sorcerer was the perfect fit. The Temple of Barton is an expansive architectural complex, impressively grand. At this moment, the main entrance of the temple is bustling with demon servants coming and going, preparing for the grand ceremony to come. Disguised as a winged demon sorcerer, Lu Hong bowed his head and followed the other winged demons, forming a line as they entered the temple, devout as if they were pilgrims. Passing through a lengthy corridor, they soon encountered a descending staircase with 100 steps. Descending the stairs led them to the temple's vaulted hall. This hall was exceedingly spacious, measuring over 30 meters in length, width, and height. Upon entering the vaulted hall, Lu Hong encountered the winged demon commander, Sargus. Sargus strode in with confidence, almost brushing past Lu Hong. Liu Heng's heart raced, fearing that the thumping of his heart might betray him to this formidable commanding demon. Should Sargus suddenly halt nearby, the situation would become dire. Fortunately, Sargus continued on without pausing. Soon after, another commanding demon appeared and engaged Sargus in conversation at the center of the hall, conversing in the demonic tongue. Lu Hong could only grasp a few specific words, and the topic of discussion was evidently the Bancel sacred relic. At that moment, several human ability users entered from outside the temple, causing Liu Heng's heart to momentarily sink. Among the newcomers were Lei Jinhao and several ability users from his team. Winged Demon Commander Sargus turned to Lei Jinhao, arrogantly inquiring in the common tongue of the abyss, "Have you procured the item?" "I have," Lei Jinhao replied, producing a 30-centimeter-long iron spike and respectfully offering it with both hands. Sargus accepted the spike, glanced at it with evident satisfaction, and declared, "This cursed nail is to be placed in the lower caverns. It will be required when the ceremony commences." He then handed it to a nearby demon servant. A troop of demon servants received the iron spike reverently and proceeded into a passageway on the right side of the hall. Lei Jinhao then inquired, "When will my promised blessing be bestowed?" "It can be done now. Come forth and pledge your loyalty to the deity." Sargus gestured towards the statue at the center of the hall. The statue was impressively tall, standing 10 meters high, depicting a slender demon with wings, horns, and a long tail. This statue was undoubtedly the embodiment of the malevolent deity, Barton. Lei Jinhao approached the statue and knelt in reverent homage. Subsequently, a surge of dark energy emanated from the statue, enveloping Lei Jinhao. Liu Hong witnessed this scene unfold and could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. It was clear that Lei Jinhao had received the betrayer mission and had successfully completed it. thus acquiring the deity's blessing. The Betrayer mission is a designation assigned to ability users. When the mission is activated, it does not explicitly display as the Betrayer mission. In fact, Lu Heng had previously triggered the Betrayer mission twice, the first when he obtained the Ring of Barton, and the second upon witnessing Barton's finger. Both instances revealed themselves as hidden missions. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the main quest of the Abyss battlefield and the Betrayer mission are fundamentally opposed in their ultimate objectives. The main quest of this Abyss battlefield evidently guides ability users to thwart the resurrection of the malevolent deity, Barton, while the Betrayer mission aids in his revival. This corroborates the suspicions of many ability users from the previous life that the Betrayer mission is issued by the Abyss. The Betrayer mission that Lei Jinhao received must have involved the theft of the Bancel sacred relic. With this understanding, many disparate elements began to align. Lei Jinhao's group had previously gained the trust of the Bancel, having entered the Stone Hammer Fortress. This implies that they are familiar with the terrain of the Stone Hammer Fortress and indeed possess a greater opportunity to pilfer the Bancel sacred relic than others. If this is the case, many previous conjectures cease to hold water. Previously, Lu Heng believed that Lei Jinhao might not have participated in this Abyss battlefield in his last life because he was not killed by the malevolent deity, Barton, 3 months later. However, upon witnessing Lei Jinhao's presence in the Temple of Barton and his acquisition of the deity's energy blessing, it became apparent that he had become a servant of the malevolent deity. And thus, when the deity descended upon Blue Star, he would naturally not be slain in an instant. Lu Heng comprehended many things, a tumultuous wave of emotions surging within him in the center of the hall. After receiving the energy blessing, Lei Jinhao gradually rose, letting out a fierce roar that unleashed a powerful aura. Lu Heng felt this pressure and involuntarily inhaled deeply. Winged Demon Commander Sargus raised a hand, pointing towards the entrance of the hall, commanding, "Go forth. Guard the temple entrance. Once the resurrection ceremony concludes, you shall receive an even greater blessing." Lei Jinhao nodded and proceeded outward with his subordinates, their path taking them directly past Lu Heng. As they brushed past each other, Lu Heng held his breath, remaining still and silent, doing his utmost to maintain composure. After Lei Jinhao passed, a perceptive individual named Yadwa also walked by. When she reached Lu Heng's side, she suddenly halted. Wait a moment. Her call made Lu Heng's heart skip a beat. If his identity were to be unveiled at this juncture, the situation would become exceedingly dire. The demons gathered here numbered not in the hundreds but in the thousands. And with 2 commanding tier demons alongside a newly blessed Lei Jinhao, even a desperate escape would come at a great cost. "What is it?" Lei Jinhao turned to her, his tone somewhat frosty. "We agreed that I would also receive a blessing." Yadwa huffed, visibly displeased. "What's the rush? Once I grow stronger, I will naturally assist you," Lei Jinhao replied with growing impatience. The two engaged in a heated exchange as they made their way outside. Once they had passed, Lu Heng exhaled heavily, reflecting that the relationship between the two was not as amicable as it appeared on the surface. Meanwhile, the several squads of winged demon sorcerers that had been waiting in the hall began to take turns reverently worshipping the statue of Barton, offering their sincere prayers. After overseeing the arrangements in the hall, Winged Demon Commander Sargus unfurled his wings and soared out through an opening above the hall. Lu Heng surveyed his surroundings, commencing his search for an opportunity to seize the sacred relic. Chapter 71. The Final Battle, a full frontal assault. As the decisive battle looms, the forces of Shirchue Fortress pour forth in full strength, racing towards the Temple of Barton. This confrontation will determine the fate of the Bancel tribe. The proximity of Shirchue Fortress to the Temple of Barton renders the situation dire. Should the malevolent deity Barton resurrect, the Bancel tribe would lose their homeland. However, the Bancel people have endured countless migrations, and after much hardship, they have finally found a place to call home, establishing deep roots that they can no longer afford to uproot. This implies that a defeat in this battle would signify the annihilation of the Bancel tribe. Thus, the army of Shirchue Fortress advances, pushing 10 siege engines towards the Temple of Barton, their lethal apparatus concealed beneath tarpaulins. Mia sits atop one of the siege engines, beaming a wide smile at her father, the chieftain, and exclaims, "Old man, once we win, I shall prepare mushroom soup for you." Why this sudden display of filial piety? Iron Arm chuckles heartily, stroking his coarse beard. Have I not always been well-behaved and obedient? Mia retorts, momentarily dismissing her past indiscretions. Very well, Very well, Iron Arm continues to chuckle, for to him, his daughter, regardless of her past mischief, is always the epitome of understanding and consideration. After this battle, let us keep Mr. Lu Heng with us. He has aided us immensely, and many tribesmen hold him in high regard. Mia has been pondering this matter for the past few days. Well, Iron Arm shares her sentiment but recognizes that Lu Heng does not belong in this realm, so he refrains from responding to her request. Meanwhile, outside the Temple of Barton, Su Muyu stands upon a rocky peak, maneuvering her reconnaissance hawk to circle above the temple. The number of demons within far exceeds her expectations, indicating that this battle will be arduous. As the reconnaissance hawk soars, it detects two other teams of ability users. The surviving ability users are not limited to the two teams from Shirchue Fortress. Scattered groups also exist in the wilderness. However, these teams may not necessarily aim to thwart the resurrection ritual of the malevolent deity. After all, the three main quests of the Abyss battlefield are 1. Escape the dungeon before the resurrection ritual begins. 2. Attack the demon teams transporting the sacrificial offerings. 3. Survive until the conclusion of the resurrection ritual. This implies that the main quests do not mandatorily require the prevention of the resurrection ritual. The task to stop the malevolent deity's resurrection is a challenge task. The main quests of the Abyss battlefield must be completed, yet challenge tasks lack strict requirements. Fulfilling them can yield rewards surpassing those of the main quests. Therefore, if survival is the sole goal, it is not necessary to impede the resurrection of the malevolent deity Barton. Simply enduring until the ritual concludes suffices. Su Muyu observes that the two teams of ability users consist of 5 and 8 members, respectively. They are situated at a considerable distance from the Temple of Barton, clandestinely monitoring the situation. Their actions suggest they are merely here to assess the circumstances, lacking a firm resolve to engage in this final confrontation. After careful consideration, Su Muyu directs the reconnaissance hawk to approach the team of 8, revealing the form of the celestial falcon. Who goes there? A perceiver from the team exclaims in surprise. Su Muyu speaks through the reconnaissance hawk. Greetings, I am a perceiver from the Shirchue Fortress Army, and I wish to converse with your leader. A burly man steps forward and inquires. I am the leader, Zhang Shirchue. What do you wish to discuss? Su Muyu candidly states her purpose. I can see that you are merely here for reconnaissance and may not wish to partake in the final battle. I have come to persuade you to join us. Zhang Shirchue replies, to prevent the resurrection ritual of the malevolent deity is a challenge task. We can return alive without engaging, Su Muyu counters. On the surface, that may appear true, but there lies an insidious crisis. Once the malevolent deity Barton is revived, he will dominate the entire region, inevitably resulting in mental pollution. If you have experienced the mental pollution of the Abyss world, you should comprehend the gravity of my words. Zhang Shirchue's brow furrows. In truth, his decision to observe the periphery of the Temple of Barton was not devoid of a willingness to engage. He is merely awaiting the right moment to decide. Through the celestial falcon, Su Muyu continues to persuade. In reality, humanity is not the main force in this final battle. You have spent many days in this Abyss world and should be aware of the Bansale tribe. They are the primary force in this confrontation, and they have already mobilized towards the Temple of Barton. They are currently on the main road of Ankylai Mountain. If you do not believe me, you may dispatch a perceiver to verify. The mere fact that the Bansale tribe survives in this world indicates their capability to contend with the malevolent deity. Our strength serves as an added weight in their balance against the malevolent deity. And perhaps you are the key that can alter the tide of fate. Besides the Bansale tribe's forces, there are also 22 other ability users who will join the fray. If you add your numbers along with a team of 5 hidden behind this mountain, we could amass a total of 35 individuals. This is a force that could indeed change the situation. I have said my piece. I hope you will consider it carefully. When the battle commences, the Bansale tribe will sound the charge. I hope to see your figures among us. With that, Su Muyu directs the celestial falcon back into the sky. In truth, she felt a twinge of nervousness when addressing this team of ability users. She had never spoken in front of such formidable individuals before, and it took considerable courage to make this decision. However, once the dialogue commenced, she found it was not as daunting as she had anticipated. Perhaps the presence of the celestial falcon as her intermediary alleviated her anxiety, as she did not have to face them directly. The experience felt akin to delivering a speech at a school assembly. She had engaged in similar orations before, as her academic achievements often led her to be chosen by teachers to represent the student body. After persuading the team of 8, Sumuyu inhaled deeply and continued to maneuver the reconnaissance hawk in search of the other team of 5. Though a mere 13 ability users may seem few, their survival in the realm of demons signifies their formidable prowess, which could prove invaluable in critical moments. Inside the Temple of Barton, a cadre of demonic servants passes by. Transporting sacrificial offerings, Lu Heng silently trails behind them, entering a passageway on the right side of the Grand Hall. The corridor spirals downward, leading to a vast subterranean chamber. Within this chamber lies a collection of source-quality sacrificial offerings, the majority of which are on the brink of death. Aside from the room holding the source-quality offerings, the chamber contains numerous stone chambers with locked doors. Following the demonic servants, Lu Heng observes that 6 of these chambers are guarded by demons. The sacred relics are likely stored within one of these chambers, though he cannot ascertain which one. After the demonic servants complete their tasks, they turn to leave the subterranean chamber. At that moment, a commanding flame-horn demon enters, striding towards the abyss worm confined in a cell, seizing its head and dragging it close before biting off its head and swallowing it whole. Should Lu Heng encounter this commanding flame-horn demon, his identity would most certainly be compromised. After all, the presence of a solitary winged wizard in this chamber would raise suspicions. Lu Heng's mind races as he sidesteps into a recess in the wall, evading the gaze of the flame-horn demon commander, and activates his source-quality skill, Shadow Passage, melding into the wall. Once the flame-horn demon commander finishes devouring the abyss worm, it strides deeper into the chamber. Seeking its next morsel, Lu Heng holds his breath in concealment, patiently awaiting its departure while utilizing shadow vision to survey the surroundings, searching for the room where the sacred relics of the Bansale tribe are stored. Chapter 72. The Signal of Battle, the Art of Explosion. Once the flame-horn demon commander has moved on, Lu Heng, through shadow vision, identifies the room housing the Bansale tribe's sacred relic. As the commanding demon retreats further, Lu Heng silently counts down the remaining duration of Shadow Passage, then traverses through the wall into the designated chamber. The room containing the Bansale tribe's sacred relic is a completely sealed stone chamber, devoid of any light penetrating from outside. Instead, the sacred relic emanates a faint glow, just enough to allow for limited visibility. Lu Heng approaches and reaches for the sacred relic of the Bansale tribe. This relic takes the form of a 30-centimeter long iron pestle, with one end thick and the other pointed. It could also be described as an iron spike or a large iron nail. Upon his fingers grazing the relic, its attribute data materializes before him. Bansale tribe ancestors pestle, item level, A, specifications, length 30 cm, weight 5.2 kilograms, attributes, attack power 60, special effect, ancestors power, awaken the ancestral power of the Bansale tribe, possessing the ability to shatter all magical barriers and pierce the body and heart of the malevolent deity. Description: the iron pestle used by the Bansale tribe's ancestors to slay the malevolent deity Barton, imbued with divine energy and possessing the power to counteract the malevolent deity Barton. Though the ancestors' pestle appears modest in size, it is remarkably heavy, clearly not forged from ordinary cast iron. Upon acquiring the sacred relic of the Bansale tribe, Lu Heng remains in place to recuperate, awaiting the restoration of his source-quality energy. The activation of Shadow Passage requires a depletion of source-quality energy, which will take approximately 10 minutes to replenish fully. If Lu Heng wishes to depart this stone chamber undetected, he must wait the full 10 minutes before utilizing Shadow Passage to exit. During this waiting period, Lu Heng retrieves an Abyss Salt Bomb, placing it within the chamber. This Abyss Salt Bomb was obtained from Iron Arm, representing the most potent explosive the Bansale tribe can manufacture. The siege engines of the Bansale tribe not only hurl stones but also deploy these Abyss Salt Bombs. Lu Heng and the Iron Arm leader conspired in a secret chamber. They had already resolved to infiltrate the Baton Temple to retrieve the sacred artifact. Since they were to breach the Baton Temple, placing a few explosives was merely a trivial task. Moreover, the agreed-upon signal for their assault would be the detonation of a salt bomb. Time ticked away, with only 3 minutes remaining until the source energy restoration. Lu Heng produced the architectural blueprint of the Baton Temple, unleashing a flicker of lightning from his fingertips to reconfirm the internal layout. Given that this map had been drafted by scouts of the Bansale tribe based on external observations, some discrepancies were inevitable. Lu Heng meticulously compared the map with the structure of the subterranean space. identifying the most suitable locations for the abyssal salt bombs. Once the 3 minutes elapsed, he activated Shadow Passage. Once more, in a mere 15 seconds, he traversed the entire underground, setting the bombs at 5 critical positions. Upon completion, he left a shadow clone in a concealed spot of the cavern and, with the remaining 3 seconds of Shadow Passage, returned to the main hall, emerging from the shadows to blend into the ranks of the other demonic forces. The resurrection ritual was on the verge of commencing, as abyssal creatures imbued with source energy were dragged into the temple's main hall, their veins severed to pour their blood into the sacrificial pool. The sanguine essence flowed from the pool, winding its way to the base of the batten statue, tracing along the ground S patterns to form a blood magic array. Outside the temple, countless demons knelt in fervent devotion, chanting the name of an entity in their infernal tongue. Simultaneously, the Bansail army arrived at the basin housing the Batten Temple, where numerous Bansail mages initiated a collaborative spell to unfurl a vast, invisible curtain. Advancing within 300 meters of the temple, arranging their formations and setting up catapults. This moment marked the optimal opportunity for a demonic ambush. However, within the temple, a grand ritual was underway, and the arrogant demonic minions paid no heed to the Bansail tribe's maneuvers. From a numerical standpoint, the demons vastly outnumbered the Bansail forces, and with the temple's protection, the disparity in strength was profound. Under normal circumstances, the Bansail tribe would be unable to contend with such a formidable demonic legion. To stand against the demons, the Bansail tribe needed to leverage the terrain of Stone Hammer Fortress for defense. Should they initiate an offensive, the balance of power would tilt drastically. Thus, gazing upon the overwhelming mass of demons outside the temple, the high-ranking demons dismissed the Bansail as insignificant. Yet, when demons congregated too densely, a critical vulnerability emerged. Heng observed the source-infused blood saturating the temple's main hall, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Once the blood magic array was completed, the blood began to flow toward the tightly shut northern door of the hall, seeping through the cracks beneath. The door resembled a bloodthirsty beast, ravenously consuming the sanguine essence. The pace at which the demons slaughtered the source-infused offerings accelerated, a relentless supply of blood streaming into that door. As the pool of blood neared depletion, the blood magic array began to ascend, and the door creaked open slowly. Behind that door lay the sepulchre of the malevolent deity Batten, where all the blood converged into a blood food chalice. The winged demon commander, Sargus, reverently approached, retrieving a shriveled, blackened heart from a soul box and delicately placing it into the blood food chalice. The heart, seemingly parched for eons, began to eagerly absorb the source-rich blood, gradually levitating from the chalice, generating a pull that drew countless streams of blood toward it. Gazing upon that obsidian heart evoked an involuntary illusion, as if it would spring to life at any moment. The winged demon commander, Sargus, commanded his subordinates to retrieve the Bansail sacred artifact from the subterranean chamber. This ancestral mace of the Bansail tribe had once been the weapon that felled the malevolent deity Batten. At this moment, the minions of the dark god reclaimed this lethal instrument as an offering for the resurrection ritual. The demonic minions entered the passage to the right of the main hall, evidently intending to obtain the Bansail artifact, which was currently in Lu Heng's possession. Thus, the loss of the artifact would soon be uncovered. Exiting the temple at this juncture felt somewhat abrupt, yet there was no time to delay. Heng positioned himself at the rear of the demonic ranks, scanning his surroundings before bowing his head and turning to leave the temple. The demons around him knelt in sincere reverence, seemingly oblivious to the happenings around them. The 2 commanding demons presiding over the grand resurrection ritual were preoccupied, paying no heed to a departing winged demon sorcerer. At the very moment Lu Heng stepped out of the temple's threshold, the ground trembled violently beneath him, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom! The demonic minions that had entered the subterranean chamber ignited the abyssal salt bombs stored in the stone room. The explosion triggered a chain reaction, causing the 6 abyssal salt bombs placed within the underground to detonate in succession. Boom, boom, boomed. In an instant, the earth quaked and the sky darkened. The temple collapsed, and the ground caved in. Debris flew, and screams of terror and anger melded into a cacophony. The artistry of the explosion unfolded in a spectacular display, as if the entire world were crumbling, with demons emitting cries of panic. Some were buried under falling stones, while others fled in disarray. Yet, the low-ranking demons outside the temple continued to kneel in devout worship, their fervent faith unshaken even amidst the tumultuous upheaval. Amidst the explosion, Iron Arm stood atop a catapult within the Bansail ranks, raising his warhammer and bellowing, "Fire! Let these damn demons taste our offerings!" Bang, bang, bang. The Bansail warriors unveiled the catapult's canvas, launching abyssal salt bombs into the throngs of demons surrounding the temple. Boom, boom, boom. The low-ranking demons within the blast radius were instantly obliterated, while those farther away were hurled by the shockwaves. Roar! Winged Demon Commander Sargus, infuriated, surged forth from the dust cloud raised by the temple's collapse. Leading 100 elite winged demons toward the Bansail ranks, the battle was on the verge of eruption. Form ranks. Iron Arm raised his warhammer, striking it against his shield, producing a resounding clash of metal. As he rallied the elite Bansail warriors to fortify their shields and brace for the aerial onslaught. The chapter will be published tomorrow, and updates will accelerate post-release. I kindly ask for your initial subscriptions, as subscribing directly influences the subsequent updates on the website, which is of utmost importance. Thank you all. Chapter 73. The Lament of the Demons. Initial subscription requested. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, as if veiled by a twilight haze, rendering the air stifling. The valiant Bansail warriors, clad in iron armor and wielding warhammers and round shields, stood guard over the catapult, steadfast against the aerial assault led by Sargus and his winged demon forces. Their eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit. Winged Demon Commander Sargus circled above, a sovereign of the skies, perceiving the ground-dwelling creatures as mere vermin. He took to the heavens as his stage, disregarding the attacks from below. His gaze crackling with lightning as he directed his winged demon army in relentless dives toward the Bansail formations. The lightning spears in the demons' hands traced azure arcs in the air as they pierced the Bansail lines. With each dive, the spears wreaked havoc, carving channels in the Bansail defenses. The Bansail warriors raised their shields, forming an ironclad barrier with their flesh and blood to withstand the onslaught of the winged demon army. Rows of Bansail warriors were flung back, yet they rallied, shouting battle cries and regrouping to maintain their defensive line. The Bansail warriors possessed ample experience in countering the winged demons' charges. Each time the winged demons surged, 5-meter-long pikes would stand at an angle from the Bansail formation, reminiscent of caltrops. When the winged demons swooped down, they would impale themselves upon the awaiting pikes while fending off the winged demons. The Bansail warriors continued to operate the catapult, hurling bombs and, once depleted, stones towards the demon encampment and the Batten Temple. The battle reached its zenith, resonating with the war songs woven from iron and blood. At this moment, the Batten Temple, having succumbed to subterranean explosions, began to collapse. The upper structures of the temple fell, crushing countless low-ranking demons who had been prostrating in worship outside. However, the main structure of the hall remained robust. Though numerous support columns had fractured, the resurrection ritual approached a pivotal moment. Even with the temple's devastation, it persisted unabated. Of the two commanding demons, only Winged Demon Commander Sargus emerged, while the Flame-Horn Demon Commander remained within the hall. Presiding over the resurrection, the Horn Demon army guarded the temple's perimeter, preventing the Bansail forces from breaching the sanctum. To thwart the ritual, the Bansail tribe dispatched elite warriors to charge the temple twice. Yet they failed to penetrate the Horn Demon's defenses. The battle had reached an impasse. Meanwhile, on a hillside outside the Batten Temple, Lei Jinghao and his subordinates observed the conflict below with detached expressions. A member of the Thunder team inquired, "Captain, shall we not intervene?" Lei Jinghao cast a dispassionate glance at him, retorting, "No need to rush. But our mission." The team member furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. He had intended to mention the traitor mission. Yet referring to himself as a traitor felt contextually inappropriate. The mission they had triggered was, in fact, a hidden task. Lei Jinghao smirked. Completing missions is merely a means to acquire power. As for the Dark God, a dead Dark God is the best kind. His reasoning was crystal clear. He had indeed undertaken the traitor mission, yet he did not perceive himself as having aligned with the demonic faction. He completed the traitor mission solely to gain the energy blessing, which did not imply his support for the resurrection of the malevolent deity Batten. Once the malevolent deity Barton is resurrected, these human supernatural beings may face a fate akin to that of a cunning rabbit being hunted down and cooked by its hounds. Thus, for Lei Jinghao, it is preferable that the evil god remains deceased. continuously bestowing upon him the gift of energy while imposing no restrictions on his actions. However, can one truly believe that a god of evil would be oblivious to what humans can conceive? In this intricate dance, who is truly toying with whom? The humans with the evil god, or the evil god with the humans? This is fundamentally an asymmetrical game, where those ensnared within it remain perpetually blind to the truth. Lu Heng emerged from the explosion of the temple, dispelling the effects of the illusion pearl, and first met with Sumu Yu. Speaking rapidly, Sumu Yu reported on the battlefield. The Bansail tribe has successfully thwarted the winged demon leader's 3 dives. 3 teams of supernatural beings have appeared around the temple. I have communicated with 2 of them, and they have agreed to join the fray. The 3rd team belongs to Lei Jinghao, who has been observing from the hillside in the northwest. Should we persuade him to join the battle? As Sumu Yu was unaware of the events transpiring within the temple, she did not realize that Lei Jinghao's team had already become traitors. Nor did she know that the sacred artifact of the Bansail tribe had been stolen by him. In her simplistic view of the larger picture, during this life and death moment, humanity should cast aside their prejudices and unite against the demons. Thus, she proposed this somewhat naive idea. Liu Heng promptly dismissed her suggestion. Lei Jinghao is a traitor. The sacred artifact is in their possession. Sumu Yu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. This was her first encounter with a traitor. She quickly inquired, then why hasn't Lei Jinghao participated in the battle as part of the demon faction? In truth, among human supernatural beings, not all traitors inherently desire to betray humanity. Many simply seek to acquire power. Liu Heng had previously encountered similar traitors, thus he understood their mindset well. They yearn for the rewards associated with treachery, but do not wish to aid the resurrection of the malevolent god Barton. One could liken it to a duplicitous nature. This reflects the genuine thoughts of most traitors. Unless one possesses an anti-human persona, a traitor would not initially choose to align with the demon faction. This notion was not difficult to grasp. Sumu Yu pondered for a moment and nodded. So, does that mean Lei Jinghao will not join the fight? Lu Heng shook his head once more. No. As long as we breach the temple, he will receive a new task as a traitor, and he will undoubtedly engage in battle. Therefore, you must remain vigilant regarding their movements. Sumu Yu nodded firmly. Understood. As they spoke, the 2 hastened to the Bansail tribe's stronghold. The winged demon leader, Sagas, led the aerial winged forces, preparing to initiate a 4th dive in the previous 3 dives. Both sides had suffered losses without a decisive victory. Resulting in a stalemate, Liu Heng surveyed the battlefield and spoke solemnly. The resurrection ritual continues. If we delay any further, the ritual will be completed. We must swiftly eliminate Sagas and allow the Bansail forces to penetrate the temple. What should I do? Sumu Yu asked. Liu Heng contemplated briefly and whispered a tactical plan in her ear. Meanwhile, Sagas roared skyward, raising his war spear, channeling the furious power of lightning as he led the elite winged demons into the 4th dive against the Bansail stronghold. Iron Arm stood at the forefront, striking his shield with a war hammer, producing a resounding echo, and shouted, "Consolidate formation! Raise your spears!" The Bansail warriors clustered tightly together, each row of soldiers hoisting a 5-meter-long spear. With one end elevated high and the other firmly planted in the ground, they braced for the winged demon's assault. In the sky, under Sagas' command, swarms of elite winged demons, brandishing long spears, dove downward. Sweeping over the Bansail formation, their spears piercing through rows of Bansail warriors. Some winged demons collided with the long spears, being impaled and crashing to the ground, where they were swiftly surrounded and reduced to pulp by the Bansail warriors. Iron Arm confronted Sagas, clashing head-on in a fierce contest, the impact of their weapons resonating with a thunderous sound. Sagas soared past, ascending to greater heights, preparing to return to the skies, as a winged demon. His greatest advantage lay in his offensive initiative. He could dive down to attack whenever he wished and retreat at his leisure. The Bansail tribe had no means to intercept these flying fiends. Just as Sagas unfurled his wings to ascend, a celestial falcon suddenly appeared in the sky, with a person hanging beneath it. The celestial falcon dove down, utilizing its tremendous speed to intercept Sagas. Upon spotting the interceptor, Sagas' eyes glinted with fury. As the leader of the winged demons, the sky was his domain, the source of his invincibility. Now, a challenger dared to intercept him in midair, with a disdainful grunt. Sagas conjured a lightning spear and hurled it at the celestial falcon. Boom! The violent lightning struck, instantly obliterating the celestial falcon. In that moment of Saga's attack, Lu Heng released his grip on the falcon's talons. Plummeting downward, propelled by the momentum of the dive as he swiftly approached Saga's, simultaneously drawing the Aurora blade from the void. At that instant, Saga's had just completed his dive and was in the process of ascending, making it his slowest moment. Meanwhile, Lu Heng, carried by the celestial falcon, descended from the sky at his fastest. In aerial combat, speed is everything. Saga's, the sovereign of the skies, saw a non-flying human daring to challenge his authority. And with a disdainful huff, he swung his lightning spear towards Lu Heng. Lacking wings, Lu Heng could not alter his trajectory in midair. Thus he could only collide with the lightning spear propelled by inertia. Just as the spear was about to pierce his body, Lu Heng activated his source skill, Shadow Passage, slipping into the shadows and evading all physical contact. The lightning spear pierced through Lu Heng's form, yet touched nothing. Lu Heng glided past the spear, crashing into Saga's, and then passed through his body. At the moment of traversing Saga's form, Lu Heng deactivated Shadow Passage, his body spinning and rotating, executing the return move of the 7 cuts of the sword step. Unleashing a swirling blade of light, the blade struck Saga's back, severing his wings at the root. Howl! Saga's, struck hard in the back, felt his wings snap, plummeting from the sky. Lu Heng too fell towards the ground at a speed of 100 meters per second. Mere moments away from crashing into the earth, when a second celestial falcon soared upward, catching Lu Heng and ensuring a smooth landing. Meanwhile, Saga's, having lost his wings and crashing to the ground, immediately scrambled to his feet. Roaring in fury as he brandished his lightning spear, intent on slaying the lowly creature that had harmed him, Lu Heng brandished his sword, engaging him in combat. Standing 3 meters tall and immensely robust, Saga's wielded the lightning spear with the ferocity of a war geode. Lu Heng employed a subtle form of martial art, his agility at an astonishing 45 points, moving like a dragon amidst the flurry of spear strikes. Evading and countering, the clash of sword and spear reverberated with a resounding clang. Chapter 74, The Death of Saga's, subscription requested. After several rounds of intense exchanges, Lu Heng gauged Saga's approximate attributes. Saga's strength exceeded 40 points, and his agility surpassed 43 points. At present, Lu Heng possessed a strength of 35 points and agility of 45 points. In terms of raw power, Lu Heng fell significantly short of Saga's. Yet his agility was slightly superior. Thus, in direct confrontations, Lu Heng was often forced back. Nevertheless, relying on his exceptional agility and subtle martial arts, he managed to evade Saga's onslaught while launching counterattacks, maintaining an advantageous position. Just days prior, when Lu Heng had encountered Saga's, he had no choice but to flee. Now, he could sever the demon's wings and hold his ground in combat. The rapid escalation of his combat prowess was evident. Moreover, this was a battlefield skirmish, not a mere duel. Yu joined the fray, joining forces to besiege Saga's, commanding the celestial falcon to dive at him. Originally, Saga's was the master of the skies, initiating every dive against his adversaries. Now, the tides had turned, with the celestial falcon dominating the aerial advantage, each piercing cry heralding another dive at Saga's. Under Yuyu's enhancement of 34 points of mental power, the falcon's dive attacks bore an assault power of 5 mental attributes, equating to 170 points of damage. Even with Saga's formidable defenses, 170 points of power posed a significant threat. Furthermore, the falcon targeted vital areas such as the eyes and heart, forcing Saga's to defend himself. While Yu maneuvered the reconnaissance falcon to dive, she also raised a crossbow, aiming at Saga's back and unleashing fiery elemental arrows. The flames ignited upon striking Saga's back, scorching his skin and inciting his fury. Roar! Saga's, enraged, turned to see his assailant and charged towards Yu. Standing 50 meters away, Yu, having launched her arrows, felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing the approaching demon. Quickly, she activated her invisibility and retreated toward the Bansail stronghold. Observing Saga's pursuing Yu, Lu Heng immediately activated the second stage of his wind step, executing the moonlit slash of the 7 cuts of the sword step. Thrusting his sword at Saga's, originally intending to crush Yu first before turning to confront Lu Heng, Saga's found himself thwarted midway when he realized Yu had vanished, only to be met with the onslaught of a fierce blade, compelling him to turn and parry. The battle resumed between man and demon. Su Muyu sprinted to a distance of 100 meters. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Theo asserted that she was unafraid upon witnessing a commanding demon approach would be an outright lie. Yet, the effectiveness of her invisibility, combined with Lu Heng's interference with sagas, ensured her safety. Moments ago, she had been shooting from a distance of 50 meters, startled once, and felt that such proximity was rather precarious. Thus, she had retreated to 100 meters, once again conjuring elemental arrows and aiming at Sagas. In the realm of five-dimensional attributes, the perception attribute embodies insight, vision, hearing, intuition, and other sensory capabilities. Those with heightened perception possess extraordinary sight and hearing, allowing them to sense impending danger more acutely and detect hidden clues and traps with greater ease. The promotional class, Eagle Eye, further enhances visual acuity. Consequently, Su Muyu's eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, akin to having an inherent eightfold magnification, and she could also utilize the reconnaissance eagle's perspective to aid her observations. When utilizing elemental arrows, she could disregard the majority of wind resistance and gravitational influence, ensuring that her archery at a distance of 100 meters remained exceptionally precise. Each time Lu Heng employed his agility to create distance, the arrows would unfailingly strike towards Sagas. Sagas, in his fury, turned back repeatedly, only to find Su Muyu perpetually beyond the 100-meter mark. Had he still been capable of flight, such a distance would merely be a matter of a dive. Yet his wings had been severed by Lu Heng, rendering him a flightless vulture. This predicament left him in a position of one-sided assault, as the winged demon lord of the realm of evil gods. He had once been one of the most formidable forces upon this land. Wherever he appeared, hostile beings faced only the path of death. As powerful as he was, he now resembled a cornered beast in distress. He roared in fury, exerting all his strength in retaliation, yet he could find no means to turn the tide. Under the combined assault of Lu Heng and Su Muyu, Sagas sustained ever more wounds. Sensing the looming threat of death, he dared not continue the engagement and turned to retreat towards the temple, simultaneously unleashing a howl to summon the winged demon air force for aid. Upon witnessing the swarming winged demons descending from the sky, Su Muyu promptly shifted her target, commanding the reconnaissance eagle to attack the winged demons, launching flaming arrows that swiftly felled several elite winged demons. Lu Heng executed the Gale Step to catch up with Sagas, releasing shadow clones to flank him, suppressing Sagas's counterattacks, and then wielding his sword to unleash Thunder Strike. Boom! The thunderous impact sent Sagas crashing to the ground. The raging lightning ravaged his body, each arc mercilessly slicing through his flesh and draining his life force. He had once been the most powerful entity in this world. His presence could evoke the deepest fears within his adversaries. Yet now, he was in such a wretched state, battered from continuous combat, unwilling to perish in this manner, yet left with no alternatives. Struggling to rise, he raised his spear for one final counterattack against Lu Heng. Lu Heng parried his strike with his sword, then, with a swift motion, severed his head, bringing an end to his life. Slew the winged demon Lord Sagas, absorbing 200 points of demonic energy. Source energy level increased to level 19. All attributes 2, agility attribute 0.6. Su Muyu also ascended to level 17, experiencing a growth in all attributes, her combat power steadily increasing. After Sagas's demise, a crystal core was extracted. Lu Heng picked up the core. With no time to examine it, promptly stowing it in his inventory before proceeding to rendezvous with Iron Arm, the resurrection ritual continued within the temple. Immediate action was necessary to breach the temple. For if the evil god Barton were to resurrect, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. With the fall of the winged demon Lord Sagas, the remaining elite winged demons lost their will to fight. Fleeing like headless flies back to Barton's temple, Iron Arm led the Bansail warriors, advancing on Barton's temple, pushing the catapults forward, and continuing to bombard the temple with explosives and boulders. Boom, boom, boom. The catapult assault forced the demons to retreat within the temple. The Bansail warriors charged the temple's entrance, clashing with the guarding horned demon army. Observing the fierce battle at the temple's front, Lu Heng turned to Su Muyu and instructed. Inform the other two teams of ability users to launch an assault from the rear entrance. The Bansail warriors attacked the temple's main entrance. Lu Heng, Lin Ziyu, and Shidi Kai led their teams of ability users to assault the temple from the rear. The Bansail's offensive occupied the majority of the demons, resulting in a lesser number defending the temple's rear entrance. The ability users executed a charge, breaching the rear door and entering the temple's interior. The other two teams of ability users, seeing the advantageous situation, decisively joined the fray, tilting the scales of victory in favor of the Bansail. Once inside the temple, the defending demons surged forward with a roar, engaging in chaotic combat with the ability users. Lu Heng and Su Muyu chose a narrow passageway devoid of demon sentinels, ascending to the second-floor platform of the temple's Grand Hall. Meanwhile, the resurrection ritual continued unabated in the Grand Hall. The flame-horned demon lord, from the soul box, cradled the remains of the evil god Barton and placed them into a chalice filled with source blood. These remains were the minions of the evil god, retrieved from various abyssal worlds over a century. The most significant fragment was the dark heart, which at that moment was saturated with blood, emanating an aura of malevolence. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lu Heng felt a wave of mental pressure. Subjected to mental pollution from an unknown entity, mental -1. Lu Heng whirled to gaze at the dark heart. This mental corruption was undeniably emanating from it. Even before resurrection, it had already begun to release mental pollution. Should resurrection occur, none would survive here. Lu Heng was poised to leap from the second-floor platform to thwart the ritual when suddenly a figure obstructed his path. It was none other than Lei Jinghao. Upon seeing him, Lu Heng experienced no surprise. Everything unfolded as anticipated. So, you have chosen to become a traitor, even if it means becoming a servant of the evil god? Lei Jinghao regarded Lu Heng with disdain, his voice low and resonant. I shall not serve anyone. I follow only power. One day, I shall amass great strength, and no one will dictate my fate. Lu Heng shook his head with a smile, reflecting. It seems every traitor harbors such thoughts, yet none escape the fate of plunging into the abyss. A cold smirk curled upon Lei Jinghao's lips, scornfully retorting. You speak as though you can see through everything. You are but an ant struggling on the path to strength. He was not born a fortunate soul at the finish line. He had fought in underground rings, trafficked for gangs, and scavenged with wild dogs, clawing his way from the filthiest gutters to his current position. Thus, he understood all too well what it meant to be an ant. Everything he possessed was seized by his own hands, from others and from dogs, which is why, in his eyes, the pursuit of power was paramount, and any means justified to attain it in his world. Everything was to be fought for and snatched away by one's own efforts. Therefore, at Jizi Beach, he had sought to seize the beach and the crystal cores upon his arrival, for that was his way of survival. Lu Heng remained oblivious to Lei Jinghao's past and had no desire to comprehend it. Before a traitor, a single word, kill, sufficed to encapsulate all cause and effect. Indeed, you have already accepted the evil god's blessing. So further words are unnecessary. Let us conclude our enmity here. Lu Heng slowly drew the aurora blade from the void. Lei Jinghao's arms trembled as he revealed a pair of armed guards. A ripple of wolf spirit fighting energy radiating from him, declaring proudly, originally, there was no deep-seated hatred between us, and I did not intend to kill you. However, regrettably, you have harmed the son of Gong Zhanteng, thus leaving me no choice. You must die. Have you already forgotten how you were forced into a frenzy last time? Has the backlash from the frenzy subsided? Lu Heng had heard of the Storm Fist King's name numerous times before his rebirth, yet he had never crossed blades with him. After all, in his previous life, Lu Heng had awakened only a year after the abyssal invasion. Though he eventually became a top-tier ability user during his rise, the Storm Fist King had already established himself as a dominant figure. At that time, the Storm Fist King had already grasped power, retreating behind the scenes, seldom showing his face. Thus, their paths had never crossed. And naturally, there had been no opportunity for confrontation. Chapter 75. Meeting with Fury, or no chance at all. The Grand Hall of the temple was awash with blood and malevolence intertwined. Lu Heng, wielding the Aurora Blade, faced off against Lei Jinghao. Regardless of the circumstances that had led to their current standoff, the fact that they belonged to opposing factions remained unchanged. Lu Heng aimed to halt the resurrection ritual, and the conflict of interests made battle inevitable. Lei Jinghao's eyes glinted with the ferocity of a wolf, his visage radiating arrogance as he summoned a circle of silver fighting energy around him. This was the capability he had acquired from his promotion to the martial artist class. one of the strongest close combat classes. Furthermore, he had received the evil god's energy blessing, his being filled with explosive power. This power was so overwhelming that it instilled in him a confidence that he could crush his opponent with a mere gesture. In just a few days, his strength had grown exponentially. Granting him a haughty self-assurance, he regarded Lu Heng with a defiant gaze and slowly said, "Last time, you forced me into a frenzy. This time, you will not have the chance." Lu Heng smiled indifferently in response. "I suggest you unleash your fury directly. Otherwise, you may not have the opportunity to do so." Lei Jinghao's rapid ascent in power was undeniable, yet Lu Heng's progress was swifter still. Not only had Lu Heng reached level 19, but he had also acquired divine source energy, and through the integration of divine evolution, he had obtained even higher level skills. The two stood poised for confrontation. The other ability users had already breached the temple, compelling the Flamehorn Demon Lord to withdraw his horn demons to impede them. Consequently, the number of demons defending the temple's entrance diminished. Seizing the moment, the Bansail warriors launched a charge, and it appeared that the temple's entrance was on the verge of collapse. Originally, the demons held the advantage, but the death of the Winged Demon Lord sagas caused a shift in the balance of power. This was also the reason why Lei Jinghao was assigned the task of eliminating the intruding psychics in the temple, ensuring the resurrection ritual could be completed. The reward for this mission was exceedingly generous, directly bestowing divine essence. Although Lei Jinghao had never encountered divine essence, its very name suggested that it was of a far higher caliber than ordinary essence. He coveted this divine essence, and with the temple's doors on the verge of being breached, he had to eliminate all intruding psychics before that happened, and then halt the advance of the Bansail tribe. Therefore, he could not afford to delay. He must swiftly deal with Lu Heng. The sooner the better. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he surged forward, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains. Launching himself at Lu Heng with a punch infused with violent battle energy, aimed directly at Lu Heng's face. Lu Heng's figure shifted slightly as he instantly activated the Gale Step, evading Lei Jinghao's onslaught with the agility of a lightning bolt. Witnessing Lu Heng's swift reaction, Lei Jinghao furrowed his brow and immediately employed his body technique to pursue. He was exceedingly confident in his own skills, having honed them to near perfection, equivalent to the threshold of the micro-level. In the past, he had toyed with opponents who could barely display 30% of their skill. However, despite unleashing his micro-level technique to the utmost, he found himself unable to lay a finger on Lu Heng, whose movements were as fluid as electricity, effortlessly evading his every strike. This caused Lei Jinghao's brows to knit tightly in frustration as he questioned, "Your movement technique?" "Yes, it is of the micro-level. Your confidently mastered technique is akin to a child's first steps in my presence." Lu Heng pointedly remarked on the disparity in their abilities. Lei Jinghao's face darkened instantly. After a month of grueling practice, he had believed no one could rival his technique. Yet, he never anticipated that Lu Heng's mastery far surpassed his own. "The micro-level technique won't save you." Lei Jinghao's gaze hardened as he bellowed, channeling his battle energy to envelop himself in a whirlwind of force, then charging forward with a dual-punch assault known as the mountain-crushing fist. Boom! The battle energy surged forth like a cataclysmic avalanche, engulfing a 5-meter radius ahead, rendering evasion impossible. Yet, he still underestimated Lu Heng's speed and agility. After reaching level 19, Lu Heng's agility had soared to 48 points, and with the acceleration of the Gale Step, he could cover 5 meters in a single stride. In the instant Lei Jinghao's mountain-crushing fist came crashing down, Lu Heng deftly retreated, escaping the attack's range, and then propelled himself back with a counterstrike. Executing the mountain ceiling slash, the blade of light descended like a silver dragon emerging from the depths, churning the waters and crushing mountains. The sword's brilliance flashed before Lei Jinghao could react, and he felt a jolt of alarm as he realized Lu Heng's speed had multiplied since their last encounter. If his strength had remained the same as during their clash at Jizi Beach, that single strike would have cleaved him in two. However, he had grown exponentially stronger since that time, and as the blade of light approached, he let out a mighty roar, unleashing his protective battle energy, the spiral steel force. This formidable defensive technique swirled around him, repelling all incoming attacks. Under normal circumstances, no one could contend with Lei Jinghao. Moreover, any close-range opponent would inevitably find themselves within the domain of his battle energy. After deflecting the sword light, A sinister grin spread across Lei Jinghao's face as he unleashed his full strength, preparing to obliterate Lu Hong into a mere pulp. Boom. His battle energy erupted, compressing the very air within a 5-meter radius. Such a powerful attack would have annihilated any other foe in an instant. Yet Lu Hong remained composed. In the moment of the battle energy's explosion, he activated Shadow Passage, slipping into the shadows. With the dual acceleration of Shadow Passage and Gale Step, Lu Hong circled around Lei Jinghao at 5 times the speed. While others might be oblivious to the weaknesses of the fighter's battle energy, Lu Hong was well aware. The seemingly invincible spiral steel force could repel all attacks from any angle, but it could not be maintained indefinitely. The activation of the spiral steel required compressing the battle energy within one's body, then explosively releasing it through rotational force. Therefore, a gap would inevitably exist between 2 activations of the spiral steel. The duration of this gap varied from person to person, but it was always present. Additionally, the duration of the spiral steel was certainly shorter than that of Shadow Passage. Understanding this, Lu Hong initiated Shadow Passage to evade the mountain-crushing fist, circling around Lei Jinghao while waiting for the spiral steel to dissipate. The moment the spiral steel faded would mark the end for his opponent, as anticipated. The spiral steel energy surrounding Lei Jinghao began to wane after 2 seconds. It must be noted that the blessing he received from the Dark God was indeed formidable. Typically, fighters could sustain the spiral steel for only half a second at best, yet he managed it for a full 2 seconds. However, even the strongest abilities must eventually come to an end. Observing the decline of the spiral steel, Lu Heng's lips curled into a smirk as he remarked, "Shall I unleash my fury? If not, you may find yourself out of luck." As the last words left his mouth, the spiral steel dissipated. Lu Hong emerged from the shadows, executing the moon-slicing strike aimed squarely at Lei Jinghao's neck. Lei Jinghao was acutely aware of the gap in the spiral steel's defense. The moment the sword light appeared, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. The speed and ferocity of this strike left him with no room to evade. This time, it was aimed at his neck, and should the blade find its mark in the carotid artery, he would have no opportunity to unleash his fury. In that fleeting moment, he was astonished to discover that Lu Heng's combat prowess had once again surpassed his expectations. Just as Lu Hong had proclaimed before the battle, one round would necessitate unleashing fury, or else he would have no chance. Lei Jinghao's eyes darkened, but his extensive combat experience allowed him to make the right decision in the face of danger. In the instant the sword light approached, he roared and activated the skill Desperate Fury. The skill took effect, instantly closing all his wounds, halting the bleeding, and augmenting his strength, agility, and constitution by 30, while dulling his pain. This skill was designed for a last-ditch counterattack, meant to be used when grievously injured. Once the fury subsided, even if he were unscathed, he would be left severely weakened due to blood loss. By his intention, he had hoped to refrain from using the fury skill, but in that moment, he realized that to refrain meant death, and even hesitation could spell his doom. A mere exchange. He was forced to resort to his fury skill. Upon its activation, he unleashed a terrifying combat power that surpassed his current level, akin to a rampaging boss intent on crushing all in his path. He raised his hand to unleash battle energy, aiming to seize the Aurora Blade and then shatter Lu Heng's skull with a single punch. Yet, Lu Hong denied him that opportunity, having forced Lei Jinghao's fury skill. A mocking smile gracing his lips as he swiftly retreated, turning his attention to other demons. Once the fury state ended, Lei Jinghao would be nothing but a lifeless body. Consequently, Lu Hong had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. He activated his body technique, stepping into the gale, and charged forward to slay the demons. "Don't run, you garbage!" Lei Jinghao roared in a fit of rage, leaping 5 meters into the air, conjuring a tempest as he pursued Lu Hong. History often repeats itself. In their 2 encounters, he had always activated his fury upon meeting Lu Hong, leaving no room for retreat, which fueled his overwhelming anger. Having believed that with the blessing of the Dark God, he had become powerful enough to crush Lu Hong at will, he found himself facing the same outcome. As Lu Hong charged ahead, noticing Lei Jinghao in pursuit, he shot back, "Once your fury ends, you'll be a corpse. Accept reality. Those who learn the fury skill should perish in fury." Lei Jinghao's frantic roar echoed, yet his speed could not match Lu Heng's, nor could he catch up to the gale step, leaving him unable to lay a finger on Lu Hong. After a futile chase, He realized that continuing would only lead to his own demise. With a steely glare, he turned his attention to another psychic. None other than Lin Ziyu. Die! He bellowed, charging at Lin Ziyu with a powerful punch. Li Daong raised his shield to block, only to be sent flying by the force of the punch. Lin Ziyu, alarmed, turned to flee while deploying the black witchcraft binding trap. Lei Jinghao paid no heed to the trap, barreling straight through it. The binding thorns sprouted, ensnaring him, but he broke free within mere moments. Lei Jinghao, have you lost your mind? Why are you chasing me? Lin Ziyu shouted in terror. Die! Lei Jinghao was beyond reasoning. Once his fury state ended, everything would be over. Thus, he had to kill Lu Hong before that happened. But unable to catch him, he resorted to venting his wrath on others. Boom! He unleashed a furious punch, and Lin Ziyu hastily dodged, yet was still thrown back by the shockwave, crashing into a wall and spitting out blood. Lei Jinghao stepped forward, grasping Lin Ziyu by the throat and pinning him against the wall, his eyes flashing with the ferocity of a cornered beast. Blood oozed from Lin Ziyu's mouth as he desperately clawed at Lei Jinghao's hand. But he could not break free. The shadows of death began to loom in his eyes. Chapter 76, The Final Battle, Sacred Relics. In the ancestor's staff, Lin Ziyu found himself ensnared by Lei Jinhao's iron grip. His neck pressed firmly against the frigid wall. He yearned to struggle, yet the sheer strength of Lei Jinhao rendered him utterly powerless, leaving no room for resistance. The abilities bestowed by the malevolent deity granted Lei Jinhao a formidable prowess far beyond that of an ordinary supernatural being. To compound matters, he had unleashed his berserk skill, transforming him into a godlike entity, one that even the highest-ranking demons could not hope to rival. In this moment, Lin Ziyu experienced for the first time in his life the chilling specter of death. This fear was not of death itself, but of the desperation and helplessness that accompanied the struggle for life. His gaze met Lei Jinhao's, a pair of eyes brimming with malice, and he could only perceive him as a lunatic. Were there a grenade within reach, he would choose to take Lei Jinhao down with him, yet all choices had slipped from his grasp. Blood foamed at his lips as his eyes shifted from Lei Jinhao's face to Lu Hong, pleading for salvation. Upon witnessing the desperation in Lin Ziyu's eyes, Lu Hong was suddenly struck by a thought. Was this how he had met his demise in his previous life? After a swift deliberation, Lu Hong resolved to raise the blade of Aurora, compelling Lei Jinhao to turn and defend himself. Just a second prior, Lin Ziyu felt as though he had descended into hell, but in the next moment, Lu Hong had pulled him back from the brink of death. Lei Jinhao's intention was to lure Lu Hong into combat, a goal he had now achieved. A sinister grin spread across his face as he released Lin Ziyu. Swinging his fist toward Lu Hong, Lin Ziyu crumpled to the ground, violently coughing and expelling a copious amount of blood. Wang Xiangfeng rushed forward, hoisting Lin Ziyu onto his back and retreating from the temple. Lei Jinhao's berserk state was limited to 3 minutes, a fleeting window in which he must eliminate Lu Hong, or he would lose his chance entirely. Thus, he unleashed his full power from the outset. Launching a ferocious assault on Lu Hong, Lu Hong employed his exquisite agility and swordsmanship to evade and counter, gradually maneuvering toward the center of the Grand Hall, seeking an opportunity to disrupt the resurrection ritual. In the midst of this intense battle, Lu Heng's mastery of both agility and swordplay steadily advanced. Within the Temple of Barton, chaos reigned as humans, demons, and bandsailors clashed. Xu Muyu ascended to the beams atop the Grand Hall using her reconnaissance hawk, a vantage point where only flying demons could reach her. Once positioned, she readied her crossbow, unleashing elemental arrows to dispatch demons, prioritizing the winged ones above those on the ground. Throughout her archery, she maintained her invisibility, leaving many ground-bound demons bewildered, unable to discern her location. The demoness known as Yudu had been searching for Xu Muyu since earlier, finally spotting the arrows being fired from the temple beams. A fierce and contemptuous glint appeared in her eyes as she raised her hand to unleash a mental shockwave. Xu Muyu felt a brief jolt, followed by a momentary ringing in her ears. However, the impact ceased there, causing no substantial harm. Turning swiftly, she recognized the black-clad demoness executing her skill. This was a D-grade, mental shock, a technique she had encountered numerous times before, requiring a mental assessment of the target to determine its efficacy. The attack Yudu had unleashed dealt minimal damage, akin to zero, merely inducing a fleeting ear-ringing in Xu Muyu. This indicated her superior mental attributes. The mental disparity was effectively negative, allowing only the lowest effect of the skill to manifest. Yadu had initially aimed to knock Su Muyu from the beams in one fell swoop, but the outcome had diverged drastically from her expectations. With a fierce resolve, she pressed her feet against the wall, scurrying upward like a gecko, then leaping onto the beams, drawing her pistol to aim at Su Muyu, pulling the trigger at close range. Bang! Su Muyu raised her hand to deploy the prism tower shield, deflecting the bullet, and swung her crossbow in retaliation. Thud! The crossbow struck Yadu, toppling her to the ground. Startled, she struggled to regain her footing. "Oh, you think I'm still afraid of you?" Su Muyu asserted, stamping her foot down to pin Yadu back to the ground, pressing the crossbow against her abdomen and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! An elemental arrow pierced her belly, igniting in flames. "Ah!" Yadu screamed, her hair swirling around her like tendrils reaching for Su Muyu. In a swift retreat, Su Muyu evaded the encroaching strands. Unwilling to relent, Yadu rolled forward, seeking to retaliate. Yet, as she attempted to advance, dark thorns erupted from the ground, ensnaring her. This was the C-grade, dark thorn trapped. The thorns bore barbs, lacerating her skin. She struggled desperately, but the more she fought, the tighter the thorns constricted, and no matter her tactics, she could not inflict harm upon Su Muyu, only finding herself thoroughly restrained. Initially, she cursed vehemently, but upon realizing Su Muyu was far stronger, she quickly shifted her demeanor. "Good sister, I was wrong. Can we discuss this? Will you let me go? Do you take me for a fool? At GZ Beach, I was naive and hesitant to kill. Do you think you can deceive me again? Down you go." Su Muyu's gaze turned icy as she kicked Yadu off the 30-meter high beam. "Ah, you vile wretch!" Yadu shrieked in terror, plummeting from the height, landing with a resounding thud, her cries abruptly silenced. Without a glance back, Su Muyu continued her pursuit of the demons. On the second level of the Grand Hall, Lu Heng and Lei Jinhao had been locked in combat for 2 minutes, each exchanging blows with no clear victor. Under normal circumstances, supernatural beings of levels 18 and 19 would possess average attributes around 36 points. In his berserk state, however, Lei Jinhao surpassed 45 points in every attribute, even exceeding that of a commanding demon, augmented by the fighting spirit of his martial class, rendering him terrifyingly powerful. For other supernatural beings, facing Lei Jinhao would be tantamount to certain defeat in a single exchange. Yet Lu Heng, endowed with the talent of graceful as a dragon, boasted an agility of 48 points, far exceeding the average of 36 or 37 points among his peers. In the face of his own strength disadvantage, he relied on his superior agility and speed, along with his refined agility and swordsmanship, to maintain the upper hand against Lei Jinhao. The more they fought, the more alarmed Lei Jinhao became. He had initially believed that crushing Lu Heng in his berserk state would be as easy as squashing a chicken. However, in the heat of battle, he realized the true extent of Lu Heng's strength. Frustration welled within him as he recalled the lengths he had gone to for the energy infusion from the malevolent deity, undertaking treacherous tasks in the process. He had anticipated that this infusion would elevate him to an unparalleled status among supernatural beings. Yet he found himself being suppressed by Lu Heng, even with his berserk state activated. He could not comprehend the reason. He had clawed his way from the depths of despair to his current position, resorting to any means necessary to gain power. Yet, in the end, he remained inferior to the man before him. In that fleeting moment, all his efforts seemed to lose their worth. With the berserk time dwindling, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and his offensive began to wane, despair encroaching upon his mind. Observing the slowdown in Lei Jinhao's attacks, Lu Heng surmised that he had likely conceded defeat. Once the berserk state ended, a single strike would suffice to finish him off. Meanwhile, the resurrection ritual within the Grand Hall was nearing its conclusion, as the malevolent deity Barton was about to return to the abyss. At that moment, the world would be irrevocably plunged into hell, sealing the fates of both humans and bandsailors alike. At the very heart of the ritual, the Flamehorn Demon Commander presided over the final steps. Preparing to select a vessel for the malevolent deity Barton, the commander summoned a devout Flamehorn demon to kneel before the heart of the malevolent deity, ready to bear this divine gift. Upon witnessing this, Lu Heng swiftly distanced himself from Lei Jinhao, dashing toward the altar, and with a decisive swing of his sword, he severed the demon destined to bear the heart. Enraged, the Flamehorn Demon Commander raised its fiery claws to strike at Lu Heng's head. Lu Heng pressed off the ground, utilizing his exquisite agility to evade the claws with a deft sidestep, thrusting his sword toward the heart of the malevolent deity. Just as the blade was about to pierce the heart, it was suddenly ensnared by a mysterious force, preventing it from advancing further. The power of the malevolent deity's heart surpassed all expectations. In the next moment, a wave of intense mental pollution surged forth, flooding Lu Heng's mind, causing his spiritual energy to plummet and his head to thrum with a cacophony. Being so close to the heart, he could hardly withstand the onslaught of this mental contamination. Lu Heng promptly withdrew to evade the mental assault. The Flamehorn Demon Commander roared in fury, yet it could not pursue Lu Heng, bound by its duty to oversee the resurrection ritual, and could only command its underlings to attack. Meanwhile, the commander selected a second vessel to bear the heart of the malevolent deity. Continuing with the ritual's final step, Lu Heng dispatched a dozen Flamehorn demons, steeling himself for another attempt to thwart the ceremony. At that moment, Lei Jinhao flashed into view, blocking his path, his eyes aglow with an eerie red light, a dark energy coiling behind him. I refuse to believe that you can defeat me again. Lei Jinhao's face was a mask of ferocity and brutality. Just moments ago, he had indeed sensed despair as the berserk state neared its end. However, after Lu Heng had slain the demon bearing the heart, the energy infusion from the malevolent deity had once again enveloped him, significantly extending his berserk duration and amplifying his strength. Lu Heng, observing the strange red light in Lei Jinhao's eyes, surmised the source of this newfound power. Originally, battling Lei Jinhao in his berserk state had posed a considerable challenge. Now, with the infusion granting him even greater strength, Lu Heng's task of circumventing him to disrupt the resurrection ritual had become all the more daunting. Once again, it is the infusion of energy. Aside from accepting the malevolent deity's power, do you possess any other abilities? Lu Heng cursed vehemently, wishing to avoid entanglement, and swiftly scanned his surroundings, contemplating ways to thwart the ritual. As long as you can win, that is all that matters to me. A near-manic grin spread across Lei Jinghao's face. Despite having absorbed the energy of the malevolent deity, his prolonged state of rage was actually draining his own life force. Once the infusion concluded, he would succumb to the overexertion of his vitality, ultimately leading to his flesh disintegrating and his demise. However, until that moment arrives, he is a relentless killing machine, devoid of pain and fear. Lu Heng maneuvered frantically, attempting to bypass Lei Jinghao in search of an opportunity to disrupt the ritual. Yet, Lei Jinghao steadfastly guarded the formation, refusing to budge. The will of the malevolent deity had infiltrated his mind, rendering him incapable of rational thought. He relied solely on instinct to defend the ritual. In this frenzied state, he was akin to a ferocious beast, unyielding to death. If this continued, should the resurrection ritual reach completion, the battle would be irrevocably lost. Just as Lu Heng pondered his strategy, the temple doors thunderously collapsed. Tai Bai, accompanied by the Bansail warriors, had breached the entrance and charged inside. Lu Heng immediately shouted to Tai Bai, "Hurry! The ritual is nearly complete." With a thunderous roar, Tai Bai swung his warhammer and lunged towards the altar, striking the Blood Feast Holy Grail with a mighty blow. The flame-horned demon leader bellowed in response, engaging Tai Bai in a fierce clash, their strikes resonating with explosive sounds, creating an impasse. This resulted in a 2-on-2 scenario before the altar. Even with Lu Heng and Tai Bai's combined efforts, breaking through the defenses of Lei Jinghao and the flame-horned demon leader proved challenging. The standoff persisted. At that moment, Mia shattered a horned demon with her hammer and surged towards the altar, raising her warhammer to strike the Blood Feast Holy Grail at the center of the altar. With a resounding crash, the warhammer collided with the grail, causing blood to slosh out, yet the ritual remained unfinished. The flame-horned demon leader roared, summoning the horned demon army back to defend, igniting chaos around the altar. Mia turned, smashing another horned demon, and then swung her warhammer towards the dark heart of the malevolent deity. However, as she lifted the warhammer, a wave of psychic backlash struck her. She shuddered, her head throbbing painfully, the warhammer drooping in her grasp as she pressed her hand to her forehead, gritting her teeth in agony. "Mia, come back. You cannot withstand the psychic corruption from Barton," Tai Bai shouted urgently. Mia hurriedly dragged her warhammer out of the altar's vicinity and then shouted, joining forces with her father to assault the flame-horned demon leader. Under their combined onslaught, the flame-horned demon leader began to retreat. Tai-Bai raised his warhammer high, unleashing a thunderous strike that severely injured the flame-horned demon leader, sending him sprawling backward. Before turning to face the altar's center, a chosen horned demon opened its chest, cradling the dark heart and preparing to place it within. The resurrection ritual was on the verge of completion. Mia witnessed this scene and urgently cried out, "Father, I will hold back the demon. You must stop the ritual." Tai-Bai, disregarding everything else, charged towards the altar's center while shouting, "Where is the relic? Quickly, give it to me." Lu Heng immediately retrieved the ancestor's scepter of the Bansale clan and tossed it to Tai-Bai. Catching the scepter, Tai-Bai lunged at the heart of the malevolent deity. Driving the scepter into its surface, the ancestor's scepter pierced the heart's outer layer but failed to penetrate deeper. Tai-Bai raised his warhammer again and struck down forcefully upon the scepter. Clang! The scepter broke through the surface of the malevolent deity's heart, delving half an inch within. As Tai-Bai lifted his warhammer once more, a surge of violent psychic corruption flooded his mind. He could almost hear the anguished wails of countless malevolent spirits and demons. "Brave Bansale warriors, never yield!" Tai-Bai roared with all his might, casting aside the mental corruption, and lifted his warhammer for another strike.